A chill, emanating from the depths of the soul, ascended along the vertebrae of Chu Mo, surging towards the nape of his neck. It was not the weather that instigated such discomfort in the sweltering summer of the mortal town of Chingstone. The air felt suffocating, akin to a steamer. The true coldness stemmed from the solitary, ethereal figure clad in white standing across the square. Her moonlit attire billowed without the caress of wind, enveloped in a faint, luminous aura that distanced her from the turmoil and filth of the mundane world, casting a beauty that shook the very fabric of reality. Despite not exuding any terrifying aura, the presence of this celestial being rendered the breaths of the Chu clan members around Chu Mo heavy and labored, as though a colossal stone pressed upon their chests. It was an absolute suppression, rooted in the hierarchy of existence. A cultivator. Merely the mention of this title was sufficient to condemn Chu Mo and his family to a grim fate. The rivalry between the Chu and Su families had endured for generations in Chingstone. Their enmity had intensified in this era, even erupting into large-scale conflicts that once roused the attention of the provincial government. To stabilize Chingstone, the government decreed that the two families must engage in a contest to determine who would wield authority in the future. The vanquished would be ruthlessly uprooted, left to the mercy of the victors, vanishing entirely from the annals of history. In past disputes, both families had tasted victory and defeat. However, this time, the Su family had inexplicably secured the formidable presence of Luo Jian from the Lingshu sword sect as their representative for the duel. In contrast, the strongest among the Chu family were merely a handful of innate martial artists. Even Chu Mo, the eldest son of the Chu clan, had only just brushed against the threshold of innate power, still unable to shatter iron or stone. In the face of a cultivator, they resembled mere ants. What would they possibly contest with? Despair swept over the Chu family like an icy tide, engulfing every member of their ranks. The clan elders appeared pale, their gazes dimmed, as if they had already foreseen the family's demise and the rivers of blood that would flow in its wake. Chu Mo stood at the forefront of the crowd, his expression as tranquil as water, though the pressure was unprecedented. His spine remained unyielding. On his youthful visage, there was little sign of panic. Only his pitch-black eyes, deep as a frigid pool, reflected the transcendent figure of Luo Jian. No one knew he was a traveler from another realm. Even fewer were aware that years prior, he had witnessed the cruel spectacle of cultivators wielding immense power, slaughtering mortals at their whim. Life and death hinged solely upon their whims, viewing mortals as mere chaff, unbound by the laws of the human realm. That scene had carved a deep imprint in his soul, transforming into an unquenchable, primal thirst for power. Luo Jian seemed to sense the gaze upon her, her cold eyes sweeping over the crowd, briefly pausing on Chu Mo before indifferently drifting away. Her glance was imbued with pride, disdain, and mockery, as though she had merely brushed past an inconsequential speck of dust. The patriarch of the Su family, an overweight middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, approached Luo Jian like a lapdog, ingratiatingly smiling as he said, "Fairy, please, come to our residence for a discussion. We have prepared a comprehensive reception for you." With that, he cast a venomous glance at the members of the Chu family, a sinister grin leading the way as he departed. It seemed to declare that after tomorrow, there would no longer be a Chu family in Qingshu town. The disciples gathered around the patriarch of the Su family cast cold, mocking, and derisive glances. Arrogant, overbearing, the Su family's elation stood in stark contrast to the Chu family's despair. Many young members of the Chu family wore expressions as pale as ash. Some even felt their legs turn to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chu Mo clenched his fists, his nails embedding deeply into his palms, bringing a sharp pain that sharpened his awareness. At that moment, a chilling, mechanical yet remarkably clear sound suddenly erupted in the depths of Chu Mo's mind. Detected host's intense sense of crisis and desire for power. Universal Intelligence System officially activated. Chu Mo's pupils constricted suddenly. A system, having experienced rebirth for many years, he had nearly abandoned this unrealistic fantasy, never expecting it to manifest in such dire circumstances. Before him, a faint blue virtual interface slowly emerged, visible only to him. The interface was simple and direct, featuring a singular core function information probe. Beneath it, a line of small text explained. Consume specified currency money spiritual stones to probe information about all things. The higher the value of the information, the greater the consumption. Chumo's heart raced uncontrollably. In a moment, he suppressed his inner excitement and swiftly scanned his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the coin pouch at the waist of a Chu family uncle nearby. Target: Chu Mingyuan's coin pouch. Probe required: 10 copper coins. Would you like to probe? With a thought, Chu Emo chose yes. He distinctly felt a portion of the coins in his pocket vanish in an instant. Information: contains 320 copper coins, 1 tael of broken silver, and a pancake exchange voucher from 3 days ago expired. Success. Though it was merely trivial information, it confirmed the authenticity of the system. Chumo's breath quickened slightly, yet his gaze grew ever more calm and sharp. This ability alone was insufficient to alter the current situation. He required more critical information. His eyes turned once again to the figure across the square, resembling an icy Lotus Luo Jin. Could he probe her? As the thought crossed his mind, the system promptly responded. Target: Luo Jin. Probe required: 10,000 taels of silver, 100 inferior spiritual stones. Would you like to probe? 10,000 taels of silver. Chumo's heart jolted. This was nearly half of the Chu family's liquid assets. Yet, it was the only opportunity. Chumo's gaze turned resolute. If there were no unforeseen changes, after tonight, the Chu family would cease to exist, and he himself would not escape death. No amount of wealth would hold any meaning. Probe, he decisively commanded in his mind. He did not possess that much silver, but he knew the family treasury held a considerable amount. He wondered if the system could deduct that silver from afar. The host identity has been automatically associated the eldest son of the Chu family, confirming the potential for payment. A consumption of 10,000 taels of the family's reserve gold and silver has begun to explore. Ding. Intelligence acquisition successful. Name: Luo Jin. Identity: inner disciple of the Lingshu sword sect cultivation, late foundation establishment sword cultivator. Technique: Lingshu Ice Heart Sutra. Incomplete physique. Tai mysterious vein, extremely rare. Crucial information: due to the conflict between the Tai mysterious vein and her technique, her spiritual energy completely dissipates during the night of the full moon, rendering her cultivation temporarily sealed and reducing her to a mortal for 2 hours. In this state, she is exceedingly weak and unable to wield any supernatural abilities. There are formidable enemies within the sect eyeing her. Coincidentally, she once received a favor from the ancestors of the Su family. To prevent her adversaries from launching an attack during the full moon, she has sought refuge in a secluded and mundane place like Qingshi City, under the pretext of repaying the Su family's kindness, in order to find an utterly safe hiding spot to endure her period of weakness. Interpersonal relationships, master in seclusion, powerful enemies within the sect. A torrent of information surged into Chu Mo's mind, causing him to clutch his forehead and lower his gaze, feeling a sharp pain on his scalp. Yet, more than that, there was an indescribable shock and euphoria. Tying mysterious vein, loss of cultivation on the night of the full moon, reduction to a mortal. If memory serves me right, tonight is the full moon. Should I seize the opportunity to kill her? No. Suddenly, Chu Mo recalled a peculiar technique he had fortuitously acquired years ago, recorded in an ancient text. It was called Soul Contract, and the ancient text had been incinerated by Chu Mo himself. The Soul Contract is enigmatic and unpredictable, capable of planting a contract in the opponent's mind without their willingness to resist, allowing the practitioner to control life and death at will, compelling obedience without defiance. In the past, the Soul Contract held little value for Chu Mo. After all, who would willingly allow you to plant a soul contract, let alone against a cultivator? But now, a barely perceptible, twisted smile curled at the corners of Chu Mo's lips. The despair that had weighed heavily on his heart was utterly torn asunder. He lifted his gaze once more to the distant Luo Jin. At this moment, this once aloof and proud fairy, who regarded him as an insignificant insect, was no longer an unbeatable deity in his eyes. Rather, she was a prey on the verge of descending into the mortal realm, harboring a fatal weakness. I shall not only resolve the crisis of my family's survival, but also obtain what I have long desired. Tonight, This noble fairy shall encounter her greatest nightmare at the hands of this inconsequential mortal. Chapter 2. The astonished fairy. The Su family mansion was ablaze with light, a scene of revelry and dance. Luo Jin sat elegantly at the head of the table, seemingly indifferent to the sumptuous delicacies and exquisite wines spread before her. The patriarch of the Su clan, with his plump visage, beamed with obsequious delight. The surrounding Su family members regarded her with a mix of reverence and anticipation. A fleeting glimmer of disdain passed through Luo Jin's beautiful eyes. These mere mortals were insignificant compared to the meager debts owed by her ancestors to the Su family. Were it not for her need to find a sanctuary to safely endure the loss of her powers during this midnight hour, these lowly beings would never have been worthy of her consideration. After a pause, the clan leader spoke up. Luo Jin set down her jade chopsticks, her gaze piercing and melodic as she addressed him. The clamor here is overwhelming, and the air is thick with impurities, detrimental to my cultivation. In preparation for tomorrow's competition, I require a tranquil place to recuperate. The smile on the patriarch's face faltered momentarily as he hurriedly replied. What the fairy says is absolutely correct. It was my oversight. We have a serene chamber prepared for you, guaranteed to be free of disturbances. Unnecessary, Luo Jin interjected, rising gracefully, her moon-white gown billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. I shall seek solitude outside the city. We shall meet at the square at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. The unpredictability of human nature weighed heavily upon her, particularly in a moment when her powers had waned, rendering her incapable of besting even the most ordinary of earthly warriors. To ensure her safety, it was imperative that she did not linger here for the night. The patriarch wished to say more, but upon meeting the chill of Luo Jin's icy gaze, he swallowed his words. With a forced smile, he acquiesced. Of course, fairy, please do as you wish. We shall await your favorable news. Luo Jin offered a slight nod, her figure shimmering as she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. As that luminous trail faded, the obsequiousness on the patriarch's face evaporated, replaced by a flicker of admiration and yearning. At the Chu family estate, within the ancestral hall, Chu Mo's father, the family head Chu Mingyuan, sat in silence, his expression grim. The flickering candlelight revealed the ashen faces of those seated beneath him. The atmosphere was heavy, stifling, as if suffocating the very air they breathed. Suddenly, a figure burst in, exclaiming in distress, "Not good. Not good at all." The third elder in charge of the treasury reports that 10,000 taels of silver have vanished into thin air. Boom. This revelation struck like a boulder into still waters, creating a tumultuous uproar. What? 10,000 taels. Misfortune befalls the Chu family. Despair spread like a plague, leaving many elders ashen-faced. In that moment, a calm voice broke through the chaos, crystal clear to every ear present. The silver was taken by me. In an instant, all noise ceased. The ancestral hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned in astonishment towards Chu Mo's father. Chu Mo rose from his side seat, meeting Chu Mingyuan's incredulous gaze with steady composure. I exchanged this 10,000 taels for the chance for our Chu family to triumph in the competition and secure our survival. Nonsense. An elder could not help but interject. What opportunity can 10,000 taels buy? They are cultivators. What do we have to win with? This contest is not for you to participate in, young master. Your words reflect a lack of understanding. If you are uncertain, it would be wise to refrain from speaking. Chu Mo, with one hand resting casually behind him, cast a glance at the elder. When have I ever acted without certainty? The elder fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Chu Mo continued. Let us not forget who has been managing the family's enterprises over these past few years, who has reclaimed business from the Xie family after several attempts to suppress us, and who has multiplied the silver in our warehouses. Upon hearing this, the elder's imposing demeanor diminished, and the others in the ancestral hall ceased their chatter. Chu Mingyuan observed his son, who had been calm, perceptive, and exceptionally astute since childhood, and his gaze shifted from somber to bright. Mo, what is your plan? Chu Mo replied, with these 10,000 taels, I have acquired intelligence that will enable us to turn the tide in our favor tomorrow. I must venture out tonight at the hour of the rat. I seek your permission, father. Chu Yuan fixed his gaze on Chu Mo for a long while, before finally nodding decisively. Very well, I trust you. Do you require assistance? No need, I can manage alone. Chu Mo's mother stepped forward, grasping his hand with concern etched on her face. You must be cautious. If it becomes too perilous, do not push yourself. Mother, do not worry. Chu Mo reassured her, holding her cool hand gently. I shall return before dawn. As the hour of the rat approached, the night enveloped the land like ink, the full moon shining with an almost eerie brilliance. Dressed in a form-fitting black attire, Chu Mo departed from the Chu residence, swiftly vanishing into the quiet depths of the streets. Outside the city, in a concealed cave amidst the rocky slopes of the western mountain, Luo Jin awaited. This location was based on the intelligence provided by the system, which included the target's subjective plans. Under the moonlight, Chu Mo darted through the forest with remarkable speed, far exceeding that of an ordinary martial artist. His heart raced, not from fear, but from an exhilarating sense of impending mastery over his circumstances. If he succeeded, it would not only ensure the survival of his family, but also serve as a springboard for his ascent to greatness. At last, he halted near an entrance shrouded by vines and rubble, extremely well hidden. Without the system's intelligence, it would have remained undetectable. Chu Mo suppressed all his presence, akin to a stealthy leopard, and cautiously approached. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow in contemplation and stopped. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet. Could he ascertain the conditions surrounding the cave? With a thought, a prompt appeared before him. Target, conditions surrounding the cave, cost to probe, 10 taels of silver. Would you like to probe? Indeed, it was possible. Yes. Information. The area surrounding the cave is fortified with an automated array, designed for concealment and lethal purposes. Any intruder would undoubtedly perish. Would you like to spend 100 taels of inferior spirit stones to analyze the array's weaknesses? His assumptions were correct. Had he been in a similar situation, he would have undoubtedly prepared contingencies during his period of diminished cultivation. Thankfully, he had not allowed excitement to cloud his judgment. Analyze. In an instant, a safe route leading to the cave's entrance materialized in Chu Mo's eyes amidst the perilous surroundings of the cave. Precise and with an exquisitely sharp angle, it deftly circumvented all threats. Chu Mo stepped forward, his trajectory perfectly aligning with the designated path, arriving at the cave's threshold. The array, meticulously arranged by a late-stage cultivator, was utterly ineffectual to him, a mere mortal. Within the cave, a faint and erratic aura emanated, barely perceptible. He gently parted the vines, and moonlight cascaded through the crevice in the cave's ceiling. Inside, Luo Jin sat cross-legged, her exquisitely beautiful, cold countenance now drained of all color, cold sweat trickling down her forehead and dampening her temples. She tightly shut her eyes, her long lashes trembling violently. She was in a state of debilitating weakness. Unable to sense any fluctuations of spiritual power, her breath faint like that of a gravely ill mortal woman. She was acutely aware of her vulnerability. Not to mention a cultivator, even a robust mortal warrior would pose a formidable threat to her. Thus, she had chosen this seemingly foolproof hiding spot. However, a sudden, clear sound of footsteps echoed through the silent cave. Unhurried, yet resonating like the relentless beat of a nightmare, they struck terror into Luo Jin's heart. Who? How could there be someone here? She had deliberately selected such a remote location and set up an array. Luo Jin abruptly opened her eyes, shock and panic flooding her cold, phoenix-like gaze. At the cave's entrance stood a youth clad in black, his silhouette consuming the moonlight as he slowly advanced. Is it him? The memory of the cultivator stirred within her. She recognized Chu Mo, one of the offspring from the Chu family she had seen earlier that day. At that moment, he had appeared as inconsequential as a speck of dust. But now, coincidence? Luck? There was no time to ponder how he had circumvented the array to find her. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest, a visceral fear seizing her from the depths of her soul, cold sweat streaming down her face. Yet, in an instant, she forcibly regained her composure. I must not panic. I must never let him perceive my weakness. He is unaware of my lost powers. The intimidation of cultivators over mortals is formidable. If I can only frighten off this insignificant insect, I will be safe. Mortal. Luo Jin's voice maintained an icy and authoritative tone, although it betrayed a hint of tremor. You dare intrude upon my sacred place of cultivation? Do you seek death? Chu Mo halted, standing not far from her, observing her pale visage and her eyes, which feigned calmness. A cold, amused smile curved his lips. Luo Fairy. What audacity propels you to utter such words? His gaze, devoid of warmth, scrutinized her as if she were an intriguing plaything. You are, after all, devoid of spiritual power. Your meridian sealed, your cultivation entirely lost, are you not? Chu Mo's words struck Luo Jin like a thunderclap, resonating violently within her mind. Her pupils suddenly constricted to mere pinpoints, and it felt as if the very blood coursing through her veins had instantaneously solidified. Chapter 3. The frigid fairy kneels in plea. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. How could he possibly know? How is this conceivable? An unprecedented terror, akin to an icy abyss, swiftly engulfed Luo Jin entirely. She fixed her gaze intently on Chu Mo's face, her mind a blank slate. The smile that seemed warm yet was devoid of any warmth chilled her more than the most dreadful nightmare imaginable. No, remain calm. I must maintain my composure. She forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves surging within her heart. He must be attempting to take advantage of my weakness to kill me, ensuring the Chu family's victory. But he is merely a mortal. As long as I feign that my powers remain intact and intimidate him, there remains a chance to catch him off guard and eliminate him. Where did you, Luo Jin, hear such madness? She rose, a cold smile gracing her lips. My powers have not diminished. Clearly, someone wishes for you to find me and deliver my demise, fabricating lies to deceive you. Luo Jin discreetly amassed the little strength she had left, inching closer to Chu Mo as she spoke. Devoid of spiritual energy, she exerted all her might to exude an oppressive aura. Who informed you of this falsehood? She pressed on, closing the distance. That person who dared to disturb my tranquil cultivation deserves nothing short of death. If you divulge their identity, I may spare your life. At that moment, Luo Jin was merely 2 steps away from Chu Mo. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. A dagger slipped from her sleeve, shimmering with chill as she summoned all her strength to strike at Chu Mo's heart with lightning speed. However, a soft chime resonated. The dagger, infused with all her hopes, was effortlessly caught between the 2 fingers of Chu Mo, who had anticipated her move with ease. Not a fraction of it advanced. The ferocity on Luo Jin's face froze instantaneously. The playful curve of Chu Mo's lips deepened. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the dagger slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. In the next instant, slap! A resounding smack echoed as it struck Luo Jin's pale, exquisite face with tremendous force. The sheer power of the blow sent her hurtling through the air, crashing against the stone wall. Her cheek burned with pain, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, and one side of her face rapidly swelled. Luo Jin was utterly stunned. Humiliation. An indescribable humiliation. She had been struck by a mere mortal. Before she could regain her senses, a shadow loomed closer. A cold, powerful hand seized her delicate neck like an iron vice. A choking sensation overwhelmed her. Her face flushed crimson as she futilely attempted to pry the hand away, but it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. She was hoisted into the air by Chu Mo's single hand, her feet dangling. The specter of death felt alarmingly real. Luo Jin was thoroughly panicked. All her pride and pretense crumbled in an instant. Let me go. She struggled to force the words out. You cannot kill me. I am a cultivator, a disciple of the Lingshu sword sect. If you kill me, my master and sect will not let you go. You will flatten the Chu family, annihilate your entire lineage. This was her final support. She did not believe that mere mortals would dare to offend a sect of cultivators. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo relaxed his grip slightly, allowing her a moment to breathe. A glimmer of hope ignited in Luo Jin's eyes, yet she was met with Chu Mo's chilling laughter and foreboding words. What of it? With a resounding thud, Chu Mo's fist struck fiercely against Luo Jin's delicate abdomen. She gasped as if struck by lightning, instantly curling into a fetal position. A mixture of gastric fluid and blood spewing forth as she crashed to the ground, racked by violent coughs and tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. The excruciating pain sent tremors through her body, but what filled her with despair even more were Chu Mo's subsequent words. After all, the Chu family is destined for demise. A mere mortal such as myself can slay a cultivator and drag the Su family down with it. How can it be said that Chu Mo is not in a position of power? He regarded her coldly. What do you say, Miss Luo? This madman. Luo Jin's heart plunged into an abyss of despair. He truly dared to kill her. Stripped of all means, a profound fear gripped her, rendering her body icy. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally uttered, "No, please don't kill me." Her voice trembled, devoid of any remaining pride. "I will agree to anything you ask." She was terrified. In the face of death, there was no distinction between immortals and mortals. Chu Mo observed the once haughty fairy, now reduced to a pitiful figure pleading for mercy before him, a mere mortal. A twisted sense of satisfaction welled up within him. From his elevated position, he spoke in a low, oppressive tone. "Do you wish to live?" Luo Jin nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. "Very well." Chu Mo raised his index finger and pointed downwards, commanding, "Kneel and bow your head to me." Luo Jin's body stiffened, her pupils dilating in disbelief. kneel and bow, to prostrate herself, a renowned cultivator, before a mortal she looked down upon. A fierce resistance surged within her. Her pride and dignity fought desperately against the command. But to refuse meant death. The struggle was vividly etched across her face. Ultimately, the terror of death overpowered all else. Luo Jin bit her lip until it bled, her body trembling uncontrollably. Then, under Chu Mo's unwavering gaze, she slowly and humiliatingly bent her knees. Thud! Her knees struck the cold ground. The once proud fairy bowed her head, her forehead gradually pressing against the dusty earth. This act of submission seemed to drain her of all strength, utterly shattering her pride. At that moment, a foot, imbued with an undeniable force, pressed against the back of her head, twisting lightly in a humiliating manner. Luo Jin trembled violently, overwhelmed by rage, shame, and humiliation. Tears cascaded uncontrollably, soaking the ground beneath her. Excellent. Chu Mo's voice resonated with satisfaction. Miss Luo, you are quite astute. He withdrew his foot and gazed at the prostrate Luo Jin. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Open your mind and resist not at all. I intend to plant a secret technique within you. If you obey, you shall live. Luo Jin lowered her head, a profound resentment flickering in her eyes. A secret technique? What formidable secret could a mere mortal, devoid of spiritual power, possibly wield? It was likely a watered-down version capable of merely controlling ordinary people. Once she regained her strength, she would repay today's humiliation 100-fold, ensuring he would find no escape from his plight. Her heart brimmed with hatred, yet she dared not reveal it. Responding in a voice barely above a whisper, yes. Chu Mo retrieved a black dagger inscribed with bizarre runes from his bosom. This is a disposable medium for the soul contract, designed to complement the arcane technique documented in that ancient tome. He pricked his fingertip, allowing droplets of blood to fall into the grooves of the runes. The symbols on the dagger instantly glowed with an enchanting crimson light. Holding the dagger firmly, Chu Mo approached Luo Jin and half-squatted before her. He lifted his gaze. Luo Jin, humiliated, raised her tear-streaked and dirt-stained face. Even at such proximity, her breathtaking beauty remained undiminished. Chu Mo positioned the dagger against her forehead, sternly instructing, remember, do not resist, or death will be your fate. The cold tip of the dagger pressed against her brow, causing Luo Jin to shudder. The instinct for survival compelled her to suppress any thoughts of rebellion. She tightly closed her eyes, relinquishing her mind. With a swift motion, the dagger pierced her brow slightly, blood oozing forth. Chu Mo began to chant an obscure incantation. His blood transformed into delicate crimson threads, merging into the wound on Luo Jin's forehead, vanishing from sight. A faint hum emanated from the black dagger before it shattered with a crack, turning to dust. It is done, Chu Mo mused. The disposable medium could only be crafted after achieving immortality, yet he had successfully harnessed Luo Jin as a conduit to that path. Luo Jin felt a slight pain at her brow, as if nothing had transpired. She frowned, initially believing it to be mere theatrics. The next moment, however, Chu Mo's commanding voice rang out resolutely. Undress. What? Luo Jin's eyes flew open in disbelief as she stared at Chu Mo. Remove your clothes, he reiterated. His tone flat yet imbued with an eerie compulsion. Luo Jin wished to refuse, yet her body was wholly unresponsive. Trembling fingers fumbled with her sash, and her garments fell away, revealing her snowy shoulders. No, please no. Luo Jin, in utter disbelief, was engulfed in terror and humiliation, crying out, stop, please stop. She fought desperately to regain control over her body, but the command from her very soul rendered her powerless. Despair surged within Luo Jin. She had truly become a fish on the chopping block. As her undergarment began to loosen, Chu Mo nodded, stroking his chin. The efficacy of the soul contract was indisputable. Moreover, it must be said, Luo Jin indeed possessed remarkable qualities. The assessment was one of overwhelming contempt. You dare to touch me, and I shall take my own life. Luo Jin's voice trembled suddenly, laced with resolve. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Just moments ago, she was willing to submit. He could hardly believe that Luo Jin was some kind of virtuous noblewoman. The reason? I cannot lose my primordial Yin before reaching the golden core stage. Otherwise, my cultivation will collapse, and progress will be nearly impossible. The soul contract sensed that Luo Jin was not lying, and there was indeed a strong desire for self-destruction within her. After a brief contemplation, Chu Mo suppressed his more enticing thoughts. Although he could control Luo Jin to prevent her from taking her own life, this woman still held significant utility. She was at the late foundation establishment stage, and for him, who lacked the ability to protect himself in the realm of cultivation. Having someone who could soon advance to the golden core stage was invaluable. It would be unwise to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. With a flicker of thought, the power that controlled Luo Jin's body vanished in an instant. Luo Jin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She hurriedly adjusted her clothing, wrapping herself tightly, her body trembling violently from fear and humiliation. The look she cast at Chu Mo was rife with terror and hatred. Chu Mo rose to his feet, adjusting his dark attire. "Tomorrow, I will personally participate in the competition," he commanded from his elevated position. "At that time, I will issue commands through my thoughts. You will cooperate with me in this charade. Do you understand?" The plan was for Luo Jin not to appear without her. The Chu and Su families had an even chance. Should she enter and feign a match, the Chu family would undoubtedly prevail. Luo Jin, humiliated, lowered her head, her teeth nearly biting through her lip. "I understand. Excellent. I shall take my leave now. You are to arrive on time tomorrow." Chu Mo's words carried the weight of the soul contract, ensuring Luo Jin's compliance. With that, he turned and strode into the moonlight. Left alone in the cave, Luo Jin curled up, her garments disheveled, tears still fresh on her cheeks, her eyes filled with shame and despair. This wretched, lowly mortal not only humiliated her tonight, but would also force her to display her noble identity as a cultivator before the eyes of all the common folk tomorrow. To play the part of both the villain and the savior, how infuriating. Chapter 4. Complete domination. Over an hour passed. Luo Jin sat cross-legged within the cave, distinctly feeling that reassuring force gradually returning. Her withered meridians, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain, began to fill with spiritual energy once more. She slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. That mortal was merely taking advantage of her weakness, using some secret method to temporarily control her. Fortunately, no known secret technique could traverse the chasm between the foundation establishment stage and the realm of mortals to truly manipulate the soul of a cultivator. Once she fully recovered, that so-called secret method would undoubtedly fail due to the vast disparity in their strengths. At that time, she would rend that ant to pieces, extracting its soul and refining its essence to avenge this profound humiliation and quell the hatred within her heart. This was also the fundamental reason she had chosen to endure and bide her time earlier. As a stick of incense burned quietly, Luo Jin suddenly opened her eyes wide. Two beams of brilliance flashing from their depths, an overwhelming aura unconsciously radiating from her. Her cultivation was fully restored. She suddenly rose, her aura surging, her moonlit white dress rustling, a chilling and bone-piercing intent of murder emanating fiercely. She intended to fly to the Chu family immediately and tear apart the mortal who dared to desecrate her. However, the moment this thought arose, a deafening pain, indescribable and as if it would rend her very soul, erupted violently from the depths of her consciousness, akin to countless red-hot needles piercing cruelly. Luo Jin let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her exquisitely beautiful face, now restored to color, twisted in agony as her delicate frame trembled violently. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she fell straight towards the cold ground. Thud! She clutched her head tightly with both hands, writhing in agony on the dust-laden earth, convulsing. Veins bulged on her forehead, and beads of cold sweat drenched her hair and garments. Luo Jin found it hard to believe. For as long as she harbored even a fraction of murderous intent towards Chu Mo, or any thought of rebellion, that soul-rending pain would mercilessly descend upon her, making her wish for death, as if her very essence were to be crushed. No, it cannot be. Luo Jin bit down on her silver teeth, blood seeping from her gums. She bore the excruciating pain that penetrated to her bones, once again frantically channeling her recently restored spiritual energy, attempting to break free from the invisible shackles. Yet, the agony intensified, as if it sought to utterly shred her soul into dust. She curled up on the icy ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, emitting muffled and pained groans, her consciousness beginning to blur. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, before that seemingly endless torment gradually receded like a tide. Luo Jin lay spent upon the ground, gasping for breath. Her body was drenched in fragrant sweat, her hair disheveled and clinging to her pale cheeks, resembling one who had just emerged from the water in a state of utter disarray. In her eyes, there was no longer a trace of the earlier coldness and murderous intent. Only endless fear and bewilderment remained. She had finally come to recognize a cruel truth that rendered her breathless. The strange secret method sown by that mortal still firmly controlled her life and will. Even in her prime, she, a disciple of the Lingshu sword sect, a genius in sword cultivation, an esteemed cultivator admired by countless others, had been completely manipulated by a mortal she regarded as mere dust, akin to an ant. The thought of being subjected to that mortal's whims in the future, potentially enduring humiliation 100-fold or 1,000-fold worse than the night before, sent her heart plummeting into an abyss of desolation, icy dread piercing her very core. Regret. Endless regret gnawed at her insides like a venomous serpent. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have preferred to fight desperately the previous night, even to the point of death, rather than endure this living hell, stripped of all dignity. Luo Jian's gaze grew numb, her entire being lost in despair. The following morning dawned. In the heart of Qingstone City, the vast arena was already a cacophony of voices, bustling with activity. The scorching sun rendered the bluestone ground somewhat heated, and the air was thick with a fervent blend of tension and excitement. Almost the entire populace of the city had gathered here, each person craning their necks in anticipation, awaiting the commencement of a contest that would determine the fate of Qingstone City for the coming decades. At the center of the arena stood a platform approximately 10 feet high. Seated in the central grand chair was a middle-aged official clad in a green robe, his demeanor solemn and commanding. He would serve as the judge for the duel between the Chu and Su families, tasked with recording the results and reporting them to the provincial government. The rules had been clearly stated. Each family would dispatch one fighter to engage in a life-or-death contest, where the vanquished would lose everything, and the victor would reign supreme. From the Su family, the combatant was Luo Jian, while the Chu family was represented by Chu Mo. Except for the core members of the Chu family who were privy to the fact that this match would be staged, the rest of the audience held little faith in Chu Mo, their jeers echoing throughout the arena. The Su family went so far as to mock and deride, believing the Chu family had already surrendered. However, as the official announced the beginning of the contest, Chu Mo drew a dagger from behind him. He managed to evade several strikes and engaged Luo Jian in close combat. Ultimately, he delivered a swift kick that sent her sprawling to the ground, his blade poised menacingly at her throat. The crowd fell into stunned silence. "I concede," Luo Jian stammered, her hair disheveled, her clothing slightly disordered, and her exquisitely cold beauty marred by disbelief. The arena was enveloped in quietude. "No, this is impossible. Have I lost my senses? How could a cultivator be bested by a mere mortal warrior? How did Chu Mo achieve this?" After a brief, stunned silence, the arena erupted into a tumult of astonished gasps and discussions, as if the very venue itself might be overturned. The smile on the Su family patriarch's face froze, as though doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving him chilled to the bone. His legs buckled, and he collapsed into his chair. The other members of the Su family felt a sense of absurdity and confusion. The official on the platform also remained dazed for a considerable time before abruptly regaining his composure. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress the tumult within his heart and announced in a resounding voice, "The Chu family, Chu Mo wins." A deafening cheer erupted from the Chu family's ranks. Chu Mu, overwhelmed with joy, covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face. Chu Mingyuan also felt a surge of excitement, gripping his wife's hand tightly. Chu Mo slowly rose, retracting his dagger, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those who had once scorned and ridiculed him. Now, those expressions were replaced with awe and disbelief. That day, news of Chu Mo's victory over a celestial being with the body of a mortal swept through Qingstone City like a tempest. Countless mundane souls, who had not witnessed the duel with their own eyes, were left utterly speechless and profoundly shaken upon hearing the news. The city of Qingshi was set ablaze with excitement. All due to Chu Mo concurrently, the provincial officials decreed that the Su family was to be immediately expelled from Qingshi, with all their assets reverting to the Chu family. The Chu residence was bustling with visitors, as merchants and social dignitaries flocked to offer their congratulations and gifts, eager to forge connections. In stark contrast, the Su family faced a dire fate. Those who once flattered and ingratiated themselves with the head of the Su family now recoiled in fear, avoiding him as if he were venomous, desperate to evade any association. In a single night, the patriarch of the Su family plummeted from the heights of fortune into the depths of despair, abandoned by all, with nowhere left to turn. That night, Chu Mo returned to his quarters, where he found Luo Jian silently seated in a corner, dressed in a moonlit white gown. Her presence rendered even more ethereal by the dim candlelight. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes seemed almost ablaze with fury, fixed intently upon Chu Mo. Memories of the humiliation in the cave and the public defeat on the training platform pierced her heart like the sharpest of blades, fueling an unprecedented hatred towards him. Were it not for the accursed binding of the secret method, she would have lunged at him without hesitation, ready to tear this detestable mortal to shreds. You performed admirably in the staged match, and I am quite satisfied, Chu Mo remarked, pouring himself a cup of tea with a tone of indifference. Now, I have another matter to discuss. Luo Jin remained impassive. Discuss? You mean to issue a command, do you not? Your awareness of the situation is indeed commendable, he continued. After a brief pause, he stated plainly, I require your guidance in cultivating immortality. You wish for me to teach you the ways of cultivation. Luo Jin inhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent and humiliation that surged within her. She patiently explained, to cultivate immortality, one must join a sect. A sect? Indeed, she elaborated. The spiritual veins, spiritual minds, and heavenly treasures of this realm are predominantly controlled by the major immortal sections. Independent cultivators are left with little hope. Moreover, gaining entry into a sect is no simple task. A mortal must either be a prodigy recommended by someone influential or possess the backing of a dynastic power, providing substantial benefits to the sect. Otherwise, they may not even touch the gate. Chu Mo furrowed his brow. This situation resembled that of wealthy families in the mundane world, monopolizing all business lifelines, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to rise above their station. To acquire resources, one must have connections or become part of their ranks, serving them to gain even a meager share of the spoils. The delineation of interests and affiliations had long since established an absolute hierarchy. To disrupt this inequitable distribution, rebellion was the only recourse. Yet, the formidable powers within the cultivation realm suppressed all dissent, rendering such resistance futile. Countless ants could not hope to shake the towering tree. You mentioned recommendations earlier. Do you possess any means to facilitate my entry into a sect? Chu Mo inquired, resolved to align himself with the Lingshu Sword sect, which stood behind Luo Jin. I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Lingshu Sword sect. Luo Jin spoke with a hint of pride. Indeed, she possessed the qualifications to recommend someone to enter the outer sect. However, the prerequisite was that the individual must possess sufficient aptitude for cultivating immortality. How to assess such aptitude? By drawing the spiritual energy into the body. Luo Jin stated, I shall impart to you a fundamental technique for drawing in energy. You must attempt to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, draw it into your body, and circulate it through your meridians. The duration it takes to successfully draw energy into the body will provide a rough gauge of your talent. Generally speaking, if one can successfully draw energy within a month, it is considered a meager possibility of attaining immortality. To gain entry into the Lingshu Sword sect's outer sect through my recommendation, one must succeed within 5 days at the very least. Achieving success within 3 days would be exceptional. If one were to accomplish this in a single day, Luo Jin cast a sidelong glance at Chu Mo, her tone veiled with subtle disdain. That would indicate extraordinary talent with the potential to become a true disciple of the sect. Having said this, Luo Jin conveyed a complex technique to Chu Mo, then seated herself nearby, closing her eyes to meditate, no longer paying him any mind. A mere young master from a mundane town, lacking an outstanding lineage and prolonged guidance. Attempting to draw energy into his body within 5 days was nothing short of fanciful. In her perspective, Chu Mo would likely require at least 10 to 15 days, if not forever, to succeed. Chu Mo sat cross-legged, following the technique imparted by Luo Jin, focusing his mind and attempting to sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Time trickled away. Just as Luo Jin began to feel a twinge of boredom and contemplated rising to stretch her limbs, suddenly, her beautiful eyes snapped open. Swiftly turning toward Chu Mo, her face betraying a look of incredulous astonishment. Before her, Chu Mo was surrounded by strands of spiritual energy, as if drawn by an invisible force, visibly converging at an astonishing speed, forming a small vortex above his head. Was this a sign of successfully drawing energy into the body? How little time had passed. Chapter 6. Setting out to the Lingshu Sword sect. Luo Jin's eyes widened in shock. She fixed her gaze intently upon the visible, slowly rotating spiritual vortex above Chu Mo's head, her mind shaken to its core. From the moment she imparted the technique to this ordinary individual to the moment he called forth the spiritual energy, it could hardly have been more than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. In her own youth, she had been hailed as a prodigy in sword cultivation. Her initial attempt at drawing energy into her body had consumed a full 10 hours. That experience had been the foundation for her current status as a disciple of the inner sect of the Lingshu Sword sect, with hopes of advancing to true transmission. Yet, before this ordinary man, her own aptitude seemed but a firefly beneath the radiant moon, utterly insignificant. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Chuemo slowly opened his eyes, savoring the unprecedented sensation of energy flowing through his limbs. An extraordinary feeling of comfort coursed through every fiber of his being. He had not anticipated that his aptitude would be quite commendable. What do you think, Miss Luo? Is this meager talent sufficient for a recommendation? Luo Jin took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous shock within her heart. Her fair and delicate features regained their customary coolness and aloofness. It is barely adequate, she commented with a stubborn demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In truth, with Chumo's talent, it was more than sufficient for him to become a true disciple of the sect. The Lingshu Sword sect periodically offers a quota, allowing those recommended for entry to bypass the outer sect stage if they possess exceptional talent, directly entering the inner sect to apprentice under the elders of the sect. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Chuemo is bound to secure this opportunity. Strangely, a trace of disdain and humiliation diminished within Luo Jin's heart. It seemed preferable to be driven by a genius of cultivation rather than by a lowly mortal. With this in mind, we shall set forth tomorrow to the Lingshu Sword sect, Chuemo decisively declared. He continued, prior to our departure, I humbly request that Miss Luo impart to me a cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, Luo Jin silently retrieved an antiquated jade slip from her storage ring, reluctantly extending it towards Chuemo. This is the most fundamental qi refining technique of the Lingshu Sword sect, the spirit guiding technique. Take it and familiarize yourself with it. Chuemo accepted the jade slip, his fingertips brushing against the cool stone. Objective, spirit guiding technique. Information, basic technique of the Lingshu Sword sect. Limited to the qi refining stage, capable of reaching the 9th layer of qi refining. Its advantage lies in its balanced nature, causing no harm to the meridians and facilitating future transitions to other advanced techniques. Chuemo raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Miss Luo, does your esteemed Lingshu Sword sect possess no more formidable techniques? With a suppressed emotion, Luo Jin maintained her cold tone, though this spirit guiding technique is not particularly powerful. It is the optimal foundation for the foundation establishment stage, ensuring no irreversible alteration to the meridians. After establishing the foundation, you may transition to any other techniques you desire. Various techniques are available in the sect's technique pavilion. Chuemo sensed through their soul bond that Luo Jin's words were truthful, and thus refrained from further inquiries. He quietly delved into the teachings of the spirit guiding technique. Observing the calm and unruffled profile of Chuemo, Luo Jin's heart grew increasingly complex and inscrutable. This man was enveloped in an array of perplexing mysteries. He could accurately locate her carefully chosen hiding place, stealthily circumventing the formations she had personally laid. He also discerned her greatest secret, the fatal weakness stemming from her loss of cultivation during her infancy. Most importantly, he possessed an unheard of, tyrannical secret technique capable of directly manipulating her soul, rendering her akin to a mere puppet at his whim. Now, he exhibited such extraordinary talent in cultivation. Were it not for Chumo's apparent ignorance of the myriad common practices within the cultivation world, appearing as a novice, she might even suspect that he was the reincarnation of a formidable being, controlled by such a mysteriously adept and terrifyingly talented individual. She feared that she would truly never have a chance to rise again. As these thoughts surged within her, a profound sense of helplessness and indignation welled up in Luo Jin's heart. Yet that sorrowful rage lasted but a fleeting moment, as she resolutely steeled herself. Her delicate hands clenched. No, she could not yield. She must discover a way to turn the tide and free herself from this person's grasp, regardless of the cost. The following day, as dawn's light began to break, Chuemo bid farewell to his parents. When Chu Mingyuan and his mother learned that their son had not only successfully cultivated internal energy, but also possessed an extraordinary talent for immortality, and had received a recommendation from a revered celestial being to study at the legendary and elusive sect of immortal cultivation, they were filled with astonishment and joy, unable to contain their excitement. Wonderful, truly wonderful, Chu Mingyuan exclaimed, his face flushed with elation as he heartily patted Chuemo on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. My son is indeed a dragon among men, not a mere creature of the pond. Go forth, Mor. Boldly pursue your dream of immortality. As for matters at home, Your father shall handle them. You need not worry even a fraction. The Cheshire city was now firmly under the Chu family's dominion, with no rival posing a threat, allowing Chu Mo to depart with peace of mind. Chu's mother tightly grasped his hand, her eyes already glistening with tears of emotion, reiterating her countless admonitions. Mo, the journey ahead is long and arduous, and the path of immortality is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution and never act recklessly. Take good care of yourself. Do not let us worry. With that, she pressed a heavy silk pouch into Chu Mo's hand. Here is some travel money. Carry it with you and do not let yourself suffer while you are away. If you find the time, do not forget to return home for a visit. A wave of warmth surged through Chu Mo's heart as he solemnly accepted the pouch from his mother. He bowed deeply to his parents before turning to face the rising sun, stepping forth with a resolute and unwavering demeanor. As the dawn light began to emerge, the thin mist still lingered. Chu Mo departed alone from the familiar Cheshire city. At the 10-mile-long pavilion outside the city, Luo Jin awaited him. Clad in a simple moon-white dress, her back adorned with the autumn water sword, exuding an ethereal chill, resembling an otherworldly being untouched by mortal affairs, starkly contrasting with the surrounding mundane scenery. Let us go, Chu Mo said. At his words, Luo Jin gracefully raised her hand, summoning her flying sword. Step aboard. She first stepped onto the sword, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Mo. Without hesitation, he followed suit. The sword hummed as it soared into the sky, carrying the two of them aloft. To stabilize their position, Chu Mo extended his arm, encircling Luo Jin's slender waist, which felt like warm jade in his grasp. The astonishing sensation coursed through him, even through the thin fabric of her attire. Luo Jin's body trembled involuntarily, as if struck by lightning. Two unusual blushes instantly adorned her exquisitely cold and beautiful cheeks. How had she ever experienced such intimate contact with any man? Why, you are holding too tightly, Chu Mo replied. Luo Xinzi, you may not be aware. I am but a mere mortal, compelled to ensure my own safety. Should I inadvertently tumble from this height, it would spell my utter demise. As he spoke, his arm encircling Luo Jin's waist subtly tightened, even daring to caress her in a manner most improper. You are the epitome of shamelessness. Luo Jin seethed, her silver teeth clenched, her delicate frame trembling slightly with indignation. She wished fervently to pierce this audacious scoundrel through to the core. Yet, the profound constraints binding her soul rendered her powerless against Chu Mo's intimate advances. She could only endure this unprecedented humiliation with a heart aflame with resentment towards him. The flying sword darted through the air like a streak of light, albeit somewhat erratically, swaying and jostling, clearly reflecting its owner's tumultuous state of mind. During the flight, Chu Mo, seeking distraction, attempted to manipulate the system, hoping to access the spirit stones carried by Luo Jin from a distance, just as he had previously in the Chu family's treasury. However, the system's cold notification resounded in his mind. The target's loyalty and trust towards the host are insufficient for remote withdrawal operations. Chu Mo pondered this revelation. It seemed that his previous ability to access the treasures of the Chu family was not solely due to his status as the eldest son with the requisite privileges, but also because of the profound trust and recognition he had earned from his family. In contrast, Luo Jin was tightly bound by the soul contract, harboring no trust in him whatsoever. Alas, one cannot force a sweet fruit from a reluctant vine. Fortunately, there was an abundance of water to quench his thirst. It appeared that transforming the aloof fairy into a willing benefactor would require a gradual approach and careful guidance. Although cultivators can subsist on air and dew, Chu Mo, at present, could barely draw energy into his body, remaining within the realm of mortals and unable to fast. He still needed to eat and rest periodically. According to Luo Jin, a cultivator must at least reach the mid-stage of qi refinement to endure extended periods without sleep. Only upon attaining the late stage of qi refinement could one meditate in place of sleep, albeit still requiring regular intervals for recuperation. As dusk approached, the setting sun bathed the horizon in a resplendent orange-red hue. Luo Jin descended the flying sword into a secluded forest. Go hunt some game, Chu Mo declared as he leapt down, stretching lazily and issuing commands with an air of entitlement. Luo Jin's beautiful eyes widened in shock, trembling slightly with a mix of shame and anger. To demand that a distinguished cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment undertake such crude hunting tasks was an affront of the highest order. Ultimately, she gritted her silver teeth, turning to venture into the woods. Before long, she returned, carrying a plump rabbit that had been meticulously prepared. Her face was frosty, and she disdainfully tossed the rabbit at Chu Mo's feet. Unfazed by her demeanor, Chu Mo skillfully kindled a campfire. He skewered the rabbit with a stick and began to roast it slowly over the flames. From his portable bag, he retrieved an assortment of meticulously crafted condiments and evenly sprinkled them over the rabbit meat. These seasonings were the result of his dedicated research, inspired by memories from a previous life, aimed at revitalizing his family's enterprise. They had once sold out in Qingstone City, yielding substantial profits for the Chu family. The conflict between the Su and Chu families had erupted largely due to this matter, as it had significantly infringed upon the Su family's interests. Care for a bite? Chu Mo inquired, glancing over at Luo Jin. No need. I have already begun my fasting. Luo Jin coldly averted her gaze, her tone rigid and devoid of emotion. Soon, the rich aroma of the roasted meat, mingled with the exotic spices, wafted through the tranquil forest, arousing one's appetite. The tantalizing scent that wafted to her nostrils caused Luo Jin to involuntarily swallow hard. Once the rabbit was perfectly roasted, Chu Mo tore off a leg and indulged himself with gusto. Luo Jin cast several furtive glances at him, but ultimately restrained herself. It was only at such moments that she could maintain a semblance of dignity in her resolve. Yet, it was a torturous endeavor, struggling to support herself on her arm. Her delicate frame trembled slightly. Luo Fairy, come over and massage my shoulders. After carrying you for an entire day, I'm rather weary. Chu Mo mumbled through his mouth full of succulent rabbit leg, his tone exceedingly casual. What an insufferable rogue. This was utterly intolerable. Luo Jin found herself infuriated, her anger boiling within her as her delicate hands clenched, yearning to drive her sword into Chu Mo's heart at that very moment. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, she begrudgingly approached him from behind, extending her slender hands, laden with reluctance and deep disdain, to knead his shoulders. Chu Mo sighed in satisfaction. Suddenly, Luo Jin seemed to sense something, her delicate brows knitting ever so slightly. Her gaze swept toward the depths of the dark, shadowy forest nearby. As dusk descended and the moonlight ascended, within a hidden mountain stronghold, a burly one-eyed man sat confidently in a tiger-skin chair. He was the leader of this band of robbers, possessing strength at the peak of innate abilities, among the finest of mortals. A scout, with a sharp face and furtive eyes, bowed and reported the situation. Reporting to the chief, I just spotted a man and woman in the western woods. The scout's face displayed a lewd expression as he continued. In all my years of wandering, I have never encountered such a stunning woman. She is even more beautiful than a celestial fairy. Oh, the one-eyed man expressed interest. Yet, he quickly considered the possibility that they might be cultivators. Exercising caution, he inquired, what were her actions? The scout replied, that woman was like a devoted wife, carefully attending to the man as he feasted on roasted meat. The one-eyed brute's eyes glimmered with a glint of mischief, a playful smile gracing his face. Are there any other guards accompanying that man? He inquired, reporting to the chief. No, it is just the two of them. The scout replied affirmatively. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed giant let out a sinister chuckle and abruptly rose from his tiger-skin chair. You lot, arm yourselves. Follow me into the woods. In his mind, since the woman was able to serve a mere mortal who had yet to attain enlightenment, she was most likely just an exceptionally beautiful maid, posing no threat. As for the man being attended to, the absence of any accompanying guard suggested he was overconfident in his own abilities. But what of it? He was a genuine peak innate warrior. The king of bandits within a 100-mile radius, feared by all. A mere mortal warrior, regardless of his prowess, could not shake the heavens. This night, the enchanting woman was destined to become his captive bride. Come on, everyone, perk up. Let us go have some fun tonight. The one-eyed brute waved his hand grandly, leading a group of armed ruffians, exuding a fierce aura as they stormed out of the mountain stronghold. In the storeroom, piles of silver ingots lay stacked high. In a dusty corner, a glimmering silver thread rested quietly, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, casting an otherworldly glow, unlike any ordinary object. Chapter 7. Obedience Test. Chu Mo finished the last rabbit leg, smacking his lips. Nonchalantly, he hinted, wouldn't it be nice if someone could wipe my mouth for me? He enjoyed testing the subservience of his attendants from time to time. Luo Jin's actions faltered slightly, her slender fingers tightening almost imperceptibly, as if she hadn't heard. She mechanically continued her massage. Chu Mo continued, if no one is willing to help me wipe it off, I might have to ask someone to do it mouth to mouth. This remark caused Luo Jin to tense up completely, a flicker of shame and disgust passing through her eyes, only to be forcefully suppressed. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a snow-white silk handkerchief from her storage ring and slowly approached Chu Mo. The handkerchief delicately brushed against the grease at the corner of his mouth, her movements seemingly meticulous. In reality, however, the pressure she applied was nearly enough to scrape his lip raw. Easy there, if you apply more force. I might just lose a layer of skin, Chu Mo remarked, seizing her cool wrist, the smile on his face becoming somewhat piercing. Luo Jin had no choice but to lessen her grip, her voice chillingly crisp. Is that sufficient? Just a moment. Chu Mo languidly stretched, the joints in his body crackling softly. I'm tired. I'm going to lie down, eat, and then sleep. Are you a pig? Luo Jin silently cursed, yet felt a wave of relief wash over her, preparing to discreetly retreat a few steps and distance herself from him. Just then, she heard Chu Mo's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, resonate once more. However, I am accustomed to sleeping with a pillow. Without one, I fear I shall not rest well. Luo Shinzi, please provide me with a knee pillow. Luo Jin bit her lower lip in trepidation, ultimately succumbing to embarrassment as she knelt before Chu Mo, adjusting her posture to present a proper knee pillow, anticipating the arrival of the head she despised. Chu Mo shifted closer, seemingly ready to recline, but instead turned his body and lay down, burying his face between Luo Jin's legs. Luo Jin froze, a wave of shame flooding her heart. The direction was all wrong. Who said one must lie down for a knee pillow? Can't one simply lean? Chu Mo mumbled. How is this even comfortable? What is the point? This way, one can savor the fragrance of 13 spices, he replied incoherently. 13 spices? Luo Jin furrowed her delicate brows, puzzled. Chu Mo ceased his chatter and wrapped his arms around her thighs, taking a deep, forceful breath. Luo Jin was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson. What is this position? A band of mountain bandits lurked among the trees, stealthily observing the two figures in the clearing. They were all taken aback. They knew what a knee pillow was, yet had never witnessed it employed in such a manner. The city folk certainly know how to play. No wonder we are relegated to being mere bandits. Attack. At last, a voice broke the silence, snapping the bandits back to reality. Hearing the commotion, Chu Mo stood and looked over, spotting a dozen burly men brandishing various weapons emerging from the shadows. The leader was a one-eyed giant, robust and brimming with a menacing aura. Mountain bandits? Chu Mo fixed his gaze on the one-eyed leader. Target. Huang Hu, required for spying. 50 taels of silver, shall I spy? Yes. Information. The bandit leader, at the pinnacle of innate cultivation, is the strongest martial artist within 100 miles. The lair possesses over 20,000 taels of silver, along with a plethora of rare treasures. Chu Mo's eyes gleamed. Over 20,000 taels of silver and numerous rare items. This was a treasure trove indeed. Huang Hu's solitary eye glimmered with greed as it brazenly roamed from Luo Jin's flawless, enchanting visage down to her slender waist, nearly causing drool to escape the corner of his mouth. Kid, be sensible and hand this beauty over to me, he declared, brandishing his large saber at Chu Mo with a tone of arrogance. If I'm in a good mood today, perhaps I might spare your life. The bandits behind him erupted in raucous laughter, their gazes toward Luo Jin filled with unabashed lust and possessiveness. Chu Mo, unperturbed, rose to his feet, lightly brushing off the dust from his clothing. His tone as casual as though discussing the weather. Just leave one alive. This statement was directed at Luo Jin. Upon hearing those words, a sharp glint of murderous intent flashed in her cool phoenix eyes. Finally, something worthwhile to do. She slowly rose to her feet, an aura of piercing coldness descending upon the forest like an avalanche of ice from the heavens. The smile on Huang Hu's face instantly froze, his expression transforming in horror. He felt as though an invisible mountain bore down upon him, rendering his breath labored. Before he could react, Luo Jin's flying sword became a streak of blinding cold light, darting through the crowd like a specter. The sword's gleam fell like rain, both beautiful and lethally deadly. The air was filled with piercing screams, echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the night sky. Blood blossoms quietly unfolded under the chilling moonlight. In mere moments, aside from the deliberately spared Huang Hu and a few henchmen, the remaining bandits lay lifeless in pools of blood, none escaping the carnage. The fierce sword energy crisscrossed, carving deep gorges into the once solid ground, exposing bones beneath. Huang Hu's legs gave way, his body collapsing to the ground as though his very bones had been extracted. Trembling uncontrollably, he looked in disbelief at the formidable woman in white before him, then glanced at the composed Chu Mo beside her, his voice trembling violently with abject fear. A cultivator? How could that be possible? Chu Mo strolled leisurely towards Huang Hu, looking down upon him from a position of superiority. Huang Hu found the situation absurd beyond measure. How could a lofty cultivator serve a mere mortal who had yet to refine their essence? Observing Huang Hu, Chu Mo was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of pleasure, surging through him like a tidal wave. The once mighty earthly warriors who could have easily crushed him now appeared as insignificant as ants before him. The sensation of control, of supremacy over all, was more intoxicating than the sweetest nectar of the world. Yet, this was not enough. He still needed to harness Luo Jin's power, and in the future, he aimed to personally wield an absolute strength that would compel all to bow before him. Please spare my life, my lord. Huang Hu finally reacted, pressing his forehead against the icy ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy, his voice filled with terror. I, a mere wretch, failed to recognize your greatness. I was blind and dared to offend the immortal. I beg you to spare my insignificant life. Lead me to your stronghold and present all the treasures you have stolen. Chu Mo spoke in a tone of indifference. Yes, yes. Please, my lord, this way. Huang Hu exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rising and scurrying ahead to guide him, fearful of inciting the wrath of this harbinger of death. Within the bandit's stronghold, the storeroom was piled high with silver ingots, alongside a wealth of gold and jewels. Huang Hu fidgeted nervously beside Chu Mo. Help me gather these, Chu Mo instructed Luo Jin. With these treasures, his assets for intelligence gathering would be considerably enhanced. If based on Luo Jin's worth, he could conduct thorough investigations at least 5 times over. With a flick of her wrist, Luo Jin stored the gold and jewels into her spatial ring. Who truly were the bandits? Watching the years of hard work and dedication being stripped away, Huang Hu was on the verge of tears, yet he dared not utter a word of complaint. Just as Chu Mo was about to depart with his spoils, a flicker of movement caught his eye in the corner of the storeroom, where a shimmering silver thread lay quietly. Under the faint moonlight filtering through the window, the thread emitted an unusual and mysterious luster. What is this? Chu Mo inquired, pointing at the silver thread, addressing Huang Hu. Upon hearing this, Huang Hu quickly approached for a closer inspection, scratching his head uncertainly before responding, in answer to your query. My lord, this was taken from a passing merchant a few days ago. This thread is incredibly resilient, indestructible by blades, and impervious to fire. I am unsure of its purpose, so it has merely been left here. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's interest was piqued, and he immediately began to contemplate a probing inquiry. Target, silver thread, cost of inquiry, 500 taels of silver. Proceed with inquiry. Through numerous experiences of probing, Chu Mo understood that the funds required to investigate items were significantly less than those needed for gathering information about individuals, often even a mere fraction. However, the value of this silver thread was tenfold that of Huang Hu, a peak innate martial artist, indicating it was no ordinary object. Chu Mo chose to proceed. Information: the silk of a 4th-tier demon beast, the hell spider, is remarkably tough and cannot be damaged by cultivators below the nascent soul stage. It is an excellent material for refining weapons and can be used to create protective armor. A tempest of excitement surged within Chu Mo. The silk of the hell spider, impervious to destruction below the nascent soul stage. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Silently, he tucked the silk into his robe. As night deepened, in the most opulent chamber of the stronghold, candlelight flickered. This room, once belonging to Huang Hu, was now occupied by Chu Mo. With a bed available, there was no need for him to return to the wilderness. At this moment, Chu Mo sat at the table, playfully handling the gleaming thread. Luo Jin sat beside him, her cold gaze sweeping over the thread. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she remarked with a hint of skepticism, "It is merely an ordinary silk thread. What is so remarkable about it?" Luo Jin did not believe that a mere thief's stronghold could harbor anything of value for her, a cultivator. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow at her response. Is that so? In that case, Miss Luo, why not test your sword to see if it can sever it? With a disdainful snort, Luo Jin displayed a trace of contempt. As a formidable late-stage foundation establishment sword cultivator, her sword, a premium artifact bestowed by her sect, could cut through iron like mud and sever hair with a breeze. How could an ordinary thread withstand a single strike from her? With a graceful flick of her wrist, she drew her sword, Imbued with fierce sword energy, and without hesitation, she aimed a powerful slash at the thread. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed. The sword's ethereal energy surged vigorously, yet it left no trace upon the seemingly delicate and fragile silver thread. Luo Jin's icy phoenix eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a canvas of incredulity. She glanced at the long sword in her hand, still sharp and unmatched, then at the intact spider silk, which bore not even a single scratch. How could this be possible? Observing her reaction, Chu Mo smirked and remarked, "This is the silk of the fourth-tier demon beast, the hell spider. It is nearly impossible for cultivators below the nascent soul stage to destroy it." Luo Jin's astonishment deepened. She couldn't fathom how Chu Mo, a mere mortal with scant knowledge of the cultivation world, could be aware of such esoteric matters. No, given the peculiarities Chu Mo had previously exhibited, it seemed quite plausible for him. With no time to delve into Chu Mo's secrets, Luo Jin's focus returned to the hell spider silk itself. Such a treasure, if fashioned into a protective armor, could potentially withstand even the full force of an attack from a golden core cultivator. The mere thought ignited a fierce greed within her heart. Yet, she found herself unable to muster the courage to request it from Chu Mo. Firstly, she lacked the standing to do so, and secondly, she had just dismissed the silk moments before. For a time, she could only wrestle with her internal conflict. Her gaze furtively darting towards the roll of spider silk in Chu Mo's hand, her mind in turmoil. Chu Mo observed her subtle gestures of hesitation and longing, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What is it, Miss Luo? Do you desire it?" he inquired, extending the hand that held the hell spider silk. Luo Jin, caught off guard by his directness, felt a slight tremor pass through her. The exquisite beauty of her face was instantly tinted with an unnatural blush. I merely believe this item to be quite extraordinary," she stammered, her voice barely rising above a whisper, biting her crimson lip. She struggled internally for some time before finally summoning the courage to admit, I want it." "Not a chance," Chu Mo decisively refused, retracting his hand. "As a servant, it is expected that you present valuable items to me, your master, rather than me bestowing rewards upon you. Especially since I was the one to discover it." Luo Jin's chest rose and fell rapidly, her anger nearly choking her. Forcing herself to suppress the surging fury and humiliation, she silently retreated to a corner of the room, seated herself in a meditative posture, and closed her eyes to calm her mind, striving to ignore her irritation. Unperturbed by Luo Jin's sulking, Chu Mo took the hell spider silk into his hands once more, examining it closely as it glinted sharply in the candlelight. From the information he had gathered, he understood that the silk could be crafted into a protective talisman of nascent soul grade. However, he currently lacked the means to forge such an item, and the quantity of silk he possessed was evidently insufficient to construct a complete set of armor. Wrapping it around his waist would likely be its limit, not to mention the chest, shoulders, and arms. Nevertheless, Chu Mo had a notion regarding how to utilize the hell spider silk. If this idea can be realized, upon his formal ascension to immortality, he shall possess an exceedingly formidable means of offense, a trump card to wield at his discretion. Holding the silk thread between his left thumb, index, ring, and little fingers, Chu Mo extended his right index finger, attempting to apply a gentle pressure in the middle. Soon, blood began to emerge from his fingertips. Chapter 8. Connections. The following day, as dawn's light gently illuminated the sky, Huang Hu, accompanied by a throng of bandits, respectfully escorted Chu Mo and Luo Jin from their mountain stronghold. It was only when their figures had completely vanished into the depths of the forest that Huang Hu dared to straighten his back, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. At last, he had seen off these two esteemed individuals. After years of banditry, their plunder had been entirely stripped away, and half of his brethren lay slain. This mountain was no longer a sanctuary for him. Perhaps he would attempt to return to the city for a livelihood another day. The shadows of pillaging had begun to haunt Huang Hu. Unbeknownst to Chu Mo, his unintentional actions had inadvertently catalyzed a transformation in the heart of a bandit leader. Beyond the forest, Luo Jin summoned her flying sword once more. Chu Mo, still unabashed, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, even tighter than the previous day, his palm nearly sinking into the soft fabric of her attire. The warmth of his breath occasionally brushed against her delicate, fair neck, stirring the strands of her hair. Luo Jin stiffened momentarily, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, yet she refrained from uttering further words. With time, one becomes accustomed to occurrences, and one's character is inevitably shaped by them. Just as a tree-lined path, frequented by many, gradually widens. Even the grass may be trimmed by the diligent hands of those with intent. If pruned meticulously, it could serve as a promotional asset, lauded as a natural wonder. Future travelers might come to adore this path. The flying sword sliced through the air, and the clouds roiled beneath. It was unclear how long they had flown, but ahead. The horizon unveiled a breathtaking expanse of majestic celestial mountains and exquisite pavilions, shrouded in mist, where celestial cranes soared and auspicious vapors danced in myriad threads. Countless magnificent peaks, like swords, pierced the heavens, adorned with palatial structures, each more intricate than the last, their eaves arching gracefully in a display of celestial craftsmanship. Rainbow bridges spanned the mountain heights, radiating with vibrant hues of light. A vast and solemn aura enveloped them, invoking a profound sense of awe. That was the Lingshu sword sect. Luo Jian's cool voice echoed softly as she turned to Chu Mo, explaining. The Lingshu sword sect is protected by a formidable mountain array, forbidding flight. We must enter through the main gate. With your innate talent for channeling energy into your body, should you perform well, there may be an opportunity for you to be directly recommended into the inner sect, sparing you the trials of the outer gates. The flying sword gently descended onto a spacious bluestone platform. Stepping off the sword, Chu Mo gazed upon the magnificent expanse of the Lingshu sword sect, and gradually, a surge of emotion welled within him. He instinctively extended his hand, grasping at the air, as if to enfold this colossal edifice within his palm. In the past decade, the Chu family and Qingshi city merely marked the inception of his journey in this world. Once, the cultivators loomed over him, figures he could only admire from afar. Yet, he firmly believed that one day, even in this very place, he would ascend to the pinnacle, dominating all, commanding everything. Just as those once exalted and seemingly untouchable cultivators appeared to him. No, even among the cultivators, he aspired to become that audacious existence, trampling upon others beneath his feet. He sought to live freely, unencumbered by the disdain or humiliation of others. Chu Mo and Luo Jin walked side by side towards a grand mountain gate. Towering at a height of 100 zhang, the gate was meticulously carved from a single piece of white jade, exuding an extraordinary aura. The 4 flamboyant golden characters of Lingshu sword sect were inscribed upon it, emanating an ancient and formidable pressure. Several disciples clad in uniform Taoist robes, their presence grave and focused, stood sentinel on either side of the gate, their gazes sharp as eagles. Luo Jin stepped forward, producing a jade token engraved with a sword emblem, and presented it to one of the guarding disciples. Inner sect disciple Luo Jin, returning from the outside. Upon hearing the words inner sect, the sharpness in the disciple's eyes softened, replaced by eagerness. He respectfully accepted the jade token, scrutinizing it carefully. Once satisfied, his gaze shifted to Chu Mo. Welcome back, senior sister Luo. And this is the new disciple I am introducing during my descent. Luo Jin replied calmly. The guarding disciple nodded, refraining from further inquiries. It was a customary affair for inner sect disciples to introduce newcomers. Senior sister, please. This junior disciple. Follow me. I shall escort you to the deacon hall for your entrance assessment. The guarding disciple gestured invitingly. Chu Mo followed the disciple through the mountain gate and into the sect's premises. Luo Jin initially intended to take this opportunity to part ways with Chu Mo, seeking to escape the grasp of this formidable presence, avoiding being manipulated at will. However, to her surprise, Chu Mo turned, a faint, inorganic smile gracing his face as he said, Senior sister, together. Upon entering the Lingshu sword sect, their titles naturally required adjustment. They were now siblings in the sect. Luo Jin halted, biting her silver teeth, reluctant yet compelled to follow Chu Mo. Within the Lingshu sword sect lay a realm of wonder, where spiritual energy was so dense it felt almost tangible, invigorating all who inhaled it. Pavilions and towers, along with spiritual herbs and ethereal flowers, were abundant. Occasionally, disciples soared through the air on their swords, their garments billowing, embodying the essence of immortality. After traversing the grounds for the duration of an incense stick, the guarding disciple brought Chu Mo before an imposing hall. Junior brother, this is the deacon hall for assessments. The managing elder, Brother Zhang, is inside, responsible for the entrance evaluations. Chu Mo expressed his gratitude and entered the deacon hall, where several others awaited. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman, evidently also new disciples. Among the 3 male disciples, one stood out remarkably. He was clad in a luxurious brocade robe, his countenance strikingly handsome. Yet an indelible air of arrogance lingered between his brows. With his chin slightly raised and a disdainful gaze, he seemed to regard no one with any esteem. At this moment, Brother Zhang, dressed in the uniform of a steward and responsible for the entrance examination, wore a broad smile as he inquired warmly after this individual. His demeanor exceedingly cordial. "Junior Brother Lin, after such a long journey, are you adjusting well? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your senior." "There is no need for formality." The man merely responded with a dismissive HM, his nostrils flaring slightly. Brother Zhang, undeterred, continued to beam with affability. Chu Mo observed the haughty gentleman, a thought flickering in his mind. Target, Lin Wujia. Required for insight, 500 taels of silver. Shall I proceed with the insight? Yes. Name, Lin Wujia. Identity, disciple of the Lingshu sword sect. Cultivation, initial stage of qi refinement, sword cultivator. Technique, spirit drawing art. Physique, yang yao body, relatively rare. Crucial intelligence. Lin Wujia is the illegitimate son of Elder Lin Zheng of the Lingshu sword sect. Elder Lin, having fathered a son late in life and with no other offspring, dotes on him excessively, investing substantial resources into his development. He has been brought back to the sect for careful cultivation. Elder Lin Zheng wields significant influence within the sect and possesses formidable connections outside it, which has fostered Lin Wujia's arrogant disposition. Regarding this entrance assessment, due to Elder Lin Zheng's confidence in Lin Wujia's innate talent and strength, having absorbed qi into his body in just one day, he made no extensive preparations in advance. Believing Lin Wujia could secure a recommendation for entry into the inner sect on his own merits, a sentiment Lin Wujia himself shared. So, he is indeed a beneficiary of connections. Unfortunately, it seems he may soon regret not having made prior arrangements. Chapter 9. A half-incense sticks time to absorb qi. Astonishing the crowd at this moment, Brother Zhang's gaze swept over Chu Mo, who had just entered, as well as Luo Jin, who stood quietly beside him. Initially, a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Upon recognizing Luo Jin, he promptly rose and clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, Sister Luo, it has been a long time. Your elegance remains unchanged." Luo Jin merely inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "And who might this be?" Brother Zhang inquired, turning his attention to Chu Mo. "This is my recommended new disciple, Chu Mo. You may assess him in the usual manner," Luo Jin replied succinctly, maintaining her aloof demeanor even within the sect. Observing her, a mischievous thought blossomed in Chu Mo's mind. Brother Zhang nodded, gesturing for Chu Mo to join the line of new disciples. Once everyone was present, Brother Zhang cleared his throat and began, "Esteemed junior brothers and sisters, welcome to the Lingshu sword sect. The first task of the entrance examination will involve the recommended individual testing how long it takes each of you to absorb qi into your body. This is crucial for evaluating your innate talent. You must respond truthfully." He paused, directing his gaze at the disciple on the far left. "You may go first." The disciple appeared somewhat nervous and bowed, stating, "Reporting to my senior, I am rather dull-witted. It took me 5 days to successfully absorb qi into my body." Brother Zhang nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying, and said, "Next." The disciples took 4.5 days. When it was the turn of a female disciple, her voice rang clear as she declared, "I accomplished it in 2.5 days." This achievement was already commendable. A hint of approval appeared on Brother Zhang's face. At last, it was Lin Wujia's turn. He curled his lips into a proud smile and declared in a resounding voice, "I, the disciple, have completed it in just 1 day." "What? 1 day?" Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in astonishment. The previous disciples displayed expressions of shock and envy. To draw in qi within a day was indeed the mark of a true disciple. Brother Zhang's face beamed with joy. "Excellent. Truly, Lin Shidi possesses extraordinary talent and is a pillar for our sect's future." His gaze towards Lin Wujia grew increasingly fervent and flattering. Lin Wujia reveled in the attention, his pride swelling even further. In truth, he had taken a day and an additional half an hour, but such trivial details were naturally disregarded. Brother Zhang's eyes finally fell upon Chu Mo, his enthusiasm somewhat tempered. After all, with such brilliance before him, he doubted that the composed and reserved youth could achieve anything remarkable. "Chu Shidi, what about you?" asked Brother Zhang, his tone gentle, mindful of the presence of Luo Jin, who had introduced Chu Mo. Chu Mo's expression remained tranquil as he replied softly, "Half a stick of incense." At this proclamation, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. The The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned sharply towards Chu Mo, as if he were an anomaly. Brother Zhang's smile froze. Lin Wujie's triumphant expression also became stiff. After a long pause, Lin Wujie was the first to break the silence, letting out a derisive snort. His tone laced with disdain and mockery. Half a stick of incense? Are you jesting? Do you think drawing in qi is as simple as eating or drinking? I believe you are merely spouting nonsense for attention. He was born with a silver spoon, lavished with abundant resources for cultivation. He was expected to be exceptionally gifted. No one could outshine him. No one could surpass his brilliance, to such an absurd degree. The other disciples gradually regained their composure. Their gazes towards Chu Mo filled with skepticism. Half a stick of incense to draw in qi? How could that be possible? It was unheard of, utterly preposterous. Brother Zhang furrowed his brow. Chu Mo, the matter of drawing in qi is of great significance and should not be taken lightly. Are you certain you are not lying? I can attest to this, a cool voice interjected as Luo Jin stepped forward, calmly meeting Brother Zhang's gaze. He indeed succeeded within half a stick of incense. Luo Jin's affirmation left everyone in shock once more. Lin Wujie's expression shifted slightly. Brother Zhang hesitated as well. Luo Jin, a distinguished disciple from the inner sect, held a position of considerable esteem, making it unlikely for her to brazenly fabricate a lie in such matters. Yet, the notion of a half-incense stick's duration was simply too absurd. Words alone held no weight. Lin Wujie scoffed, questioning whether they had colluded. At this, Luo Jin's gaze turned icy, ready to retaliate. Brother Zhang hurriedly stepped in front of her, whispering, "Sister Luo, he is the son of Elder Lin Zhang." Upon hearing this, Luo Jin furrowed her brow, hesitating briefly before emitting a cold huff, relinquishing her intent to contest. A look of satisfied provocation crossed Lin Wujie's face. In an effort to resolve the situation and quell the discontent between Luo Jin and Lin Wujie, Brother Zhang took a deep breath and proposed, "I have a suggestion. Our sect possesses a treasure for testing innate talent, the testing stone, which can directly reflect one's qualifications. Although its quantity is limited and there are restrictions on its usage. Given the circumstances today, we must employ it." He retrieved a stone roughly the size of a human head, dark and adorned with peculiar patterns, from his storage pouch. Seeing that both Luo Jin and Lin Wujie had tacitly agreed to proceed, Brother Zhang turned to Chu Mo and said, "Junior Brother Chu, place your hand upon it and infuse a trace of spiritual energy." Following his instructions, Chu Mo stepped forward, gently pressing his hand against the cold testing stone. He summoned the faint spiritual energy that had only recently awakened within him and slowly infused it into the stone. In the next moment, a resounding hum echoed. The testing stone trembled violently, erupting with a dazzling and resplendent spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. 7 colors intertwined and soared skyward, nearly lifting the entire ceiling of the Hall of Elders. The rich and pure fluctuations of spiritual energy spread outward like a tidal wave. Everyone present was left dumbfounded by this sudden spectacle, their mouths agape, unable to close for quite some time. Brother Zhang, too, was shaken to his core. He fixated on the radiating testing stone, glanced at the composed Chu Mo, and found his throat dry, struggling to swallow. 7-colored radiance? Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. The color drained from Lin Wujie's face in an instant. His voice trembled in disbelief. "No. Impossible. This cannot be happening. The stone must be defective. Yes, it must be broken. Let me try." In a fit of desperation, he surged forward, replacing Chu Mo and pressing his palm forcefully onto the testing stone. However, the stone merely flickered faintly. A pale white light, significantly dimmer than the brilliance displayed during Chu Mo's test, weakly illuminated the stone, in stark contrast to the magnificent 7-colored glow. It was akin to a firefly beside the full moon. Lin Wujie's expression shifted from madness to stupor, and then from stupor to a ghastly pallor. Brother Zhang struggled to swallow, his gaze darting between Chu Mo and the testing stone, which emitted a feeble afterglow. The gazes of several newly initiated disciples within the hall, previously laden with skepticism, now transformed into profound shock and disbelief as they regarded Chu Mo. Lin Wujie's countenance turned ashen. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. He could not fathom that a mere unknown youth could surpass his esteemed talent with such overwhelming dominance. This was impossible. Lin Wujie's voice was hoarse as he roared in defiance. The testing stone must surely be malfunctioning. Brother Zhang, I refuse to accept this. There must be an error in this result. Brother Zhang's expression betrayed his discomfort. He was acutely aware that the testing stone could not err. Luo Jin's cold gaze swept over Lin Wuji, and she spoke with a measured calmness. The evidence lies before us. What is there to dispute? She paused briefly before turning to Brother Zhang, her voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Brother Zhang, given Chu Mo's extraordinary talent, it is only fitting that he be directly recommended for entry into the inner sect as per the sect's regulations. I implore you to report the results accurately, lest there be any delay. Upon hearing her words, beads of cold sweat formed on Brother Zhang's forehead. On one side stood the exceptionally gifted newcomer and the resolute Luo senior sister. On the other, Lin Wuji, whose background was formidable. He shifted his gaze and forced a pained smile. Senior sister Luo speaks the truth. Indeed, Chu Mo's talent is nothing short of remarkable. However, the matter of his recommendation for entry into the inner sect is not a decision I, as a mere assessment steward, can dictate. My role is solely to document the assessment results and relay the materials to the sect's responsible steward. Ultimately, whether he may enter the inner sect directly lies in the hands of the elders of the steward hall. He paused, then added, according to protocol, new disciples must first report to the outer sect after their assessment, familiarize themselves with the sect's environment, and await further notifications. Therefore, I kindly ask that senior sister Luo and junior brother Chu remain patient. His words were meticulously crafted, evading offense to Luo Jin while deftly deflecting responsibility. Luo Jin's brows furrowed slightly. She discerned the insincerity in Brother Zhang's tone. Yet, his words adhered to the rules, leaving her with little recourse. She cast a lingering gaze at Chu Mo and said, I shall return to the inner sect. Should you require anything, you may send word to me. With that, she turned and transformed into a streak of sword light, departing with purpose. Chu Mo observed the retreating figure of Luo Jin without attempting to retain her, then glanced at the sullen Lin Wuji and the smiling Brother Zhang. Finally, alongside several other new disciples, he followed the lead of an outer sect disciple and exited the steward hall. Once Chu Mo and the others had departed, only Lin Wuji and Brother Zhang remained in the hall. Lin Wuji did not follow the other disciples, an action contrary to protocol. Yet Brother Zhang dared not address him further. Instead, he rubbed his hands together awkwardly, gazing at Lin Wuji with trepidation. The arrogance and resentment etched on Lin Wuji's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling intensity. He advanced step by step towards Brother Zhang, his voice icy. Brother Zhang, how do you intend to address the matter that just transpired? Brother Zhang's smile faltered, and he quickly bowed, assuring, rest assured, junior Brother Lin, I shall report your talents truthfully, without the slightest concealment. Truthfully report? Lin Wuji let out a cold sneer, his eyes glinting with frost. I am the one who should invoke the seven-colored radiance of the detection stone. Do you understand? A shiver coursed through Brother Zhang, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He fully grasped Lin Wuji's implication. But if the higher-ups conduct a thorough investigation, should they do so, I will ensure your safety. Lin Wuji's tone was chilling and left no room for doubt. What, do you not trust the strength of the Lin family? Upon hearing this, Brother Zhang still appeared hesitant. Observing his indecision, Lin Wuji retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag and tossed it before Brother Zhang. Within this slip lies a mid-grade mystic sword technique bestowed by my father, a treasure of considerable worth. Brother Zhang, being a clever individual, should comprehend what is expected of him. The balance of intimidation and temptation was palpable. He gazed at the jade slip, which radiated a faint spiritual light, then glanced at Lin Wuji's frigid gaze, torn between conflicting thoughts. Elder Lin Zheng wielded substantial influence within the sect. If he refused Lin Wuji today, it would amount to offending him. The precariousness of his situation would only worsen thereafter. As an ordinary disciple, he felt he had no choice. In the end, the hesitation in Brother Zhang's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an ardent longing for the jade slip. He trembled slightly, bending his back to retrieve the slip, his voice hoarse. You are right, junior Brother Lin. It was my folly. The detection stone has indeed malfunctioned due to age. Though Chu Mo possesses commendable aptitude, truly gifted, there is only you, junior Brother Lin. A satisfied, sinister smile finally crept onto Lin Wuji's face as he patted Brother Zhang on the shoulder. Very well, Brother Zhang. You truly understand the times. What does extraordinary talent matter if one lacks background and power? Without resources, one is destined to start from the lowest and struggle like everyone else. Moments later, Brother Zhang meticulously prepared the altered assessment materials, and personally delivered them to the inner sect's deacon hall. The documents indicated that Chu Mo's time to channel energy into the body was 1 day, whereas Lin Wuji accomplished the same feat within 2 hours. Given that the precise timing for channeling energy is often unclear, the sect stipulates that within a day, every 2 hours counts as a separation. Instances of channeling energy for 10 hours, 8 hours, or 6 hours are common, yet occurrences of less than 2 hours are virtually unheard of, rendering them unquantifiable. Typically, inquiries regarding this are made only after entry into the sect. In the inner deacon hall, one of the deacons there is a trusted confidant of Elder Lin Zheng. He took the materials and casually glanced through them, his brow furrowing slightly before he proceeded to meet Elder Lin Zheng. He dared not make hasty judgments. Within the inner sect, in a cave suffused with spiritual energy, Elder Lin Zheng donned a blue Taoist robe. His countenance was gaunt, and his eyes, when opened and closed, exuded an undeniable authority. As he listened to the report from the steward, a hint of amusement played upon his lips. "Oh, you say that child Wu Jie drew in qi within 2 hours?" He sipped his spiritual tea, his tone unremarkable. The steward presented the materials, bowing respectfully. "Elder Lin, the records indeed state thus." "Ha!" Lin Zheng chuckled lightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. With the attention he had previously bestowed, he was well aware of his son's capabilities. Surely, that lad had appropriated the achievements of others as his own. The individual who met the criteria was evidently the new disciple named Chu Mo. The steward, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "Elder Lin, how should we handle this matter?" Lin Zheng waved his hand dismissively, his tone remaining flat. "Let it be as it is. That quota for direct admission to the inner sect was originally designated for Wu Jie. Whose talent it is, matters not." "Yes, Elder Lin," the steward replied, bowing once more. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated before speaking again. What if the disciple whose results were altered causes a disturbance? Lin Zheng exhaled a puff of steam from his tea, chuckling lightly. Such individuals have existed before. They will not stir any significant turmoil. A lesson will suffice to bring them to heel. Exceptional talent may grant them a sense of invincibility, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the allocation of resources has long been predetermined. By the time he, with his meager resources, manages to emerge from the inner sect, Wu Jie, with abundant resources at his disposal, may have already attained the golden core or nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, Chu Mo and several other new disciples were being guided by an outer sect steward on a tour of the Lingshu sword sect's outer sect. In the outer sect, the status of disciples was simply categorized into ordinary disciples and stewards, each with their own responsibilities. The steward leading the tour appeared to be in his 30s and displayed an utterly perfunctory attitude. "Over there is the administrative department. If you wish to exchange for some extra spirit stones and elixirs, you may go to the administrative department to complete tasks. This includes serving elders tea, repairing caves, and so forth. And over there is the medical hall. If you sustain injuries, you may pay spirit stones for treatment. If you lack spirit stones, you must tend to your wounds yourself." The steward pointed with an air of impatience. "From now on, I will be responsible for overseeing you in the outer sect. But whether you have matters or not, do not come to me without reason." Although the group harbored some resentment, they dared not voice their grievances. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Steward, may I ask how Brother Lin Wu Jie is faring now?" The steward replied to the group, "The Lin Wu Jie who accompanied you is exceptionally gifted and has already been granted special permission to enter the inner sect directly. Oh, you should simply stay outside and start from scratch. Do not indulge in futile fantasies." Upon hearing these words, the disciples displayed expressions of astonishment, directing their gazes toward Chu Mo. Although his countenance remained serene, a chill coursed through his heart, followed by a wave of icy resolve. While he had anticipated Lin Wu Jie's departure, the reality ignited a simmering, tumultuous rage within his chest. In the concealed recesses of his being, his fists clenched tightly. That position was rightfully his. After a brief tumult of emotions, Chu Mo quickly regained his composure. Anger, as he knew, resolved nothing. The steward led the group to the sect's financial office, where they were to receive provisions designated for new disciples. This allocation included a foundational breathing technique and 2 low-grade spirit stones. The steward tossed each of them a storage bag, and upon receiving his, Chu Mo weighed it in his hand and scanned its contents. Target, storage bag, inferior quality, required for inspection, 10 copper coins, inspection conducted, information. The sect actually allocates 10 low-grade spirit stones to each new disciple. Your steward has embezzled 8 under the pretext of his position. The other disciples opened their bags only to find a meager 2 spirit stones, prompting a chorus of complaints. Is this all we get? This is outrageous. The steward, however, waved his hand dismissively. Take it or leave it. You're fortunate to receive anything at all. With that, he strode away, leaving the group to wallow in their misfortune. Chu Mo tightened his grip on the storage bag, narrowing his eyes. The Lingshu sword sect, despite its status as a grand sect, had an inexplicably familiar air to it. Unbeknownst to them, he excelled in these matters. Rest assured, he would soon rise again, trampling over them, exacting his revenge. Not only would he reclaim his rightful position, but he would also demand the return of the spirit stones owed to him, with interest, 100-fold repayment. That evening, beneath a star-speckled sky, Chu Mo sat cross-legged in the damp, dimly lit confines of his assigned humble cave, circulating the spirit summoning technique. His cultivation progressed swiftly, yet the 2 low-grade spirit stones were swiftly consumed, barely sufficient to satisfy his needs. At that moment, a figure, cool and ethereal, silently appeared at the entrance of his cave. Luo Xian. She regarded Chu Mo, her cold phoenix eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery and schadenfreude. How has the mighty genius fallen to dwell in such a wretched hole? Having endured numerous humiliations, she could not resist the temptation to taunt him. Chu Mo opened his eyes and cast a casual glance in her direction. Sister Luo, it seems you have forgotten your current identity. Luo Xian's expression froze. After a moment, Chu Mo found himself seated upon the gracefully curved back of Luo Xian. The previously aloof and dignified Luo Xian now bore an expression of humiliation and indignation, her hands bracing against the ground. As Chu Mo relished her delicate vulnerability, he inquired, Sister Luo, might you assist me in seeking justice and restoring my honor? Luo Xian clenched her teeth, retorting, assist you? What means do I possess to aid you? She let out a self-deprecating laugh. My master has long been in seclusion. Although I hold a revered position in the outer sect, I wield no power within the inner sanctum. Conversely, Lin Wujia is backed by Elder Lin Zhang, whose influence in the inner sect is formidable. Even if you possess irrefutable evidence that Lin Wujia has usurped your rightful place and achievements, he could easily manipulate the situation to his advantage. Your efforts would be in vain, and with a mere flick of his fingers, he could render you utterly powerless. Chu Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. In his past life, he had encountered similar injustices. Individuals faced with unfairness within the system, fervently submitting reports in hopes of redress, often found their pleas falling into silence. Those who brazenly commit injustice do so with the confidence that they have no fear of opposition. Engaging them head-on would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. The most effective strategy, Chu Mo's eyes glimmered with insight, lay in identifying an adversary of equal or even greater standing. Only such individuals possess the capacity and motivation to topple their opponent, to leverage strength against strength, to employ another's weapon for one's own gain. Sister Luo, Chu Mo suddenly spoke. Is there anyone within the sect who stands against Elder Lin Zhang? Luo Xian was taken aback, gazing deeply at Chu Mo before slowly replying, indeed. Elder Jiang Shiguang has long been at odds with Lin Zhang. Their rivalry is well known throughout the sect, a bitter enmity that has endured for years. Elder Jiang Shiguang, how fortuitous. Chu Mo understood the course of action he needed to take. Chapter 12. Brother, please kneel the following day, under Luo Xian's introduction. Chu Mo set forth to meet an inner sect steward named Zhao Qing. To approach Elder Jiang Shiguang directly would be akin to chasing a mirage. He had no reason to acknowledge a mere outer sect disciple. Thus, it was imperative to find a suitable intermediary for the introduction, someone with influence within Jiang Shiguang's faction, yet easily manageable. Zhao Qing was precisely the individual Luo Xian had described. Although Zhao Qing was notoriously sycophantic and greedy, it was undeniable that he was a prominent figure within Elder Jiang Shiguang's circle, capable of wielding considerable influence. In the inner sect, a relatively secluded reception hall, Zhao Qing sat at the head of the table, his fingers idly tapping the surface. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a sturdy build, clad in the garb of an inner sect steward. A formulaic smile graced his face, yet his small eyes occasionally glimmered with shrewdness and calculation. Upon witnessing Luo Xian enter alongside Chu Mo, Zhao Qing's eyes initially widened in astonishment, before his smile grew a touch more fervent. Oh, the esteemed presence of junior sister Luo truly illuminates my humble abode. He rose to greet her, his gaze unabashedly lingering upon Luo Xian's alluring figure. Luo Xian suppressed her discomfort, her countenance cool and composed, offering a slight nod, Senior Brother Zhao. She turned slightly to introduce, "This is Junior Brother Chu Mo, who seeks your assistance." Zhao Qing then shifted his attention to Chu Mo, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing his mere initial cultivation level and the garb of an outer sect disciple, his enthusiasm noticeably waned. "Oh, what matter brings you to me, Junior Brother Chu?" He resumed his seat, lifting his teacup with a casual tone. Chu Mo replied calmly, "I have heard that Senior Brother Zhao is esteemed by Elder Jiang. I wish to request your help in introducing me to Elder Jiang. I possess information regarding Elder Lin Jiang's misconduct and favoritism that I wish to report." Zhao Qing set down his teacup, raising an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing on his features. Elder Lin Jiang oversaw the sect's assessments, and his corrupt practices were nothing short of routine. However, due to the relatively minor nature of his transgressions and his considerable power, even the sect master turned a blind eye. Casting a dismissive glance at Chu Mo, Zhao Qing commented, "Elder Jiang indeed harbors discontent toward Elder Lin Jiang, yet thus far, he has not grasped any substantial evidence against him. Junior Brother Chu, as an outer sect disciple, what significant proof can you possibly provide?" "Senior Brother Zhao, the situation is as follows," Chu Mo attempted to explain. Enough, enough, Zhao Qing interrupted with an impatient wave of his hand. "Such trifling matters do not warrant my attention. Elder Jiang is exceedingly busy. He hardly has the time to concern himself with the minor grievances of new disciples." He paused, his gaze returning to Luo Jin, his smile now laden with implications. "However, for the sake of junior sister Luo, I might be inclined to make an exception." Zhao Qing rubbed his hands together, his eyes lewdly gleaming. "Junior sister Luo is the chosen disciple of Master Shihua, a position of great distinction. If you would consider joining me this evening at my residence for a few drinks, I assure you, I will do my utmost to assist Junior Brother Chu in resolving this matter satisfactorily." Although he regarded Chu Mo with disdain, he recognized the significance the outer sect disciple held for Luo Jin. Otherwise, she would not have come seeking his aid on his behalf. Luo Jin ranked among the most exquisite celestial maidens of the entire sect, and her haughty demeanor inspired a compelling desire for conquest. To seize this opportunity to gain her favor would be exceedingly advantageous. At Zhao Qing's proposition, the atmosphere instantly thickened. Luo Jin's delicate features paled slightly, her body trembled, and a frigid killing intent, mingled with profound humiliation, surged within her eyes. This scoundrel! How dare he so brazenly insult her? A tumultuous fury surged within her, a desire to immediately draw her sword and rend Zhao Qing into countless pieces. Yet simultaneously, a deeper fear seized her. What choice would this demon, Chu Mo, make? Would he truly sacrifice her, Luo Jin, to achieve his ends? She dared not contemplate further, feeling as though the world spun around her, as resentment towards Chu Mo and disdain for Zhao Qing intertwined, nearly overwhelming her. At that moment, Chu Mo's calm voice pierced the suffocating silence. "Brother Zhao, are you familiar with Jiang Pingtian?" Zhao Qing's heart tightened, yet his expression merely contorted into a simple frown. He feigned nonchalance, the direct disciple of Elder Jiang. "Who does not know him? Why do you mention him?" A subtle shift in Chu Mo's demeanor ignited Zhao Qing's curiosity. If Chu Mo had previously exuded sincerity, now he emanated indifference, devoid of reverence. In the depths of his unfeeling gaze lay an unsettling sense of dread. The corners of Chu Mo's mouth curled into a chilling smile as he continued leisurely. "I have heard that Brother Jiang often ventures out for extended periods, leaving his companion lonely within the sect." Zhao Qing's expression froze in an instant, his pupils contracting. What nonsense are you spouting?" His voice betrayed an imperceptible hint of panic. Chu Mo appeared oblivious to his distress and continued, "As far as I know, there have been instances when someone has taken the opportunity to comfort his lonely partner in Brother Jiang's absence. TSK, if Brother Jiang were to learn of this, do you think Elder Jiang would protect the one who has betrayed his disciple, or would he personally ensure their obliteration? Brother Zhao?" Boom. Chu Mo's words struck Zhao Qing's mind like a thunderclap. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, cold sweat beading on his brow as his body trembled uncontrollably. How could he possibly know? This secret, he believed to be flawlessly concealed. Aside from those involved, there was no way a third party could be aware. Who exactly was this outer sect youth at the initial stage of qi refinement? In that instant, a fierce urge to kill surged within Zhao Qing. He must silence him. However, when his gaze fell upon Luo Jin, whose demeanor was as serene as water yet radiated an icy sort intent, that murderous impulse was doused as if doused in cold water, instantly extinguishing much of his fury. Luo Jin had also heard. He had no confidence in being able to eliminate both individuals before this swordsmanship prodigy. It was possible that before he could even harm Chu Mo, he might find himself slain by Luo Jin's blade. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Qing's murderous intent was supplanted by fear and frustration. He glared at Chu Mo, his teeth grinding, and ultimately, like a deflated balloon, he slumped back, his voice hoarse and dry. "What do you wish to do?" "Very simple." Chu Mo approached him, gazing down from a position of superiority, and introduced me to Elder Jiang. "All right," Zhao Qing nodded with difficulty, desperately hoping Chu Mo would keep this matter confidential. Yet, that was not sufficient. Chu Mo's tone remained indifferent. Zhao Qing suddenly looked up. "What more do you desire?" "Kneel down as an apology," Chu Mo commanded, pointing to the ground as he uttered those two words. "You." Zhao Qing trembled with rage, his eyes burning red. To have the esteemed inner sect steward kneel before an outer disciple in his own territory. This was an unbearable humiliation. However, with the leverage firmly in the hands of the other party and the ever-watchful Luo Jin nearby, reason and the instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over his fury. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qing's knees buckled, and with a heavy thud, he knelt before Chu Mo, the hard floor echoing under the impact. Chu Mo stepped forward, his expression devoid of emotion, raising his foot to gently rest the dusty sole upon Zhao Qing's back. The power of a cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement was trivial to Zhao Qing. Yet, this symbolic act bore a weight heavier than a 1,000-pound stone, mercilessly crushing Zhao Qing's dignity. Chu Mo applied slight pressure, forcing Zhao Qing's upper body down against the ground, his cheek pressed against the cold surface. "See, this is much better," Chu Mo remarked with a hint of amusement. "If you had just behaved obediently from the start, none of this would have occurred." Zhao Qing clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. An overwhelming tide of hatred and murderous intent surged within him. Yet he could only suppress it fiercely. He could feel Luo Jin's icy gaze piercing through him like a sharpened blade. Moreover, Chu Mo's voice broke the silence once more. "Earlier, you harbored ill intentions towards my senior sister, Luo. Slap yourself and apologize to her." Zhao Qing's entire body shuddered, disbelief and humiliation flashing in his eyes. Yet, meeting Chu Mo's emotionless gaze, he ultimately raised his trembling hand. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of his self-inflicted blows echoed in the quiet abode. As Zhao Qing struck his face with fervor, he humbly directed a muffled apology towards Luo Jin. "Sister Luo, I'm sorry, it was my fault." Witnessing this absurd scene unfold before her, a tumultuous wave surged within Luo Jin. She stared, dazed, at Zhao Qing, who was now a pitiful figure under Chu Mo's foot, striking himself in disgrace. Then her gaze shifted to Chu Mo, whose demeanor was calm, as if he were merely attending to an inconsequential task. A deeply complex emotion quietly spread within her heart. He would go to such lengths for her? In the treacherous inner sect, where everyone was wary of one another, she had never felt a shred of warmth. Her fellow disciples coveted her destined position as a true disciple, and countless individuals, both overtly and covertly, sought to bring about her demise. However, now the demon who once held her life and death in his hands, who had humiliated and enslaved her without remorse, had chosen to stand up for her in such an overbearing manner during her moment of distress. This struck her as utterly absurd, yet there lingered a peculiar sensation, an unfamiliar sense of security. No. Luo Jin shook her head vigorously, casting aside this terrifying thought. Surely, he was merely preserving his own dignity. To him, she was nothing more than a mere tool to be toyed with at his whim. She must not be deceived by his manipulative tactics. She bit her lip fiercely, her gaze once again turning cold and resolute. "Luo Jin, have you forgotten the humiliation you endured at his hands? Just last night, he had treated you like an object, subjecting you to humiliation, even to the point of mingling your tears with other substances upon the ground, staining it a deep hue. As the waves of shame, humiliation, anger, and hatred surged within her once more, Luo Jin's resolve solidified anew. She had to rid herself of him. She must kill him. Zhao Qing had slapped himself a dozen times, his cheeks swollen and red, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Only then did Chu Mo withdraw his foot, casually remarking, "Enough. Tomorrow, arrange for me to meet Elder Jiang." "Yes, yes." Zhao Qing, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to his feet, his head bowed. Not daring to meet the eyes of Chu Mo and Luo Jin, his voice still quaking with fear and humiliation. I will arrange it first thing in the morning. Ultimately, Zhao Qing respectfully escorted Chu Mo and Luo Jin out of his humble abode. After departing from Zhao Qing's residence, only Chu Mo and Luo Jin remained on the path. Walking side by side, Luo Jin gazed at Chu Mo, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible complexity. Why did you do that? Chu Mo turned to face her, observing her exquisite yet still frosty visage, a hint of a mechanical smile playing at the corners of his lips. His tone was flat, yet it carried an air of dominance. Because you are mine. Only I have the right to bully you. Upon hearing this, Luo Jin's delicate frame trembled ever so slightly. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, leaving her somewhat flustered. Yet in the next moment, a wave of intense shame completely drowned out that strange feeling. She turned her head aside, letting out a cold huff, yet her determination to resist him grew ever stronger. This demon, he was a master of psychological manipulation. She must not yield. She would find a way to retaliate, to repay him with interest for all the humiliation she had endured today. At this moment, Luo Jin remained unaware. The intensity of her thoughts paled in comparison to the night she had been enslaved by Chu Mo. The following day, at dawn, the sky just beginning to lighten, Zhao Qing, now clad in a clean servantess uniform, appeared punctually outside Chu Mo's dwelling. Zhao Qing's demeanor had transformed drastically from the previous day, his face adorned with a mask of humility and obsequiousness, and his gaze towards Chu Mo was filled with deep-seated trepidation. Junior brother Chu, what news from Elder Jiang? I have made the necessary arrangements. The elder has expressed his willingness to meet with you. Zhao Qing inclined his body, gesturing for Chu to proceed. Chu Mo, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, nodded slightly and stepped out of the cave dwelling. Under Zhao Qing's guidance, it was not long before Chu Mo arrived at the inner gate, standing before the courtyard of Elder Jiang Shiguang. Chapter 13. Redress. Elder Jiang's courtyard was a stark contrast to Zhao Qing's mundane reception hall, serene and elegant, imbued with a palpable spiritual essence. The natural beauty of the rock formations and flowing water exuded an air of simplicity and profundity. Upon entering the courtyard alongside Zhao Qing, Chu Mo felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. This was not a force deliberately unleashed, but rather a formidable aura that emanated naturally from a life form that had attained a certain level of existence, specifically the nascent soul stage. Chu Mo assessed inwardly, recognizing that this power was 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold, more terrifying than Luo Jin's at the late foundation establishment stage. He could sense the meager spiritual energy within him flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment under such overwhelming pressure. This was but a glimpse of the pinnacle of combat prowess within the realm of cultivation. Suppressing the ambitions that surged within him, Chu Mo maintained his composure as he followed Zhao Qing into a grand hall. Inside, an elderly man with a gaunt face and a flowing beard sat cross-legged on a mat, gently manipulating a string of dark beads, his eyes closed in meditation. Clad in a simple gray Taoist robe, he appeared unremarkable yet emanated an unfathomable sense of authority. This was Elder Jiang Shiguang. Elder, I have brought the person, Zhao Qing announced with a respectful bow. Elder Jiang slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the very essence of a person. His eyes fell upon Chu Mo, and with a mere cursory glance, he diverted his attention. You are Chu Mo? His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable weight. Disciple Chu Mo, paying respects to Elder Jiang, Chu Mo replied, balancing humility and dignity as he performed a bow. State your matter directly. Let us avoid wasting time. Elder Jiang said with an air of indifference. Chu Mo nodded in agreement. During the entrance examination, I encountered injustice. He recounted in full detail the alterations made to his examination results. Elder Jiang listened attentively while continuing to manipulate the beads in his hands, seemingly unfazed. Such petty manipulations during entrance assessments were familiar to him. He had long grown accustomed to them. Lin Zhong, that cunning fox, was no stranger to such deeds. In cases where the innate talent of the outer disciples was relatively similar, the temperament and background could serve as supplementary criteria for judgment. The discretionary power in such matters was vast. Even if favoritism and malpractice occurred, it was challenging to uncover any incriminating evidence. And so, Jiang Shiguang responded with a calm tone. He intended to listen to Chu Mo's demands and then send him on his way. This outer disciple hardly constituted a weapon against Lin Zhong. He pondered how many favors Zhao Qing had exchanged to arrange this meeting with him. Disciple hopes that Elder Jiang can act justly on my behalf, Chu Mo implored. Due to the disciple's momentary pause and channeling energy into his body, Chu Mo clearly articulated those 4 words, half a stick of incense. Jiang Shiguang, fiddling with his prayer beads, abruptly halted. His deep-set eyes suddenly radiated with a fierce brilliance, fixating intently on Chu Mo. What did you say? Jiang Shiguang's voice deepened, laced with incredulity. Chu Mo reiterated, half a stick of incense. Jiang Shiguang's hand trembled, and the ebony beads were crushed into fine powder, scattering across the ground. A look of astonishment finally emerged on his previously impassive face. Half a stick of incense, he murmured, his eyes shimmering with a mix of shock and skepticism. He swiftly rose to his feet, striding towards Chu Mo, grasping his wrist firmly. A surge of formidable spiritual energy coursed into Chu Mo's body, racing through his meridians. Jiang Shiguang's expression transformed, becoming increasingly astonished as he probed further. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed thrice, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Your meridians, the flow of your spiritual energy. This is truly a natural cultivation body. Releasing Chu Mo's wrist, his eyes ignited with ecstatic fervor. Zhao Qing, quickly bring the testing stone, Jiang Shiguang commanded, spinning towards Zhao Qing, who promptly dashed out. Moments later, a testing stone was brought in. Chu Mo, place your hand upon it, Jiang Shiguang urged eagerly. Chu Mo complied, resting his hand on the stone. With a humming sound, the testing stone erupted in a dazzling display of multicolored radiance, shooting a beam into the heavens, piercing through the palace's roof and ascending into the clouds. The rich and pure waves of spiritual energy swept forth like a tsunami, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. Jiang Shiguang, witnessing the soaring column of vibrant light, trembled with excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration. It is indeed true that one can channel energy into the body in half a stick of incense. This is an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. His gaze towards Chu Mo transformed from mere astonishment to one akin to beholding a rare and lethal weapon capable of vanquishing foes. Lin Zheng, how blind you are. Jiang Shiguang laughed inwardly. Lin Zheng, for the sake of his son, had dared to engage in such favoritism, thus suppressing this unparalleled genius. This was an immense leverage. With this, he felt confident enough to confront Lin Zheng severely before the sect leader, ensuring he would face dire consequences. Chu Mo was a gift from the heavens, a tool to topple Lin Zheng. Good. Very good. Jiang Shiguang continued to gaze at Chu Mo with growing satisfaction. Rest assured, Chu Mo, I shall advocate for you and rectify the injustices you have faced. As Chu Mo exited Jiang Shiguang's courtyard, he encountered a figure approaching him. It was a young cultivator, strikingly handsome, exuding an air of youthful vigor. Target, Jiang Pingtian. Requirements for surveillance. 100,000 taels of silver, 1,000 inferior spirit stones. 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Proceed with surveillance. Chu Mo discovered that the cost of investigating a character escalates tenfold with each major realm ascension. The Foundation Establishment Practitioner, Luo Jin, required 10,000 taels of silver, while the Yuanying level Jiang Shiguang demanded 1 million taels. From this, it could be inferred that Jiang Pingtian's realm is at the golden core stage. He was also aware of the individual's identity, a direct disciple of Jiang Shiguang, sharing the same path as Zhao Qing. Observing Jiang Pingtian, a trace of pity flickered in Chu Mo's eyes. Jiang Pingtian, feeling perplexed under Chu Mo's gaze, furrowed his brow and looked at this unfamiliar outer sect disciple. Junior brother, is there something you need? Jiang Pingtian inquired. Chu Mo smiled faintly and shook his head. Nothing. Please, senior brother, continue. He sidestepped and moved forward. Jiang Pingtian did not dwell on it. His master awaited his report on the task, so he hastened into Jiang Shiguang's courtyard. Jiang Pingtian reported to Jiang Shiguang that during his mission to eradicate demonic cultivators, he inadvertently learned of a demonic infiltrator within the outer sect of the Lingshu Sword sect. This infiltrator was a female disciple. Jiang Shiguang's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Jiang Pingtian's report. A demonic infiltrator? Infiltrated the outer sect? He pondered for a moment. Master, should I immediately bring people to thoroughly investigate the outer sect and unearth this infiltrator? Jiang Pingtian asked. No rush. Jiang Shiguang waved his hand. A cold smile crept onto his face. Here is the plan. First, covertly identify the infiltrator's identity and closely monitor her movements. Once she causes a significant loss to the sect, inciting panic and anger among the members, we shall strike decisively and capture her all at once. Only then can we demonstrate the strength and importance of our lineage. Jiang Pingtian clasped his fists. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. By the way, there's another matter. Jiang Shiguang's gaze flickered, and he continued to Jiang Pingtian. You must immediately investigate the recent entrance examination. That old fox, Lin Zheng, has been engaging in favoritism and corruption. I want you to expose those involved and gather evidence. Yes, master. Jiang Pingtian acknowledged and departed. Jiang Shiguang returned to his mat, picking up the fragments of beads on the ground, a determined smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lin Zheng, your good days are over. Days later, at the Lingshu Sword Sect, the main hall of the sect was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Aside from a few elders in seclusion, the sect leader and all inter-sect elders were present for a high-level meeting. They constituted the core of the sect's power, overseeing various domains. The sect leader, a dignified middle-aged man, sat at the head, listening to the reports from the elders about the sect's recent developments. After all the reports were concluded, Jiang Shiguang slowly rose. Sect leader, esteemed colleagues. His voice resonated with vigor and righteousness, as he declared, I have a matter concerning Elder Lin Zheng's misconduct that requires reporting to the sect. Upon hearing this, the assembly within the hall was momentarily taken aback. The usually benevolent Lin Zheng's countenance shifted slightly, a flicker of displeasure and coldness flashing in his eyes. Elder Jiang, speak plainly, the sect leader interjected coolly. With a sardonic smile, Jiang Shiguang fixed his gaze upon Lin Zheng and continued, Elder Lin Zheng oversees the entrance examinations and is expected to act impartially, selecting the most capable individuals for the sect. However, he has misused his authority for personal gain, burying a prodigiously talented disciple in the outer sect while placing his son, Lin Wujia, in the inner sect. He gestured grandly, and a series of jade slips soared from his storage ring, presenting evidence to the assembly. This is the testimony of Zhang Zhengji, the disciple responsible for the entrance assessments. He admits to accepting bribes from Lin Wujia and tampering with the examination results. Here are the records of the buried disciple, Chu Mo. According to the altered records, his time to channel energy into his body was 1 day, while Lin Wujia was reported to have achieved it in merely 2 hours. Yet, Jiang Shiguang's voice rose sharply, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The truth is that Lin Wujia's actual time to channel energy was indeed 1 day. Conversely, Chu Mo's time was merely half a stick of incense. Boom. Jiang Shiguang's words reverberated through the main hall like thunder. Every elder, including the sect leader, displayed expressions of disbelief. Half a stick of incense to channel energy. How could this be possible? The hall erupted into a frenzy. They were all exceptionally gifted individuals, their times varied, but none exceeded 1 day. However, half a stick of incense transcended the limits of their understanding. It was akin to everyone reveling in their modest height of 10 centimeters, only to suddenly find someone standing beside them, boasting over 30 centimeters. An unprecedented shock seized the hearts of all present. They fixated on the record in Jiang Shiguang's hand. Lin Zheng's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he could no longer maintain his composure. He had presumed that Chu Mo would merely take a little over an hour to channel energy. Such a level of talent was not uncommon within the sect, and even several of the elders present shared similar abilities. If he had buried him, it would not have been a grave matter. Yet, he never anticipated that Chu Mo's talent would be half a stick of incense. This was no ordinary genius. This was a prodigy. He had unwittingly buried a once-in-a-millennium talent. The weight of this transgression bore down upon Lin Zheng like a mountain, nearly suffocating him. Lin Zheng, what do you have to say for yourself? The sect leader's voice was imposing. Lin Zheng swallowed hard, his face contorted with despair. He understood that any attempt at denial was futile. The evidence was irrefutable, and Zhang Jingji's testimony further solidified the case against him. He must find a way to extricate himself and Wu Jie from this predicament. Master, esteemed brothers, Lin Zheng inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. His voice filled with regret. This matter is indeed a dereliction of my duty. However, I was completely unaware beforehand. As the supervisor of the entrance examination, my negligence in managing my subordinates allowed the outer sect steward, Zhang Jingji, to audaciously manipulate the examination results. Had it not been for this, my incompetent son would not have found an opportunity. He refrained from admitting his own complicity in the corruption, instead shifting the blame onto his subordinates, the system, and his son. I am willing to accept responsibility. I will also impose strict discipline upon my wayward son. He paused and continued, furthermore, there are indeed loopholes in the entrance examination process, lacking sufficient oversight, which enabled individuals like Zhang Zhengji to exploit the situation. Moving forward, I will enhance the regulation of the entrance examinations to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Lin Zheng's words were impeccable, distancing himself from any implication of foreknowledge or orchestration. The elders present understood that as the supervising elder, it was implausible for Lin Zheng to be entirely oblivious to such matters. Yet, without direct evidence, coupled with his substantial influence within the sect, probing too deeply could potentially incite turmoil within the sect. Ultimately, the master and the assembled elders weighed the pros and cons and opted for a compromise in their handling of the situation. Elder Lin Zheng, the master, spoke. You cannot escape the responsibility of your negligence. Effective today, you will no longer oversee the sect's entrance examinations, and the authority will be entrusted to Elder Jiang. Additionally, your elder's salary will be docked for a year as a warning. Furthermore, regarding your son Lin Wujie, the sect will not allocate any cultivation resources to him for the next 3 years. Lin Zheng's countenance darkened, yet he still bowed in acquiescence. A flicker of triumph crossed Jiang Shiguang's eyes. Although he had not completely cast Lin Zheng into the abyss, he had successfully diminished his power and expanded his own influence. As for the outer sect disciple Zhang Jingji, the master continued, his blatant corruption and audacity warrant execution. Henceforth, this disciple shall be put to death to uphold the integrity of our sect. Lastly, regarding the outer sect disciple Chu Mo, the master's gaze swept across the assembly. With extraordinary talent, he has been overlooked due to corruption. Our sect owes him a debt. What do you propose as compensation and a resolution for Chu Yuan? Chapter 14. The notion of fairness. Upon hearing this, the elders in the main hall were collectively rendered speechless, as if a hand had clasped around their throats. The atmosphere became subtly charged. Chu Mo's talent is more than sufficient for him to become a direct disciple in the future. However, each elder can only have one direct disciple. The old curmudgeon Lin Zheng would naturally never take Chu Mo under his wing, for that would be akin to slapping his own face. And among these elders, which one does not have a cherished protege they have painstakingly nurtured? Each of those direct disciples is intricately connected to a web of complex relationships, none of whom hail from humble beginnings, but rather have been the recipients of considerable resources. If another disciple, Chu Mo, were to be forcibly inserted into the mix, how should the allocation of finite resources, already predetermined, be approached? Even admitting Chu Mo into the inner circle as a named disciple would present complications. On one hand, his exceptional talent, coupled with a lack of appropriate recognition, would surely foster resentment. The likelihood of him holding a grudge in the future far outweighs the chance of him harboring gratitude. On the other hand, the presence of such an extraordinary genius as Chu Mo would inevitably render their lineage a target for suppression by other factions, aiming to stifle its rise. Thus, Chu Mo is undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Given his displayed aptitude, should he be granted direct access to the inner sect's resources, it would not take long for him to overshadow these entrenched veterans. Would not the carefully delineated spheres of influence and shared benefits established over many years be upended by this prodigious newcomer? To cultivate an unparalleled talent at the expense of the sect's strength? The Lingshu Sword sect, buoyed by the illustrious reputation of its founding ancestor, has long maintained its preeminence within the righteous path. There is no need for an extraordinary figure to disrupt the existing equilibrium. What they require are obedient tools that can continuously deliver stable benefits to the sect. The sect leader observed the assembly of cunning old foxes, each with their own motives, understanding their thoughts yet remaining silent. Eventually, it was an elder who shattered the oppressive silence, stepping forward to mediate. Sect leader, since the decision has been made, let us proceed in this manner. The child, Chu Mo, shall temporarily remain in the outer sect for cultivation. However, the sect can grant him special access to the inner sect's scripture pavilion, allowing him to select a technique for transcription and study, which can be seen as a gesture of goodwill and compensation from the sect. This proposal, though sounding grandiose and seemingly considerate of Chu Mo, was, in truth, nothing more than an illusion, like the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror. An outer sect disciple, even if fortunate enough to acquire profound inner sect techniques, would struggle to make significant waves without ample cultivation resources and the guidance of esteemed mentors. However, the sect leader spoke firmly, bringing the assembly to a close. Jiang Shiguang and Lin Zheng exited the main hall side by side, albeit with a subtle distance between them. Elder Lin, Jiang Shiguang remarked with a knowing smile, his voice soft yet distinctly audible to Lin Zheng. That child, Chu Mo, truly is a gem of talent. Were it not for his initiative in revealing your unscrupulous dealings to me, this scandal of monumental proportions would likely have remained buried for quite some time. His words, light as a feather, were akin to a poisoned dagger, striking directly at Lin Zhang's vulnerabilities. By deliberately thrusting Chu Mo into the limelight, the intentions were clear: to incite Lin Zhang's ire, sowing the seeds of animosity towards Chu Mo, and prompting covert actions against him. Should Lin Zhang dare to act, it would open the door to uncovering more incriminating evidence. Lin Zhang's steps faltered momentarily, his gaze darkening to a depth that seemed capable of drawing forth water. Having been thoroughly humiliated by an outer sect disciple whom he regarded as insignificant, and suffering considerable losses in the process, how could he easily swallow this bitter pill? Yet, being a seasoned veteran of the world, he understood that succumbing to anger would only play into Jiang Shiguang's hands. Elder Jiang had clearly put in considerable effort. Lin Zhang squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, managing a feigned smile before sweeping away in exasperation. Upon returning to his own resplendent cave dwelling, Lin Zhang encountered Lin Wujie. He recounted the verdict from the sect assembly in meticulous detail. Upon hearing the news, Lin Wujie appeared utterly drained. Standing motionless as a torrent of negative emotions, anger, resentment, and humiliation overwhelmed him. Ultimately, these complex feelings coalesced into an all-consuming hatred directed at the instigator, Chu Mo. It was all his fault. Lin Wujie's fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, his face contorted in rage. Father, I will make him pay dearly. A glint of inscrutable coldness flashed in Lin Zhang's eyes, but his voice remained calm and gentle. Wujie, you must remember that the old fox Jiang Shiguang is currently fixated on us. If anything untoward happens to Chu Mo, we will be the ones at fault. He still holds the reins of power in the punishment hall. Rest assured, Father. A sinister smile crept across Lin Wujie's face as he spoke with malice. I will ensure nothing befalls him unexpectedly, but I will make him suffer beyond comprehension. I intend to torment him slowly, so he understands the dire consequences of crossing Lin Wujie and our Lin family. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Lingshu Sword sect's dark and damp dungeon, the outer sect steward Zhang Jingji, curled up in a frigid corner, listened as footsteps approached from afar. A flicker of faint hope igniting in his murky eyes. Could Elder Lin be coming to rescue me? Grasping the bars with trembling hands, he inquired cautiously. His voice dry and barely perceptible. With a chilling clang, the heavy iron lock was unlatched. An expressionless prison guard entered, offering no response, wielding a glinting dagger. By order of the sect, the criminal Zhang Jingji, guilty of corruption and egregious misconduct, is to be executed immediately. This cold proclamation struck Zhang Jingji's heart like thunder from the heavens, shattering the illusions he had clung to until that moment. Powerless, he slumped onto the icy ground, his mind involuntarily drifting to the memory of his long-deceased father. The resources available to ordinary disciples were insufficient for even reaching the foundation establishment stage. An entry into the inner sect was fraught with deductions. The only path forward was to become a steward. He recalled how his father had exhausted all the family's savings, bowing and scraping, beseeching others to secure for him this seemingly prestigious position as an outer sect steward. He also reflected on the precariousness of his existence over the years. Treading on thin ice, ever cautious, fearful of making the slightest misstep and disappointing his father's fervent expectations before his passing. Zhang Jingji, upright and principled. How could one maintain integrity in such a wretched place? Yet, in the end, he was merely a pawn in the hands of those lofty figures, easily manipulated and cast aside at their whim. When they needed you, they coerced and tempted you, forcing you to bend your spine and conspire with them. Once the truth came to light, you would be unhesitatingly sacrificed as a scapegoat. Justice? Human rights? From the moment he stepped into this realm of cultivation, such notions had become utterly irrelevant to him. Ha! Zhang Jingji suddenly erupted into a mad laughter, his eyes bloodshot, the sound a chilling blend of despair and anguish. Lin Wujie, Lingshu Sword Sect, you hypocrites cloaked in virtue. Even in death, I, Zhang Jingji, will not spare you. However, his furious curses and invectives merely earned him a swift, merciless slash from the jailer's short blade. Splat! Blood sprayed forth. A head rolled away. Chapter 15, Superior Grade Cultivation Technique, the Primordial Sovereign Technique. Chu Mo sat cross-legged in the meager cave dwelling assigned to him in the outer sect, where the spiritual energy was so thin it was nearly negligible. A disciple dressed in the garb of an inner sect steward approached with an air of haughty condescension, conveying the sect's final decision. Junior Brother Chu. The sect recognizes your commendable talent and permits you to select a single technique from the Inner Sect S Technique Pavilion as compensation, a gesture of fairness. From now on, you are to remain in the outer sect and strive diligently. The steward's tone was laced with unabashed arrogance and condescension. The opportunity still belonged to Lin Wujie. He remained merely an insignificant outer sect disciple. Chu Mo's expression betrayed no excess emotion. He simply uttered a calm thank you. Once the steward departed in his lofty demeanor, silence enveloped the cave once more. Yet, within the depths of Chu Mo's profound gaze, a dark, consuming flame simmered, capable of incinerating all in its path. What a fine sect, the Lingshu Sword Sect. What a paragon of fairness. He slowly clenched his fists, sharp nails digging deeply into his palms, inflicting a sharp sting. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak and human life is as disposable as grass, only absolute power holds sway as the ultimate truth. Those who trample upon his dignity from their lofty perches, beware. One day, I shall crush you all beneath my feet. You shall experience the torment of being toyed with. Nevertheless, the opportunity to choose a technique from the Inner Sect's Pavilion is indeed a chance worth seizing. With the All Things Intelligence system, one might truly unearth some unexpected treasures from those dust-laden corners. Chu Mo's mind stirred as he connected with Luo Zhiyin through their soul bond. Before long, the ethereal and aloof figure of Luo Zhiyin silently appeared at the entrance of the cave dwelling. What is it? Her voice remained as frosty as ever, tinged with a hint of impatience. I require a considerable amount of spirit stones. As an inner disciple, Luo Shiji, you should have an ample supply. I hope you might assist me, Chu Mo stated. Luo Zhiyin's delicate brows furrowed ever so slightly. Yet she retrieved a heavy cloth bag from her storage ring and casually tossed it to Chu Mo. Inside the bag were over 100 inferior-grade spirit stones. Use them sparingly, she coldly remarked. Chu Mo accepted the spirit stones, weighing the bag nonchalantly. A cold smirk formed within Luo Zhiyin as she observed him. A mere outer disciple possessing such a quantity of spirit stones was akin to a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. The storage bag lacked the mystical properties of a storage ring, which could conceal the spiritual aura emanating from the stones. She could almost foresee the tragic scene where Chu Mo would be coveted and bullied by others. She secretly wished for him to meet an untimely end amidst these sordid affairs, and thus had no intention of offering him a warning. Not enough, Chu Mo suddenly declared. Luo Zhiyin was taken aback. Chu Mo continued, I want all the spirit stones you have on you. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Luo Zhiyin gritted her teeth, her heart filled with reluctance. The fleeting pleasure she felt earlier dissipated entirely. Yet, Chu Mo merely fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes devoid of warmth. Luo Zhiyin felt a chill as he scrutinized her, recalling the dreadful consequences of disobedience. She could only reluctantly produce the remaining spirit stones from her storage ring and begrudgingly hand them over to Chu Mo. This is all the spirit stones I have for this month. Thanks to you, I will lack resources for cultivation in the coming days. Thank you, Shiji. The faint hint of a smile on Chu Mo's face deepened Luo Zhiyin's resentment. Indeed, he was a devil. I must find a way to rid myself of him, to eliminate him. After parting ways with Luo Zhiyin, Chu Mo headed directly towards the Inner Sect's Scripture Pavilion. The spirit stones he had requested were intended as funding for intelligence inquiries regarding cultivation techniques. The Scripture Pavilion was grand and imposing, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity. Upon verifying his identity, a core disciple responsible for overseeing the pavilion scrutinized Chu Mo with a blend of appraisal and disdain before guiding him inside. Within the pavilion, towering bookshelves loomed, adorned with countless jade slips radiating a faint spiritual light. As Chu Mo navigated between the shelves, his gaze meticulously swept over each jade slip. He was in no hurry to employ the All Things Intelligence system for inquiries. After all, each formal probe required a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. The techniques housed within the pavilion were categorized into the ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Only core disciples, direct disciples, and elders are authorized to access the profound techniques above the earthly tier. However, this time, he was also granted the privilege to peruse the techniques of higher realms. After examining the earthly tier techniques, Chu Mo approached the shelves housing the heavenly tier techniques. He soon realized that, although these techniques were formidable and domineering, they were predominantly incomplete or exceedingly difficult to master. Nonetheless, this posed no issue for him. By expending spirit stones, the system could assist him in completing the subsequent information on these techniques. Scanning the shelves, He noted that the cost to investigate each technique was in the hundreds of lower-grade spirit stones. Chu Mo resolved to first locate the most valuable technique, then utilize the investigative function to obtain details and subsequently complete it. After some time, in an inconspicuous corner, he stumbled upon a wooden tablet, thickly coated in dust, appearing to be incomplete and utterly unremarkable. It was not even made of jade, possessing a rather archaic texture. The characters inscribed upon it were unfamiliar to him, likely dating back to ancient times. Intriguing, he thought, as he picked it up for inspection. Target: Hongmeng Yutianju, incomplete. Investigation cost: 10 upper-grade spirit stones, such a steep price. Chu Mo's brows shot up in surprise. 1 upper-grade spirit stone equated to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and a single mid-grade spirit stone sufficed to investigate the information of a golden core stage individual. Its worth was comparable to that of 1,000 golden core stage or 100 nascent soul stage individuals. The seemingly unremarkable incomplete technique before him was likely of extraordinary caliber. Without hesitation, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Mo's eyes as he issued the command within his mind. The spirit stones he had brought were instantly devoured by an unseen force, vanishing in an instant. Information: Hongmeng Yutianju, a transcendent grade technique, cannot be classified within the existing system. Practicing requires vast resources, with combat power several times that of the same tier, growing stronger as one progresses. This technique comprises 7 levels, each unlocking a unique Yutian method. The effects of each Yutian method, when unleashed, could incite bloodshed in the cultivation world. Currently, this wooden tablet only records the Qi refinement chapter, with the first level of Yutian method being incomplete. Do you wish to expend 10 upper-grade spirit stones to complete the first level of Yutian method? Or 1 exquisite spirit stone, equivalent to 100 upper-grade spirit stones, to complete the foundation establishment chapter? Note: the second level of Yutian method corresponds to the golden core stage. Chu Mo's heart raced uncontrollably. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary technique that would make any cultivator covetous. As for the drawback of requiring vast resources, to him, these seemed hardly insurmountable obstacles. After all, he possessed the All Things Information System and had Luo Jin, a resourceful companion providing spirit stones. The only aspect that posed a challenge was that merely completing the Foundation Establishment Chapter's subsequent techniques required a staggering 100 upper-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, the entirety of his funds was just sufficient to complete the first level of Yutian method. He resolved to proceed. Complete it. In Chu Mo's eyes flickered a glimmer of near madness, resolute and fervent. He was determined to discover just how extraordinary this heavenly law truly was. In an instant, all the spirit stones stored within his spatial pouch surged forth like a flood released from a dam, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 16. The Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique. Immediately thereafter, a vast torrent of information flooded into Chu Mo's mind, elucidating the mysteries of the first tier of the Hongmeng Heavenly Art, the Heavenly Law. First tier of Heavenly Law, Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique. Effect: allows one to seek out a compatible alchemical furnace and perform the rites of Dukzhou, enhancing one's own physique. This remarkable technique brings me great delight. If the furnace's cultivation level surpasses one's own, one can harness the tremendous spiritual energy of the other to refine their own meridians, significantly broadening them, thus enabling one to exceed peers in the same realm, with combat prowess potentially increasing tenfold. The higher the realm of the furnace, the more effective the refinement. If the furnace's level is lower, multiple refinements may still be performed. If the furnace's cultivation is below one's own, one can absorb the essence of the other, converting their power into one's own. Due to having meridians far superior to ordinary practitioners, the resources required to cultivate this technique are also considerably greater. However, breakthroughs in realm become nearly devoid of bottlenecks, and with ample spiritual energy, progress flows effortlessly. After assimilating the Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique, Chu Mo experienced an enlightening revelation. In summary, dual cultivation could indeed bolster one's strength. Engaging in dual cultivation with higher realm female practitioners could enhance combat capabilities within the same tier. Conversely, with female practitioners of lower realms, one could directly absorb their essence to elevate their own cultivation. Post-cultivation, one's physique would diverge from the norm, rendering breakthroughs devoid of obstacles. The downside is the significant consumption of resources. Yet, in light of the overwhelming advantages, this drawback appeared trifling. A tenfold increase in combat strength at the same tier. What a concept. In the early stages of chi refinement, one could contend with those in the late stages. Should one reach the late stage of Golden Core, could they not directly slay those in the nascent soul realm? Although the resources required for cultivating the yin-yang harmonization technique are immense, he possesses the ready resource pool of Luo Ji-in and his own intelligence network, alleviating concerns about future shortages. As for the speed of cultivation, drawing chi into his body for merely half a stick of incense, he had no need to worry about pace. It can be stated that as long as resources are sufficient, he could swiftly attain the foundation establishment stage. And this was merely the effect of the first tier of the heavenly law. There were still 6 more heavenly techniques of such incredible potential. Chu Mo could hardly contain his eagerness for the subsequent tiers of the heavenly law. If he could master all 7 tiers, how terrifying would that be? With great difficulty, he suppressed the surging tide of emotions. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the ethereal and exquisite figure of Luo Xiyin. Chu Mo did not take the wooden tablet inscribed with the fragments of the Haoming heavenly art with him. After all, this fragment was incomplete even for the first tier. The characters inscribed were ancient and cryptic, rendering it nearly impossible for another to decipher, even if they were fortunate enough to acquire it. He turned away, selecting a technique from the shelf of celestial tier methods, choosing one titled the Void Sky Ice Spirit Technique, a lower-grade celestial tier art. He believed that this should be suitable for Luo Xiyin. The stronger his subordinates, the better it would be for him. On the other hand, it could also serve as compensation for her. After all, once trust was sufficiently established, one could access the assets of the other from afar. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could execute an asset transfer. This was how many wealthy deadbeats came to be. Arriving at the entrance of the martial arts pavilion, the core disciple in charge of the technique imprinting received the jade slip of the Void Heaven Eye Soul technique from Chu Mo, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. He was well aware of the Void Heaven Eye Soul technique. The resources required to cultivate this technique were immense, and the physical requirements for practitioners were exceedingly stringent. Only those with extraordinary physiques, such as the Extreme Yin or the Nether Emperor's Eye Soul body, could hope to master it. If one were to forcefully cultivate it, they might temporarily exhibit superior combat prowess relative to their peers, but due to the mismatch in constitution, they would never be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Their entire lives would be confined to the chi refinement stage. After all, the higher the level of the technique, the more challenging it became to transition to another practice afterwards. The disciple internally condemned Chu Mo to failure. As an outer sect disciple, he lacked the vast resources necessary and possessed none of the rare constitutions. In his hands, this heavenly grade technique was nothing more than a useless piece of paper. What good was exceptional talent if one's future was already sealed? The disciple scoffed inwardly but refrained from offering any warnings, swiftly assisting Chu Mo in imprinting the technique. He then cautioned, "Normally, this is a technique accessible only to core inner disciples. You must not disseminate it privately, otherwise you will face disciplinary actions. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Chu Mo accepted the imprinted jade slip, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave the martial arts pavilion. He had no intention of cultivating the Void Heaven Eye Soul technique himself, nor would he share it. After all, Luo Xiyin was now considered his possession. Once Chu Mo had departed, the disciple rose to leave after a quarter of an hour. Elder Lin Zheng and several other elders had bribed him to inform Chu Mo of the outcome regarding his choice of technique. He was now on his way to fulfill that agreement. In the inner sect, within Lin Jing's secluded abode, he chose the Void Heaven Eye Soul technique. Upon hearing the report, Lin Zheng's mood, which had been soured by a previous encounter with Jiang Shiguang, lightened considerably. The disciple who conveyed the message from the martial arts pavilion's core disciple nodded and bowed obsequiously. The core disciple at the martial arts pavilion said this. Lin Zheng shook his head with a smile. The lower grade heavenly technique sounds impressive, but he lifted a cup of spirit tea, gently blowing away the steam. This technique demanded an exceedingly rare constitution, one that could only be wielded by those with extreme cold or extreme yin physiques. Forcing its cultivation would render even the completion of chi refinement a Herculean task, let alone reaching the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, the resources it consumed were astronomical, akin to a bottomless pit. An outer sect disciple without any foundational support could hardly hope to satisfy its demands or cultivate it effectively. The disciple echoed in agreement. Elder Lin's words ring true. This Chu Mo merely stumbled upon good fortune, possessing some talent, yet oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, foolishly aspiring to ascend in a single leap. Little does he realize that one who lacks virtue to match their position will inevitably face calamity. Lin Zheng savored a sip of tea, reflecting on the folly of the young man. He had thought this lad might prove to be a source of annoyance, but it now appeared he was merely a fool blinded by the allure of high-ranking techniques. It seemed he had overestimated him. With such a disposition, no matter how exceptional his talent, his achievements would be limited. Lin Zheng had previously contemplated employing covert strategies to sever Chu Mo's path to cultivation entirely, but now it seemed unnecessary. Chu Mo had unwittingly blocked his own way. He waved his hand, signaling the disciple to withdraw. Very well, I am aware of the situation. You may leave now. You have done well. Here are some spirit stones as a reward. Thank you, Elder Lin. The disciple gratefully accepted the spirit stones, bowing deeply as he exited. Meanwhile, in Jiang Shiguang's courtyard, after listening to his confidant's report, Jiang Shiguang's brow furrowed. His previously pleased expression, due to a minor victory, now darkened. Void Sky Eye Soul Technique. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic sound that revealed his inner turmoil. The inner sect disciple, tasked with delivering the report, cautiously observed Jiang Shiguang's expression and murmured, "Indeed, Elder. According to the intelligence from the technique pavilion, Chu Mo has indeed inscribed the Void Sky Eye Soul Technique." Jiang Shiguang fell silent. He had held great expectations for Chu Mo. With an unparalleled talent capable of channeling energy into his body in the span of half an incense stick, if utilized properly, he could become a significant asset in Jiang Shiguang's struggle against Lin Zheng and possibly even in seizing control of the sect. However, he never anticipated that Chu Mo would choose the Void Sky Eye Soul Technique. Jiang Shiguang sighed, his tone betraying a palpable disappointment. The youth, blinded by the technique's rank, failed to consider whether he could truly master it. Initially, Jiang Shiguang had deemed Chu Mo a profound thinker, capable of discerning the right moment. Yet, it now appeared he was merely a brash young man, rich in talent, but lacking foresight and self-awareness. Elder, should we continue to monitor him? The disciple tentatively inquired. Jiang Shiguang waved his hand, disinterested. No need. Since he has chosen this path for himself, let it be. He has lost his utility. It seemed that to completely overthrow Lin Zheng, alternative methods must be sought. Perhaps he should place his hopes on Jiang Pingtian to swiftly identify the demonic infiltrator, thereby achieving a significant feat that would elevate his standing and influence within the sect. Returning to the outer sect's cave dwelling, sparse in spiritual energy, Chu Mo promptly sat cross-legged, commencing his attempts to cultivate the Hongming Yutian technique. As soon as the cultivation technique commenced, Chu Mo felt a surge of spiritual energy, far purer and more robust than the spirit summoning technique, coursing through his body like an unceasing river. Even through mere breathing exercises, he could distinctly sense his spiritual power escalating at a visibly rapid pace. His meridians seemed to be incessantly tempered and expanded by an invisible yet formidable force. How astonishing! Chu Mo could not help but marvel at this transformation. He was acutely aware that, at the same foundation level of chi refinement, he could effortlessly overpower the version of himself from yesterday when he practiced the spirit summoning technique, perhaps even defeating 3 or 4 of that self with ease. This was merely the enhancement afforded by the technique itself. If he were to incorporate the first layer of the celestial sovereign technique, bolstered by the yin-yang harmonization, the increase in combat prowess would be monumental. Suppressing the tumult of excitement within, Chu Mo retrieved another item from his storage bag, the silk of the Hell Spider. He had long since refined it into a remarkably effective weapon. 10 slender yet incredibly resilient strands were affixed to specially crafted rings on his fingertips. With a mere thought, he could wield them with precision, striking unseen. With a casual flick of his wrist, a nearly invisible silver streak flashed through the air. Not far away, a stone slab, half the height of a person, silently fractured, its surface as smooth as a mirror, as if cleaved by a divine blade. I shall name you Heavenly Web, Chu Mo mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although uncertain of his current strength, he surmised that he was undoubtedly a dominating presence among his peers. Contemplating his next steps, Chu Mo rubbed his chin. The cultivation of the primordial celestial sovereign technique required an immense amount of resources. While it was gratifying to exploit Luo Jin's resources, he realized he could not merely strip the sheep bare. If he depleted her resources and hindered her progression to the golden core stage, the consequences would be dire. After all, A golden core Luo Jin could procure even greater and superior resources for him. He would not engage in such foolishness as to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Chu Mo resolved to visit the outer sect's financial department to exchange the remaining gold and jewels he had plundered from bandits for spirit stones. These mundane coins occupied far too much space in his storage bag. Presently, he was utilizing his own storage bag. Although Luo Jin had previously gifted him one from her time in the outer sect. However, he deemed it imprudent to continue using it, as having two storage bags at his waist would be overly conspicuous. Moreover, due to spatial repulsion, storage bags could not be nested within one another like Russian dolls. After exchanging for spirit stones at the financial department, Chu Mo proceeded to the outer sect's weapon pavilion to select an unassuming yet finely crafted steel longsword. The heavenly web would remain his trump card, not to be revealed lightly in combat. Only by maintaining an element of surprise could he deliver a decisive blow to his adversaries. Having completed these tasks, Chu Mo made his way toward the administrative department. He intended to explore for suitable tasks that could earn him some spirit stones to facilitate his upcoming cultivation and usage. However, having ventured only a short distance, his keen perception, heightened by the Hongmeng Yutianju, alerted Chu Mo to the presence of several malevolent gazes trailing him like parasites. Chapter 17. The heavenly net silks kill the enemy. A subtle furrow of his brow indicated his unease as his pace quickened. Upon reaching the fork leading to the administrative office, he found the path ahead obstructed by a few idly loitering outer disciples, either deliberately or inadvertently blocking his way. A sense of foreboding settled over Chu Mo. It was indeed a trap set for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and darted down a narrow path leading to the dense forest of the back mountain. The disciples, upon noticing his flight, smirked with derision and leisurely pursued him. As Chu Mo navigated swiftly through the woods, his pursuers remained relentless. During his escape, he remained unruffled, subtly manipulating his fingers to release nearly invisible silver threads. Soon, he found himself cornered in a dead end flanked by mountains on three sides. "Hey, kid, why stop running?" taunted one of the 8 outer disciples clad in their distinctive robes, a wicked grin plastered across his face. Chu Mo's mind raced as he focused on the leader of the group. Target, Wang Liang. Required for insight, 1,000 silver, 10 inferior spirit stones. Would you like to spy? Yes. Information, 6th layer of Qi refinement. Under the direction of Lin Wujia, he has gathered several outer disciples to regularly bully and rob you, seeking to sever your cultivation resources and ensure your eternal stagnation, ultimately leading you to perish in obscurity among the outer sect. Bullying among outer disciples is often overlooked by the enforcement hall as long as it does not result in death, leading to minimal punishment and making it difficult to eradicate. Indeed, it was Lin Wujia's machination. "Kid, be sensible and hand over everything in your storage bag." Wang Liang brandished his sword, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Otherwise, prepare to experience a fate worse than death today." The others echoed his malicious laughter, their gazes towards Chu Mo akin to that of a butcher eyeing a lamb for slaughter, filled with mockery and cruelty. Their cultivation levels ranged from the mid-stages of Qi refinement, approximately levels 4 to 6, and they were confident in their ability to overpower Chu Mo, who was merely at the first level. Without a hint of hesitation or struggle, Chu Mo swiftly unclasped his storage bag and presented it. "Here you go, seniors." Wang Liang snatched the bag from him, his consciousness probing its contents, and a greedy smile spread across his face. He extracted the spirit stones and a finely forged steel sword and stowed them away in his own storage bag. Then, as if discarding refuse, he disdainfully tossed the empty bag back at Chu Mo's feet. "Haha, what a coward." Wang Liang sneered at Chu Mo, his voice laced with malice. "But this paltry offering is hardly enough to satisfy us. Youngster, I shall continue to keep an eye on you. Henceforth, at the beginning and mid of each month, you shall diligently deliver all the cultivation resources of that month to me. Otherwise, each encounter will lead to a strike." Another disciple, emboldened, joined in with boisterous taunts, spitting as he spoke. "Did you hear that? Useless." With downcast eyes, Chu Mo remained silent. "Ha ha, truly spineless. Begone, worthless trash." The crowd reveled in their derision, belittling Chu Mo to the point of insignificance, their words laced with contempt and mockery. They envisioned a dismal future for him, one where he languished in the outer sect, ultimately succumbing to despair. Having vented their superiority, Wang Liang and his companions strutted away, satisfaction radiating from their every step. However, After they had walked a short distance, Chu Mo's downcast gaze abruptly lifted, radiating a chilling glimmer. He crossed his arms and sharply pulled his fingers back. Whoosh! Invisible silver threads tightened in the air. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed like cutting through tofu. The smiles on Wang Liang and his cohort's faces froze instantaneously. A sudden, cool sting coursed through their bodies. Blood erupted like a fountain. Several heads rolled to the ground, their faces now etched with terror and disbelief, stripped of their earlier bravado. Only two remained alive. One was cleaved in half by the silver threads, his upper body crashing heavily to the ground, intestines spilling forth, emitting a harrowing wail. The other, Wang Liang, found his right leg severed at the root, blood gushing forth in torrents as he clutched the stump and writhed in agonizing cries. The air thickened with the acrid scent of blood. Chu Mo had set a lethal trap with the silver threads upon his intentional retreat. Only the area surrounding him remained safe. Emotionless, Chu Mo picked up Wang Liang's fallen sword and approached the disciple who had been bisected. The disciple, witnessing Chu Mo advance like a harbinger of death, was engulfed in boundless fear and despair. He extended a blood-soaked hand, seemingly pleading for mercy. With a swift motion, Chu Mo severed his head cleanly with the sword. Warm blood splattered across Chu Mo, but he remained indifferent, turning to face Wang Liang, who was attempting to crawl away. Clutching his severed leg, hearing the steady footsteps behind him, Wang Liang's spirit faltered in terror. He scrambled forward, dragging a long trail of blood across the cold ground. Reaching a protruding rock, he clung to it for dear life. Chu Mo approached from behind, pressing his foot onto Wang Liang's back, rendering him immobile. Then, he seized Wang Liang's hair and pressed his head against the jagged rock. The sharp edge lodged perfectly between his teeth. Chu Mo lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to the back of Wang Liang's head. A sickening crack resonated through the air, a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Wang Liang's mouth full of teeth was instantly shattered, a gruesome mixture of blood and saliva spewing forth like mud. After what felt like an eternity of agony, he managed to regain his composure. "Spare me," Wang Liang wailed incoherently, his eyes filled with profound pain, terror, and lingering shock. He could not fathom that Chu Mo possessed such terrifying power, capable of slaughtering them all with mere first-level chi refinement. This demon, had he known, he would never have dared to provoke Chu Mo, even under Lin Wujie's instigation. Chu Mo crouched down, using the tip of his sword to lift Wang Liang's bloodied chin, an unprecedented radiant smile gracing his face. "My shoe is dirty, clean it." He extended his foot, smeared with a bit of forest mud, his expression cheerful yet his tone devoid of any emotion, evoking a chilling sensation. Wang Liang gazed at the muck on Chu Mo's shoe, a flicker of intense humiliation crossing his eyes. Yet, the primal instinct for survival compelled him to extend his bloodied tongue and humbly begin to lick. "Can you spare me?" After finishing, Wang Liang looked at Chu Mo with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I can overlook the matter of you stealing my possessions." Chu Mo nodded. At these words, Wang Liang's eyes erupted with the ecstatic joy of having survived. He struggled to rise, yearning to escape this hellish battlefield. However, in the instant he turned to flee, a cold blade pierced violently through his back, emerging from his chest. Wang Liang, in disbelief, lowered his gaze to the sharp tip that had penetrated his torso, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. "But you have sullied my shoe with your blood and saliva. So you must die." Chu Mo withdrew his sword, and Wang Liang crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Chu Mo approached, using the deceased's clothing to casually wipe his shoes. "Now, they are finally clean." Next, Chu Mo meticulously looted all the contents of the storage bags belonging to these individuals, including the spirit stones taken from Wang Liang and their accumulated wealth, stowing them into his own storage bag. As long as the items in the storage bags bore no special sect markings, no one could prove the original ownership. With their storage bags removed as evidence, the last remnant of Wang Liang was silenced, and thus all these possessions rightfully belonged to him. Surveying the scattered limbs and severed arms, Chu Mo's gaze remained indifferent. "Lin Wujie, today's events are merely a prelude. I will grow stronger." Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, one enters the inner sect, accessible only to disciples of the foundation establishment realm. Then, you shall experience the taste of being wantonly bullied, stripped of dignity. Chapter 18. The Punishment of Luo Jin. Chu Mo, carrying a newly filled storage bag and donning a clean set of robes, embarked on his journey back to his cave dwelling. After leaving the thicket and traversing for some time, He arrived at the expansive thoroughfare where the outer sect disciples congregated. Chu Mo keenly sensed that the gazes directed at him were tinged with an increased greed and malevolence compared to before. Those stares were akin to ravenous wolves, fixated upon him. As he pondered this, his eyes fell upon his storage bag, and understanding dawned upon him. The storage bag at his waist, slightly swollen from the abundance of spirit stones, emanated a faint ripple of spiritual energy. He realized that the standard storage bags provided to outer sect disciples were, indeed, rather subpar. While a lesser quantity of spirit stones would suffice, an excess would cause the rich spiritual energy they exuded to become somewhat conspicuous. It was as if a sign were affixed to his forehead, declaring him a fool with ample wealth, inviting all to come forth. Truly, possessing valuable treasures could be a crime in itself. Fortunately, thus far, the disciples he had encountered were mostly at the early stage of chi refinement and had not formed cliques. Moreover, being on the main road, there was a possibility of patrolling disciples from the law enforcement hall passing by. Hence, no one dared to recklessly confront him. However, should he continue along this path and cross paths with disciples of higher cultivation or those in charge, the situation might change. To evade further troubles, Chu Mo opted to leave the main road and take a smaller path. After a considerable detour, he finally returned to his cave dwelling. Several hours later, in the dense forest behind the mountain, a few disciples from the outer sect's law enforcement hall stumbled upon the corpses of Wang Liang and his companions. 7 or 8 lifeless bodies lay sprawled in a grotesque manner, each exhibiting a horrific death that tested the limits of human nerves. Some had their throats nearly severed, their heads drooping limply, while others were bisected at the waist, their heads cleaved away. The crimson blood had nearly saturated the forest floor, pooling into small puddles that exuded a nauseating stench. The gruesome scene made even those law enforcement disciples, accustomed to wielding power, feel their stomachs churn violently. Quickly, report to the esteemed steward. The law enforcement hall of the Lingshu Sword sect was divided into inner and outer sects. Cases deemed too difficult for the outer sect were transferred to the inner sect's law enforcement hall. The elder overseeing the entire law enforcement hall was Jiang Shiguang, who also wielded significant influence within the Hall of Justice. As the news was relayed up the chain, it swiftly reached Jiang Shiguang's ears within his cave dwelling. Inside Jiang Shiguang's abode, as Jiang Pingtian concluded his report on an external mission, he heard Jiang Shiguang mention this matter with a grave expression. The deaths of 7 or 8 outer sect disciples at the mid-chi refinement stage occurred with almost no signs of struggle at the scene. Each had been dispatched with a single, decisive blow, executed with precision. Jiang Shiguang stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Pingtian, what do you believe? Who could be responsible for this? Jiang Pingtian pondered for a moment before responding. To eliminate so many mid-stage chi refinement disciples in such a short span of time, the perpetrator must possess cultivation at least at the peak of chi refinement, perhaps even a half step into foundation establishment. Furthermore, their methods are ruthless, leaving no survivors. Based on the disciples' conjectures, this incident is likely the doing of the demonic cultivator infiltrator, employing powerful and mysterious demonic techniques. Jiang Shiguang nodded slightly, his expression darkening. The matter of the demonic cultivator infiltrator has recently leaked for reasons unknown, and the higher-ups of the sect are already aware. With this tragic incident added to the mix, it is likely that a stern order will soon be issued, commanding us to swiftly unearth their identity. He glanced at Jiang Pingtian. Pingtian, do you have any leads regarding the identity of the infiltrator? Jiang Pingtian's face betrayed his difficulty as he clasped his hands in respect. Reporting to the master, the infiltrator operates with extreme secrecy. I have dispatched individuals to investigate discreetly for several days, yet we have still been unable to ascertain their specific identity. The information we possess only confirms that the individual is a female disciple. Now that this case has spread among the outer sect, the atmosphere is tense, and further inquiries may provoke unnecessary alarm. Plans cannot keep up with changes, Jiang Shiguang sighed, rubbing his temples. He initially intended to keep this matter under wraps until he could pinpoint the infiltrator's identity, capturing them after they created chaos within the sect to secure a significant achievement. However, that plan now seems unfeasible. He wondered where the information about the infiltrator had leaked from. Perhaps he would need to conduct a thorough investigation of the surrounding disciples. Jiang Shiguang waved his hand dismissively. You must immediately increase the manpower. Ensure that the details of that demonic cultivator are clarified in the shortest possible time. We shall publicly declare that this incident was caused by the demonic cultivator, providing a temporary explanation for the sect. As for the ensuing turmoil in the outer sect, that shall not be our concern. Yes, master, Jiang Pingtian acknowledged before turning to leave. On his way to the law enforcement hall in the inner sect, Jiang Pingtian found himself lost in thought. He was curious about how the news of the demonic cultivator infiltrator had leaked. He had only mentioned it to his closest and most trusted partner, who he believed would keep it confidential. Could it be that someone from the Master's side had let it slip? Meanwhile, in Lin Wujie's cave, as the news spread, he soon learned that those he had dispatched to deal with Chu Mo, including Wang Liang, had all met a gruesome end in the back mountain. It was said they were slain by the mysterious demonic cultivator infiltrator. Lin Wujie was left in a state of shock. Damn it, they're all dead. Why did they all have to die? He found it hard to believe. Those were 7 or 8 capable mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. How could that cursed Chu Mo be so fortunate to escape? Anger and resentment churned within him. However, he soon recalled his father Lin Zhang's recent words. That fool Chu Mo has chosen the Void Sky Eye Soul formula, a cultivation method with exceedingly harsh conditions. With the resources accessible to the outer sect, Chu Mo will merely languish and wait for death in this lifetime. Contemplating this, Lin Wujie's anger subsided slightly. Just a waste destined for a future devoid of promise. This time, he has merely escaped by the skin of his teeth. When the opportunity arises, he shall take his time to devise a fitting retribution. Meanwhile, within a secluded cave of the outer sect of the Lingshu Sword sect, a woman of enchanting figure and delicate curves was seething with rage, her chest heaving as she bit down on her silver teeth. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded loosely, with a few rebellious strands falling beside her cheeks, swaying slightly with her hurried breaths. Those captivating, soul-stirring peach blossom eyes were now ablaze with fury. How infuriating! How utterly detestable! She cursed the unknown perpetrator in her heart, feeling wronged. Had she not been quietly biding her time? Who had she offended? Out of the blue, she was burdened with such a significant blame. Now, the entire sect was in a frenzy, searching everywhere like rabid dogs, creating an atmosphere of terror that made it impossible for her to even practice her dark arts in peace. Truly, she felt she had drawn the short straw for 8 lifetimes. If only she could discover the culprit behind this scheme, she would ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. Night fell in Chu Mo's cave. Luo Jiyin arrived stealthily. Senior Sister Luo, this storage bag for outer sect disciples seems rather ineffective, Chu Mo remarked, casually playing with the storage bag in his hands. Luo Jiyin's heart quivered, but her expression remained impassive. The storage bags used by outer sect disciples are of low grade and naturally cannot completely suppress the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by a large number of spirit stones. Only inner sect disciples are qualified to be equipped with storage rings that can thoroughly shield all external energies. Oh? Chu Mo raised an eyebrow. I see. Then why did you not mention this when you earlier bestowed upon me so many spirit stones? Luo Jiyin's breath hitched. She had deliberately withheld this information, hoping that this demon would attract the attention of the desperate outer sect disciples due to his wealth, ideally meeting a tragic end, so she could finally free herself from his control. It seems, Senior Sister Luo, that you are still not quite fulfilling your role as a servant, Chu Mo said in a flat tone, sending a chill coursing through Luo Jiyin from her feet to the crown of her head. He leisurely extracted a completely black whip, glimmering with a ghostly light, from his storage bag. This was a prize taken from Wang Liang and his cohorts. Upon seeing the whip, Luo Jiyin's face turned ashen, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? Those spirit stones were clearly forced from me. Her voice trembled with suppressed anger and fear. As a servant, one should possess the awareness to alert their master. S. voice remained flat, yet his pitch-black eyes resembled an unfathomable, icy abyss. He continued, It seems my recent kindness has caused you to forget your true identity. A sharp crack echoed through the silent cavern. Gasped in pain as a crimson mark appeared on her snow-white skin. A slave must embody the essence of a slave, smirked. Now, kneel with your back to me and present yourself. Clenched her delicate hands, yet found herself unable to defy his command. Overwhelmed by shame and indignation, she turned her back to him and complied. Approached, stepping on her waist as he wielded the whip. Crack, crack, crack. After years of cultivating her skills, was unfazed by ordinary pain. However, the profound humiliation and disgrace inflicted by caused her to shed tears once more, ultimately unable to suppress her cries. Following this lesson, retracted the whip. Do you understand your mistake? Under the oppressive weight of authority, with tear-filled eyes, gritted her teeth, and muttered, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." She bit her lip, aware that any resistance against would be futile, only inviting dire consequences. "I will certainly be more cautious in the future." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Meanwhile, her heart raged with venomous fury. "You demon, I will kill you. I swear it." Recalling's dignified demeanor in front of others during the day, juxtaposed with her current tear-streaked face, struggling to maintain composure while submitting to his will, filled with a sense of delight in his control. "Very well. In truth, I summoned you today for a serious matter." A knowing smile graced his face as he crouched beside her, grasping her silken hair. "I have recently acquired an intriguing dual cultivation technique that requires your assistance." "Dual cultivation?" S head snapped up, her tear-stained phoenix eyes wide with disbelief and fierce resistance. "No, absolutely not," she screamed, her voice rising in pitch. "You know that before reaching the golden core stage, I cannot lose my primaline. Otherwise, my cultivation will collapse and progress will become impossible." She attempted to summon her spiritual energy to resist, yet the constraints stemming from the depths of her soul felt like the sharpest thorny shackles, inflicting unbearable agony. "Ah!" cried out, clutching her head and writhing on the ground in torment, the soul-rending pain threatening to render her unconscious. She pleaded, curling on the frigid ground. Kneeling before Chu Mo, her voice laced with a sob and lingering pain, utterly disheveled, devoid of any trace of the celestial pride and coolness she once possessed. "Please, do not take away my primordial essence. I will agree to anything else you desire." Chu Mo observed her from his elevated position, a sense of delight in his dominion swelling within him. "Rest assured, while I am intrigued by your maiden primordial essence, I am not one to act without discernment." He spoke languidly. "The method of dual cultivation I mentioned involves an alternative approach." Upon hearing this, Luo Jin lifted her tear-streaked and dirt-stained exquisite face, her eyes reflecting a bewilderment and confusion akin to one who has narrowly escaped calamity. "An alternative approach? What might that entail?" Chu Mo leaned closer, whispering into her ear in a tone audible only to the two of them. In an instant, her pupils dilated, and a flush more intense than any prior surged like a tide from her alabaster neck to her ears, her entire face reddening as if it might bleed. Perverse, shameless, disgraceful. She felt both humiliated and furious. What a scoundrel! How could he conceive of such an unfathomable method? Although she was not entirely ignorant of matters between men and women, her knowledge was confined to the rudimentary accounts found in texts. The dual cultivation method he proposed was utterly unheard of, fundamentally overturning her understanding. However, in comparison to the loss of her precious maiden primordial essence, which would damage her foundation and hinder her cultivation, this alternative seemed not entirely unacceptable. The mere thought of the impending scenario sent her heart racing uncontrollably. An indescribable shame and inexplicable fear entwined around her heart like creeping vines. She dared not imagine the spectacle that awaited her. Chapter 19. Luo Jin calls him master. The following morning, Luo Jin awoke, a slight furrow etched on her brow, her eyes opening amidst a torrent of agonizing pain. As her awareness coalesced, the absurdity and humiliation of the previous night flooded back to her. Just the recollection caused tears to gather at the corners of her eyes. She harbored resentment towards Chu Mo, but loathed even more her inability to resist, to control her own base body. A venomous yet sorrowful emotion took root within her heart. "Awake?" Chu Mo's voice suddenly resonated beside her, devoid of discernible emotion. Luo Jin turned her head to see him dressed, instinctively lowering her gaze to mask all feelings, leaving only a sense of meek submission. Wrapped in the bedclothes, she curled up on the bed, her voice barely above a whisper. Chu Mo retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag and casually tossed it to her. "Here, take a look at this." Luo Jin caught the jade slip, her consciousness probing within, her delicate form jolting in shock. The Void Sky Eye Soul Technique, a low-grade heavenly cultivation method. This was a top-tier technique that aligned perfectly with her meridian. If she could successfully transition to this method, her strength would undoubtedly surge, and in the future, her achievements could be boundless. In an instant, the resentment that had consumed Luo Jin seemed to be dispelled by an invisible hand, fading away significantly. In its place arose an indescribable complexity of emotions. She was aware that Chu Mo had visited the intersex technique pavilion. This implied that he had voluntarily relinquished a precious opportunity, choosing not to select a technique for himself, but instead offering this technique to her. Was it compensation? A means of entrapment? What on earth did this devil intend to do? Did he desire something? Chu Mo's voice echoed once more, laced with a hint of amusement. Luo Jin lifted her gaze, her once frigid phoenix eyes now glistening with unshed tears, rendering her less fierce and cold than usual, instead appearing somewhat pitiful. She looked at Chu Mo, her delicate teeth grazing her lip, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. If you desire, then you should embody that desire. Chu Mo stepped closer, towering over her, his expression devoid of warmth. Consider what identity you should assume when beseeching me for this technique. Luo Jin's body stiffened, her pupils constricting sharply. She understood Chu Mo's intentions. Her pride vehemently resisted, yet the allure of the Void Sky Eye Soul technique was overwhelmingly potent. It represented the opportunity she had longed for, her sole hope of extricating herself from her current predicament and even retaliating against Chu Mo in the future. A fierce struggle played across her features. Ultimately, the defiance within her heart transformed into resignation, culminating in a mournful cry. Slowly, she lowered her once proud head. She placed her hands beside her forehead, curled her knees, and bent backward in submission, kneeling before Chu Mo. Her voice was faint as a whisper yet resoundingly clear to his ears. Master, please bestow upon me the technique. The term master weighed heavily upon Luo Jin's dignity, threatening to shatter it entirely. Humiliation surged like a tide, submerging her completely. A twisted smile formed on Chu Mo's lips. For her to willingly utter those words was far more effective in dismantling her will than if forced by a soul contract. Such a good little servant, he remarked, extending his hand to mockingly pat Luo Jin's head and lightly strike her cheek, his tone tinged with derision. This technique shall be your reward. The title of servant made Luo Jin's delicate frame tremble slightly. She clenched her teeth tightly, swallowing her shame. Thank you, master, for your generous gift. Chu Mo reveled in the sight of Luo Jin, enduring humiliation yet compelled to submit. Although he knew through his intelligence network that she had not yet genuinely surrendered to him, he believed in the principle of giving a slap only to follow it with a sweet reward. As long as she complied and lowered her stance, rewards would follow. Once this ideology was firmly imprinted upon her heart, she could be gradually tamed, ultimately becoming his possession, both in body and spirit. He was certainly not a stereotypical anime protagonist seeking to charm her. After all, this is the quickest and most exhilarating way, I assent it. Having bid farewell to Luo Jin, Chu Mo settled into a meditative position, extracting all the spiritual stones he had seized from Wang Liang and others. As the Hongmeng Yutianju commenced its operation, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body as if it had found an outlet. Soon, Chu Mo broke through the shackles of the first layer of qi, refining with the force of a torrent, directly reaching the second layer. He did not stop there, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the second layer. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation was attributed, on one hand, to his innate talent for drawing an energy within half an incense stick's time. On the other hand, it was due to the dominance of the Hongmeng Yutianju. Had it not been for the depletion of spiritual stones, he might have effortlessly broken through to the third layer of qi refining. As he concluded his practice and opened his eyes, Chu Mo realized it was already the following morning. Upon introspecting his body, he discovered that following the profound exchange with Luo Jin the previous night, he had felt the warmth of her heartfelt dual cultivation. With the enhancement of the yin-yang harmonization technique, his meridians had transformed into a remarkably resilient and expansive network under the purifying and abundant spiritual energy. Now, his combat prowess at the same realm had more than doubled. If he engaged in dual cultivation multiple times, this multiplier could further increase. And he had yet to reach the current realm's limits. The only pressing issue now was that the spiritual stones had been exhausted, necessitating a renewed focus on acquiring resources for cultivation. With this thought in mind, Chu Mo rose from his cave and headed towards the outer sect affairs hall. Along the way, he overheard numerous outer sect disciples engaged in animated discussions. Have you heard? Several disciples in the back mountain were brutally murdered by a demonic infiltrator. The deaths were ghastly. Indeed, it is said they were either decapitated or dismembered. One had all their teeth smashed out. The cruelty was appalling. The law enforcement hall is nearly turning the outer sect upside down. I wonder where that demonic enchantress has hidden herself. People are anxious. I certainly want to dare to venture alone in the near future. What a coincidence. A demonic infiltrator? If they are to take the blame for me, it certainly spares me considerable trouble. How kind of them. Gratitude welled up in Chu Mo's heart as he resolved to rely on them more for future troubles. Upon arriving at the affairs hall, Chu Mo perused the various tasks posted on the wall. Most were menial errands offering pitiful rewards in spiritual stones. Just as he was about to give up, a particular task caught his attention. Chapter 20. A qi refining second layer overcomes the qi refining seventh layer. Task: cook for an inner sect disciples banquet, preparing several tables of spiritual dishes. Requirements: culinary skills must be exceptional. Reward: 50 low-grade spiritual stones. 50 low-grade spiritual stones. This was a considerable sum for an outer sect disciple. Moreover, Chu Mo possessed a fair degree of confidence in his culinary abilities, primarily due to the spices and condiments he had developed in this world. In a realm where culinary industry was underdeveloped, this was nothing short of a dimensional strike. He promptly accepted the task. Upon entering the specialized kitchen of the outer gate, the overseer, a portly middle-aged cultivator, regarded the youthful Chu Mo with a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. Are you capable? This is meant for the inner gate seniors. If you botch it, wasting precious spiritual herbs and meat, you may find yourself in serious trouble. Chu Mo remained silent, immersing himself in his culinary tasks. His movements chopping vegetables, preparing ingredients, managing the fire, and skillfully flipping the wok flowed seamlessly together. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing the overseer to salivate uncontrollably. When several exquisite spiritual dishes emerged from the stove, the overseer took a taste and was instantly awestruck, exclaiming in disbelief, "Incredible! Unbelievable!" The overwhelming deliciousness rendered him momentarily speechless, leaving him in a state of astonished silence as he pointed at Chu Mo. Subsequently, a few outer gate disciples carefully transported the prepared spiritual dishes to the inner gate, where they were merely tasked with running errands. In a picturesque courtyard, a group of inner gate disciples gathered around, exchanging cups in jovial camaraderie. Initially, when the spiritual dishes were presented at their table, they paid little mind. After all, for these seasoned cultivators who had long transcended the need for sustenance, the pleasures of the palate had become trivial. However, upon the first bite of the spiritual cuisine, everyone was rendered astonished. The indescribable, exquisite flavors erupted on their taste buds, igniting their appetite. In an instant, the table was left in disarray, dishes scattered as they devoured the food. This is truly heavenly fare. How delightful. What were those previous cooks preparing? Compared to this, their offerings were fit for swine. Quickly, inquire with the delivery disciple about the chef's identity. We must have him cater our future gatherings. The price is negotiable. An eager inner gate disciple grasped the delivery disciple's arm, urgently seeking information. The outer gate disciple, equally bewildered, scratched his head and replied, "Brother Hui, I heard from the kitchen overseer that today a chef is merely a temporary newcomer from the outer gate. Just here for this one occasion. That will not do." The inner gate disciple fretted, pacing back and forth before finally pointing at him. "Relay to the affairs office overseer to keep an eye on that chef for me. If he appears again, ensure he is assigned to this culinary work. Payment in spiritual stones is not an issue." Yes, brother." Chu Mo received 50 low-grade spiritual stones, yet felt little joy. This paltry sum was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the exorbitant consumption of the Haoming Yutianju. Moreover, the time expended was considerable, rendering it an inefficient endeavor. It seemed he needed to seek alternative means to acquire spiritual stones. He had never been one to adhere to the straight and narrow. If forced to choose between diligent labor and opportunistic scheming, he would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. As Chu Mo exited the affairs office, he unexpectedly collided with a familiar face, none other than his direct superior in the outer gate, the overseer responsible for him and several other disciples. "Mr. Wang," regarded Chu Mo and commanded, "Come with me." Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, noticing that Mr. Wang was accompanied by several other disciples, including some who had participated in the assessment alongside him. He followed Steward Wang and several other outer disciples to the small courtyard where Steward Wang resided. Everyone had gathered. Steward Wang cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an unmistakable air of arrogance. "Recently, the outer sect has been unsettled due to incidents involving demonic cultivators committing murder, which you must have heard about. To ensure everyone's safety and to enable me to better look after you, starting today, each of you must surrender 70% of the spirit stones you earn every month to me. Of course, having paid this fee, if anyone dares to bully you in the outer sect, feel free to come to me, and I shall support you. However, should you refuse to pay," Steward Wang sneered coldly, leaving you with no choice in the matter. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted within the courtyard. "What? 70%? One disciple could not contain his shock and exclaimed, "Steward Wang, this is simply excessive. We toil tirelessly on our tasks, and in the end, the bulk goes to you. How are we to cultivate?" Steward Wang's expression darkened, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he appeared before the disciple, delivering a vicious slap. The sound echoed through the air as the disciple was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, several teeth knocked out. With his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, dealing with these disciples, who typically only possessed the 1st or 2nd layer, was akin to striking down an ant. Silence. Steward Wang spat. My words are the law. Who dares to defy me? The remaining disciples fell silent, fear gripping them as they dared not voice their anger. The beaten disciple struggled to rise, terror etched on his face, and could only humbly retrieve spirit stones from his storage pouch to surrender 70%. The others followed suit, each dejectedly handing over the hard-earned spirit stones, their spirits dampened. Soon, it was Chu Mo's turn. Steward Wang extended his hand, impatience evident as he shook it slightly. Chu Mo, it's your turn. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Chu Mo's face remained expressionless as he calmly regarded Steward Wang. I refuse to pay. These 3 simple words reverberated through the courtyard like thunder, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Had this young man lost his mind? Did he not witness the fate of the previous disciple? Steward Wang was momentarily taken aback, but his fury quickly ignited. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. I said, I refuse to pay. Chu Mo reiterated, his tone still composed. You seek death. Steward Wang roared, unleashing his inner energy as he hurled a powerful punch toward Chu Mo's face. In his view, Chu Mo was merely at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, and this punch would surely leave him half dead. However, as the forceful punch approached, Chu Mo remained steadfast, not flinching nor retreating. Just as the punch was about to land, he moved. Striking after the initial blow, Chu Mo launched a punch of his own, seemingly unremarkable, yet imbued with an undeniable, domineering force. The 2 fists collided with a resounding thud. A distinct sound of cracking bones echoed, clear and sharp. In the next moment, the Steward Wang emitted a piercing scream, his body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, which was already in a state of disrepair, creating a gaping hole. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, evidently rendered useless. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining his collar crimson. Silence enveloped the scene. All the disciples stood in stunned disbelief, their minds blank. How could Wang have been nearly incapacitated by a single punch from Chu Mo? This was unfathomable. Judging by his aura, Chu Mo was clearly only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Chapter 21. Reverse bullying. Wang lay crumpled on the ground like a broken doll, clutching his grotesquely twisted right arm. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he gazed at Chu Mo, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. How could this boy, clearly at the 2nd level, possibly, the other outer disciples dared not even breathe, their eyes fixed on Chu Mo as if he were some sort of monster. Chu Mo stepped forward, looking down at Wang with an expression no longer placid but marked by his signature, chilling smile. Wang, shall we have a proper conversation now? Wang's throat felt dry as he struggled to swallow. His voice trembled violently with pain and fear. What do you want? Chu Mo raised his foot and gently pressed it against Wang's cheek, applying just enough force to grind it slightly. Return the spirit stones you just confiscated. A flash of intense humiliation and resentment crossed Wang's eyes. Yet, feeling the terrifying pressure on his face and meeting Chu Mo's icy gaze, he ultimately chose to submit. Gritting his teeth, he began to retrieve the confiscated spirit stones from his storage bag, placing them in a pile at Chu Mo's feet. And Chu Mo's voice rang out again. Bring forth those you withheld as well. Don't tell me you didn't withhold any. I have no patience for idle chatter. Initially, Chu Mo had believed he could swiftly depart from the outer sect, thus overlooking Wang's earlier deduction of his spirit stones. However, the circumstances were now different. He intended to make Wang repay him with interest. Wang trembled all over, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Chu Mo. How did he know? Did this fellow possess mind-reading abilities? Under Chu Mo's emotionless gaze, Wang, with a heart heavy as ash, ultimately emptied his storage bag of all the withheld spirit stones. Seeing the pile of spirit stones, which resembled a small hill, Chu Mo nodded in approval. He withdrew his foot and addressed the other outer disciples, who were already paralyzed with fear. You may divide these spirit stones among yourselves. The disciples were initially taken aback, then their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. They had anticipated a significant loss, but unexpectedly, the situation had turned in their favor, resulting not only in no losses but also a profit. Thank you, Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu is mighty. Several individuals hurriedly divided the spirit stones scattered on the ground, their gazes towards Chu Mo brimming with reverence and gratitude. Among them, a particularly astute disciple knelt on one knee and clasped his fists in salute, declaring, Senior Brother Chu, I Su Mang have acquaintances among the outer sect. Should you require any assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to lay down my life. He had heard tales of Chu Mo's prowess in the examination hall, where he summoned a dazzling spectrum of colors from the testing stone and absorbed spiritual energy for half a stick of incense. Although his spot was ultimately usurped by Lin Wuju, Su Meng believed that a person of Chu Mo's caliber was destined for greatness, bound to soar to the heavens. His recent triumph over Manager Wang served as the most compelling testament to this. If not now, when would he seize the opportunity to align himself with such a figure? Very well, Chu Mo nodded, accepting his allegiance. I shall seek you out when the need arises. He indeed required assistance in managing various affairs within the outer sect and in establishing his own influence to amass greater resources. Observing Su Meng's boldness, the other disciples quickly followed suit, pledging their loyalty to Chu Mo in front of Manager Wang and even offering the majority of their spirit stones. Chu Mo accepted their offerings without reservation. The manner in which they willingly surrendered was entirely different from coercion. Manager Wang's countenance darkened, akin to a man who had ingested something foul. All of his subordinates had abandoned him to pledge their fealty to Chu Mo, voluntarily presenting their spirit stones. For him, this was nothing short of an affront, reminiscent of a wife begrudgingly yielding to her husband's demands while displaying extraordinary fervor before an outsider. Once again, Chu Mo's gaze fell upon Manager Wang, his smile growing more mischievous. Manager Wang, it is now your turn to show me your respect. He sought to turn the tables on him. Manager Wang's expression fluctuated between despair and fear, his lips trembling, yet he dared not resist. He sat up and extracted the majority of the remaining spirit stones from his storage pouch, offering them forth. Junior brother Chu, this is all I possess. Beyond this, I have no resources left for my own cultivation, he stammered. Chu Mo accepted the stones, weighing them carelessly before delivering a kick that sent Manager Wang sprawling to the ground. This managerial position seems rather lucrative, Chu Mo mused, stepping on Manager Wang's chest. How might I attain such a role? Gasping for breath beneath Chu Mo's foot, Manager Wang was filled with both fear and trepidation. He hastily replied, the sect holds periodic selections for managerial positions when vacancies arise. All outer sect disciples are eligible to participate, and the ultimate victor becomes the new manager. Oh. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, finding the notion rather uncomplicated. Meanwhile, Manager Wang internally lamented. Uncomplicated? The typical outer sect disciples, who only toiled in their cultivation, would never have the opportunity. It was only those who had ingratiated themselves with the managers or were inner sect disciples who stood a chance. With a solid backing, free from exploitation or bullying, one can acquire the resources necessary to cultivate to a level sufficient for selection. Otherwise, upon stepping onto the arena, one might be unceremoniously cast aside like refuse before even making a move. Wang, the overseer, was once in a similar predicament, ingratiating himself to his superior to secure his position and avoid being undermined. It was only after gaining resources that he could cultivate to a level adequate for selection. That year, the selection coincided with a lack of formidable external disciples within the sect, with most being overseers. He seized this opportunity to ascend to his current role. When is the next overseer assessment? Chu Mo inquired. It is in 7 days. 7 days? That is ample time. With that, Chu Mo withdrew his foot and disregarded Wang. Striding away amidst the company of Su Meng and others, he aimed to establish his own order within the external sect. Watching Chu Mo's retreating figure, Wang gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless. He had no recourse to appeal to higher authorities, as no ordinary disciple had ever bested an overseer. The rules of the external sect dictated that overseers manage their own disciples. Unless matters escalated to the level of public violence, the law enforcement hall would remain uninvolved. Typically, overseers were at the late or perfected stages of chi refinement. In contrast, Chu Mo was the only one who had managed to confront an overseer in the early stages of chi refinement. While ordinary disciples sought to curry favor with overseers or inner disciples for a chance at selection, Chu Mo had achieved a similar outcome through a form of reverse bullying against the overseer. Chapter 22 Senior Sister. You wouldn't want your identity as a demonic cultivator to be revealed, would you? In the following 7 days, Chu Mo kept a low profile, dedicating his time to cultivating the Hongming Yu Tianju within his cave abode, while also engaging in dual cultivation with Luo Jing. As their sessions increased, his meridians underwent further refinement, and his spiritual power became increasingly robust, nearing the limits of his current realm. Initially, Chu Mo could provide Luo Jing with incisive insights, but soon their exchanges became effortless. After 7 days, Chuemo reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, merely a step away from the 4th level. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation, if known, would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the Lingshu sword sect. However, this was merely a reflection of his cultivation speed outpacing the availability of resources. On the day of the external overseer selection assessment, the martial arena buzzed with activity, teeming with spectators. Numerous platforms had been constructed, and many external disciples were eager to showcase their skills. Amidst the throng, Chuemo entered the arena, flanked by Su Meng and other external disciples, instantly drawing attention. He was the only participant with a mere 3rd level of Qi refinement. While the others were all at least at the 6th level, no one held high hopes for him. They regarded him as a farcical jester, overestimating his capabilities. Yet, as the assessment commenced, any disciple who faced Chuemo, regardless of their cultivation level, was swiftly defeated in a single move. His clean and decisive techniques, coupled with an overwhelming punch, left all observing disciples in awe. Who is this individual? Why have I never heard of him before? He is truly formidable. Could he genuinely be a disciple of merely the 3rd layer of Qi refinement? Surely, he must be concealing his true strength. The depth of his spiritual energy suggests it rivals that of the pinnacle of Qi refinement. No one could believe that the formidable Chuemo, who dominated the arena, genuinely possessed only the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. In no time, Chuemo emerged as the front-runner for the championship in the selection process for the steward position, boasting an undefeated record. Concurrently, another outer sect disciple was also a strong contender for the steward role. Her name was Su Ro, a woman of alluring grace and enchanting beauty. With every smile and frown, she exuded a captivating charm. Many outer sect male disciples were utterly enamored, willingly falling at her feet, eager to serve her. Su Ro's prowess was equally formidable, as she overcame each challenge without a single defeat. The steward selection assessment lasted for 2 days, although only one match transpired on the 2nd day, the finals. By the conclusion of the first day's assessments, the final 2 outer sect disciples remaining were Chuemo and Su Ro. They were set to vie for the coveted steward position under the gaze of many. However, on the eve of this decisive battle, an unexpected group of visitors appeared outside Chumo's dwelling. Leading them was a tall, somewhat dashing male disciple named Yangxing Huan. Possessing the cultivation of the 8th layer of Qi refinement and being one of Su Ro's most devoted admirers. Chuemo, senior sister Su Ro requests your presence. Come with us. Yangxing Huan spoke with a tone lacking in kindness, his eyes filled with wariness and hostility. The dozen or so disciples behind him glared menacingly, surrounding Chumo's dwelling tightly. Raising an eyebrow, Chuemo displayed no hint of fear. He calmly stepped out of his residence. Lead the way. Under the escort of Yangxing Huan and his companions, Chuemo was brought to a beautifully adorned courtyard. Subtly, he shifted his fingers within his sleeves. As he ventured deeper into the courtyard, he spotted Su Ro languidly reclining on a soft couch, playfully toying with a glass cup of crystal, her gaze sultry. It must be said that Su Ro, upon closer inspection, was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Her appearance was already extraordinary, but the allure she radiated was simply mesmerizing. Upon noticing Chumo's arrival, Su Ro slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice dripping with allure. Junior brother Chu, you have arrived? For a fleeting moment, Chumo's gaze lingered on Su Ro's curvaceous figure before his thoughts shifted. Target, Su Ro. Required for probing, 10 inferior quality spirit stones of 1,000 taels of silver. Would you like to probe? Yes. Name, Su Ro. Identity, outer disciple of Lingshu sword sect, undercover demon cultivator, disciple of the demon sect main sect. Cultivation, Qi refinement 9th layer. Half-step foundation establishment, demon cultivator. Technique, devouring god nerves, high-grade demon technique. Qi induction technique, entry-level technique of Lingshu sword sect. Physique, innate charming bone, rare, crucial intelligence. Suspecting her hometown was massacred by the Lingshu sword sect, she became a demon cultivator to seek revenge, infiltrating the outer sect of Lingshu sword sect to uncover the truth. Recently, due to the incident of outer disciples being killed, her movements have become increasingly risky, prompting her urgent desire to become an outer sect administrator to better conceal her identity and leverage her authority to gather more intelligence. Oh, the undercover demon cultivator is her? A subtle smile played at the corner of Chu Mo's lips as he contemplated altering his plans. Su Ro set down her wine cup, gracefully rising, her steps delicate as she approached Chu Mo, exhaling a fragrance akin to orchids. Junior brother Chu, for tomorrow's decisive battle, I hope you will voluntarily withdraw, she said. Her slender fingers lightly tracing across Chu Mo's chest, her gaze filled with allure. If you grant me this favor, I promise to take good care of you in the outer sect, offering you spirit stones, elixirs, and perhaps even myself. The individuals behind her, including Yang Xinghuan, halted in their breaths, their eyes fixed on Chu Mo with a predatory intensity, ready to act at the slightest provocation. A blend of soft persuasion and coercive threats. An ordinary disciple might have succumbed. Yet, Chu Mo merely smiled, his tone calm yet tinged with mockery. Sister Su, coincidentally, I also hope you will withdraw from the competition. The seductive smile on Su Ro's face faltered slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Just as she was about to respond, Chu Mo continued. I am aware of the secret you fear most being discovered by the sect. A jolt of alarm surged through Su Ro, her heart racing with intense vigilance. She pressed her lips together, her expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve, ultimately directing her gaze at Yang Xinghuan and the others. You all may leave. I wish to speak with junior brother Chu alone. Yang Xinghuan displayed a hint of reluctance, but upon meeting Su Ro's commanding gaze, he ultimately led the others out of the courtyard, leaving the space for Chu Mo and Su Ro. Once the others departed, only Chu Mo and Su Ro remained in the courtyard. Su Ro waved her hand to set up a soundproof barrier. Speak, junior brother Chu. What is this secret you mentioned? Chu Mo stepped forward, leaning close to Su Ro's ear, speaking in a voice meant solely for her. Sister, I know you are the undercover demon cultivator. The color drained from Su Ro's face in an instant, her lingering hopes vanishing completely. Chu Mo reveled in her shocked expression, lifting her delicate chin with his hand. Sister Su, I believe you wouldn't want your identity as an undercover demon cultivator to be public knowledge, would you? Chapter 23. Capturing the enchantress, Su Ro's delicate form trembled slightly as she forced herself to maintain composure, yet her voice betrayed a subtle hoarseness. Junior brother Chu, you truly have a knack for jest. I do not comprehend your talk of demonic infiltrators. Do you not comprehend? Chu Mo remarked, taking pleasure in her visibly distressed demeanor. His fingers caressed her silky chin, exerting an irresistible pressure. Sister, you surely understand but feign ignorance. Tell me, with the current tensions so palpable, if I were to report you to the law enforcement hall, what do you suppose would happen? Once they apprehend you and conduct a thorough investigation, discovering the demonic powers of the Main sect within you, how would you respond? Su Ro's breath hitched abruptly. The Main sect. He was aware of such depths. Gritting her silver teeth, a chilling glint of malice and intent flickered in her bewitching eyes. At that moment, she was certain that Chu Mo was not merely toying with her. He possessed irrefutable evidence. Resolutely, she unleashed a subtle, eerie pink ripple that silently emanated from her being, enveloping the entire courtyard in an instant. A seductive melody resonated, imbued with an entrancing power that surged toward Chu Mo's ears. A cold smile curled on Su Ro's lips. One of the techniques of neuro-devouring involved sound waves laced with demonic energy infiltrating the eardrums. Once the ears received the sound waves, the demonic energy would penetrate the sea of consciousness, directly disturbing and even controlling the target's mind. At such a close range, without any defenses, Chu Mo would undoubtedly be caught off guard. His mind would surely be in disarray. Huh? Do you truly believe that you can manipulate me? Su Ro fancied herself to have the upper hand, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Even if you have uncovered my identity as a demon cultivator, so what? Killing you would resolve everything. With that, Su Ro abruptly struck her palm toward Chu Mo's chest. Yet before her hand could reach him, Chu Mo's palm struck her first. Bang! Gasped. Su Ro violently coughed up blood, propelled backward. She crashed to the ground, her complexion pale, trembling as she propped herself up. Disbelief etched on her face. Impossible. How could you remain unaffected? Chu Mo turned to her and snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, the vortex of spiritual energy that had gathered near his ear dissipated. This vortex had served as a barrier, isolating Su Ro's sound waves. Having already been informed of Su Ro's capabilities, how could he possibly be caught unawares? The true predator had always been Su Ro. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ro's expression darkened to an extreme, her teeth clenched tightly. She had never anticipated that Chu Mo would possess such thorough knowledge about her. There was no turning back. Su Ro rose, her entire being shimmering with pink mist, transforming into countless captivating illusions that surged toward Chu Mo. She intended to unleash her full power. Undeterred by the risk of damaging the soundproof formation amidst the chaos of battle, she was resolute in her aim to eliminate Chu Mo. With her true demonic prowess bordering on half a foundation establishment, she could not fathom a defeat. The earlier incident had merely been a result of Chu Mo's ambush. With all her means exhausted, no one in the outer sect of the Spirit Void Sword sect could stand against her. However, in an instant, dozens of nearly imperceptible silver threads, akin to venomous serpents emerging from the void, swiftly ensnared Su Ro. She felt a sudden constriction around her body, as the all-pervasive demonic sound illusion was ruthlessly torn apart by an extraordinarily sharp force. Before she could react, her entire being was lifted high into the air, her limbs firmly bound by the incredibly resilient silver threads, rendering her immobile. The slightest struggle would cause the razor-sharp threads to embed deeply into her flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. In but a fleeting moment, the tides of battle had decisively turned. What kind of treasure is this? Su Ro's complexion paled, a mixture of astonishment and dread flooding her senses, feeling the chilling intent emanating from the heavenly spider threads. She had no choice but to muster all her spiritual energy to shield her body, fearing that this sinister object would slice her into pieces. Chu Mo stepped forward slowly, laughing heartily as he admired the sight of Su Ro ensnared like a tortoise in its shell. "Sister Su, shall we have a proper conversation now?" Su Ro's lovely face flushed crimson, a blend of shame, anger, and fear coursing through her. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. This Chu Mo, fully aware of her identity, had not rushed to the law hall to expose her. Instead, he came alone to this meeting, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. The situation was more formidable than the individual. Su Ro was capable of both yielding and resisting. "Junior brother Chu, please show some mercy." Su Ro managed to force a seductive smile, her voice softening. "Sister is willing to concede. Whatever you desire, feel free to state it, and I shall not refuse as long as it is within my power." "Indeed, Sister Su, those who recognize the times are the true talents." He reached out, gently patting Su Ro's delicate cheek, before leaning closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, causing her face to redden further. "Tomorrow's assessment. You shall forfeit. I shall take the position of overseer. Furthermore, I want you to cultivate with me to aid my practice." Upon hearing this, Su Ro's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, swiftly replaced by a barely perceptible cold smile. As expected, he was a man blinded by desire. If they were to cultivate together, she might find an opportunity to turn the tables on this young man. Within the devouring nerves, there existed secret methods of yin-yang harmony. I have no objections to relinquishing the overseer's position. As for cultivating together, should junior brother have such refined tastes, sister would gladly oblige. Su Ro's voice became increasingly alluring, her eyes sparkling as she attempted to entice Chu Mo's heart. However, his next words plunged her into an icy abyss. "Before that, I require Sister Su to open her mind, allowing me to implant a secret mental control technique." The seductive smile on Su Ro's face instantly froze. What did you say?" "I have experienced Sister's capabilities firsthand." Chu Mo maintained his smile, and without some form of assurance, "I cannot place my trust in you." Su Ro's expression darkened, struggling to keep her smile intact. "Must you insist on implanting this technique?" "Sister will comply with whatever you wish. Just trust me." "Is that so?" Chu Mo narrowed his eyes, declaring, "It seems we cannot reach an agreement." "Sister Su, I presume you have no desire to sample the tea from the enforcement hall? Should I choose to depart now? Those outside would be powerless to stop me." Su Ro's heart trembled. Given the prowess Chu Mo had just exhibited, coupled with that enigmatic silken artifact, her subordinates would be utterly helpless. If she were to be taken to the enforcement hall, her fate was all too clear. Despair and terror surged within her like a relentless tide, drowning her in darkness. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were devoid of life, resembling a lifeless ash. I promise you." After Chu Mo established a soul contract with Su Ro, he discovered that she was still a maiden. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Sister Su, are you all right? It has been far too long." Hearing this, Su Ro's body shuddered, and she quickly responded, I am fine. You need not worry." The peculiar, raspy tone accompanied by labored breaths alarmed Yang Xinghuan, filling him with an inexplicable heat. Something was amiss. "Sister, we are coming in." Unable to contain himself any longer, Yang Xinghuan, accompanied by several disciples, forcibly pushed open the courtyard door. Chapter 24, Sister, why did you not refuse him? However, what they beheld was Chu Mo emerging from within, looking invigorated, while Su Ro stood to the side, her attire slightly disheveled. A flush upon her cheeks, her gaze lowered, unwilling to meet their eyes. Chimo, what have you done to Sister Su? Yang Xinghuan erupted in fury, ready to take action. Stop. Su Rou interjected. Yang Xinghuan, you all must withdraw. You shall not treat junior brother Chimo with disrespect. Yang Xinghuan was taken aback. Was Su Rou truly defending Chimo in such a manner? He had not even held her hand during all this time, yet Chimo had. Sister, why did you not refuse him? Why? A wave of desolation washed over Yang Xinghuan, filling him with a profound sense of grievance. I will forfeit tomorrow's management assessment, Su Rou declared after a deep breath. Junior brother Chimo, you may leave. Chimo cast a faint smile at Su Rou and departed without hesitation. Yang Xinghuan sought to question further, but was met with Su Rou's icy dismissal. With no other recourse, the group left, their hearts laden with confusion. Alone in the courtyard, Su Rou stood as the night breeze whispered through, bringing a chill to her skin. She bit her lip, fists clenched, nails digging into her palms. Yet, her mind was clear, recalling Chimo's command before he left, tomorrow evening, come to my cave dwelling. At that time, undisturbed, devote yourself entirely to aiding my cultivation. The following day, the finals of the management selection assessment unfolded without suspense. Su Rou publicly announced her forfeiture. Chimo emerged as the new outer sect steward. As the news spread, the outer sect disciples buzzed with speculation. Chimo proceeded to the steward hall, where he collected the steward's token, symbolizing his new position. Along with the corresponding official documents, he was assigned to manage the ordinary outer disciples, a task reminiscent of the previous steward, Wang, while exchanging pleasantries with other stewards. One from the Department of Affairs recognized Chu Mo at a glance and approached him with enthusiasm. Slightly rotund, the steward beamed as he exclaimed, "Ah, Steward Chu. Congratulations. By the way, the spiritual dishes you prepared last time were highly praised by the inner disciples. They specifically instructed me that whenever you are in charge, they would be more than willing to request your exclusive culinary tasks daily from the Department of Affairs. Steward Chu, if the opportunity arises, would you be inclined to demonstrate your culinary skills for the disciples below?" Upon hearing this, Chu Mo felt a flicker of inspiration. This might be a lucrative opportunity. Thank you for the suggestion, he replied, cupping his hands. I will consider it. Returning to his newly assigned steward's residence, which was infinitely better than the previous dilapidated cave, Chu Mo promptly summoned Su Mang. Su Mang, gather a group of trustworthy outer disciples for me, particularly those who are nimble and quick-witted. Additionally, bring in the disciples currently under my jurisdiction. Yes, Steward Chu. Su Mang, now utterly devoted to Chu Mo, responded. Before long, dozens of outer disciples had congregated in Chu Mo's courtyard. Looking at them, Chu Mo declared, from today onward, if you work with me, I assure you all will reap lucrative rewards. He outlined his plan for promoting spiritual food delivery and analyzed its feasibility with real-life examples. The audience's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this succeeded, would not the spiritual stones flow abundantly? Even after the Department of Affairs took its cut, the profits for them would still be considerable. One order could equate to the spiritual stones they typically earned after days of tasks at the department. Most importantly, this venture did not rely on precarious timing or infrequent opportunities. Soon, Chu Mo's call was met with unanimous agreement from the gathered outer disciples to join him. He then began instructing a select few in the art of cooking spiritual dishes using his exclusive seasonings. Of course, the recipe for these unique seasonings remained a closely guarded secret. This way, even if others sought a share of the profits, they would be unable to produce competing products. During the cooking lessons, Chu Mo was pleasantly surprised to discover that one of his disciples, named Zhou Wei, possessed remarkable culinary talent. Upon inquiry, he learned that Zhou Wei's family owned a restaurant prior to his recommendation to join the sect, and he had been the young master of that establishment. Renowned for his culinary skills throughout the city, his father had gone to great lengths to ensure his admission into the sect, flattering the inner disciple to secure this opportunity. Without hesitation, Chu Mo appointed Zhou Wei as the chief of culinary affairs, entrusting him with the teaching of culinary skills and the oversight of dish quality. He also shared his avant-garde seasonings with Zhou Wei. As for Su Mang, Chu Mo assigned him the responsibilities of personnel recruitment, training, and management of the delivery team. Furthermore, Chu Mo bestowed a name upon this spiritual food delivery service, calling it Jing Tuan, and meticulously designed its branding. Everyone remained bewildered until they donned rabbit-eared helmets and wore uniforms adorned in a harmonious blend of red and yellow. That very day, Jing Tuan commenced its trial operation. Chu Mo approached Zhao Qing, employing a mix of persuasion and pressure to enlist his assistance in promoting it within the inner sect. The results were immediate. Numerous disciples from the inner sect, fueled by a spirit of curiosity, placed orders through the Bureau of Civil Affairs. The outer sect kitchen became a flurry of activity. Bustling with energy, Zhou Wei commanded operations as delectable aromas wafted through the air, each dish of spiritual food swiftly prepared. Su Meng, leading a team of newly uniformed delivery disciples, set off with food boxes in hand, brimming with enthusiasm. Upon reaching the entrance to the inner sect, Su Meng was halted by the guarding disciples. Halt! Outer sect disciples are not permitted to trespass into the inner sect. Unfazed, Su Meng presented the task document issued by the Bureau of Civil Affairs. Esteemed brothers, we are the delivery disciples of Jing Tuan, dispatched on the Bureau's orders to deliver meals to our inner sect seniors. The guarding disciples carefully examined the document, confirming its authenticity. Su Meng discreetly offered a few fine low-grade spirit stones. Esteemed brothers, I appreciate your hard work. This is but a small token, a gesture of goodwill. We hope for your continued support of Jing Tuan. The guarding disciples, seeing Su Meng's tactfulness, smiled and accepted the spirit stones. Well said. As long as we adhere to the rules, we shall certainly facilitate your passage. The inaugural batch of Jing Tuan deliveries reached the inner sect smoothly, arriving directly at the caves of those who had placed orders. The inner sect disciples who savored the spiritual food were utterly captivated by its exquisite flavors, showering praises upon it. Thus, the name of Jing Tuan gradually spread throughout the inner sect. As the night deepened, a weary Chu Mo returned to his spacious and elegant courtyard after a day of bustling activity. Upon opening the gate, he beheld the enchanting silhouette of Su Ro, who had been patiently waiting in the moonlight. She had donned a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her figure, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon her, highlighting her alluring curves. With a bite of her lip and a playful furrow of her brow, she exuded an air of captivating charm. Chapter 25. Please have mercy on me. Master the night breeze gently caressed the flowers and plants in the courtyard. In Su Ro's beguiling peach blossom eyes, a complex brilliance flickered. After a day and night of introspection, she had come to terms with the reality before her. The man standing before her was powerful and mysterious, with an immeasurable future. Submitting not only promised to preserve her life but perhaps could also allow her to leverage his influence to achieve her own ambitions. Moreover, if she could win his favor, she might gain a measure of freedom for herself. With a slight tremor in her voice, she opened her red lips, attempting to infuse her words with allure. I humbly ask for your kindness towards Roer. As Chu Mo approached, she willingly loosened her attire. The black dress slipped away, revealing her delicate, snow-white shoulders, akin to the ethereal moon emerging from the depths of the night, stirring one's very blood. As the night passed, dawn began to break, and Chu Mo awoke with the first light of day. He felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, and his meridians had widened slightly compared to the previous day. Indeed, it was essential to seek the proper path of cultivation rather than veer into unorthodox methods. Despite Su Ro's cultivation being inferior to Luo Xian's, the efficacy of her purification was somewhat superior. He turned his gaze inward, estimating his strength. Currently, his prowess was nearly 8 times that of a practitioner of the same tier, not accounting for the influence of the celestial silk. Below the foundational stage, he believed there were no rivals. Before long, Su Ro awakened. Leaning against Chu Mo, her neck and collarbone bore distinct marks of intimacy. Her delicate arm draped over his neck, she bit her lip, exuding an enchanting allure, and whispered softly in his ear, Master, Roa shall henceforth be yours. I am willing to brave fire and water for you, with unwavering loyalty. Chu Mo regarded her knowingly. He was aware she was acting. Her trust level was far from adequate, as the system's information clearly indicated. In truth, Roar had not chosen the path of demonic cultivation willingly. Roar wishes to share her story with you, Master. Would you care to listen? Su Ro sought to earn Chu Mo's trust, for only then could she hope to thrive and even exact revenge with his aid. To achieve this, she resolved to be forthright with him. In the absence of other means, sincerity was the most effective pathway to garner trust. Nonetheless, Chu Mo was already well informed of her background, yet he chose to indulge her. The intelligence system provided insights primarily focused on exploitable information. Furthermore, should Su Ro be candid with him, accepting her would undoubtedly bolster her trust in him. An increase in trust was always advantageous, and in the future, he could entrust a portion of his assets to her, easily accessible at his discretion, without the concern of losing half in a divorce. Su Ro lifted her gaze, her eyes misty and seemingly innocent. My hometown was devastated by cultivators, and the entire city was turned to desiccated corpses. I suspect the perpetrators are from the Lingshu sword sect, who, while appearing to be a righteous sect, are, in truth, hypocrites. To uncover the truth and seek vengeance, I had no choice but to cultivate. However, the major sects monopolize all cultivation resources, leaving rogue cultivators like me powerless to rise. Her voice carried a suppressed resentment. I have no backing, no connections, and cannot enter a sect. So I was compelled to join the demonic sect, the main sect, which does not rely on traditional cultivation resources. The demonic sect is not as vicious as the outside world claims. We are not the malevolent beings that refine others to enhance our power. The main sect has never committed any heinous acts. Yet, those righteous major sects, in their quest to monopolize resources, seek to eradicate us. As she spoke, her emotion swelled. Portraying herself as a mere innocent victim, she discreetly observed Chu Mo's reactions, attempting to evoke his empathy. Later, the main sect stronghold was destroyed by those righteous sects. And I, along with several senior brothers and sisters, found ourselves wandering in fear. I had to conceal my identity, even changing my name and hiding my demonic skills, solely to seek safety. Ruer ventured into the pleasure quarters, fortunate enough to preserve her virtue, becoming a courtesan who sold her talents rather than her body, seeking to gather information. Eventually, she caught the attention of a disciple from the inner sect of the Lingshu sword sect, who was on a mission. Lowering her voice, Ruer resorted to various means to win over this inner disciple, persuading him to assist her in redeeming her freedom. Naturally, she did not allow him to touch her. Upon discovering her innate talent for cultivation, he took her into the sect. Ruer gazed up at Chu Mo, her eyes filled with pleading. Although she had managed to protect her virtue, the inner disciple insisted that once she entered the inner sect, she would have to become his partner and engage in dual cultivation with him. Master, you are aware that Ruer now belongs to you. However, I am uncertain how to handle the situation with that senior brother. I seek your assistance to resolve this dilemma. Ruer bit her lip, her demeanor submissive and humble. She decided to take it step by step, first asking Chu Mo to help her deal with that inner brother. After gaining his trust, she would leverage his power to uncover the truth and seek vengeance. Chu Mo lifted her delicate chin, a smirk playing on his lips. That is indeed possible. But how do you intend to repay me? It was not out of sympathy for Ruer, even though she had spoken nothing but the truth thus far. His main concern lay in his aversion to sharing what he considered his own. Joy flickered in Ruer's eyes. Ignoring her aches, she leaned in and placed a kiss at the corner of Chu Mo's mouth, her gaze sultry. Thank you, master. I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself in return. She was moved to once again offer her affections. Days passed. The delivery service of the Jing Tuan flourished, and Chu Mo amassed considerable wealth. During this time, he made remarkable progress in his cultivation, rapidly advancing through abundant resources. In a short span, he broke through to the 5th level of qi refining, nearing the 6th. The outer sect underwent a transformation as well. Previously, the entire Lingshu sword sect was economically dominated by the inner sect factions, leading to a scarcity of resources for the outer sect. However, with the emergence of the Jing Tuan, wealth began to circulate downward. Outer sect disciples were no longer as emaciated as before. Though they maintained a facade of subservience towards the inner sect, their loyalty and admiration for Chu Mo were genuine. The success of the Jing Tuan naturally attracted the attention of others. Soon, several imitations of the Jing Tuan's delivery service emerged within the outer sect. They attempted to replicate the Jing Tuan model, delivering meals to the inner sect and employing substantial resources for promotion, briefly overshadowing the Jing Tuan. Yet, lacking the epic-making proprietary seasoning that Chu Mo possessed, the spiritual dishes they produced paled in comparison to those of the Jing Tuan, akin to heaven and earth. After a single taste, the inner sect disciples refused to return. Even when these competing services slashed their prices, business remained stagnant and uninviting. Those competing enterprises swiftly succumbed to severe losses, rendering them incapable of continuing operations. While this development posed no threat to Jing Tuan, it awakened a sense of vigilance within Chu Mo. A tree that stands tall in the forest is bound to attract the wind. Consequently, Jing Tuan would inevitably become a target of covetous eyes. He must begin to prepare for potential dangers, particularly those emanating from within the inner circle. Chapter 26. Coveted Industries. Lin Zheng takes action. Among the inner gate elders who witnessed the failure of Jing Tuan's competitors was Lin Zheng. Following an investigation, Lin Zheng discovered that the mastermind behind Jing Tuan was none other than Chu Mo, who had also ascended to the position of steward within Lin Zheng's grand estate. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, yet the atmosphere was as frigid as ice. Father, This cannot be, Lin Wujie exclaimed, his handsome features contorted by intense jealousy, his eyes brimming with a venomous resentment. Chu Mo was supposed to be an insignificant insect, destined to struggle in the outer gate and eventually perish in despair. Yet, in less than 2 months of entering the sect, he had transformed into a highly sought-after steward in the outer gate. His influence had even permeated into the inner gate. It is worth noting that stewards typically reached the late stages of qi refinement. How had Chu Mo ascended to such a position in under 2 months? Lin Wujie, who had benefited from Lin Zhang's abundant resources, had only just reached the 4th level of qi refinement. How could he possibly accept this? Not far away, Lin Zhang's countenance was equally dark, capable of dripping water. Chu Mo's temperament and methods far exceeded his expectations. In less than 2 months since entering the sect, he had stirred up a storm in the outer gate. If this continued, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Previously, Lin Zhang had believed that Chu Mo's choice of the Void Sky Eye Soul technique was a path to self-destruction. However, it now appeared that not only had Chu Mo avoided self-destruction, but he was flourishing. That lad had somehow succeeded in cultivating the Void Sky Eye Soul technique. Coupled with Chu Mo's terrifying talent for channeling energy into his body within half a stick of incense, and the alarming speed at which Jing Tuan was amassing resources, Lin Jing felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Frustration and anger surged within him, accompanied by an urgent alarm in his heart. If this continued, Chu Mo would indeed become a formidable adversary. He must be stifled before he had the chance to grow. A cold glint flickered in Lin Zhang's eyes as he raised his teacup and chuckled softly, devoid of his usual amiability. Wujie, just watch. He won't be able to thrive for much longer. His enterprises are due for a change in ownership. Not long after, Ma Yong, the chief steward of the outer gate, sought out Chu Mo's modest residence. Ma Yong, slightly plump and perpetually adorned with a smile reminiscent of the Buddha, had shrewdness and greed gleaming in his small eyes. He was affiliated with Lin Zhang's faction and had long wielded power in the outer gate, accustomed to commanding others. Recently, he had learned of Chu Mo's connection to Jing Tuan. Having long coveted the substantial profits of Jing Tuan and acting on Lin Zhang's instructions, he approached Chu Mo to exert pressure. As the chief steward, he held authority over matters both great and small, including the management of other stewards. Thus, he was confident in his ability to control his subordinate. Chu Mo, Steward Chu, you are indeed a promising young talent, Ma Yang remarked with a faint smile as he observed Chu Mo before him. With a calm demeanor, Chu Mo replied, Chief Steward Ma, is there something you wish to discuss? Steward Chu, let us not beat around the bush, Ma Yang stated. Elder Lin Zhang has taken a keen interest in your Jing Tuan. If you relinquish it, Elder Lin is willing to generously increase your monthly salary. Otherwise, your Jing Tuan will be forced to shut down by tomorrow. So, Elder Lin has indeed taken notice? To take away my enterprise that brings in hundreds of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones each month, merely to offer me a paltry raise on my basic salary of 10 medium-grade spirit stones? How audacious. It is evident that my adversary is particularly envious. Lin Zhang seeks to leave me with nothing. Chief Steward Ma, if you wish to indulge in fanciful dreams, I suggest you return to your bed. What brings you here? Chu Mo said nonchalantly as he lifted a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. You, Ma Yang stammered, furious as he pointed at Chu Mo. With a cold snort, he swept away in anger. The following day, under Ma Yang's manipulation, the Bureau of General Affairs issued an announcement that all external delivery tasks for the Jing Tuan were to be halted and denied approval. This was a blatant attempt to cut off the Jing Tuan's lifeline. As the news spread, Su Meng and others were in a state of frantic anxiety. Like ants on a hot pan. In Chu Mo's courtyard, Su Meng exclaimed, Steward Chu, what shall we do? The Bureau of General Affairs won't approve our documents, and our people cannot enter the inner gate. Yet, Chu Mo remained unperturbed. He had painstakingly built the Jing Tuan brand, ensuring that the inner gate disciples recognized the Jing Tuan attire to prepare for such a situation. There is no need for panic. Inform everyone that the Jing Tuan will continue operations as usual. Inner gate disciples can place orders directly, and we will deliver without going through the Bureau of General Affairs. Is that feasible? Su Meng was momentarily bewildered. Chu Mo's response was entirely unexpected. Do the inner gate seniors and gatekeeping disciples recognize the Jing Tuan or the Bureau of General Affairs? Chu Mo countered. Upon hearing this, Su Meng felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, and he suddenly understood. Soon, the Jing Tuan bypassed the Bureau of General Affairs. Not only did business remain unaffected, but profits soared as the commission from the bureau was eliminated. The delivery disciples earned abundantly and were even more motivated. When Ma Yong learned of this, he was so incensed that he shattered an entire set of beloved furniture in his courtyard. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. He had not anticipated that Chu Mo had already set a trap for him. This young man was truly calculating. Chu Mo, I shall see just how capable you are. Ma Yong's eyes gleamed with malice as he promptly dispatched someone to contact Lin Zheng. He sought 3 inner gate disciples in the foundation establishment stage, intending to resort to force and confront Chu Mo directly, coercing him to surrender his enterprise. The crux of the matter lies in the seasoning formula mastered by Chu Mo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Mo, through his intelligence system, learned of this occurrence. He had begun investigating Ma Yong's background ever since their initial encounter. Now, every action of Ma Yong was under the vigilant watch of the system. With a mere thought, he established a mental connection through the soul contract. Reaching out to Luo Jin. In the intersect, within Luo Jin's secluded chamber, she sat cross-legged, surrounded by strands of chilling energy. As ethereal as a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, having completed her initial cultivation of the Void Sky Eye Soul technique. Her internal spiritual power had more than doubled in intensity. Both her combat prowess and endurance had experienced a remarkable transformation, filling her heart with an uncontainable joy. During this period, the demon, Chu Mo, had ceased summoning her for dual cultivation, granting her a welcome respite. Yet, inexplicably, during the stillness of the night, she often felt a strange heat and emptiness within her body. Unbidden, certain embarrassing images would surface in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. On several occasions, she found herself unconsciously rubbing her legs, only to realize, upon regaining her senses, that her cheeks were aflame, as if experiencing withdrawal symptoms. She detested this side of herself. Reluctantly, she acknowledged that her body seemed to have grown somewhat dependent on Chu Mo. At this moment, Luo Jin bit her crimson lip, feeling the familiar sensation return. Just as she was about to disperse her energy, a voice she recognized echoed in her mind. Yin knew. Be a good girl and come see me in the outer sect. It was Master Chu Mo. Luo Jin felt interrupted, her heart brimming with irritation and a hint of anger. What did this demon want now? Yet, beneath her annoyance, there lingered an unacknowledged anticipation. She attempted to extinguish that flicker of hope, but found herself powerless to do so. She could only repeatedly remind herself that she must not succumb. She had to find a way to break free from that fiend's grasp. However, this resolve, over time, had weakened alarmingly compared to her initial determination. Ma Yong, accompanied by several formidable intersect disciples, stormed into Chu Mo's modest courtyard, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chu Mo, get out here, Ma Yong bellowed. The courtyard door creaked open, revealing the interior. Chu Mo remained calm, reclining in a chair, seemingly unaffected by the tension that enveloped him. Behind him, a captivating figure knelt softly upon a plush couch, gently massaging his shoulders with delicate hands. It was Su Ro, the most beautiful female disciple of the outer sect, the goddess of countless outer sect disciples' dreams. Now serving Chu Mo like a docile kitten, her demeanor subtly laced with an alluring charm. Upon witnessing this scene, Ma Yong's eyes instantly turned crimson with jealousy, his heart ablaze with fury. How could this be? He was naturally aware of Su Ro and had long coveted her, attempting every means to ingratiate himself. Yet he had never even touched her delicate hand. What merit does this Chu Mo possess? Chu Mo, you collude with demonic cultivators, a heinous crime. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and apprehend you. Ma Yong pointed at Chu Mo, his voice distorted by overwhelming jealousy, having lost all semblance of rationality. Behind him stood several inner disciples, all at the initial stage of foundation establishment. They had been dispatched by Elder Lin Zheng to assist Ma Yong, fully aware that the true objective was to capture Chu Mo and seize control of the capital group. The accusation of colluding with demonic cultivators was merely a grandiose pretext. Little did they know, in this world, there exists a phenomenon known as serendipity. Brothers, I appreciate your efforts, Ma Yong said with a slight bow to the inner disciples, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. The disciples remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly, their gazes locking onto Chu Mo like hawks, inching closer with predatory intent. The air around them was thick with murderous intent. Suddenly, a glint of cold light appeared in the air, followed by an exquisitely crafted flying sword imbued with a chilling aura, deeply embedded before the outer disciples, blocking their path. A clear, melodious voice rang out. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Chapter 27. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Who dares to lay a hand on him? The voice, cold as ice clashing with jade, carried an undeniable authority and resonated at the entrance of the courtyard. Ma Yong and the inner disciples were taken aback. Turning towards the source of the sound, there stood a striking figure clad in moonlight, her graceful form exuding an aura akin to eternal glacial ice, keeping all at bay. She wielded a shimmering sword, its tip angled towards the ground, her frosty phoenix eyes sweeping across the gathered crowd with an emotionless gaze. It was Luo Jin, Senior Sister Luo. The expressions of the inner disciples shifted dramatically, fear flickering in their eyes. Luo Jin's reputation within the inner sect was formidable, not only due to her breathtaking beauty, but also her formidable cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment and her ruthless, decisive manner. Senior Sister Luo, what is the meaning of this? Stammered the leader of the inner disciples, his courage faltering as he spoke cautiously. They could not fathom how Chu Mo, an outer sect steward, could be associated with the illustrious Luo Jin. I have stated it clearly. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Luo Jin's tone remained icy. Yet the invisible sword intent enveloped the inner disciples, causing them to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Senior Sister Luo, we are acting on Elder Lin Zheng's orders. Lin Zheng? A sardonic smile curled at the corner of Luo Jin's lips. What is he to command me? At these words, the inner disciples were rendered utterly petrified. If she disregarded even Elder Lin Zheng, was Luo Jin not perhaps mad? Or did she possess an even greater backing? They dared not utter another word, fearing the wrath of this formidable figure, and soon contemplated retreat. Sister Luo, this is a misunderstanding. We shall take our leave immediately. A few of them, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to escape this place of turmoil. Observing this, Ma Yong grew anxious and called out, "Brothers, don't leave. This Chu Mo is colluding with demonic cultivators. You cannot." Yet the inner disciples dared not linger, fleeing without a backward glance. Ridiculous. To offend someone as ruthless as Luo Jin for a mere outer sect steward was beyond their folly. Ma Yong stared at the empty courtyard gate, his expression oscillating between green and white, filled with astonishment and fury. He could hardly fathom that Chu Mo had such a formidable trump card in Luo Jin. Steward Ma. Chu Mo slowly rose from his seat, a characteristic inorganic smile gracing his face. Now, it seems, we are left alone. What do you intend to do? Ma Yong exclaimed, his bravado faltering. I am the steward. If you dare lay a hand on me, it constitutes an affront to authority. A breach of sect rules. Before he could finish, Chu Mo's figure appeared before him like a specter. Slap. A resounding slap struck Ma Yong's plump face with ferocity. He let out a cry, spinning like a top before collapsing to the ground, his eyes swirling with stars. One side of his face rapidly swelled, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. An affront to authority? Chu Mo looked down at him, his tone devoid of emotion. I am striking you, the steward. He lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Ma Yong's chest. With a thud, Ma Yong was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as his body contorted like a shrimp, crashing onto the stone path outside with a heavy thud. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Steward Chu, are you unharmed? Su Meng, accompanied by a throng of outer sect disciples, stormed in with fervor. They had come upon hearing that Ma Yong and the inner disciples were seeking trouble with Chu Mo, rushing to his aid. Upon seeing the bloodied Ma Yong sprawled on the ground and the unscathed Chu Mo alongside the coldly elegant woman in white, they were momentarily stunned. Steward Ma? Su Meng asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Ma Yong, struggling to rise, regained some confidence upon spotting Su Meng and the outer disciples, whom he usually manipulated at will. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he pointed at Chu Mo and bellowed, What are you all standing there for? This ruffian Chu Mo has committed an affront to authority by beating the steward. Seize him. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. However, Su Meng and the others remained rooted in place, their gazes toward Ma Yong tinged with pity. Steward Ma, have you lost your senses? Su Meng remarked with a cold smirk. Steward Chu has shown us immense favor. Why should we heed your command? Exactly. Steward Ma, you have long been unjust, withholding our allowances and wielding power over us. We have grown weary of you. Today, Steward Chu stood up for us, and we couldn't be happier. A multitude of outer disciples echoed in agreement, their words brimming with resentment towards Ma Yong and unwavering support for Chu Mo. Ma Yong trembled with rage, pointing at Su Meng and the others, struggling to articulate a single coherent sentence. He could hardly fathom that these outer disciples, whom he regarded as insignificant, would dare to openly defy his orders. Dear friends, Chumo's voice resonated softly. I trust you all are aware of how Steward Ma has treated you. Today, I present you with an opportunity. Strike him with all your might. Should any consequences arise, I shall bear the burden. Upon hearing this, a spark of exhilaration ignited in the eyes of the outer disciples. Akin to ravenous wolves encountering fresh prey, Steward Chu is magnificent. Brothers, let us take him down. Su Meng was the first to charge, delivering a kick to Ma Yong's abdomen. Following suit, dozens of outer disciples surged forward, raining blows upon Ma Yong like a torrential downpour. Stop, please. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Ma Yong's cries of agony and pleas for mercy echoed, yet they could not quell the long-standing grievances of the outer disciples. They had endured his oppression and exploitation for far too long, and now, with a chance for retaliation, they unleashed their pin-up fury. In no time, Ma Yong was left battered and bruised, resembling a defeated dog, sprawled on the ground, breathless. Enough, Chu Mo waved his hand, prompting the crowd to cease their assault. Albeit reluctantly, Ma Yong was then hoisted up by several inner disciples, akin to a discarded rag doll, and taken away. He gazed at Chu Mo with venomous resentment and defiance in his eyes, muttering, Chu Mo, you shall pay for this. Elder Lin Zheng will not let you off. Su Ro, standing behind Chu Mo, observed Ma Yong's pitiful fate with a flicker of concern in her eyes. Master, after all, Ma Yong is under Lin Zheng's command. If this escalates, she feared that an investigation might unveil truths that could not be dismissed, particularly since Chu Mo was indeed in league with her. A practitioner of demonic arts. Fear not, Chu Mo reassured her with a wave of his hand, signaling her to relax. He turned his gaze towards Su Meng and the others. Clean this place up. Yes, Steward Chu. Disregarding the surrounding tumult, Chu Mo pivoted to Luo Jin, saying, Sister Luo, let us speak inside and catch up. A subtle shift passed through Luo Jin's frosty gaze, betraying a hint of emotion as she nodded slightly and followed Chu Mo into the courtyard. Witnessing this, Su Meng and the others were filled with even greater admiration for Chu Mo. Even someone as esteemed as Luo Jin treated him with such deference. His capabilities were indeed unfathomable. Inside the courtyard, as Chu Mo closed the door and set up a soundproof barrier, the once aloof and commanding Luo Jin transformed entirely. She knelt before Chu Mo, her knees touching the cold ground, her forehead pressed against the floor, her voice quivering imperceptibly yet laden with utmost reverence. The submissive servant bowed before her master. Chu Mo approached her, looking down from a position of authority. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her delicate curves, outlining alluring arcs. Rise, he commanded, his tone indifferent. Thank you, master. Luo Jin slowly stood, her head still bowed, unable to meet Chu Mo's gaze. The meek and humble demeanor she displayed starkly contrasted with her earlier self outside, creating a profound dissonance. Chu Mo was quite pleased with her obedient demeanor. He settled himself at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely inquired, Servant, how has your recent practice of the Void Sky Eye Soul technique progressed? In response to your inquiry, Master, I have successfully completed the initial phase of the Void Sky Eye Soul technique and am now approaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Luo Jin's voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible complexity of emotions. On one hand, she loathed Chu Mo's control and humiliation. On the other hand, this technique was indeed the pinnacle of her aspirations, significantly enhancing her strength and elevating her competitiveness to an entirely new level. This conflicting sentiment rendered her feelings toward Chu Mo increasingly difficult to articulate. Oh, pinnacle of foundation establishment? Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Perfect. I need to assess the results of your technique refinement. Luo Jin's body quivered ever so slightly, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip. She understood all too well what Chu Mo meant by assessing the results. The absurd and humiliating scenes replayed in her mind like an unshakable nightmare. Yet, she dared not resist, nor could she. The bond of their soul contract left her with no choice but to submit. As you wish, master. Luo Jin lowered her head, her voice a mere whisper, tinged with a resigned acceptance. Chu Mo nodded in satisfaction, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and striding toward the inner chamber's bed. After a passionate encounter, Chu Mo felt invigorated, his internal spiritual energy surging as if ready to break free. Luo Jin, having completed her refinement of the Void Sky Eye Soul technique, was indeed extraordinary. The chilling power of the lunar profound veins harmonized perfectly with the yin-yang techniques of the primordial control technique, The effects of their dual cultivation surpassed previous levels by several times over. At this moment, Chu Mo had firmly established himself at the 6th level of Qi refinement, his combat prowess soaring to 9 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. In the presence of typical peak Qi refinement cultivators, he could likely defeat them with a single strike. Even against those at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Chu Mo was confident in his invincibility. If he were to factor in the hidden card of the Tianluo silk, he could even contend with mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners. Very good, Chu Mo mused, caressing Luo Jin's smooth, jade-like back. While others' admiration for her remained superficial, Chu Mo was able to penetrate her very essence. Luo Jin languidly curled up in his embrace. Her hair tousled, her delicate face still flushed. In her icy, phoenix-like eyes, a layer of hazy moisture now lingered. She could distinctly sense that Chu Mo's strength had undergone a remarkable enhancement. This man was nothing short of a monster. Honestly, when Chu Mo suddenly leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, he spoke with a hint of teasing. During this time I haven't sought you out. Have you secretly missed me? After all, her body was quite honest. I don't know, Luo Jin exclaimed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly breaking free from Chu Mo's embrace. She pulled the blanket tightly around herself, her delicate face flushed crimson, her voice tinged with a barely detectable panic. In truth, she felt a sense of fulfillment. Yet, she would never admit it, nor could she accept this reality. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chu Mo couldn't help but find it amusing. Meanwhile, in the inner sect, Lin Zheng's residence, Ma Yong, with a bruised face and tears streaming down, lamented to Lin Zheng about the inhumane treatment he had endured at the hands of Chu Mo elder Lin. You must stand up for me, Ma Yong pleaded. Kneeling on the ground, his voice choked with emotion. That Chu Mo, relying on the support of a late-stage foundation establishment intersect disciple, not only openly assaulted me, the overseer, but also incited those outer sect disciples to revolt. He is utterly disregarding the sect's laws, acting with complete impunity. Listening to Ma Yong's complaints, a dark, almost palpable intensity brewed in Lin Zheng's gaze. He had never anticipated that Chu Mo would prove to be such a formidable opponent, not only thwarting his attacks, but also subduing the very Ma Yong he had dispatched. You say, Lin Zheng began softly, if you cannot even handle an outer sect disciple, what purpose do you serve? Ma Yong trembled in fear, hastily prostrating himself like a hammer on garlic. Elder Lin, please quell your anger. That Chu Mo is cunning and has Luo Jin to protect him. I simply cannot endure it any longer. Lin Zheng interrupted him, speaking slowly. I will find a way to restrain his inner sect backing. As for Chu Mo himself, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Since he refuses to accept kindness, he shall taste punishment instead. Lin Zheng began to strategize on how to eliminate Chu Mo without alarming the other elders, all while seizing the lucrative opportunity presented by the Capital Group. Oblivious to Lin Zheng's sinister intentions, Chu Mo was currently being introduced by Zhao Qing into Jiang Shiguang's courtyard. Chapter 28. Winning over the elders, outer sect elder Jiang. Chu Mo saluted with cupped hands, his expression composed. Jiang Shiguang gazed at Chu Mo before him, a myriad of emotions surging within him. He had never anticipated that this outer sect disciple, whom he once regarded as a castaway, could stir such significant upheaval in the outer sect in such a brief period. The popularity of the Capital Group was something he had certainly heard about. In fact, he had even sent someone to sample its offerings, which were indeed commendable. Chu Mo, Jiang Shiguang said, a smile gracing his features, his tone considerably more amiable than their previous encounter. What brings you here to see me this time? Elder Jiang, let us speak plainly. Chu Mo come straight to the point. I wish to request your assistance to ensure the safety of my Jingtuan. Oh? Jiang Shiguang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Pray, elaborate. Elder Lin Zheng has dispatched the outer sect steward, Ma Yong, to coerce me into surrendering Jingtuan, said Chu Mo nonchalantly. I dismissed him. Dismissed him? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Shiguang's eyes, followed by understanding. In such a short time, Chu Mo must have mastered the Void Sky Eye Soul technique to become the outer sect steward. A technique of the lowest tier in the heavenly class holds a significant advantage in the outer sect. Even though Chu Mo's current realm is merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, dealing with Ma Yong would be effortless. Indeed, it is remarkable how he has transformed impossibilities into possibilities in a mere half instance's time. Chu Mo continued. Elder Lin Zheng is vengeful and will not let this matter rest easily. I fear he will resort to even more insidious tactics. So, you wish for me to assist you in countering Linjun? Jiang Shiguang stroked his long beard, his eyes glinting with interest. It is not merely a matter of countering. Chu Mo replied, shaking his head. I understand that you and Elder Lin Zhang have always been at odds. What I seek is to join forces with you to completely overthrow him. Overthrow Lin Zhang? Jiang Shiguang frowned at this. He scrutinized Chu Mo, discerning the ambition behind his modest realm. Moreover, his astute mind quickly grasps the intricacies of the situation. Fortuitously, he had never crossed paths with Chu Mo in enmity. Otherwise, he would not have dared to allow his growth. What value do you believe you can offer to persuade me to collaborate with you? Jiang Shiguang's tone turned grave. Firstly, Jingtuan is currently thriving, and I am willing to present you with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones each month as a token of respect, proposed Chu Mo, revealing his bargaining chip. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Shiguang's pupils contracted in astonishment. Such an amount exceeds his personal monthly earnings. If he could secure such income each month, Jiang Shiguang had to concede that he was tempted. Gazing at Chu Mo's calm visage, he inwardly lamented that he had misjudged him initially. This lad is clearly a hidden dragon. Chu Mo continued. Secondly, I will unite with other elders to isolate Elder Lin Zhang. As for the methods, you need not worry. I am fully capable of executing them. Excellent. Jiang Shiguang slammed the table, laughing heartily. Chu Mo, from this moment forth, the affairs of Jing Tuan shall be my concern as well. If Lin Zhang dares to act against you, he shall first contend with me. He understood that accepting Chu Mo's generous offer meant he would irreparably sever ties with Lin Zhang, declaring open conflict. Yet, for the sake of immense benefits and the chance to vanquish an old adversary, it was a risk worth taking. Thank you, Elder Jiang. Chu Mo bowed in gratitude, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Establishing this alliance with Jiang Shiguang was merely the first step of his grand design. Next, he intended to draw more elders into his fold, aspiring to forge a vast community of shared interests and transform the entire Lingshu Sword sect into stakeholders of Jingtuan. After leaving Jiang Shiguang's courtyard, Chu Mo hurriedly visited several other elders within the sect who held significant power. Some of these elders harbored grievances against Lin Zhang, while others maintained a neutral stance. Yet, without exception, they all coveted the lucrative opportunities presented by the Jingtuan. Chu Mo adeptly appealed to their interests, employing both reason and emotion to persuade them, promising substantial benefits. Ultimately, he successfully won them over one by one, transforming them into invisible shareholders of the Jingtuan. Of course, this came at the cost of relinquishing a substantial portion of the Jingtuan's profits. However, Chu Mo was unperturbed. What he sought was not merely spirit stones, but the power and connections represented by these elders. With their support, his position as chairman of the Jingtuan would be as stable as a mountain. He himself would wield genuine authority over this vast commercial empire. Having accomplished all this, Chu Mo leisurely returned to the outer sect. He knew that a vast net targeting Lin Zhang had quietly been cast. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the prey to stumble into it. He would simply observe the ensuing conflict from a distance, ready to step in and clean up the aftermath. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Zhang, consumed by rage, swept an exquisite set of jade tea utensils to the ground, shattering them into pieces. How outrageous! How outrageous! His face contorted and his eyes burned red. Resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey, a stark contrast to his usual warm demeanor. In recent days, he had utilized all his connections and means within the sect to suppress Chu Mo's Jingtuan. Yet, what was the outcome? He met with repeated failures. Those elders who had previously called him brother or at least maintained a semblance of civility now seemed to have conspired against him, openly feigning compliance while covertly undermining his efforts. He sought to cut off the Jingtuan's supply of materials at the source, only to be rebuffed by the elder responsible for sect procurement, who cited market freedom as the reason for non-interference. He attempted to have the law enforcement hall seal the Jingtuan on the grounds of disrupting the outer sect's order, but the old scoundrel Jiang Shiguang personally intervened, claiming that the Jingtuan contributed to the prosperity of the outer sect and should be encouraged. He considered sending people to create chaos within the Jingtuan. Yet those individuals were met by a group of inner sect disciples who promptly dissuaded them. Remarkably, these inner sect disciples were all under the tutelage of other elders. Each incident reeked of the uncanny. Lin Zhang was no fool. He sensed that an invisible net was enveloping him, and Chu Mo was the one weaving this web. Investigate. Lin Zhang bellowed at a trusted subordinate in the corner. Find out exactly what tricks that little wretch Chu Mo is using to gain the support of so many elders. Yes, elder. The loyal disciple responded, hastily departing. Several days later, a detailed investigation report in a jade slip was presented before Lin Zheng. As he perused the contents of the report, darkness swam before his eyes, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. The report clearly stated, Chu Mo, using the Jingtuan shares as bait, successfully garnered the support of nearly all the influential elders within the sect, except for Lin Zheng's faction. There was no need to mention Jiang Shiguang. That old curmudgeon was already at odds with him. However, even those elders who typically maintained a neutral stance, and several who had previously benefited from his kindness, were also ensnared by Chu Mo's tempting offers. The terrifying profitability of the Jing Tuan was undoubtedly a tremendous allure for these elders. This little wretch, Chu Mo, had transformed the Jing Tuan into a colossal community of shared interests. Meanwhile, Lin Zheng found himself perfectly isolated. Now, anyone who dared to touch Chu Mo or the Jing Tuan would essentially be jeopardizing the financial interests of these elders. How could they possibly agree? With a sudden burst of pent-up fury, Lin Zheng could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of blood that stained the ground before him. His eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with rage, as he fixated on the report, his body trembling violently with sheer anger. Chu Mo, Chu Mo. He forced the name through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse, laden with endless resentment and a hint of barely concealed fear. In just a few short months, this being he had regarded as nothing more than an insignificant insect had grown to such an extent. The depth of his character and the cunning of his methods left even Lin Zheng, a seasoned fox who had navigated the sect for years, feeling alarmed. If allowed to continue his ascent unchecked, Lin Zheng dared not imagine the consequences. He understood that the situation between himself and Chu Mo had escalated to one of mutual destruction. Meanwhile, outside the Lingshu Sword sect, Chu Mo's days were exceedingly prosperous. With Jiang Shiguang and a host of inner sect elders backing him, the Jing Tuan's business flourished, with spiritual stones pouring into his storage pouch like a relentless stream. The entire outer sect had virtually become his domain. Every overseer bowed and scraped upon encountering him, respectfully addressing him as Manager Chu. As for the ordinary outer sect disciples, they revered him as if he were a deity, unwavering in their loyalty. After all, following Manager Chu was synonymous with tangible benefits. The once arrogant head overseer, Ma Yong, had now been reduced to a mere figurehead. Each day, he tread cautiously, terrified that Chu Mo might one day take offense and find a pretext to ruin him. He had previously sought assistance from Elder Lin Zheng, only to discover that Lin Zheng was too preoccupied with his own predicament to concern himself with the fate of a mere dog like him. Ma Yong was utterly despondent. He realized that his authority in the outer sect had been completely undermined by Chu Mo. On this particular day, within Chu Mo's modest courtyard, Su Meng was animatedly reporting the recent revenues of the Jing Tuan. Manager Chu, you haven't seen it. The intersect senior brothers and sisters are eagerly ordering from our Jing Tuan takeout. Our profits have doubled this month. Su Meng's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile. Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction, casually rewarding Su Meng with several mid-grade spirit stones. Well done. Keep up the good work. Thank you for your generosity, Sir Su. Su Meng beamed as he accepted the spirit stones. Just then, a disciple from the outer sect rushed in, breathless. Sir Chu, I bring great news. Tremendous news. What is it? So flustered. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow. Old Mama Yong has been dismissed. The disciple exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. It is said that several elders applied pressure together, and the sect leader issued the order personally. Oh, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. It appeared that Jiang Shiguang and his associates, in their quest to solidify the interests of the capital faction, had begun to eliminate Lin Zheng's influence in the outer sect. Ma Yong was merely the first casualty. And who is the new overseer? Chu Mo asked nonchalantly. Replying to Sir Su, there has yet to be an appointment. The disciple paused, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. However, the juniors all believe that the position of overseer of the outer sect belongs to none other than you. Su Meng hastily chimed in, indeed, Sir Su. You are now the uncrowned king of our outer sect. Who else has the qualifications to hold the position but you? Upon hearing this, Chu Mo leaned back in his chair, tilting his head and resting his chin on his hand. The overseer? I find myself rather disinterested in that position. After all, everyone knew who truly held power in the outer sect. All right, I understand. Chu Mo waved his hand dismissively. Focus on the matters of the capital faction. As for the position of overseer, he paused. It is unnecessary for me. His true ambition extended far beyond this mere outer sect. He sought the entirety of the Lingshu sword sect and even grander horizons. Night fell, and within Chu Mo's chambers, the red candle flickered, casting a warm glow. Su Ro, like an octopus, entwined herself around Chu Mo, her eyes sultry and breath fragrant. "My lord, you truly are magnificent now," she purred, her delicate fingers tracing circles on Chu Mo's solid chest. "It is a fortune for me to follow you." Chu Mo grasped her pointed chin. "Oh, is that so?" "Of course," Su Ro offered a tender kiss. "Whatever my lord desires, I shall comply." She was utterly devoted to Chu Mo. This man, with unfathomable strength and extraordinary means, could potentially help her avenge her family. Naturally, this depended on her truly earning Chu Mo's trust. After sharing intimate moments, Su Ro languidly nestled in Chu Mo's embrace and suddenly spoke. "My lord, I recently uncovered a piece of information that I am uncertain whether to share." "Speak," he urged. "I have heard that a disciple directly taught by an elder is about to emerge from seclusion. This elder may not wield substantial power, yet due to their formidable strength, they are untouchable within the sect. The disciple, said to be emotionally detached, is believed by the elder to require tempering of her character, learning to interact with others and manage her subordinates. The elder intends to send her to the outer sect to serve as a steward for a time. As she is at the golden core stage, it would be difficult for us to refuse her commands." At this, a glimmer of concern flickered in Su Ro's eyes. The elder had not accepted any offerings from Chu Mo. A golden core disciple? Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I am curious to see what tricks she can conjure." He patted Su Ro's shapely rear. "You have performed admirably. In the future, report any significant intelligence to me promptly." "Yes, master," Su Ro replied obediently, her heart secretly elated. "It seems I have taken a step closer to earning Chu Mo's trust." Chapter 29. The disciple Mu Qingli a few days later. On a secluded mountain path leading from the inner sect to the outer sect of the Lingshu sword sect, a breathtaking figure emerged gracefully from the depths of the mist. Clad in a simple, pale azure robe and devoid of makeup, she could not conceal her enchanting beauty. Her skin was fair as snow, her brows like distant dark mountains, and her eyes as clear as autumn waters. As she walked, her silken hair danced lightly in the breeze, exuding an ethereal quality, as if she were an immortal untouched by the mundane world. This maiden was none other than Mu Qingli, the prized disciple of Elder Su Hui, one of the most formidable elders within the inner sect. Upon awakening from several years of closed-door meditation, she received her master's decree to proceed to the outer sect, temporarily assuming the role of steward to temper her disposition and learn how to interact with others and manage her subordinates. Mu Qingli harbored no objections to her master's arrangements. From a young age, she possessed a profound sense of justice, loathing evil, and resolutely aiming to eradicate all corruption from the world and uphold righteousness. To her, the outer sect, rife with chaos and disorder, was the perfect arena to realize her ambitions and rectify the prevailing atmosphere. As she approached a set of stone steps, Mu Qingli furrowed her brow slightly. She noticed a stone lantern beside the path, ask you for reasons unknown. Stopping, she extended her delicate hand to carefully right the lantern, aligning it perfectly with the adjacent one before nodding in satisfaction and continuing forward. A few strands of spiritual grass by the roadside were dusted with grime. Mu Qingli paused again, letting out a soft sigh. She took out a pristine silk handkerchief and gently wiped the dust from each leaf until they gleamed anew. After completing this task, a flicker of joy crossed her eyes, and she resumed her steps. Just then, a figure hurriedly approached from ahead, and upon seeing Mu Qingli, a broad smile spread across his face. "Senior Sister Mu, please, wait." The newcomer was Lin Wujie. Upon learning that Mu Qingli had exited her seclusion and was soon to take up the steward position in the outer sect, Lin Zheng had sent Lin Wujie to wait here. Both father and son understood that this was a rare opportunity. "Who are you?" Mu Qingli's calm gaze swept over Lin Wujie, her voice devoid of emotion. Lin Wujie clasped his hands and introduced himself, saying, "I am Lin Wujie, son of Elder Lin Zheng." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli's eyes flickered with understanding. She then inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Wujie replied, "I specifically came to remind you, as I heard that Senior Sister Mu is to assume the position of the outer sect steward. You may not be aware, but the current state of the outer sect is utterly chaotic." "Oh." Mu Qingli arched her brows slightly. "It is all the fault of that Chu Mo," Lin Wujie exclaimed, gritting his teeth, and began to embellish his grievances with fervor. "This individual is cunning and ruthless. Within less than 2 months of joining, he has been tyrannical in the outer sect, forming cliques and factions. He first defied authority by injuring the former steward, Wang, and forcibly seized the position. Subsequently, he became even more audacious, driving out the diligent steward Ma Yong, turning the entire outer sect into his personal domain. The atmosphere here is corrupt and foul. The disciples only know Chu Mo, oblivious to the sect's rules. If this continues, will not the righteous reputation of our Lingshu sword sect be obliterated? Lin Wujia's eloquent speech was reminiscent of a loyal warrior deeply concerned for the future of the sect. Mu Qingli listened quietly, her beautiful autumn eyes gradually clouding over with frost. She held a deep disdain for those who disrupt rules and disturb order. Chuamo, she committed the name to memory. Thank you, junior brother Lin, for bringing this to my attention. She nodded slightly, asserting, this matter will be handled by me. Seeing this, Lin Wujia felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained one of feigned concern. Senior sister's keen insight will surely restore clarity to the outer sect. Wujia here wishes you every success. Mu Qingli said no more, passing by Lin Wujia as she continued toward the outer sect. As she observed her retreating figure, a cold smile crept upon Lin Wujia's lips. Chuamo, let us see how you meet your demise this time. At the Lingshu sword sect's outer sect, Chuemo had already received the news and was presently waiting outside the newly appointed steward's courtyard with Su Meng, Zhou Wei, and several core members of the inner circle, accompanied by dozens of outer sect disciples. Su Ro was not present. Before long, a figure clad in azure descended gracefully, akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens. All the outer sect disciples present were struck by her unparalleled beauty and ethereal demeanor, momentarily forgetting to breathe. How enchanting! Is this indeed the new steward? She surpasses even the so-called fairies of the inner sect by a margin. Chumo's gaze lingered on Mu Qingli for a fleeting moment before his thought shifted. Target, Mu Qingli, required for probing. 1 mid-grade spirit stone, 100 low-grade spirit stones, golden core stage. Just as Su Ro described. Probing commences. Name, Mu Qingli. Identity, direct disciple of the Lingshu sword sect's inner door. Acting manager of the outer door, cultivation. Early stage of golden core, technique. Taishang Xiantian sword art, earth grade. Superior, physique. Lioli jade body, rare, key information. Disciple of Elder Su Hui, sent by the master to train in the outer door and restore order. Character is aloof and simple, suffers from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder and cleanliness issues, harbors deep animosity towards evil, perceives mortals as ignorant and uncivilized, requiring guidance along the righteous path. Mu Qingli has been swayed by Lin Wuji, holds a very poor impression of you, aims to correct you, reshape the outer door's order, and uphold the righteous path. Chu Mo reviewed the information, his gaze slightly intensified. There was no time for further contemplation. The outer door manager, Chu Mo, along with the disciples of the outer door, respectfully welcomed Manager Mu. Chu Mo stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute, his voice measured and unwavering. Su Meng and others hurriedly followed suit. Mu Qingli's gaze fell upon Chu Mo, as if she were appraising an object, devoid of any warmth. You are Chu Mo? Indeed. I have heard that the outer door is currently under your command. Mu Qingli's tone was flat. Chu Mo's expression remained unchanged. Manager Mu jokes. The outer door is naturally governed by you. I am merely fulfilling my duties to provide some benefits for my fellow disciples. Benefits? Mu Qingli shook her head, surely. You do not mean to line your own pockets and tarnish the sect's reputation? The atmosphere grew tense. The surrounding outer door disciples dared not breathe. Lowering their heads in unison, they sensed that this newly appointed manager seemed to harbor considerable hostility towards Chu Mo. Chu Mo remained calm. If Manager Mu does not believe me, you may investigate personally. Everything I do in the outer door can withstand scrutiny. Mu Qingli nodded. Then I shall take a look around. She was eager to discern what capabilities this Chu Mo, whom Lin Wuji had portrayed in such a negative light, truly possessed. If he were indeed as Lin Wuji described, she would not hesitate to impose strict punishment to rectify the situation. Chapter 30. The pressure of Mu Qingli. Mu Qingli moved gracefully, and wherever she passed, the air seemed to become a touch more refreshing. Chu Mo followed her side at a measured pace, acting as her guide. Su Meng and Zhou Wei trailed far behind, not daring to make a sound. Manager Mu. This area is where our outer delivery disciples from the capital are prepared to set off. Chu Mo indicated a row of disciples clad in red and yellow uniforms, adorned with rabbit ear helmets, exuding vitality. Mu Qingli's gaze swept over the peculiar attire, and her brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Such unusual garb, what a lack of decorum. Her voice, akin to a gentle breeze or fine rain, was nonetheless firm. Cultivators should maintain a heart of purity and focus on the path. Such flamboyance surely muddles the mind. Chu Mo explained, Manager Mu, this uniform is designed for the convenience of inner-door seniors to identify them, preventing ill-intentioned individuals from mingling. As for the style, it is merely a decorative touch, intended to uplift the disciples' spirits while they work. Uplift their spirits? Mu Qingli's tone carried a hint of disapproval. Cultivation is a tedious endeavor that demands perseverance. If one becomes immersed in superficial pleasures, how can one ascend the path of enlightenment? She glanced at the neatly stacked food boxes nearby and inhaled the faint aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. As cultivators have long since transcended the need for worldly sustenance, why should they indulge in carnal desires? Such mundane habits ought to be forsaken. The steward's words held considerable weight. A glint of coldness flickered in Chu Mo's eyes as he shifted the conversation, however. The inner disciples are often preoccupied with their training and occasionally require reprieve. Spiritual cuisine not only satisfies hunger, but also replenishes spiritual energy, proving beneficial to their cultivation. Furthermore, the operation of the culinary group provides many outer disciples with an avenue to earn spirit stones, allowing them greater resources for their training, thus preventing them from toiling for trivial amounts of spirit stones and squandering precious time. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli fell silent for a moment. She was not devoid of reason, rather, her perspective instinctively repelled her from such mundane affairs. To her, the sect should be a serene sanctuary for cultivation, unmarred by excessive worldly distractions. The group then arrived at the central kitchen of the culinary group. The atmosphere was bustling, with Zhou Wei methodically directing a dozen disciples as they prepared ingredients and cooked spiritual dishes. Various ingredients were meticulously categorized and arranged in an orderly fashion. The kitchen utensils gleamed with cleanliness, and the floor was spotless. Even Mu Qingli, with her discerning eye, could find no fault in the hygiene. Yet, she still spoke up. The affairs of the kitchen, rife with smoke and grime, are unworthy of cultivators. The disciples laboring here, tainted by the mundane atmosphere, are at a disadvantage in their cultivation. Zhou Wei and the others paused, their movements faltering, fear evident on their faces. Chu Mo stepped forward, positioning himself in front of them. Steward Mu, these disciples are here of their own volition. Moreover, they work in shifts, allowing ample time for their cultivation. Within the sect, each has their role. Someone must undertake these tasks. If there were no one to cook, how would the inner disciples enjoy their spiritual sustenance? Mu Qingli chose not to elaborate further, yet her clear eyes lingered on Chu Mo for an extended moment. This Chu Mo, while ostensibly respectful, subtly challenged her beliefs at every turn. Additionally, the outer disciples' loyalty to him surpassed her expectations, intensifying her resolve to reform the outer sect. After the tour, they returned to the steward's small courtyard where Mu Qingli temporarily resided. She dismissed everyone else, leaving only Chu Mo taking her seat at the head. Her expression reverted to the indifference and aloofness she had displayed upon their first meeting. Chu Mo, the disciple is present. Your culinary group, while possessing certain merits, has also given rise to numerous ailments. Mu Qingli spoke slowly, her voice devoid of emotion. Outer disciples should prioritize their cultivation, diligently improve their skills, and serve the sect, rather than become ensnared in mundane affairs, chasing trivial gains that tarnish the integrity of the sect. She paused momentarily and continued, from this day forth, 70% of all profits from the Jing troop must be submitted for centralized allocation by the Chief Management Office, intended for the construction of external sect facilities and support for disciples' cultivation. Secondly, the uniforms of the external disciples dispatched by the Jing troop must be immediately replaced with the standardized attire of our sect. No more of those incongruous outfits shall be permitted. Thirdly, the operational model, management methods, and exclusive seasoning recipes for all spiritual food of the Jing troop must be compiled into a document for our records and made publicly available to all external disciples. No secret keeping will be tolerated. Fourthly, the authority over the Jing troop will be personally assumed by me, and you shall assist from the sidelines. Each command struck like a cold blade at Chu Mo's core. This was not merely a restructuring. It was a complete uprooting of the Jing troop, an endeavor to seize the foundation that Chu Mo had painstakingly built. Moreover, should those seasoning recipes be disclosed, the Jing troop's greatest advantage would vanish entirely. Chu Mo smirked inwardly, maintaining an outward calmness. The chief manager is indeed wise. He bowed slightly, affirming, the disciple shall diligently adhere to the chief manager's decrees. Mu Qingli nodded, somewhat satisfied with Chu Mo's compliance. In her view, although Chu Mo possessed a modicum of cleverness, He ultimately proved to be vulnerable in the face of absolute power and righteousness. Prepare yourself. Within 3 days, I expect to see results. Mu Qingli waved her hand, signaling for Chu Mo to withdraw. Chu Mo bowed again and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a fleeting glint of coldness flashed in his profound eyes. Unnoticed by anyone. Inner sect, Jiang Shiguang's cave dwelling. Jiang Pingtian reported the events occurring in the external sect to Jiang Shiguang in detail. Master, ever since Mu Qingli arrived, she has been making bold moves, clearly aiming to usurp Chu Mo's authority. Should we lend him a hand? Jiang Pingtian inquired. Jiang Shiguang, twirling his prayer beads, wore a cunning smile akin to that of an old fox. Help? Why should we assist him? He replied leisurely. This Mu Qingli is merely a young girl, possessing cultivation but oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. Does she think that her status as a direct disciple of Elder Su Hui grants her free reign in the external sect? That lad Chu Mo is no easy mark. If he were truly so easily manipulated, the Jing troop would not have attained its current stature. Jiang Pingtian contemplated. Master, do you mean we should wait? A glimmer of insight flashed in Jiang Shiguang's eyes. If that lad Chu Mo cannot withstand it, he will naturally come seeking our aid. At that time, not only will we be able to grant him a tremendous favor, but we can also elevate the Jing troops' dividends. Presumably, the other elders harbor the same thoughts. Jiang Pingtian suddenly understood, deeply impressed by his master's scheming. Master, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 31. The Undercover by Mu Qingli's Side Night. In Chu Mo's managing courtyard. Within the inner chamber. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Su Ro languidly nestled in Chu Mo's embrace, her hair cascading loosely, her alluring eyes shimmering like silk. After a charming display of affection from Chu Mo, she radiated a sense of contented allure. Master, with Mu Qingli's aggressive approach, how do you intend to respond? Su Ro gently traced circles on Chu Mo's chest with her delicate fingers, her voice laced with concern. At this point, her fate was irrevocably intertwined with Chu Mo's. Should he falter, she too would suffer. Respond? A playful smirk graced Chu Mo's lips. Why should I respond? Su Ro was taken aback. Does that mean you will allow her to seize the Jing Tuan? Certainly not, Chu Mo replied in a calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Then will you seek assistance from the elders? Su Ro inquired further. Assistance? Chu Mo scoffed softly. You underestimate those old foxes. Right now, they are likely hoping I find myself in a predicament, so they can leverage it to demand more benefits from me. Su Ro's heart sank at this revelation. What do you plan to do then? Her curiosity deepened. Chu Mo's gaze drifted to the pitch-black night sky. Mu Qingli, I will handle her myself. He lowered his head and whispered a few words into Su Ro's ear. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ro's enchanting eyes, quickly transforming into profound admiration and a subtle thrill. Master, you are truly remarkable. Chu Mo playfully patted her pert backside and said with a hint of jest, so now, I need you to do something. Approach Mu Qingli and become good friends with her. Ah? Su Ro was momentarily stunned. That Mu Qingli appears so aloof and detached. How could she possibly open her heart to anyone? Fear not. Chu Mo's eyes sparkled with confidence. Such a person is, in fact, the easiest to approach. You merely need to cater to her preferences. Observing Chu Mo's assured demeanor, Su Ro, despite her lingering doubts, obediently nodded. Yes, Master, Rower understands. The following day, on a secluded path outside the sect, several outer disciples were engaging in jovial banter when one inadvertently knocked over a flower pot, scattering soil and causing a few spirit herbs to topple. Ah, who cares? No one saw, said one disciple nonchalantly. Exactly, who gives a hoot about this broken flower pot? Another chimed in. At that moment, a voice rang out. Halt. The disciples turned to see Su Ro standing not far away, her brows furrowed and a hint of displeasure on her face. Oh, it's senior sister Su Ro. What brings you here? The leader of the group recognized her and spoke in a flippant tone. Su Ro approached, pointing at the overturned flower pot. You have made this place so messy. What kind of decorum is this? Clean it up immediately. The disciples exchanged disdainful glances. Senior sister Su Ro, you're not even in charge. How dare you dictate to us? Exactly, mind your own business. We're in a good mood today, so don't provoke us. A few individuals spoke among themselves, preparing to push Su Ro. A flicker of panic crossed Su Ro's eyes as she retreated, yet she still attempted to reason with them. In the sacred grounds of our sect. How can you act so recklessly? You speak of recklessness? We shall act as we please. What can you do about it? Before the disciple could finish his sentence, an invisible force violently propelled him away, crashing him against a distant stone wall with a dull thud. Mu Qingli's figure had appeared before Su Rou, seemingly out of nowhere. Her expression was frosty as she regarded the stunned outer sect disciples, her voice devoid of warmth. As disciples of the Lingshu sword sect, your words and actions are crude. You vandalize property, and you dare to bully your fellow disciples. Do you understand your crimes? Intimidated by Mu Qingli's imposing aura, the disciples trembled and quickly knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please spare us, we were wrong." Mu Qingli's gaze swept over them, landing on the disordered flower pots and scattered soil, her brow furrowing even tighter. "Restore this place to its original state and clean up. Then, go to the punishment hall to receive your penalties. You shall be confined for 3 days of reflection." Yes, yes. The disciples, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly began to rectify their mess. Only then did Mu Qingli turn to Su Rou, her tone softening slightly. "Are you all right?" With reddened eyes, Su Rou was on the verge of tears as she bowed deeply to Mu Qingli. "Thank you, Supervisor Mu, for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have surely suffered their humiliation today." Her voice trembled, tinged with fear and grievance, evoking sympathy. "It was but a small effort," Mu Qingli said, helping her up. "These individuals shall face severe consequences." Su Rou bit her lip, as if grappling with unspoken burdens. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly confessed, "Supervisor Mu, I have indeed considered reforming the outer sect's conduct and guiding my fellow disciples. However, my humble status and my previous defeat against Supervisor Chu in the competition for the supervisory position have left me with no further opportunities." She sighed, a mist of tears clouding her eyes. "My origins are humble. My hometown has suffered great calamities, and my kin lost their lives due to the greed and ignorance of the mundane. Surviving by chance, I vowed to change this reality and lead people towards goodness. Regrettably, my talent is mediocre, and lacking a strong background in this ruthless world of cultivation, I find myself at a standstill." As Su Rou spoke with deep emotion, tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string, her desolate and helpless demeanor capable of moving even the hardest of hearts. Mu Qingli, listening to Su Rou's lament, felt a profound chord resonate within her. Su Rou's plight mirrored that of her own mother. Moreover, Su Rou's aspirations aligned remarkably with her own. Both yearned to guide the world and uphold righteousness. In that instant, Mu Qingli felt a powerful sense of kinship and recognition for Su Rou. Looking at her, her gaze softened considerably. "Junior sister Su, I deeply empathize with your experiences. Your ambitions command my respect." She gently patted Su Rou's delicate shoulder, her tone resolute. "Rest assured, with me by your side, you shall not suffer any more injustices. From now on, you shall train under my guidance. Together, we shall transform this outer gate into the embodiment of our aspirations." Chapter 32. Mu Qingli resolves to take action against Chu Mo upon hearing this. Su Rou's face lit up with incredulous delight, quickly followed by tears of gratitude. "Master Mu, your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my heart." She bowed deeply to Mu Qingli, her demeanor exuding utmost humility and reverence. Mu Qingli assisted her to her feet, a gentle smile gracing her lips. There is no need for such formality. From that moment forth, Su Rou frequently accompanied Mu Qingli. As they patrolled the outer gate together and delved into discussions about cultivation, their bond growing ever closer. Mu Qingli regarded Su Rou as a confidant, generously imparting her knowledge, providing her with resources for cultivation, and personally guiding her through her challenges in practice. Su Rou, in turn, displayed unwavering reliance and respect towards Mu Qingli, often inadvertently mentioning Chu Mo's various tyrannical actions within the outer gate, as well as the detrimental influence of the Jing Tuan on the sect's atmosphere. Mu Qingli's impression of Chu Mo had already been significantly tarnished due to Lin Wuji's incitement. Now, with Su Rou's corroboration, her disdain for Chu Mo intensified to an extreme. She became increasingly resolute in her determination to thoroughly rectify the outer gate and eradicate Chu Mo's influence. Chu Mo, naturally, was acutely aware of Mu Qingli's maneuvers and her growing closeness with Su Rou. The outer gate disciples who had troubled Su Rou were summoned by him, and he subsequently rewarded each of them with 100 inferior spirit stones. During this period, Chu Mo superficially acquiesced to Mu Qingli's proposed reforms while secretly rebuffing her suggestions, choosing instead to act according to his own whims. The business of the Jing Tuan continued to flourish, the uniforms of the delivery disciples remained unchanged, and the exclusive recipe for their special seasoning was never mentioned. Despite Mu Qingli's repeated attempts to urge him, Chu Mo adeptly deflected her requests with various excuses. This only served to worsen Mu Qingli's perception of him, yet she found herself momentarily unable to approach other disciples for assistance. After all, Chu Mo's influence within the outer gate was deeply entrenched, and the disciples were unwaveringly loyal to him. Meanwhile, Chu Mo devoted most of his energy to his cultivation. The substantial influx of spirit stones from the Jing Tuan, coupled with his dual cultivation with Luo Jin and Su Rou, caused his power to soar at an astonishing pace. On one particular day, within the confines of his cave dwelling, dense spiritual energy coalesced around him, forming a colossal vortex. Seated in meditation, his eyes closed, an expression tranquil. A moment arrived when the spiritual force within him surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, violently shattering an invisible barrier. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from within him, sweeping through the entire cave. Ninth layer of Qi refinement. Chu Mo slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting spark of brilliance igniting within them. As he felt the torrent of spiritual power coursing through his body, a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In terms of the richness of his spiritual energy, he now stood on par with an average early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, if one were to unleash their full potential. Complemented by the formidable power enhancement of the Hongming Yu Tianju and the trump card known as Tianluo Silk, Chu Mo possessed the confidence to contend with, and perhaps even vanquish, cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage. His gaze drifted towards the window, a flicker of chilling coldness flashing in his eyes. He understood that Mu Qingli would eventually seek to challenge him, and he too was preparing a grand gift for her. Time passed, and Mu Qingli discovered that the orders she had issued seemed to have vanished without a trace, stirring not a ripple within the outer sect. The Jing Tuan continued its affairs unabated, thriving in business. Those delivery disciples clad in eccentric attire traversed seamlessly between the inner and outer sections. Chu Mo was seldom seen, and each time she sent someone to urge him, he would offer a variety of excuses to evade her. She felt utterly sidelined in her role as the overseer. The outer sect remained under Chu Mo's dominion. Within the overseer's courtyard, Mu Qingli clenched her jade-like hands, her knuckles turning pale. A layer of frost now shrouded her previously untainted, exquisite visage. This was utterly unacceptable. Su Rou stood beside her, sensing Mu Qingli's fury, and quickly offered gentle reassurances. Senior Sister Mu, please temper your anger. Chu Mo possesses profound influence within the outer sect, and those disciples are utterly obedient to him. As a newcomer, he likely believes you are unfamiliar with the outer sect's dynamics, which emboldens his defiance. She paused, a glimmer of well-placed concern and indignation flickering in her eyes. Furthermore, I have heard that Chu Mo, relying on the support of several inner sect elders, has become increasingly audacious, showing blatant disregard for the sect's regulations. If this continues, the morale of the outer sect is bound to deteriorate further. Listening to Su Rou's words only intensified the flames of anger within Mu Qingli. Chu Mo, this individual was nothing less than a malignant tumor within the outer sect. No, she could not allow him to continue his reckless behavior. Su Junior Sister, Mu Qingli turned her gaze towards Su Rou, her voice icy. How well do you know Chu Mo? Su Rou felt a surge of delight within, though her expression feigned contemplation. In response to Senior Sister Mu, I have had limited interaction with Chu Mo. I only know that his cultivation is not particularly high, yet his methods are cunning, and his mind is deeply scheming. She discreetly observed Mu Qingli's countenance, noting its increasing chill, and silently reveled in it. Mu Qingli snorted coldly, an aura of frost emanating from her that lowered the temperature of the entire courtyard. She had intended to show him some leniency, allowing him to amend his ways. However, since he had chosen to rebuff her goodwill, she would not hesitate to take decisive action. Su Junior Sister, remain here. I shall personally seek him out to settle this matter. Senior Sister, please be cautious. Su Rou's face revealed concern. Chu Mo is exceedingly cunning. You must exercise utmost care. Fear not. Mu Qingli waved her hand dismissively, a hint of derision flashing in her indifferent gaze. How could a mere Qi refining disciple pose any significant threat? In her eyes, Chu Mo was simply a clever individual who, backed by a few influential allies, dared to act so audaciously. As long as she personally intervenes, wielding the absolute power of the Golden Core stage, all of Chu Mo's cunning schemes shall crumble effortlessly. No sooner had she spoken than Mu Qingli transformed into a streak of azure light, darting directly toward Chu Mo's servant courtyard. Su Rou gazed at her departing figure, a faint, elusive smile curling at the corners of her lips. Ah, Mu Qingli, the self-proclaimed paragon of righteousness. You are perhaps blissfully unaware that you have unwittingly stepped into a meticulously crafted trap laid out for you by others. At Chu Mo's servant courtyard, he had already gleaned Mu Qingli's intentions through Su Ro. Presently, he sat leisurely at a stone table in the courtyard, savoring fragrant tea as if awaiting the arrival of an old friend. Just then, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire courtyard. Chapter 33. Subduing Mu Qingli. The ethereal and resplendent figure of Mu Qingli appeared beyond the courtyard gate. Her eyes immediately fell upon the nonchalant Chu Mo and the peculiar positioning of the stone table. Why was it so, ask you? Mu Qingli's gaze was drawn to the table, her delicate brows knitting together. The table ought to be centered, perfectly symmetrical with the stone benches flanking it. Yet now, it had deviated to the left by at least 3 fingers' breadth. It was utterly unsightly. She then glanced at several pots of spirit plants nearby. Some leaves pointed east, while others faced west, creating a chaotic disarray. The colors of the pots varied in depth, and their materials differed. Moreover, although the ground appeared relatively clean, a closer inspection revealed several subtle stains. Why was this courtyard so visually displeasing? Chu Mo set down his teacup, a hint of well-timed perplexity gracing his features. Why does the esteemed manager make such remarks? This courtyard is cleaned daily by dedicated personnel, and I believe it to be quite tidy. Tidy? Mu Qingli felt her temples throb. She pointed at the askew stone table. This is considered tidy? She gestured toward the spirit plants. And these? So disorganized. What a disgrace. Immediately, at once, rearrange everything. Make it spotless. Observing her frantic demeanor, Chu Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, Mu Qingli's obsessive-compulsive tendencies and aversion to filth were as severe as the report suggested. Her mental state likely mirrored this as well. However, he maintained a facade of respect. Rising to his feet, I apologize for my oversight. I shall rectify this at once. With that, he began to reposition the stone table and organize the spirit plants. Meanwhile, Mu Qingli stood by, brow furrowed, incessantly directing him. A bit to the left. A touch more to the left. No, that is not right. Shift it to the right. The red flower pot must be symmetrically placed with the blue one. And that fallen leaf on the ground, pick it up. After a full half-hour of toil, under Mu Qingli's nearly stringent demands, the courtyard finally reached a standard she could begrudgingly accept. Mu Qingli exhaled deeply, feeling as though the entire world had become markedly more refreshing. She then redirected her gaze towards Chu Mo, her expression regaining its indifferent and frigid demeanor, akin to a celestial being. Chu Mo, why have you chosen to ignore the orders I previously issued? What do you intend to report regarding the affairs of the Capital Group? Chu Mo bowed deeply, adopting a posture of utmost humility. I humbly report to Chief Steward Mu that it was never my intention to disobey. However, the matters concerning the Capital Group are intricate and involve numerous personnel, making it momentarily challenging to rectify everything in accordance with your requirements. I assure you that within 3 days, I shall resolve all issues and provide you with a satisfactory response. 3 days? Mu Qingli shook her head. It appears you wish to procrastinate and seek alternative solutions. I shall not be deceived again. She advanced towards Chu Mo, her early-stage golden core pressure unleashed without reservation, descending upon him like an invisible mountain. Chu Mo, I grant you one final opportunity. Disband the Capital Group immediately, surrender all accounts and recipes, and remit all the spirit stones you have amassed over the years. A glimmer of malice flickered in Mu Qingli's eyes. Otherwise, today, I shall personally cleanse the sect and eliminate you, the scourge that corrupts our traditions. Chu Mo lowered his head, appearing somewhat unsteady under the immense pressure, as if on the verge of collapse. Chief Steward, I acknowledge my mistakes. I am willing to comply with your directives. Seeing Chu Mo finally yield, a satisfied expression emerged on her face. In her perspective, his meager abilities were utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Had I known this would be the outcome, why the initial resistance? Mu Qingli retracted some of her pressure. In that case, present the recipes of the Capital Group. Chu Mo respectfully retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag and offered it with both hands. Chief Steward, this is the complete compilation of the recipes for all spirit dishes of the Capital Group. I kindly ask you to review it. Mu Qingli accepted the jade slip, her consciousness probing within to scrutinize its contents. The recipes inscribed were indeed exquisite and astonishing. Upon confirming their authenticity, Mu Qingli nodded and turned to depart. In her eyes, Chu Mo was already a fish on the chopping block, ready for her to carve. However, at the very moment she turned away, an unexpected change occurred. Chu Mo's gaze suddenly transformed into a cold and piercing glare. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of nearly imperceptible silver threads erupted from his fingertips like soul-binding chains emerging from the depths of the abyss, silently ensnaring Mu Qingli's limbs. What? Mu Qingli's complexion drastically changed, a profound sense of danger surging within her. She never anticipated that this Chu Mo, whom she regarded as insignificant as an ant, would dare to make a move against her. Moreover, the terrifying force and lethal intent emanating from these silver threads made her heart race with trepidation. This was power beyond that of a mere chi refinement cultivator. In a flurry, Mu Qingli barely had time to erect a spirit energy shield around herself. Crack! The seemingly robust spiritual shield, before the Tiansua silk, was as fragile as mere paper, instantly torn apart. The sharp silver threads viciously dug into Mu Qingli's flesh, drawing forth a cascade of crimson droplets. Mu Qingli cried out in agony, her delicate frame quaking, her face etched with disbelief. How could she fathom that Chu Mo, a mere disciple at the 9th level of chi refinement, could unleash a terrifying combat prowess comparable to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? This was entirely beyond her comprehension. Just as her mind was reeling, attempting to break free from the binds of the Tiansua silk, a bone-chilling sword light, as frigid as the ice of the 9 heavens, silently approached from behind. The sword's aura was fierce, aimed directly at her vital point. The assailant was none other than Luo Jin. She had long concealed herself in the surroundings, suppressing her presence to merge seamlessly with the environment. Mu Qingli's pupils dilated suddenly, a shadow of death enveloping her mind instantaneously. Ensnared by Chu Mo's enigmatic Tiansua silk in front, and facing a lethal strike from a perfected foundation establishment cultivator behind, she found herself besieged on all sides. She had unwittingly fallen into a dire predicament. In a moment of sheer terror, teetering on the brink of life and death, Mu Qingli forcibly summoned the power of her golden core, striving to break free from this deadly confinement and ambush. However, the resilience of Chu Mo's Tiansua silk was formidable, difficult to damage below the nascent soul stage, and now it was deeply embedded in her flesh, tightly constricting her meridians. Clang! Luo Jin's sword, infused with the ultimate chill of the Shutian Bingpiju, struck fiercely against the protective spiritual aura at Mu Qingli's back. The aura trembled violently, proving to be even more resilient than anticipated. The foundation of a golden core cultivator, even in a moment of haste, was not to be underestimated. Yet, with Luo Jin's recent shift to heavenly tier techniques, her combat strength had surged beyond measure. The potency of this strike surpassed her previous capabilities by several tiers. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Mu Qingli's protective aura shattered. Although the sword's force had been significantly diminished and failed to pierce her heart directly, it still carved a deep wound, exposing bone, as the icy sword aura invaded her body, wreaking havoc. Mu Qingli spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground before her. Her once ethereal face turned as pale as paper. The operation of her golden core power was obstructed. The bindings of the Tiansua silk tightening further, the agonizing pain intertwined with the biting cold threatened to render her unconscious. Intersect, disciple. How dare you assist in such tyranny? Mu Qingli gritted her teeth, her phoenix-like eyes filled with incredulous anger and disappointment. In her view, Luo Jin, having attained perfection in foundation establishment at such a young age, was a prodigy of the sect. How could she conspire with a scoundrel like Chu Mo? Upon hearing this, Luo Jin's cold eyes displayed no flicker of emotion. With a flick of her wrist, the sword surged once more, sealing several vital points on Mu Qingli's body. Her movements were decisive and unhesitating. Mu Qingli's delicate form weakened, utterly devoid of resistance, suspended in midair by the Tiansua silk, like a lamb awaiting the slaughter. Her plain, light blue robe was now marred with bloodstains, a pitiful sight. Chu Mo approached slowly, a cryptic, inorganic smile gracing his face. He knew, her cultivation has been sealed. Chu Mo said softly. Yes, master, Luo Jin replied, her fingertips conjuring several strands of icy spiritual energy, skillfully targeting the vital points surrounding Mu Qingli's dantian. Mu Qingli felt a sharp pain in her dantian, and in that instant, the golden core power she had painstakingly cultivated became, as if frozen, utterly inaccessible. You have sealed my cultivation, Mu Qingli gasped, her voice barely a whisper, filled with despair and resentment. With her powers restrained, she was now no different from an ordinary person. Chu Mo withdrew the celestial silk, causing Mu Qingli to collapse onto the ground. He stepped in front of her, lifting his foot and suddenly stomping down on her flat abdomen with the sole of his slightly dust-covered shoe. Ugh! Mu Qingli let out a muffled groan. Her already injured body jolted once more, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, further staining her light blue robe. Her beautiful autumnal eyes glared fiercely at Chu Mo, burning with immense rage and deep-seated hatred. Chu Mo, you treacherous, despicable villain. I foolishly believed you merely acted erratically. I never imagined you would dare commit such heinous acts. What you have done today has violated the ironclad laws of our sect. Whether you kill me or release me, you cannot escape death. Mu Qingli's voice trembled slightly with anger. Is that so? Chu Mo's smile deepened at her words. He bent down, gripping Mu Qingli's silky, blue hair, forcing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. Slap. A sharp, resounding slap struck her flawless cheek, leaving 5 crimson imprints in its wake. Mu Qingli's head was knocked aside, blood seeping from her lips, her eyes filled with humiliation and shock. She never imagined that she would be so ruthlessly bullied by an outer sect disciple she regarded as little more than an ant. Steward Mu. Chu Mo's voice dripped with mockery. Do you still think I dare not touch you? You have made the gravest mistake. Mu Qingli gritted her teeth, suppressing the fiery pain in her cheek, her voice hoarse as she shouted, My master will not spare you. The entire Lingshu sword sect will not let you go. You are doomed, Chu Mo. You are doomed. Her once sacred and noble demeanor had long since vanished. She now resembled a cornered beast, unwilling to bow down despite being trapped. He released his grip, allowing Mu Qingli's head to droop weakly. Annoying, Chu Mo disregarded her outcry, turning to retrieve the specially prepared rope from his storage pouch. This rope, crafted from the tendons of demonic beasts, was exceedingly resilient and possessed the ability to suppress spiritual energy. He moved behind Mu Qingli, ignoring the murderous glare she cast upon him, and began to expertly bind her. His technique was professional, and his posture was notably precise. In no time, Mu Qingli found herself bound in a position that filled her with a profound sense of indignation and shame, utterly immobilized. The alluring contours of her figure, ensnared by the ropes, appeared even more breathtaking. Chu Mo, you beast! Scoundrel! Mu Qingli trembled with rage, yet her curses were but futile echoes. Unfazed, Chu Mo hoisted the securely bound Mu Qingli over his shoulder as one would a mere sack of goods, striding into the inner chamber of the steward's courtyard. Luo Jin silently followed, her heart a tumult of emotions as she beheld this absurd scene. Once, she too had endured similar despair and humiliation. However, she had not anticipated that even someone in the golden core stage like Mu Qingli would meet such a fate. Within the inner chamber, Chu Mo expertly activated a concealed mechanism. The ground gradually cracked open, revealing a deep entrance leading underground. This was the prison chamber he had prepared long ago for the prey he had now captured. Without hesitation, Chu Mo descended into the depths, carrying Mu Qingli. The chamber was modest in size, yet fully equipped. A few luminous night pearls embedded in the stone walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. A simple stone bed and a set of cold shackles constituted the entirety of the furnishings. Chu Mo tossed Mu Qingli onto the stone bed and secured her limbs with the shackles. Having completed these tasks, he leisurely regarded the exquisite woman before him, now stripped of her celestial grace by torment. Steward Mu, you just claimed that whether I kill you or release you, I would meet my demise, correct? Chu Mo maintained an inorganic smile. Mu Qingli gasped for breath, her fragrant sweat dampening her hair as she glared at him in indignation, remaining silent. You are indeed correct, Chu Mo remarked, patting her cheek and nodding. If I kill you, Elder Su Hui will not spare me after the incident. If I release you, your character would undoubtedly lead you to seek revenge and expose today's events to the world. In either scenario, I would be doomed. He paused, shifting his tone with an ominous smile. However, what if you were to become my puppet? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of foreboding rising within her. What do you intend to do? Chapter 34. Imprisonment of Mu Qingli. The smile on Chu Mo's face, to Mu Qingli, resembled the whisper of a demon from the abyss, sending chills throughout her being. Allow me to implant a secret technique, henceforth rendering you under my control. Dream on. Mu Qingli gritted her teeth, her voice quivering with rage. Even if I were to perish, I shall never submit to the likes of you, a vile fiend. Is that so? Chu Mo's smile remained unchanged, yet his tone bore a hint of amusement. Steward Mu, do you comprehend the consequences should you refuse to cooperate? He extended a finger, gently tilting Mu Qingli's smooth chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Your master, Elder Su Hui, is immensely powerful and possesses a far-reaching influence. I am aware that if you do not appear within the inner gate or make your presence known at the outer gate within 5 days, She will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. At that point, I will certainly be unable to escape death. However, do you believe I would allow you to find peace? Chu Mo's voice was soft, yet it pierced through Mu Qingli's heart like the sharpest dagger. She was acutely aware of the consequences. Should her master discover her disappearance, her wrath would be swift and furious, sparking a thorough inquiry. With her master's capabilities, Chu Mo, a mere outer gate steward, would have nowhere to hide. Yet, as Chu Mo had articulated, he would never allow himself to be at ease before his demise. Falling into the hands of such a malevolent being, what awaited her would be torment and humiliation far worse than death. Mu Qingli's heart sank deeper. She feared not death. Rather, she dreaded a fate worse than death. Most of all, she feared that her proud purity and dignity would be ruthlessly trampled by this demon. What will it be? Chu Mo observed the myriad emotions flickering across her face, the curve of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. Would she prefer a swift resolution? Or should he assist her in achieving it? Mu Qingli glared fiercely at Chu Mo, her beautiful autumn-like eyes filled with profound hatred and unwillingness. After a long silence, she forced out a few words through clenched teeth. I would rather die than submit. Excellent. Chu Mo nodded, a hint of approval gracing his face, as if he were commending an obedient child. How spirited. He released his grip and took a step back. He knew master. Luo Jin's figure appeared at the door of the secret chamber like a specter, bowing respectfully. Prepare this place well, Chu Mo instructed indifferently. Remember, it should be lively. Ensuring that Manager Mu feels at ease. Yes, master, Luo Jin replied, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. She understood precisely what Chu Mo meant by preparation. In her view, it merely entailed exploiting Mu Qingli's almost obsessive cleanliness and compulsive tendencies to torment her, shattering her will. Such tactics could not be deemed anything less than insidious. Yet, upon recalling the humiliation she had endured, the last remnants of her compassion dissipated. Silently, she turned and began to transform the chamber according to Chu Mo's instructions. Before long, the once tidy chamber was left in utter disarray. Leftover fruit cores and remnants of food were carelessly strewn across the floor. A few tattered garments exuded a faint musty odor, haphazardly piled in a corner. On the walls, mud of unknown origin had been smeared, forming revolting abstract patterns. Even the solitary stone bed had been splattered with an unidentifiable filthy liquid, emanating a noxious stench. The entire chamber resembled a pigsty, replete with filth and chaos. Mu Qingli was shackled to the stone bed, unable to move. Upon witnessing the grotesque scene before her, she stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. In the next moment, a wave of intense nausea surged within her, and she could no longer contain herself. Bending over to retch, her exquisite, ethereal visage now appeared as pale as parchment, devoid of any hint of color. In her beautiful, autumn-like eyes, terror, disgust, and profound despair were vividly reflected. For someone like her, who harbored severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies and a strong aversion to filth, the scene before her was far more harrowing than the depths of hell itself. Every speck of dirt, every illogical arrangement felt like sharp steel needles piercing her nerves, rendering her restless and on the verge of madness. No. The voice of Mu Qingli was laced with a sob, her body trembling violently from her extreme revulsion. Please, clean this place up. She looked at Chu Mo, her gaze akin to that of a drowning person grasping for a final lifeline. Clean it up? Chu Mo maintained his expressionless smile. Manager Mu, have you perhaps misunderstood something? This is, at present, your prison cell. It cannot simply reflect your preferred aesthetic. I can't endure this. I truly cannot. Tears cascaded down Mu Qingli's cheeks like pearls from a broken string, her voice imbued with desperation and despair. I beg you. If you restore this place to its former state, I will agree to anything. She felt her sanity being slowly consumed by the relentless filth and chaos surrounding her. If this continued, she would surely lose her mind. Oh, Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. You will agree to anything? Including relinquishing your mind so that I may plant my secret methods? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingli's body trembled violently. A flicker of struggle and hesitation passed through her tear-streaked eyes. On one side lay her steadfast principles and dignity, on the other, the suffocating filth and disarray. Weighing both. No, I cannot. Ultimately, Mu Qingli shook her head with great difficulty, her voice tinged with a despairing hoarseness. I cannot. Is that so? The smile on Chu Mo's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling indifference. With a swift motion, he struck Mu Qingli hard across the face. The force so great that it caused blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. It seems you still have not recognized your predicament, Chu Mo remarked. Devoid of any emotion, In that case, enjoy yourself. With that, he turned his back on Mu Qingli, preparing to leave the chamber. Wait. Panic surged within Mu Qingli as she realized that if Chu Mo departed, she would be left to confront this hellish prison alone. The torment was too dreadful to contemplate. Do you have anything else to say? Chu Mo halted, not bothering to look back. I beg you. Mu Qingli's voice trembled with tears, at the very least. Could you remove that filthy, moldy rag from my sight? She pointed to a repulsive, foul-smelling black cloth that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. The rag lay carelessly at her bedside, mere inches from her cheek. The nauseating odor relentlessly invaded her nostrils, irritating her sensitive nerves. Oh, Chu Mo turned, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Director Mu, are you begging me? Mu Qingli bit her lip, humiliation causing fresh tears to well up. She understood that Chu Mo was deliberately humiliating her. Yet, she could endure no more. I beg you, she managed to utter those words, her voice barely above a whisper. When one seeks a favor, one must adopt the demeanor of a supplicant. Chu Mo approached her bed, looking down from his elevated position, commanding her, kneel and bow. Mu Qingli trembled at his words, disbelief flooding her as she gazed at Chu Mo, a man who seemed nothing short of a devil. However, when her eyes fell upon the foul rag once more, her mental defenses crumbled entirely. Thud! She closed her eyes, summoning every ounce of strength to strike her forehead against the stone bed. A wave of intense pain surged through her. Yet this agony paled in comparison to the endless filth and chaos tormenting her spirit. Chu Mo's voice resonated like a celestial melody in her ears. Indeed, he bent down, removing the stinking rag from her bedside and carelessly tossing it into the corner of the secret chamber. Then, he gently patted Mu Qingli's tear-streaked, blood-stained face, stating in a flat tone, Director Mu, rest well. I shall return tomorrow. With that, he turned and left the chamber without a backward glance, leaving Mu Qingli alone. As if all her strength had been drained, collapsing onto the cold stone bed, gasping in despair. The following day, when Chu Mo returned to the secret chamber, the sight before him caused his brow to twitch imperceptibly. Mu Qingli was curled up in a corner of the stone bed, her body pressed tightly against the icy wall, as if she wished to merge with it. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes quivering slightly, as if she were enduring some great trial. Her hands firmly covered her ears, attempting to shield herself from the outside world. The entire scene exuded a haunting stillness. It seems that Director Mu has found a means of coping? Chu Mo's lips curled into a playful smile as he approached the bed. Mu Qingli's body quivered almost imperceptibly. Yet she did not open her eyes or lower her hands from her ears. What is forbidden to see is forbidden to hear. As long as she did not look or listen, the filth and chaos appeared to cease to exist. This was the only method of self-preservation she had devised after a long night of contemplation. Observing her ostrich-like demeanor, Chu Mo's smile deepened. Director Mu, do you think you can evade this way? He reached out, gently grasping her delicate chin, compelling her to lift her head and open her eyes. Appeared, carrying a bucket of murky, foul-smelling sludge. Upon catching sight of the noxious liquid in his hands, Essa autumnal eyes, already dim, widened in sheer horror. Her voice, hoarse and tinged with tears, faltered as she confronted him. Setting the bucket down, the murky water sloshed around, revealing decaying vegetable leaves floating atop. It seems, dear, that you were not entirely pleased with yesterday's hospitality. A mechanical smile lingered on his face. Today, I have prepared something special for you. He gestured toward the bucket. You have two choices. Either surrender your spirit and allow me to plant my secret method within you, or... He paused, his smile twisting into something more sinister. I can assist you with a bath. Glared at with a ferocity that suggested she wished to devour him whole. You devil, you beast, even in death, I shall not grant you victory. Is that so? Raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. He stepped forward and lifted the bucket of sludge. No, don't come any closer, screamed, her body thrashing in terror, the shackles clanking noisily. Yet, her resistance appeared feeble before. With a splatter, the frigid, filthy water cascaded over her from head to toe. Ah! Her piercing scream reverberated through the confines of the chamber. Felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. The viscous mud, laden with unspeakable filth, clung to her skin. The repugnant stench invaded her nostrils, assaulting every sensitive nerve within her. Her once elegant pale blue robe was now thoroughly soaked, clinging to her form and outlining her delicate curves, yet rendering her utterly disheveled. The torment inflicted by her obsessive-compulsive tendencies reached a zenith in that moment. She felt as if she had plunged into a vast cesspool, every inch of her skin tainted by intolerable filth. Gagging, she retched violently. tears and snot streaming down her face, mingling with the mud, heightening her disarray. Reveled in her agonized visage, his smile broadening with delight. He stepped closer, his muddy fingertips caressing her soiled cheek. How does it feel? Quite a surprise, is it not? Trembled, her teeth chattering, yet she could not muster a coherent response. Satisfied, tightened the shackles binding her hands and feet, ensuring she could not cleanse herself of the repugnant grime. Then, without a backward glance, he departed the chamber, leaving to languish in the depths of unending filth and despair. On the third day, returned to the chamber once more. Before her, Mu Qingli had ceased her fierce resistance of yesteryear. She gazed vacantly at the stone wall, resembling a marionette devoid of a soul. The mud and water that once clung to her had long since dried, forming filthy, hardened crusts that emitted a nauseating stench. Chapter 35. Mu Qingli surrendered. Chu Mo approached the bedside, holding a steaming bowl of thin porridge. Chief Mu, you must be hungry. Please eat something. Mu Qingli slowly turned her head, a flicker of faint light momentarily igniting in her hollow eyes. However, upon seeing the porridge in Chu Mo's hands, she abruptly averted her gaze, her voice hoarse yet resolute. I will not eat. I would rather starve than consume this devil's concoction. Is that so? Chu Mo's smile remained unchanged. He set the bowl down and, without warning, delivered a powerful punch to Mu Qingli's abdomen. With a dull thud, Mu Qingli let out a muffled groan, curling up like a cooked shrimp as excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Seizing the moment she gasped for breath, Chu Mo lifted the bowl of porridge. Then, right before her eyes, he spat into it. Mu Qingli's pupils dilated in horror and disgust. Yet, Chu Mo offered her no chance to resist. He forcefully grasped her chin and brutally poured the mixture of porridge and his saliva down her throat. Mu Qingli thrashed violently, desperate to expel the repugnant substance. However, Chu Mo's grip was like iron, holding her firmly in place. The majority of the porridge slid down her throat and into her stomach. An indescribable wave of revulsion, shame, fury, and humiliation erupted within her like a volcano. She yearned to regurgitate the vile mixture, but Chu Mo held her down, rendering her immobile. She contemplated biting her tongue to end her suffering, only to find that he had stuffed a rag into her mouth, robbing her of even that last shred of dignity. Despair crashed over her like a cold tide, completely engulfing her. On the fourth day, the consequences of her sealed cultivation finally manifested in Mu Qingli. The spiritual energy within her could no longer circulate. In that moment, she was no different from an ordinary mortal. An urgent need to relieve herself surged like a tidal wave, leaving her restless and anxious. When Chu Mo reappeared in the chamber, Mu Qingli's pale, haggard face bore the first hint of pleading. Chu Mo, her voice was barely a whisper, laden with profound shame. What is it that you desire? Chu Mo feigned ignorance, his expression still playful. I wish to use the restroom, Mu Qingli managed to utter, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Oh, Chu Mo raised an eyebrow. Very well. But you must open your heart and accept my secret method. At his words, a flicker of intense struggle flashed in Mu Qingli's dim eyes. She understood that once she accepted the secret method, she would be irrevocably reduced to Chu Mo's plaything, stripped of all semblance of freedom. Yet, the unbearable predicament she faced nearly drove her to the brink of despair. Ultimately, gritting her teeth, she managed to shake her head with great difficulty. No. Chu Mo shrugged indifferently, wearing a nonchalant expression. He ceased to pay any attention to Mu Qingli and began to pace the secret chamber, as if admiring his own masterpiece. Time slipped away, second by second. Mu Qingli felt on the verge of bursting. The overwhelming urge to relieve herself tormented her nerves like the cruelest of tortures. Her body trembled slightly from the extreme restraint, and a fine sheen of cold sweat emerged on her forehead. Finally, she could no longer contain herself and broke into a fit of anguished tears. Warm liquid uncontrollably surged from beneath her, soaking the stone bed and staining her already filthy robe. The woman, who had always prided herself on cleanliness and harbored a severe obsession with hygiene, could scarcely fathom that she would one day find herself in such a wretched and humiliating state. At that moment, her spirit teetered on the brink of complete collapse. On the fifth day, when Chu Mo returned to the secret chamber, he found Mu Qingli had undergone a complete transformation. She emanated an indescribable, peculiar odor. Her hair disheveled and clinging to her cheeks, and her once clear autumnal eyes now appeared hollow and lifeless, resembling stagnant water. She lay silently on the stone bed, motionless, like a soulless corpse. Chu Mo recognized that her psychological defenses had been utterly shattered. Just then, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Luo Jin escorting another subdued woman, whose expression still bore traces of defiance and reluctance. It was Su Ro. "Master, I have brought her," Luo Jin announced. Bowing slightly, Chu Mo nodded in acknowledgement. He turned his gaze back to Mu Qingli on the stone bed, a significant smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Manager Mu, look who has arrived." The previously vacant-eyed Mu Qingli, unresponsive to the world around her, experienced a flicker of life in her deadened gaze upon hearing Chu Mo's voice and seeing Su Ro being brought in. She struggled to rise from the stone bed, but her bound limbs rendered her efforts futile. You come for me. Let her go? Let everything come for me." Mu Qingli's voice was hoarse and dry, yet tinged with urgency. Hearing Mu Qingli's plea, Su Ro lifted her head and caught sight of Mu Qingli's pitiful state, a flash of complexity crossing her eyes. She parted her lips, seemingly about to speak, but was restrained by Luo Jin. Chu Mo approached the edge of Mu Qingli's bed, looking down at her from a position of superiority. "Let her go?" He maintained his inorganic smile. "Manager Mu, what qualifications do you possess to negotiate terms with me at this moment? If you wish to prevent any harm from befalling her, relinquish your mental defenses and allow me to plant the secret incantation within you. Otherwise," with an icy glare directed at Su Ro, a glimmer of frigid malice flickering in his eyes, Chu Mo declared, "You shall witness with your own eyes how she is gradually tormented to death before you." "Please, no," Mu Qingli cried out, her voice tinged with desperation and anguish. "Chu Mo, you devil, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm her." Su Ro, too, struggled against her restraints, calling out to Mu Qingli, "Senior Sister Mu, do not heed his words. Do not surrender. My life is inconsequential. You must not yield to such a fiend." Chu Mo turned his head, gesturing for Luo Jin to silence Su Ro. "Mu Qingli," he said coldly, "my patience is finite. You have 10 breaths to contemplate your decision." The chilling countdown echoed like the tolling of a death knell, resounding in Mu Qingli's heart. She gazed into Su Ro's resolute eyes, and then at Chu Mo's merciless visage. On one side lay the relief of surrender, on the other, endless torment and humiliation, along with the inhumane treatment Su Ro might endure. What choice was she to make? Mu Qingli felt as if her heart was being torn asunder by 2 invisible hands, racked with unbearable pain. If she relinquished resistance, Su Ro would be safe, and she herself would no longer suffer this torturous existence. This thought, akin to a devil's whisper, incessantly circled in her mind, tempting her. 3, 2. The countdown approached its climax. Mu Qingli's eyes brimmed with intense struggle and hesitation. Noticing her indecision, Chu Mo's impatience flared. He approached Su Ro, tearing away her garments, exposing her fair skin. "Since you are so hesitant, I shall make the decision for you." Chu Mo's hands began to roam over Su Ro's body, his actions rough and aggressive. "No, please, stop." Su Ro writhed in anguish, her eyes filled with shame and despair. "Stop it, Chu Mo. You must cease." Mu Qingli's vision blurred with fury as she screamed in madness. She could hardly believe that Chu Mo would perpetrate such vile acts against Su Ro before her very eyes. Seizing the moment while Chu Mo was distracted, Su Ro broke free from Luo Jin's grasp with all her might, launching herself toward the unforgiving stone wall. It seemed she would rather perish than endure such a profound humiliation, unwilling to become a burden to Mu Qingli. Yet, with a dull thud, her desperate attempt did not culminate in her death against the wall. Chu Mo appeared to have anticipated her move, delivering a swift kick to her knee as she acted. Su Ro cried out in pain, collapsing heavily to the ground, her forehead striking the floor and bleeding, though her life remained intact. Desire to die? Chu Mo laughed heartily, embodying the essence of a villain. He lifted Su Ro from the ground with ease, as one would a fragile chick, and before me, he declared, "You are not permitted to die. Even if life becomes unbearable, you must persist." The defiance in Su Ro's gaze pierced Mu Qingli's heart deeply. She beheld the blood trickling from Su Ro's forehead, the despair and humiliation reflected in her eyes, and at that moment, the defenses within her crumbled entirely. Chu Mo pressed Su Ro against the cold floor, subjecting her to further indignities in front of Mu Qingli. He tightened his grip around her neck, eliciting pained whimpers from her lips. Tears streamed from the corners of Su Ro's eyes, mingling with the blood on her forehead, a sight both harrowing and poignant. "Please, Chu Mo, I beg you to release her." Mu Qingli's voice was a hoarse whisper, laden with endless pleas and despair. She could no longer endure the brutality unfolding before her. Closing her eyes, tears poured forth like a deluge. I promise you, I will agree to anything," she managed to utter, each word seemingly draining her of all strength. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo paused his torment, a smile creeping across his face. He approached Mu Qingli's bedside and removed the rag from her mouth. Had I known this would be the outcome, why did we not act differently? Surrender your spirit. Chu Mo's voice echoed like a devil's decree. Mu Qingli opened her tear-blurred eyes, casting one last glance at Chu Mo and then at the wretched form of Su Ro on the ground. Ultimately, she slowly closed her eyes, relinquishing all resistance. Chu Mo produced a black dagger, a medium for a soul contract, and, after dripping his blood upon it, plunged it into the center of Mu Qingli's brow. The crimson essence absorbed entirely into her being. A chilling and sinister force enveloped her, as if invisible tendrils delved deep into her consciousness, branding a humiliating mark upon the very essence of her soul. This mark felt like an invisible shackle, binding her will to Chu Mo's. She could distinctly sense that with a mere thought from him, he could render her existence a torment beyond comprehension. As this realization dawned, resentment and murderous intent surged within Mu Qingli. Yet, as soon as that thought emerged, a gut-wrenching pain erupted from the depths of her soul, engulfing her entire being. The agony exceeded the limits of physical endurance, as if countless steel needles pierced her spirit simultaneously. Mu Qingli let out a heart-wrenching scream, her delicate form convulsing violently. Cold sweat instantly soaking her already soiled garments. She curled up on the stone bed, feeling as though her consciousness was on the verge of being torn apart by this unending torment. It dawned on her that even the thought of resistance was a luxury she could not afford. Despair, like a frigid tide, completely submerged her. She was finished. Utterly and irrevocably finished. Regarded the anguished expression of Mu Qingli with an increasingly satisfied smile. He waited patiently until her cries of torment subsided before leisurely speaking. It appears that the esteemed manager Mu has begun to understand the profound nature of my secret technique. Mu Qingli lay limply on the stone bed, gasping for breath, her once defiant eyes now devoid of any trace of resistance, leaving only an abyss of desolation and numbness. Chu Mo approached, unfastening the shackles and ropes that bound her limbs. As the cold iron fell away, Mu Qingli found herself devoid of the strength to move. Rise. Chu Mo commanded. Mu Qingli's body trembled involuntarily. She struggled to prop herself up, attempting to sit up from the stone bed. But the relentless torment and her frailty rendered her efforts futile. Chu Mo extended his hand, yanking her from the bed with a brutal motion, showing no sign of gentleness. Mu Qingli stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. I shall assist you in unbinding your powers. With a flick of his fingers, several strands of spiritual energy flowed into Mu Qingli, releasing the seal on her dantian. A long-lost warmth began to flow through her withered meridians. Yet, she felt no joy. What did it matter if her powers were restored? She was irrevocably Chu Mo's captive, a mere plaything in his grasp. At that moment, Chu Mo retrieved a set of clean garments from his storage bag and tossed them at her feet. Disrobe and cleanse yourself, then don these fresh clothes. Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist you? Mu Qingli's body quivered, and her lifeless eyes finally reflected a flicker of humiliation. She bit her lip, her nails embedding deeply into her palm. Ultimately, she turned silently away from Chu Mo, beginning to remove the tattered Taoist robe that had long lost its original form. As the robe fell away, her delicate form was revealed, marred by filth and scars. Chu Mo's gaze roamed over her unabashedly, as if admiring a trophy that belonged solely to him. He did not rush to act. Instead, he fetched a wooden bucket from his storage bag, filling it with fresh water. He then took a clean cloth and approached Mu Qingli from behind. Enough. Come here. I will help you clean. Mu Qingli's body stiffened. The humiliation of washing herself before Chu Mo was already an unbearable affront. Now, he intended to do it for her. What? Are you unwilling? Chu Mo's voice carried a hint of danger. Mu Qingli closed her eyes as tears of shame cascaded down her cheeks once more. She understood that she had no choice. Slowly, she turned to face Chu Mo, allowing him to guide the damp cloth over her body. The cool water washed away the dirt. Yet it could not cleanse the humiliation and despair that resided in her heart. Chu Mo's movements were surprisingly gentle. However, Mu Qingli felt that each of his touches was akin to a sharp blade, ruthlessly slicing through her heart. Time seemed to stretch without measure until Chu Mo finally ceased his actions. He gazed at the rejuvenated Mu Qingli, her skin appearing even more delicate and alluring under the glistening droplets of water, and nodded in satisfaction. Perform the cleansing ritual and then don your garments, he instructed, gesturing towards the clothes scattered on the ground. Silently, Mu Qingli performed the cleansing ritual, then picked up the garments and dressed herself meticulously. Once she completed these tasks, she stood like a soulless puppet, awaiting Chu Mo's next command. Chu Mo reveled in her submissive and humble demeanor, a wave of pleasure coursing through him as he savored the sensation of control. At that moment, Mu Qingli suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with moisture as they met Chu Mo's. In a hoarse voice, she implored, Chuemo. Can you release Suro now? There was a hint of barely perceptible hope and anxiety in her tone. To her, Suro was the target of Chumo's ire, acting solely for her sake. She yearned for Suro's safety. Oh, you still care for her? Chuemo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Please, I beg you. Let her go. Mu Qingli's voice trembled with emotion. I have said it before. Everything is unrelated to her. Direct all your ire towards me. I am already obeying you. She is of no use to you now. Is that so? A deeper smile spread across Chumo's face. How do you know she is of no use to me? Amused by Mu Qingli's concern for Suro, Chuemo found her naivety laughable, particularly in such dire circumstances. He stepped towards Suro, commanding, stand up. Suro pushed herself off the ground and dusted off her clothes. Suro, are you all right? Mu Qingli asked anxiously, her eyes brimming with concern. Suro flexed her somewhat numb wrist, lifted her head, and glanced at Mu Qingli. Then, she executed an action that left Mu Qingli utterly astounded. As if struck by lightning. Slowly, Suro approached Chuemo, wrapped her delicate arms around his neck, and, rising on her toes, bestowed a passionate and lingering kiss upon the very face Mu Qingli loathed to her core. This scene pierced Mu Qingli's heart with profound anguish. She gazed in disbelief at the absurd and cruel tableau before her, her mind a blank slate. Suro, the one who had bared her soul before her, who had vowed to uphold righteousness alongside her, the very one Mu Qingli was willing to sacrifice herself to protect, was now entwined with Chuemo. In that instant, Mu Qingli felt as though her world had crumbled entirely, a sense of despair and betrayal, more intense than any she had previously experienced, gnawed at her heart like the sharpest of blades. She parted her lips, yearning to utter something, yet found her throat constricted as if obstructed by an unseen force, rendering her voiceless. Silent tears cascaded down from her hollow eyes. Ultimately, she realized she had been nothing but a jest, a pitiful farce manipulated by Chuemo, all the while believing herself to be something more. Chuemo observed Mu Qingli's face, etched with betrayal and despair, with a keen interest. Meanwhile, Suro's kiss was fervent and immersive, as if she sought to meld her very soul with Chumo's being. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Suro gazed at Chuemo with sultry eyes, her voice dripping with seduction. Master, how did I perform? Chuemo, satisfied, gently pinched her cheek. Not bad. You shall be rewarded. This scene struck Mu Qingli's heart like the sharpest blade, twisting painfully within her, as she beheld Suro nestled in Chumo's embrace. Her radiant smile a stark contrast to her own despair, the world around her spun in chaotic disarray. The very person who had once shared her deepest secrets, who had vowed alongside her to uphold justice and reform the outer sect, the same Suro who had encouraged her not to surrender in her darkest hours, had been Chumo's pawn from the very beginning. All her trust, every glimmer of hope, every ounce of perseverance, in that moment, transformed into the most ludicrous of ironies. A spurt of crimson erupted from Mu Qingli's lips, staining the ground before her. She could no longer sustain herself. Her delicate form began to collapse. Yet, Chuemo reached out, cradling her gently, his demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier brutality. Chief Mu, it appears you have been rather naive. Chumo's tender voice whispered in her ear, yet it resonated like a devil's murmur, sending chills down her spine. Did you truly believe there are so many coincidences in this world? Did you think Suro would sacrifice herself for you? Mu Qingli trembled, tears cascading like pearls from her vacant eyes. She yearned to retort, to hurl accusations, but found herself devoid of the strength to speak. The sisterly bond she had cherished was merely an elaborate ruse crafted by Chuemo. The camaraderie she had envisioned was but a one-sided joke. The hope she had clung to was nothing more than a trap laid by Chuemo. This man had not only shattered her body, but had also irrevocably dismantled her spirit. At that moment, Suro, nestled against Chuemo, observed Mu Qingli's despondent and feeble state with a barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. She delicately traced her tongue across Chumo's lips, her voice increasingly sultry. Master, it seems we have broken her. Chuemo laughed heartily, turned his head, and pressed a fervent kiss upon Suro's crimson lips. Casting a glance at Mu Qingli, Chief Mu, how do you feel? Your master has sent you to the outer sect to hone your character and learn the art of dealing with others. Has there been some growth? Mu Qingli gazed helplessly as Suro engaged in affectionate exchanges with Chuemo before her. The sight was utterly unbearable, igniting a fierce sense of shame and fury within her, nearly causing her to faint. Tears blurred her vision, and she felt as if she had reached the end of her tether. After a moment of contemplation, Chuemo observed Mu Qingli, whose eyes had lost their sparkle. Her head askew in his embrace, and a flicker of thought crossed his mind. Initially, he intended to engage in dual cultivation with Mu Qingli, leveraging her nascent golden core cultivation and the rare Liuli jade body to break through the bottleneck of foundational establishment. However, considering that Mu Qingli's return to the inner sect was imminent, he feared that lingering too long might arouse Elder Su Hui's suspicions. Moreover, Mu Qingli's current emotional turmoil rendered her an unsuitable candidate for dual cultivation. No matter, there will be ample time in the future. Resolute in his decision, Chu Mo issued another command within Mu Qingli's consciousness. You shall return to the inner sect as usual. Remember, you must not breathe a word of what transpired here today to anyone. Otherwise, the backlash of the secret technique will make you wish for death. The cold command etched itself deeply into the very core of Mu Qingli's soul. Her body trembled involuntarily, seemingly responding to Chu Mo's directive. Like a soulless puppet, Mu Qingli departed the outer sect and returned to the inner sect. Her steps were unsteady, her expression numb, and the once bright autumnal glimmer in her eyes had vanished entirely. The outer sect disciples watched her retreating figure, murmuring among themselves. What has happened to Manager Mu? She seems as if she has lost her soul. Who knows? I heard she was called in by Manager Chu a few days ago, and she has been like this ever since. TSK. It seems Manager Chu's methods are truly unfathomable. Even a golden core inner disciple has been brought to heel. Naturally, our Manager Chu is the pride of the outer sect. In Manager Chu's courtyard, Su Rou had long since departed. Now, only Chu Mo and Luo Jin remained. Chu Mo regarded Luo Jin's face, which still bore a cool demeanor yet hinted at an almost imperceptible awkwardness, and a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Inu, come here." Luo Jin's delicate form quivered ever so slightly as she approached Chu Mo, lowering her gaze, though her voice carried a hint of stiffness unbeknownst to her. "Master, what is your command?" Chu Mo extended his hand, gently tilting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. "What is this? After just a few days apart, you seem distant?" Luo Jin turned her head away, her watery eyes shyly avoiding Chu Mo's gaze, letting out a soft, cold huff. "I wouldn't dare. Is it a matter of daring, or simply a matter of desire?" Chu Mo's fingertips caressed her smooth, fair chin, his tone laced with playful mockery. "I can't shake the feeling that you might be feeling a touch of jealousy." After all, he had predominantly spent these past few days in the company of Su Rou and Mu Qingli, even in the presence of Luo Jin. He had once engaged in intimate interactions with Su Rou. Upon hearing this, Luo Jin instantly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She abruptly lifted her head, and a flicker of panic and embarrassment flashed across her cold, phoenix-like eyes. "Nonsense. I did not." Her voice rose a few octaves, yet it lacked conviction. "Oh, is that so?" A deeper smile spread across Chu Mo's face. "Then why do you dare not meet my gaze?" Luo Jin fell silent. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed with a tinge of crimson. She indeed felt a sense of discomfort. Witnessing the intimacy between Chu Mo and Su Rou, and even that Mu Qingli, would invariably stir within her an inexplicable irritation and sense of loss. This feeling was one she detested. Did it not signify that she cared for Chu Mo? The very demon who enslaved her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. "All right, I shall cease teasing you." Chu Mo withdrew his hand, his tone returning to its usual calmness. "Prepare yourself. We shall commence our dual cultivation." Upon hearing this, the inexplicable emotions within Luo Jin were swiftly replaced by a powerful sense of shame. She bit her lower lip, refraining from further words, and silently began to loosen her garments. After a while, Chu Mo felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy within him, as if it were about to burst forth. The bottleneck at the 9th level of Qi refinement had begun to loosen after the dual cultivation with Luo Jin. He could distinctly sense that he was but a step away from the coveted foundation establishment stage. With just a few more days of concentrated cultivation to solidify his realm, he could attempt to break through. Luo Jin lay languidly in Chu Mo's embrace, her hair disheveled, her delicate face still flushed. She could feel the astonishing enhancement in Chu Mo's strength. Gritting her teeth inwardly, she thought, this man is nothing short of a monster. Escaping from his clutches seems a distant dream. Days later, Mu Qingli reappeared at the outer sect. She still bore that ethereal indifference. Yet there was a trace of indescribable fatigue and emptiness etched upon her brow. She no longer directed her criticism at Chu Mo, as if she had fully accepted the reality of her diminished status. This transformation elevated the admiration of the outer sect disciples towards Chu Mo to unprecedented heights. Manager Chu is invincible. Even the inner sect disciples at the Golden Core stage are completely subjugated by him. However, Many noticed that the once decisive and reformative Mu Qingli had grown increasingly taciturn. Occasionally, one might glimpse her standing alone in the courtyard, gazing vacantly at the sky, her eyes devoid of spirit, as though her soul had departed. This piqued the curiosity of numerous outer sect disciples. What had this manager Mu experienced? Why had she become this way? Meanwhile, Chu Mo began his final preparations within his small courtyard, readying himself for the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. He understood that once he succeeded in establishing his foundation, he would gain entry into the inner sect. At that time, what awaited him would be a broader expanse and more formidable foes. A glint of icy coldness flickered in Chu Mo's eyes. He would forever remember this grudge. Chapter 37. Foundation Establishment. Seated cross-legged, Chu Mo found himself enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy within the cave dwelling. The Hongming Yutianju was operating with unparalleled ferocity within him. In recent days, bolstered by the vast quantities of spiritual stones provided by the Jingtuan, alongside intermittent dual cultivation with Luo Jin and Su Ro, his cultivation had ascended to unprecedented heights. An enormous, unrestrained force surged through his meridians, akin to a flood poised to breach its dam. The barrier of the ninth layer of qi refinement had long since become precarious. Now was the opportune moment for a breakthrough. Break for me, Chu Mo silently commanded. The long-accumulated torrent of spiritual power crashed against the invisible barrier. Boom. A muffled sound reverberated, as if emanating from the depths of his soul. The barrier shattered. Even more refined and potent spiritual energy flowed freely through his widened meridians, akin to a rushing river. An indescribable sensation of elation coursed through his entire being. Foundation establishment. He had succeeded. With a gradual opening of his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shone within them. He could distinctly feel the bond between himself and the cosmos tightening. His spiritual awareness expanded dramatically, and his senses sharpened significantly. Every gesture and movement radiated with power far beyond that of the qi refinement stage. He had finally established his foundation. A slight smile graced Chu Mo's lips. The next step was to enter the inner sect. Without delay, he rose and made his way to the outer sect's administrative hall. In the outer sect's administrative hall, an inner sect steward disciple was responsible for the entry applications into the inner sect, and today was fortuitously his day to be present. This individual had long been well fed by the meager share from the Jingtuan, thus treating Chu Mo with utmost courtesy. Chu steward, have you truly established your foundation? The inner sect steward disciple, sensing the distinctly different aura emanating from Chu Mo, wore an expression of shock and disbelief. How long has it been? Since Chu Mo joined, it has barely been 2 or 3 months, right? In just 2 or 3 months, you've cultivated from a mere mortal who had just begun to draw in qi to the foundation establishment stage. What kind of cultivation speed is this? It's faster than a rocket. I was fortunate enough to break through, Chu Mo replied calmly. According to sect rules, having entered the foundation establishment stage, I am here to apply for entry into the inner sect. Understood. The inner sect steward disciple quickly regained his composure, thumping his chest. Rest assured, Chu steward, I will report this matter immediately. There will be no delay whatsoever. Coincidentally, a high-level meeting of the sect was about to convene. When the news of Chu Mo's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage and his application to enter the inner sect reached the main hall, all the elders, including the sect leader, fell silent in astonishment. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What did you just say? An elder rubbed his ears, doubting his hearing. The inner sect steward disciple, trembling with apprehension, repeated, reporting to the esteemed elders. The outer sect manager Chu Mo has successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage and is now requesting entry into the inner sect. Boom. The main hall erupted in an uproar. What? He has reached foundation establishment? How long has it been? If my memory serves me right, he has only been here for 2 or 3 months, hasn't he? To progress from qi induction to foundation establishment in just 2 or 3 months. How is this even possible? The talent for qi induction in half an instant sticks time is truly terrifying. A prodigy. This young man is undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium genius. The elders were left speechless, gasping in astonishment, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they exchanged glances. They were all individuals of exceptional talent. Yet none had witnessed such an outrageous pace of cultivation. This transcends genius. This is a monster. Elder Lin Zhang's expression darkened instantly, more so than the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. Chu Mo. Once again, it is Chu Mo. This persistent little wretch has managed to reach foundation establishment so swiftly. The frustration and resentment within him erupted like a volcano. Master, fellow disciples, Lin Zheng suddenly stood up. His voice tinged with barely concealed tremors and ferocity. This child's temperament is unpredictable, and his methods are ruthless. He is by no means a good person. Now that his cultivation speed is so alarming, if we allow him to enter the inner sect, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our sect, jeopardizing the interests we have long secured. In my opinion, it would be better, Elder Lin, that is a grave misjudgment. Jiang Shiguang leisurely stood up, a mocking smile gracing his face as he interrupted Lin Zheng. Who was it that recognized this gem of talent and forcibly relegated him to the outer sect, nearly allowing such brilliance to gather dust? Now that he has broken through to Foundation establishment through his own merits, do you intend to turn him away? Elder Lin, your magnanimity is truly remarkable. Jiang Shiguang's words landed like sharp slaps on Lin Zheng's face. Lin Zheng felt a rush of blood rise in his throat. Nearly spitting out a mouthful, he glared viciously at Jiang Shiguang, wishing he could swallow him whole. At this moment, several other elders with vested interests in the capital faction also spoke up. Elder Jiang is absolutely correct. Although young, this child Chu Mo has indeed brought tangible benefits to our sect. The emergence of the capital faction has considerably enriched the cultivation resources available to our disciples. Indeed, the capital faction is now a prestigious asset to our sect, yielding substantial profits each month. As the founder of this capital faction, Chu Mo's contributions cannot be overlooked. Elder Lin, to disparage Chu Mo simply because your disciples have not enjoyed the benefits of the capital faction seems rather self-serving, does it not? These elders had all reaped considerable advantages from the capital faction. They were reluctant to offend this young benefactor, Chu Mo. Moreover, the prodigious talent of Chu Mo is evident, promising boundless achievements in the future. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, yielding innumerable benefits without any detriment. Lin Zheng listened to the cacophony of voices around him, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He never anticipated being cornered to such an extent by this young scoundrel. Chu Mo, these avaricious old-timers. Very well. In a fit of rage that transformed into bitter laughter, Lin Zheng could no longer maintain his composure. Pointing at the crowd, his voice dripped with malice. You shall live to regret this. You will surely lament your decision. Nurturing this demon will lead to your own sorrow in the future. With that, he swept away, unable to endure their presence any longer. Jiang Shiguang watched Lin Zheng's disheveled retreat with immense satisfaction. He turned to the sect leader and said, Esteemed leader, now that Chu Mo has entered the Foundation establishment stage, it is customary for him to join the inner sect. The leader nodded, casting a commanding gaze over the assembly. Chu Mo's extraordinary talent and rapid progress in cultivation leave no room for dispute regarding his entry into the inner sect. However, he then shifted his tone, suggesting that given his exceptional abilities, it would be a disservice to merely categorize him as an ordinary inner sect disciple. In my opinion, he should be a direct disciple. This statement plunged the hall into a subtle silence once more. A direct disciple? Each of them had cherished students they had meticulously nurtured. The opportunity to have a direct disciple was immensely precious. Furthermore, this young rascal, Chu Mo, was cunning and shrewd. Who could predict whether he might turn the tables? Chapter 38. Entering the inner sect leader. It is not that we are unwilling, one elder remarked with a wry smile, but our quotas for direct disciples are already filled. Indeed, leader, the slots for direct disciples cannot simply be expanded at will. The others concurred, eager to pass on the hot potato that was Chu Mo. Just then, an elder who usually remained silent suddenly brightened with a suggestion. Leader, esteemed colleagues, I do have a candidate in mind. Oh? Do enlighten us, the leader responded. Elder Nangong Chushi has yet to take on any disciples. Perhaps we could place Chu Mo under her tutelage as her first disciple? Upon hearing this, the assembly was invigorated. Elder Nangong Chushi was one of the most formidable elders within the sect, with unfathomable depth in her cultivation. However, her temperament was peculiar, often unpredictable, and she had always been a solitary figure, never having taken on a disciple. If they placed a genius like Chu Mo under her guidance, it might indeed be a fitting match. Moreover, as Elder Nangong typically remained aloof from worldly affairs, it was unlikely that Chu Mo would cause any significant upheaval under her mentorship. What an astute proposal. We all endorse this. The elders echoed in agreement. The leader pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, let it be so. Chu Mo shall be assigned to Elder Nangong as her direct disciple. The meeting is adjourned. The final decision of the assembly was soon conveyed to Chu Mo by an inner sect disciple. Elder Nagong Chushi's direct disciple? Chuemo stroked his chin, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He felt a burgeoning curiosity towards the master he had yet to meet. The notice indicated that in 3 days, he would need to journey to the inner sect to pay his respects. That evening, in the modest courtyard managed by Chuemo, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow. Su Ro gracefully entered, her movements delicate and ethereal, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of a soothing bath. "Master, did you summon Roa?" she inquired, bowing with a captivating voice that resonated deeply. "Indeed," Chuemo nodded. "In 3 days, I shall depart for the inner sect. From now on, I entrust the affairs of the outer sect's Jing Tuan entirely to you." Upon hearing this, Su Ro's enchanting eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude. "Rest assured, Master, I will manage Jing Tuan with utmost diligence, ensuring that I do not let you down." To her, overseeing such a vast enterprise was an immense honor and a testament to the trust Chuemo placed in her. Furthermore, the profits she could derive would sufficiently support her cultivation endeavors. Observing her joyful demeanor, a subtle smile graced Chuemo's lips. "You may take a 10% share of Jing Tuan's profits as your reward." "Thank you, Master." Su Ro's delight was palpable as she nestled closer into Chuemo's embrace, her breath fragrant like orchids. "Your kindness overwhelms me, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." With a flirtatious gaze, her delicate fingers began to explore Chuemo's form. "Not so fast," he interjected, seizing her mischievous hand. "I have a new venture in mind that requires your assistance." "Oh, what ingenious scheme has my master devised?" Su Ro's curiosity piqued as she blinked playfully. Leaning closer, Chuemo whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing his proposal, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening. "Master, this idea is simply unprecedented. If we can bring it to fruition, it may yield even greater profits than Jing Tuan." The admiration and fervor in her gaze towards Chuemo were unmistakable. What wonders resided within this man's mind? "This matter shall be entrusted to you," Chuemo declared. "But remember, seek out those female disciples of exceptional beauty who are willing." "Yes, Master," Su Ro responded eagerly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I guarantee that within half a month, your new venture will flourish throughout the outer sect." With that, she could no longer contain herself. Leaning in to kiss Chuemo's lips, a night of enchantment ensued. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On that day, outside the modest courtyard managed by Chuemo, a throng of people gathered, bustling with energy. Su Meng, Zhou Wei, and several core members of Jing Tuan, along with loyal outer disciples who had benefited from Chuemo's kindness, had come to see him off. "Manager Chu, please take care during your journey to the inner sect." Su Meng's eyes were slightly red, his voice choked with emotion. Thanks to Chuemo's support, he was no longer the powerless individual he once was. He had risen to become the head of the outer sect's delivery team, managing hundreds of subordinates and earning a respectable reputation. All of this had been bestowed upon him by Chuemo. Zhou Wei stepped forward, bowing slightly with cupped fists. "Manager Chu, I will ensure that the kitchen affairs of the Jing Tuan are well taken care of. I guarantee that the senior brothers and sisters of the inner sect will relish the delicacies you personally taught me to prepare every day." "Very well. I entrust the matters of the outer sect to you." Chuemo nodded, adding, "Su Ro will assist you. With her around, there shall be no disorder." His gaze swept across the assembled crowd, his calm voice imbued with an unmistakable authority. "Work diligently. If anyone dares to bully you, invoke my name." "Yes, Manager Chu." The disciples responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. Chuemo nodded once more, refraining from further words, and turned to stride towards the mountain path leading to the inner sect. Behind him were countless gazes filled with admiration and reluctance. Upon entering the inner sect, Chuemo distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy in this place was manifold stronger than that of the outer sect. The air was infused with a refreshing fragrance. A single breath invigorated him, and he felt as if his cultivation were beginning to loosen. Truly, this was the inner sect. Following the guidance of the jade slip provided by the sect's steward, Chuemo headed north towards the mountain gate of his yet-to-be-met adoptive master, Nangong Chushi. The closer he approached, the more the surroundings revealed an untouched, ancient beauty. Towering trees stood lush and green, shading the sky, while rare flowers and exotic herbs thrived, exuding a subtle fragrance. Ethereal butterflies danced gracefully, colorful birds sang joyfully, and occasionally, ethereal deer and cranes ambled leisurely, while celestial monkeys frolicked among the trees, all contributing to a scene brimming with life. This place resembled not so much a cultivator's abode, but rather an unspoiled, primordial forest, rich with the charm of nature. Chu Mo mused that Elder Nangong was likely a free-spirited individual, fond of the natural world. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a quaint mountain gate, shrouded among the lush trees, came into view. The gate was formed from two massive natural stones, covered in moss and vines, exuding a sense of timelessness. However, just as Chu Mo was about to step through the gate, his peripheral vision caught an unusual sight on the adjacent stone wall. There was a woman whose lower half was caught outside the stone wall, her face obscured. Chapter 39. Adoptive Master Her Round. Firm form was enveloped in a light blue skirt, and her long, delicate legs, clad in black silk footwear, dangled helplessly in the air, swaying gently. As Chu Mo contemplated whether to pass by directly, the ample form suddenly shifted. At that moment, a voice, cool yet laced with a hint of languor, emanated from the other side of the stone wall, devoid of excessive emotion. "Hey, you out there, can you hear me?" Chu Mo furrowed his brow. The voice was robust and resonant, far from the frailty one would expect from someone trapped. "Could you do me a favor and order a meal from the Jingtuan? I'd like some honey-glazed roasted pork belly, spicy chicken wings, and a portion of chilled fruit concoction. Once that's done, I will surely reward you handsomely." The voice continued. Her tone was remarkably calm, as if she were not trapped within the wall, but rather enjoying afternoon tea in her own garden. Chu Mo's lips twitched ever so slightly. His thoughts shifted, focusing on the voluptuous figure that writhed restlessly. Target, the woman ensnared within the wall. Perhaps an opportunity awaits? Required for reconnaissance, 10 mid-grade spirit stones and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. How exorbitant! This was tenfold the cost of investigating an early-stage golden core cultivator like Mu Qingli. This indicated that the individual was at the nascent soul stage. In the sect, only elders typically reach such heights. Could it be that she was name, Nangong Chushi, identity, elder of the Lingshu Sword sect, without power, dragon clan bloodline? Ancient remnant, cultivation, late-stage nascent soul, bloodline awakening in progress, technique, 9 heavens responding dragon art, dragon clan inherited technique, physique, ancient dragon heart, not fully awakened, crucial information. A hybrid descendant of the ancient dragon clan and the human race, capable of transformation into a dragon post-transcendent stage. Characteristically indolent, she was once defeated by the previous sect master of Lingshu Sword sect, and, adhering to an agreement, became an elder of the Lingshu Sword sect to safeguard it. Indeed, a dragon clan bloodline, an ancient remnant. Each of these titles alone would send shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. Such a person should inspire joy as one's future master. Yet, her current demeanor and predicament were undeniably rife with absurdity. Chu Mo approached the stone wall and cleared his throat. "Ahem, how did you manage to get in there?" The voice from within the wall remained unperturbed. "Oh, I drank a bit too much yesterday and accidentally broke a hole through the wall. It felt rather cool inside. So I just went to sleep. I never expected the wall would heal itself and trap me. Just a minor mishap, nothing serious." Chu Mo's lips twitched again. "Since you have the capability to break through the wall, you should also possess the ability to break out again, no? In theory, that is indeed correct." Nangong Chushi's voice paused, laced with a hint of languid nonchalance. "However, this is quite energy efficient, allowing me to rest a little longer. A bit lazy, I suppose, is one of my few shortcomings." Chu Mo replied. "So, regarding the meal," the voice from within the stone wall carried a subtle urgency, and she wriggled her backside. With no other option, Chu Mo reluctantly took out a communication jade slip to contact the capital team, reporting the dishes chosen by Nangong Chushi and specifically requesting expedited delivery. "Thank you." Nangong Chushi's voice seemed to brighten. "You're quite resourceful, little one. In the future, should you encounter any matters in the inner sect, just mention my name, Nangong Chushi. What brings you to this desolate place?" Chu Mo circled around to the other side of the stone wall. At last, he beheld the true visage of his somewhat unconventional master. There stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her lower body ensnared within the thick stone wall. She possessed a cascade of hair as pure as freshly fallen snow, cascading loosely around her, with a few playful strands clinging to her flawless, jade-like cheeks. Her skin rivaled the brilliance of snow, and her features were exquisitely sculpted, akin to the most perfect creation of the heavens. However, her enchanting eyes, at this moment, were only half open, imbued with the remnants of slumber and an innate, endearing innocence. Her expression was rather neutral, resembling that of a classic beauty with a serene demeanor. If one were to overlook her current predicament of being awkwardly wedged against the wall, her beauty could indeed be deemed catastrophic to nations. Disciple Chu Mo, the newly assigned direct disciple of the esteemed elder, he announced. As he retrieved a document personally signed by the sect leader from his storage pouch and reverently presented it, Nangong Chushi struggled to free a hand to accept the document, casting a casual glance over it. "Ah, a direct disciple," she remarked in a monotone, devoid of any discernible excitement. "However, I cannot teach you. I am, in fact, of the dragon lineage, which you may regard as a higher echelon of spiritual beasts. I am not well versed in human cultivation techniques. It would be wiser for you to seek another master, lest you jeopardize your future." The disciple maintained his composure. "I believe it would be quite beneficial to follow you, esteemed elder." He found it absurd to abandon such a formidable ally for the whims of various cunning old foxes. As for cultivation techniques, he possessed the Haoming Yutian Ju and required no further instruction. What he sought was Nangong Chushi's formidable prowess and her exalted status. Yet, "I am truly quite lazy and have no inclination to take on disciples. It is rather troublesome," Nangong Chushi replied, her voice remaining steady. Chuamo smiled slightly. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall never be a burden. I will cultivate independently and will not disturb your tranquility." "That does sound rather agreeable." Nangong Chushi seemed somewhat swayed, as Chuamo could assist her with ordering meals. Just then, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, signaling the arrival of the delivery disciple from the Jingtuan. Nangong Chushi's eyes sparkled instantly, her half-closed gaze now widened with interest. "Very well, you shall be my direct disciple from now on. Go fetch the food for me, quickly." A hint of normal human emotion finally colored her voice. Chuamo took the food box from the delivery disciple's hands and paid with spirit stones. The delivery disciple, upon realizing that the customer was none other than Chuamo, felt a flutter of excitement at being able to personally deliver his meal. Chuamo returned to the stone wall, food box in hand. "Master, your meal," he declared, his form of address shifting swiftly. Nangong Chushi accepted the food box and, as she was about to open it, realized she would need to lift her head to eat. However, lifting her head while being wedged in place was rather laborious. It would be much easier to sit normally. She paused in silence for a moment. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Chuemo felt the ground tremble beneath him. Dust and debris filled the atmosphere. As the smoke dissipated, a massive breach in the solid stone wall became visible. Nangong Chushi emerged from the opening, brushing away non-existent dust from her attire. Barefoot, she settled upon the bluestone slab with an air of casual ease, entirely devoid of any semblance of an elder's demeanor. She opened her food box, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The honey-glazed roasted pork belly gleamed with a golden hue, while the spicy chicken wings presented a tantalizing crimson that whetted the appetite. The fruit-infused elixir exuded a delightful sweetness. Nangong Chushi elegantly picked up a slice of roasted pork belly and savored it, chewing slowly. Her expression remained impassive. Yet the slight narrowing of her eyes and the quickening pace of her chewing betrayed her current delight. "Delicious," she murmured indistinctly before reaching for a chicken wing to indulge further. The wind swept away the remnants of the moment, as Chuamo observed his unpretentious master with a renewed assessment. Powerful, languorous, adorably oblivious, and a seasoned foodie. In the span of the meal, Nangong Chushi devoured everything in the food box, leaving not a drop of the fruit elixir behind. Satisfied, she let out a contented burp, her expression still one of calm composure. With a light clap of her hands, she turned her gaze to Chuamo. "Come, let me show you my mountain." Chuamo followed Nangong Chushi through the forest. As he had previously noted, her mountain bore almost no signs of human alteration, retaining its original natural beauty. Towering ancient trees, exotic blooms, cascading waterfalls, and the melodious songs of birds created an enchanting atmosphere. Rather than a realm of cultivation, it resembled a secluded paradise untouched by the world. "This place is quite agreeable, isn't it?" Nangong Chushi asked in a neutral tone, leaving it unclear whether she meant to boast or merely state a fact. "Serene and elegant. Brimming with spiritual energy, it is indeed a rare sanctuary for cultivation," Chuemo replied candidly. "I share your sentiment," Nangong Chushi nodded, pausing beside a massive bluestone. With a delicate gesture of her slender hand towards a nearby rock face, she waved nonchalantly. A thunderous rumble echoed as the wall parted, revealing a deep cavern. "Here. This shall be your dwelling from now on." She indicated the entrance, noting its spaciousness. "You can tidy it up to your liking." Peering into the cave, Chuemo discovered a world of wonders within, with ample space, albeit devoid of any furnishings. "Thank you, master. It's a trivial matter." Nangong Chushi waved her hand dismissively. Retrieving several items from her storage ring, and tossing them casually to Chu Mo. These trinkets were collected out of boredom. They seemed decent enough, so take them. As Chu Mo inspected the items, his pupils constricted at the sight of a particular artifact, recognized as a top-tier earthly treasure of the Earth grade, a millennia-old ice crystal. Alongside it were several spiritual herbs emitting a rich medicinal fragrance, clearly not of ordinary quality. These items, any one of which could incite a tempest of bloodshed, have, in the mouth of this rather unassuming master, been reduced to mere trifles found in moments of boredom? Is this truly the legacy of the dragon lineage? Thank you for your generous gift, master. Chu Mo expressed his gratitude. Nangong Chushi replied, then yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes. I'm a bit tired. I'll take a short nap. She approached a massive slab of blue stone, lay down upon it, closed her eyes, and soon her breathing became deep and even. Lack of sleep is one of my few shortcomings, she remarked, extending a finger before drifting into slumber, her voice fading to a mere whisper, ultimately giving way to soft snores. Chu Mo observed the unguarded and carefree form of Nangong Chushi sprawled on the stone, and a sudden thought surged within him. On another note, if the dragon bloodline in the later stages of the Yuaning realm could harmoniously cultivate the Hongmeng Yutianju with this master, the results would likely be beyond imagination. However, the moment is not yet ripe. Nangong Chushi's strength is formidable, and he lacks the confidence to proceed. Furthermore, the execution of a soul contract requires the absence of resistance from the other party. Unless he could find a flawless opportunity to make her willingly submit or render her utterly defenseless, suppressing the turmoil within. Chu Mo diverted his gaze from the enchanting curves of Nangong Chushi. He retreated into the newly opened cave dwelling to meditate and regulate his breath. As night descended and the moonlight flowed like water, Nangong Chushi, who had been sleeping on the great blue stone, had vanished, leaving him unaware of her whereabouts upon awakening. Inside the cave, tranquility reigned. With a mere thought, he connected with Mu Qingli, who was situated in another part of the intersect through the soul contract. Before long, a slightly weary yet breathtaking figure silently appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Mu Qingli. She had donned a simple white dress, her face still bearing a hint of sickly pallor, and those once clear autumnal eyes now seemed shrouded in a thin veil of mist, vacant and numb. What do you wish to summon me for? She asked, her voice tinged with a fragile brokenness. Come here, Chu Mo replied with a neutral tone. I require your assistance in dual cultivation to aid my training. Mu Qingli's delicate form trembled imperceptibly. A flicker of humiliation and resistance crossed her hollow gaze. Yet the binding nature of the soul contract left her with no choice but to comply with Chu Mo's command. Silently, she turned her back to him and began to disrobe. Her movements were stiff, imbued with a resignation that felt almost mechanical. Soon, a delicate yet slightly diminished alabaster figure was revealed before Chu Mo's eyes. He showed no hint of tenderness, pulling her into his embrace without hesitation. As the night deepened, Mu Qingli curled beside Chu Mo, her fragrant shoulders trembling slightly, and the muffled sounds of her suppressed sobs echoed distinctly within the quiet cave. She tightly wrapped herself in the quilt, as if seeking to shield herself from all humiliation and despair. Chu Mo sat cross-legged, feeling the surge of power within him. After cultivating with Mu Qingli and leveraging the remarkable effects of the yin-yang harmony technique, his meridians had undergone significant expansion and refinement once again. With a foundation in the early stages of the golden core and nourished by the rare, lily jade physique, he was indeed extraordinary. Now, even without employing the heavenly threads, the enhancement of the Hongmeng Yutian technique alone was sufficient for him to contend directly with practitioners at the early golden core stage. If he were to utilize the heavenly threads as his trump card, he felt confident in facing even those at the mid-golden core stage, perhaps even vanquishing them. Despite this advancement in strength, Chu Mo's emotions remained relatively unperturbed. He turned to the still softly weeping Mu Qingli and spoke in a calm tone. Tell me about the intersect situation. Chapter 40. Capture of Mu Qingli. Mu Qingli's sobs faltered. She lifted her tear-streaked face, glaring at Chu Mo with resentment, yet unable to defy his command. The intersect's power dynamics are intricate. Mu Qingli took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, wrapping the quilt around herself. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she continued. It is primarily divided into several major factions, led by a few influential elders. Among them, Elder Jiang Shiguang and Elder Linzheng are adversaries. Additionally, there are some elders who maintain neutrality or possess great power yet remain uninvolved in worldly affairs, such as my master, Elder Su Hui, and your master, Elder Nangong Chushi. Chu Mo nodded, indicating for her to proceed. The status of inner sect disciples is far superior to that of outer sect disciples, Mu Qingli elaborated. In addition to having access to more abundant cultivation resources, inner sect disciples are also eligible to participate in the sect's regular competitions and enter various secret realms for trials. Those who perform exceptionally well not only receive generous rewards, but also have the opportunity to gain favor from the elders, thereby increasing the allocation of resources. Moreover, inner sect disciples can undertake missions issued by the sect, venturing out to hone their skills. This is simply unattainable in the outer sect. As Chu Mo listened to Mu Qingli's account, a glimmer of understanding began to shine in his eyes. It seemed that the inner sect was truly the heart of the cultivation world, a realm where dragons lay hidden and opportunities coexisted with dangers. And now, he had finally stepped into this broader expanse. Mu Qingli paused, as if recalling something, and added, "By the way, there is an important secret realm trial about to commence in the inner sect. It is said that this secret realm is of significant importance. A cave blessed by ancient relics, filled with countless opportunities, but also fraught with peril. At that time, not only our Lingshu Sword sect, but several other righteous sects will also send inner sect disciples below the Golden Core stage to participate in the exploration together." "Oh, a secret realm trial?" Chu Mo's eyes brightened. This was indeed a perfect opportunity, with his information system capable of revealing all heavenly treasures and techniques before him. This secret realm trial was nothing short of a treasure trove awaiting his discovery. With a light chuckle, Chu Mo found himself in high spirits. Unable to suppress a soft laugh, he gazed at Mu Qingli, whose exquisite face, still marked by tears, could not conceal its beauty. A sudden impulse struck him as he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against her cheek. "This news brings me great satisfaction," he remarked, before playfully patting her rear. Mu Qingli's delicate body stiffened abruptly, her hollow eyes suddenly filled with profound disgust and sorrow. She bit her lower lip fiercely, stifling any sound that might escape her. Chu Mo savored her expression of humiliation and restraint, feeling an intensified pleasure within. "Very well," he nodded, "from now on, any significant developments within the inner sect must be reported to me promptly." Mu Qingli lowered her head, gritting her teeth in silence, her entire being steeped in helplessness and despair. Yet, as Chu Mo observed her state, he felt no compassion. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, sympathy is the most worthless commodity. He rose and walked to the entrance of the cave, gazing at the luminous moon outside, his eyes shimmering with a profound light. "I have already infiltrated the inner sect. Lin Zheng, Lin Wujia, are you prepared?" Chu Mo contemplated initiating his plans against the father and son duo. Meanwhile, beyond the gates of the Lingshu Sword sect, in a hidden valley 1,000 miles away, Elder Lin Zheng awaited with a somber expression, clad in an inconspicuous gray robe. Before long, a shadow materialized before him, eerily silent. The newcomer, also dressed in black, wore a grotesque mask, revealing only a pair of cold, glinting eyes. "Elder Lin, I see you're well," the figure spoke in a hoarse voice laced with mockery. "Let us dispense with pleasantries," Lin Zheng retorted with a cold snort. "You know well why I summoned you here." "Ah, indeed. It must be regarding your ineffectual son and the legendary Chu Mo, who has caused you such sleepless nights." The figure replied with a teasing tone. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Zheng's eyes. Chu Mo is a prodigious talent, cunning and shrewd. He has now entered the foundational stage and has become a disciple of that old monster, Nangong Chushi. If allowed to grow unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. "So, you wish to use a knife to kill?" the figure inquired. "Precisely." Lin Zheng unabashedly revealed his intentions. "I have learned that your sect has also received an invitation to the secret realm trial. I hope you will eliminate Chu Mo entirely within the confines of the secret realm." Upon hearing this, the figure fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. "Elder Lin, do you realize that Chu Mo is currently a favored individual within the Lingshu Sword sect, entangled in numerous interests? Should he be harmed in the secret realm, our sect would face considerable repercussions if the matter came to light." "Humph, repercussions?" Lin Zheng sneered. "What are such risks when compared to the potential gains?" He retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and tossed it to the figure in black. "Contained within are schematics of several core formations of our Lingshu Sword sect, as well as some clandestine information regarding the inner sect elders. If you can eliminate Chu Mo, these treasures shall be yours. Moreover, I assure you, once the deed is accomplished, no one shall cast suspicion upon you." The figure clad in black robes accepted the jade slip, probing into its depths with his consciousness. Moments later, The eyes concealed beneath the mask of a malevolent spirit suddenly gleamed with intensity. Elder Lin is indeed a man of his word. A hint of greed colored the voice of the black-robed figure. This transaction is sealed. However, that scoundrel Chu Mo is said to possess uncanny methods and formidable strength. Relying solely on the power of our sect may not guarantee success. You need not fret about this. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Zhang's eyes. My son Wu Jie shall enter the secret realm as well. At that time, he will coordinate his actions with you. Excellent. It is settled. In the shadowy valley, two figures reached an unseemly accord. A lethal trap targeting Chu Mo has been quietly laid. At this moment, Chu Mo strolled leisurely along the mountain path leading to Luo Jin's abode. Given the news of the secret realm trial, it was only natural to discuss it thoroughly with Luo Jin. After all, she had navigated the intricacies of the inner sect for many years, unlike Mu Qingli, who remained naive to the world. She undoubtedly possessed greater insight into the nuances of these secret trials. However, from a distance, Chu Mo noticed some unusual commotion outside Luo Jin's dwelling. Two figures were confronting each other from several paces apart. One of them was, of course, the ethereal and aloof Luo Jin, clad in a gown of moonlit white. The other was a strikingly beautiful female disciple in a resplendent red dress, her features laced with malice and provocation. The voice of the red-clad woman, Mo, was sharp, dripping with unmasked jealousy and spite. Do not think that simply because you have adopted this peculiar cultivation method, your position as a direct disciple is secure. I suspect you have merely leveraged your beauty to entice an elder, thus securing this new technique. Mo, mind your language. Luo Jin's phoenix eyes glinted with frost. Her voice as cold as ice. What? Have I struck a nerve, prompting your shame and fury? Mo sneered, a flicker of venom in her gaze. Luo Jin, let me assure you, I, Mo, shall claim the position of direct disciple. If you know what's good for you, step aside to avoid a humiliating demise. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Luo Jin and, with a final remark of we shall see, swayed her hips and departed with an air of superiority. Only after Mo's figure had completely vanished at the end of the mountain path did Chu Mo emerge slowly. Luo Jin, sensing the movement behind her, turned to find it was Chu Mo. A flicker of complex emotion passed through her otherwise serene phoenix eyes. After all, in the presence of others, she inclined her head slightly, her tone retaining an air of detachment. Congratulations, junior brother Chu, on successfully entering the inner sect. Her address of junior brother Chu rang genuine. You flatter me, senior sister Luo, Chu Mo replied with a faint smile. Who was that just now? Luo Jin's expression instantly cooled further. The one vying for the position of direct disciple against me is Mo. She paused, her voice tinged with subtle fatigue and irritation. My master is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the nascent soul stage. Before his seclusion, the esteemed elder had promised that upon my breakthrough into the golden core stage, I would be officially accepted as his direct disciple. Mo, a fellow registered disciple under our master, has harbored discontent towards me and has constantly opposed my endeavors. Aside from her, there are several other registered disciples who covet this position, yet their abilities pale in comparison to Mo, rendering them a minor threat. Ultimately, my insufficient cultivation level has prevented me from solidifying my standing, thus allowing these petty rivals to exploit my vulnerabilities. Luo Jin spoke with a hint of helplessness and resentment. Despite her exceptional talent, her resources for cultivation are limited, and her background is lacking, unlike the prodigious Chu Mo. She has always faced formidable adversaries who covet her current status, placing her in a precarious situation. At that moment, Chu Mo recalled the information he had gathered about Luo Jin. It was indeed a case of many enemies within the sect. Alone and without support, she had transformed herself into a figure of formidable coldness and ruthless tactics to safeguard her position. However, Chu Mo felt a sudden dissonance, as he understood that direct disciples typically have some connections, yet Luo Jin did not seem to possess such ties. What then allowed her to ascend to this status? Was it due to the uniqueness of her master? Chu Shidi, have you come with business? Luo Jin inquired, adjusting her demeanor. Indeed, I have matters to discuss. Chu Mo affirmed with a nod. Then come in and speak, she said, leading him into her dwelling. Inside the abode, the ambience remained elegantly cool and refined. Yet it was infused with a significantly richer spiritual essence than outside, adorned with delicate trinkets befitting a lady. Upon entering, Luo Jin instinctively began to loosen her garments. The pale blue dress slipped away, revealing her exquisitely delicate and fair form. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow at her practiced demeanor, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Luo Jin halted, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, biting her lip as she responded with a suppressed indignation. "You must have always wished for this, right? To indulge in my dwelling as an inner sect disciple." Upon hearing this, Chu Mo shook his head. "You are overthinking it. I have come today to discuss serious matters with you." At his words, an awkward tension enveloped the room. Luo Jin wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in, her face nearly buried in her chest. "This devil, he must be doing this on purpose," she thought, feeling utterly mortified, and was about to redress when Chu Mo stepped forward, lifting her effortlessly into his arms, a teasing smirk gracing his lips. "But since you've already undressed, wouldn't it be a waste not to do something?" With that, he carried Luo Jin to the bed, gently kissing her delicate neck from behind. Luo Jin shivered, letting out a suppressed moan. Just then, an urgent male voice suddenly called from outside the dwelling. "Luo Shimi, are you in there? It's your senior brother, Liang Zhong, seeking an audience." Chu Mo's movements momentarily faltered, a flicker of amusement gleaming in his eyes. Luo Jin, however, felt her entire body stiffen, her delicate face turning pale in an instant, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Is it Brother Liang, your admirer?" With evident curiosity, Chu Mo inquired. Luo Jin, feeling both shame and anger, nodded slightly, yet her heart was engulfed in a chilling dread. This was it. Everything was over. If Brother Liang were to see her in this state. Observing her adorable, flustered demeanor, Chu Mo's smile deepened. Rather than halting his actions, he turned Luo Jin to face the entrance of the cave, pressing her against the window, continuing the unfinished actions from earlier. Luo Jin was consumed by a mix of shame and fury, yet she dared not raise her voice too high, biting her lip resolutely as she allowed Chu Mo to have his way with her. "Junior sister Luo, why are you not speaking? Is something amiss?" The voice of Liang Zhongwei, who had been waiting outside, carried a note of concern due to the prolonged silence. Taking a deep breath, Luo Jin fought against the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, her voice trembling imperceptibly. "Brother Liang, I am currently in the midst of cultivation and cannot receive guests." "Oh. So you are cultivating," Liang Zhongwei replied, relieved, though he sensed something odd in Luo Jin's tone. However, his lack of experience prevented him from delving deeper into his thoughts. "Then I shall not disturb you. I recently ventured out on a mission and fortuitously obtained a beauty-preserving pill, which yields remarkable effects for female cultivators. I came to present it to you." The mention of the beauty-preserving pill stirred something within Luo Jin. What woman does not cherish beauty? Especially when it comes to a potion that prolongs youth. Yet, despite this, she felt compelled to decline, adhering to the principle of not receiving unearned gifts. But Chu Mo whispered in her ear, "Accept it." Chapter 41. Luo Jin's inability to resist. Unable to resist, Luo Jin gritted her teeth and replied, "Then, I must thank Brother Liang. However," she added, "I am currently unable to open the door. Could you please leave the pill on the stone platform at the entrance?" Of course, Liang Zhongwei, though somewhat disheartened by Luo Jin's refusal to meet him, felt a sense of satisfaction in delivering the beauty-preserving pill. He carefully placed it on the stone platform and offered a few parting words of caution regarding her health before reluctantly departing. Once Liang Zhongwei had left, Luo Jin summoned the pill to her hand. However, Chu Mo swiftly snatched it away, playfully toying with it in his grasp. A teasing smile gracing his lips. Brother Liang certainly seems to have some involvement here. Hearing his insinuating words, Luo Jin was overwhelmed by a mix of shame and fury, nearly fainting from indignation. This devil, his audacity knew no bounds. Lying lazily in Chu Mo's embrace, her hair disheveled and her face still flushed, the once icy depths of her phoenix eyes now shimmered with a veil of alluring mist. "What is it that you seek from me, master?" she asked, her voice husky yet laced with an undeniable defiance, as he played with a strand of her hair. Chu Mo inquired, "Will you participate in the secret realm trial a week from now?" Upon hearing those words, Luo Jin rose from Chu Mo's embrace, adjusting her disheveled attire. "Naturally, I must participate," she asserted confidently. "Though I have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, I am but a step away from the golden core stage. Yet, to truly break through, I require certain opportunities. This trial in the secret realm is of paramount importance to me." Chu Mo retrieved the ancient ice crystal, casually discarded to him by Nangong Chushi. An ethereal blue chill instantly enveloped the space, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet. "Is this the ancient ice crystal?" Luo Jin exclaimed, her clear, cold phoenix eyes reflecting incredulity and shock. This was indeed a legendary treasure. How had Chu Mo acquired such a rare gem? Objective: ancient ice crystal, high-grade earth tier. Information: formed over 10,000 years in an extreme cold region, it contains the purest essence of ice, proving remarkably effective for practitioners of ice-based techniques. It can significantly enhance cultivation, refine one's physique, and even offer a chance to comprehend the laws of ice. This item resonates with you. Take it and make use of it, Chu Mo said, placing the ancient ice crystal into Luo Jin's hands with a tone as casual as if he were handing her a mere stone. Cradling the crystal that exuded an astonishing cold, Luo Jin felt its weight as if it were 1,000 pounds. She gazed at Chu Mo, her heart tumultuous, a flurry of thoughts cascading through her mind. Why would this devil bestow such a precious treasure upon her? She dared not ponder further. The allure of the ancient ice crystal was overwhelmingly potent. If she could refine it, not only would her breakthrough to the golden core stage be facilitated, but her future potential would be limitless. Utilize it wisely to prepare for the trial in the secret realm in a week's time. Chu Mo's voice interrupted her reverie. I require a dependable ally. Luo Jin's body quivered, and she raised her gaze, her complex phoenix eyes fixed intently on Chu Mo. So, he sought to use her after all. For reasons she could not fathom, a sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over her. Yet, she was startled by this sudden emotion. What was happening to her? Had she truly been tamed by this devil? No, that was inconceivable. Gritting her red lips, she took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within and all her thoughts, stifling her embarrassment, and allowing her voice to take on a colder tone. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. This servant shall not disappoint your expectations. She carefully stored the ancient ice crystal in her storage ring. A week passed swiftly. The day of the secret realm's opening arrived. The realm was named the Xianjian Secret Realm. All inner disciples of Lingshu Sword sect below the Golden Core stage were mandated to participate in the trial. As a newly initiated inner disciple and the foremost disciple of Elder Nagong Chushi, Chu Mo was naturally included in the roster. He marched alongside the Grand Assembly of the Lingshu Sword sect towards the location of the secret realm. 2 elders led the expedition, one of whom was Elder Jiang Shiguang, with whom Chu Mo had already forged a troublesome alliance. Another individual, an elegant and cool-tempered woman of remarkable beauty, exuding an aura that repels strangers, is Su Hui. She is the esteemed mentor of Mu Qingli. Within the group, Luo Jin walks alongside Chu Mo. She has begun to refine a portion of the ancient ice crystal. And although her cultivation remains at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, her presence has grown significantly more solid, hinting at the potential for a breakthrough. Her exquisite visage, nourished by the power of the ancient ice, has taken on an ethereal quality reminiscent of jade and ice. The Xianjian Secret Realm is situated at the confluence of the 4 major sects: Lingshu Sword Sect, Dance Sect, Xianshao Sect, and Beastmaster Sect. This locale, characterized by undulating mountains and towering ancient trees, is imbued with an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy, evidently a place of great fortune. Upon the arrival of the Lingshu Sword Sect's party, the other 3 sects had already gathered. The factions are distinctly separated, each occupying a different peak, facing each other from a distance, and the atmosphere is palpably tense. The Xianjian Secret Realm opens once every century, a divine sanctuary left behind by ancient masters, teeming with countless opportunities but fraught with peril. Only disciples below the Golden Core stage are permitted entry. For the younger generations of the sects, this event serves not only as a trial but undoubtedly as a significant opportunity. After arranging for his disciples to rest momentarily, Elder Jiang Shiguang approached the leading elders of the other 3 sects with a smile. Ah, esteemed friends, how delightful to see you, he exclaimed, clasping his hands in greeting, his tone warm, yet laced with unmasked mockery in his eyes. The elder leading the dance sect, a plump and kindly-faced old man, merely responded with a polite smile that didn't reach his eyes. Elder Jiang is too kind. The elder representing the Xianshao sect, a stern-faced, middle-aged female cultivator, snorted coldly and turned her head away, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation with Jiang Shiguang. As for the Beastmaster sect, their leader was a robust man exuding an aura of strength, who grumbled, Elder Jiang, let us dispense with the pleasantries and await the opening of the secret realm. Seeing this, Jiang Shiguang's smile broadened. Ah, my friends, you remain as easily provoked as ever. I recall when we entered the Xianjian Secret Realm together in the past. I emerged victorious and returned laden with treasures. I wonder if this year's young talents will surprise me? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 3 elders darkened, clearly displeased. Elder Jiang's words were a deliberate reminder of old wounds, a salt rubbed into their scars. Chu Mo observed this scene with keen interest and quietly inquired of Luo Jin. It seems Elder Jiang harbors quite a deep-seated animosity with the other sects. Luo Jin slowly shook her head, explaining, it is not animosity, but rather bullying. Our Lingshu sword sect stands as the pinnacle of righteousness, dominant and unparalleled. The other sects must bow to our authority, unable to offend us, and thus they endure our oppression. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what leads you to say that? As Luo Jin paused for a moment, her voice descended to an even lower pitch. In the entire eastern domain of the cultivation world, only my Lingshu sword sect boasts an ancestor at the transformation stage overseeing us. In contrast, the strongest among other sects are merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. An ancestor at the transformation stage. Chu Mo understood. Is this the foundation upon which the Lingshu sword sect can exert its dominance over the eastern domain, instilling fear in all? No wonder Jiang Shiguang dares to be so arrogant, publicly ridiculing the elders of other sections. With the backing of a transformation ancestor, one can act with impunity. At this moment, Elder Su Hui's cold voice suddenly broke the silence. Elder Jiang, the time is nearly upon us. It is best to prepare to open the secret realm. At her words, Jiang Shiguang finally reined in his smile and nodded in agreement. Elder Su speaks wisely. He exchanged glances with the leading elders of the other three sects, each retrieving an ancient jade talisman. The 4 talismans were simultaneously activated, transforming into 4 streaks of flowing light that shot towards what appeared to be an unremarkable void in the center of the valley. With a hum, the space began to distort. Soon after, a colossal gate, exuding an aura of ancient and profound mystery, gradually materialized before the onlookers. The entrance to the Xianjin secret realm had been unveiled. The light of the gate resembled the maw of a monstrous beast, radiating a distant, ancient essence. Behind the Lingshu sword sect's team, Lin Wujie cast a venomous glare at Chu Mo's retreating figure, then turned his gaze towards the distant peak where disciples of the Xianshao sect were gathered, excitement and impatience flickering in his eyes. This secret realm will be your tomb. Chu Mo. On another side, beside Elder Su Hui, Mu Qingli stood quietly. Her gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, towards the disciples of the Lingshu sword sect who were about to enter the secret realm, momentarily fixating on Chu Mo. Her eyes were awash with indescribable complexity, etched with deep-seated hatred, yet intertwined with an irresistible fear and numbness. Elder Su Hui, astute as ever, sensed her disciple's unusual demeanor. She slightly turned her head, her gaze settling on Mu Qingli. Qingli, is there a disciple among that team who captures your attention? At Elder Su's words, Mu Qingli's delicate frame trembled almost imperceptibly. She quickly lowered her head to conceal the tumult within her eyes, her voice returning to its customary indifference. Master jesting. The disciple is solely devoted to the path and harbors no attachments. Is that so? Elder Su Hui's brow furrowed slightly. She felt that her disciple, whose temperament was as clear as crystal, had changed somewhat since she had taken on the role of overseer in the outer sect. Often, she would lapse into deep thought. Her progress in cultivation had also suffered. When questioned, she merely shook her head in silence, unwilling to divulge anything. Elder Su Hui sighed softly to herself. Perhaps sending her to the outer sect to experience the treachery of human nature was not the wisest decision. It seems that once this trial in the secret realm concludes, it would be best to relieve her of the overseer position, allowing her to focus on her cultivation in the inner sect. With this thought, Elder Su Hui chose to remain silent. Soon, Elder Jiang Shiguang, after conferring with the other 3 sect elders, returned to the forefront of the Lingshu sword sect's ranks. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated throughout the assembly. Disciples, heed my command. The Su Jian secret realm is about to be unveiled. Upon entering the realm, everyone will be randomly teleported to various corners of the domain. Exercise utmost caution. As he spoke, Elder Jiang waved his hand, releasing dozens of radiant streams of light that precisely landed in the hands of each inner sect disciple. These are the jade slips of the secret realm map, which delineate the explored regions and the location of the final exit. Remember, the time allotted for the secret realm is merely 1 month. After 1 month, regardless of your gains, you must reach the exit at the bottom left corner of the map. Otherwise, you will be trapped within the realm until it reopens in a century. Is that understood? Understood. The disciples chorused in unison, their voices tinged with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Excellent. Now, proceed into the secret realm in order. Elder Jiang gestured grandly. The inner sect disciples, responding to his command, adjusted their breaths, suppressing their exhilaration as they formed a line, each stepping toward the immense portal of light. Among them, Chu Mo blended into the crowd, his expression serene. Just before stepping into the portal, he turned to the side and whispered to Luo Jing. 5 days after entering the secret realm, we shall converge at the heart of Heaven Palace in the center of the map. A glimmer flashed in Luo Jing's cool phoenix eyes as she slightly nodded, understood. Before her words faded, the two stepped through the ancient feeling portal, one after the other. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfed them. Chu Mo felt as if he was surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors, countless hues whizzing past him. This sensation did not last long. In the next moment, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. Opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their dense foliage obscuring the sun, which could only cast mottled patches of light through the gaps in the leaves. The air was thick with a damp, decaying odor, mingled with an almost palpable aura of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It was as if he had stepped into an untouched ancient forest. With vigilance, Chu Mo surveyed his surroundings, his consciousness spreading quietly. He leapt gracefully to the top of a colossal tree, surveying the expanse. In the boundless sea of dark green trees, he spotted a gigantic ancient tree that was indescribably vast, soaring into the clouds like a crane among chickens, exuding a majestic, archaic aura. From his storage ring, he retrieved the jade slip of the map distributed by Elder Jiang Shiguang, probing it with his consciousness. Since entering the inner sect, he had exchanged his cumbersome storage bag for the standard inner sect storage ring. Not only did it increase capacity severalfold, but it also possessed a built-in concealment effect, effectively shielding him from the probing of others' consciousness, greatly enhancing security. Chu Mo quickly confirmed his current position based on the information provided by the map jade slip. In the treacherous Death Tree Sea, Chu Mo gazed at the markings on the map, his brow momentarily arching in subtle surprise. One of the most perilous locations within the Mystic Insight secret realm had unexpectedly presented itself to him from the outset. However, danger often coexists with opportunity. The more formidable the perilous terrain, the greater the potential fortune that might accompany it. As Chu Mo contemplated this, a shadow suddenly leaped high behind him, wielding a large blade aimed at the back of his head. Chapter 43. Ambush with a deft touch of his toes on the tree trunk. Chu Mo glided backwards like a specter, narrowly evading the crushing blow of the descending sword. The assailant, taken aback by Chu Mo's swift response, let out a soft gasp of surprise. Regaining his composure, Chu Mo cast a frigid gaze upon the ambusher. To his dismay, he discerned not one but two figures clad in the robes of the Xianxiao sect, flanking him on either side. Both were at the mid-foundation stage of cultivation, their faces twisted in mocking grins, as if relishing the sight of a lamb awaiting slaughter. Kid, you reacted quite swiftly, jeered the disciple who had initially struck, brandishing his blade which glimmered ominously in the dappled light of the forest. But today, you are undoubtedly doomed. Recognizing their garb, Chu Mo identified them as disciples of the Xianxiao sect. Xianxiao sect? He mused, raising an eyebrow. I bear you no grievance in the past, nor any enmity in recent times. Why then seek my life? Perhaps you have offended someone you shouldn't have. The sword-wielding disciple dismissed him with disdain, lunging forward once more, his large blade summoning a fierce gust of wind as it struck downwards. Simultaneously, the other disciple unleashed his attack, the sword's light striking like a venomous snake aimed at Chu Mo's heart. The two worked in perfect harmony, clearly accustomed to fighting alongside one another. Yet, in the face of their thunderous assault, Chu Mo exhibited no trace of panic. With a slight flicker of movement, he advanced instead, revealing a seemingly ordinary steel longsword that had appeared in his hand. In an instant, the sword flashed. Ah! Ugh! Two piercing screams echoed almost simultaneously. The right wrist of the blade-wielding disciple was severed, blood gushing forth as his weapon clattered to the forest floor. Meanwhile, the sword-wielding disciple found his knees pierced through by Chu Mo's strike, collapsing to the ground in a heap, his face contorted in agony and disbelief. Why, you were clearly only at the initial foundation stage, the blade-wielding disciple stammered, clutching his severed wrist, his voice trembling with pain and fear. How could we not withstand even a single strike from you? Chu Mo remained silent, advancing slowly to sever the tendons of both assailants. His sword tipped poised against the throat of one. The cold edge sent shivers down the disciple's spine, a palpable chill of death enveloping him. Speak. Chu Mo commanded in a flat tone devoid of emotion. Who sent you? In this scenario, there was no need for him to squander precious spirit stones on exploration. Our disciple trembled, his lips quivering, fear evident in his eyes. With a slight exertion of the tip of his sword, a trickle of blood seeped from the disciple's throat. "I shall grant you one more opportunity," he stated. "I will speak. I will speak." The disciple, gripped by terror, exclaimed hastily. "It is an order from the higher-ups of the sect. They commanded us to eliminate you at all costs within the secret realm." The mention of the sect's higher-ups caused Chu Mo's gaze to sharpen. Why would the leaders of Xianxiao sect target a mere disciple of Lingshu Sword sect? Because someone has struck a deal with our sect's higher-ups. The disciple, devoid of any intention to conceal the truth, spilled forth the details like bamboo shoots pouring from a tube. "There is an insider among your Lingshu Sword sect. He promised generous rewards for us to act against you in the secret realm." In an instant, Chu Mo surmised that this traitor was Lin Zhang. This old wretch, having evaded punishment within the sect, still harbored treacherous intentions, conspiring with an external sect to bring about his demise in the secret realm. Such audacity. Consequently, every disciple from Xianxiao sect entering the secret realm would become his adversary. A cold smile crept across Chu Mo's heart. "Lin Zheng, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. One thing you ought not to have done was to send your precious son, Lin Wujia, into the secret realm as well. Why, you know. Please, spare us." The disciple cried out in desperation. "We are merely following orders." Another disciple, who had suffered a severed wrist, gritted through the pain and knelt, pleading, "Chu Senior. No, Chu Grandfather. We were blind to your might. I beseech you, show mercy and grant us a path to survival. We shall offer everything in our storage rings to you." Chu Mo's gaze swept over the two, a mechanical smile gracing his face. "The storage rings. I shall indeed take." He approached them without hesitation, confiscating the rings from their waists, his consciousness probing within to transfer all their contents into his own storage ring. "As for your lives," Chu Mo paused, and in the hopeful gaze of the two, he slowly shook his head. "That shall not be mine to claim." With that, he turned, striding away into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. The two disciples of Xianxiao sect were initially stunned, but soon their faces erupted with overwhelming joy. He had truly spared them. However, their elation was short-lived. A thunderous roar of a beast suddenly echoed from the nearby thicket. Immediately afterward, a chilling, terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The smiles on their faces froze, replaced by boundless horror and despair. With their tendons severed, they had no means to resist the impending beast. Soon, a massive creature resembling a giant wolf, with a gaping maw and sharp fangs, burst from the woods. Its crimson eyes fixated menacingly upon the two. "No!" A chilling scream echoed through the forest, only to be abruptly silenced. Blood splattered, flesh was torn asunder. In the blink of an eye, the two disciples of the Xianyao sect had become the feast of the ferocious beast. After devouring them, the creature, seemingly unsated, sniffed the lingering spiritual energy in the air and let out a low growl, pursuing the direction in which Chu Mo had fled. Having already distanced himself, Chu Mo sensed the menacing presence of the beast drawing ever closer. This gluttonous creature, he thought, cursing under his breath, quickened his pace. With a flicker of intent, he turned to employ a probing technique on the relentless predator. Target: ferocious beast, cultivation level, mid-stage of third rank, comparable to a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Characteristics: extremely sensitive sense of smell, highly attuned to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Once a target is locked on, it will pursue relentlessly until death. Weakness: averse to bright light and flames. A third-rank beast with the strength of a golden core practitioner. Chu Mo felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder this treacherous tree sea was deemed one of the most perilous places. Encountering such a beast was a grave threat for any ordinary Foundation establishment disciple. Not only would they be incapable of mounting a defense, but they might not even have the chance to escape. Chapter 44. Ning Xiaoya. With the heavenly silk at his disposal, the beast was not an insurmountable foe. However, with formidable adversaries lurking nearby and the potential return of Xianyao sect members, engaging in a prolonged battle with this creature would be unwise. Determined, Chu Mo navigated through the forest with agility, moving like lightning through densely wooded areas and complex terrains. Though the beast was swift, its bulk became a hindrance in such intricate surroundings, allowing Chu Mo to gradually widen the distance between them. Once he had completely evaded the beast's line of sight, he immediately suppressed all traces of his spiritual energy. His presence melded seamlessly with the surrounding flora, rendering him undetectable to the creature. Having accomplished this, Chu Mo continued his journey at a measured pace. Shortly thereafter, a group of Xianyao sect disciples arrived at the site where the two had met their grisly fate. At the forefront was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, exuding a calm and composed demeanor, named Ning Xiaoya. Beside her stood a tall, handsome youth known as Shui Yong. One of the strongest disciples of the Xianyao sect in this expedition, a consummate Foundation establishment practitioner, and also Ning Xiaoya's senior brother and prospective partner. Upon seeing the mangled, bloodied remains on the ground, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. It was Wang Shidi and Li Shidi. One disciple gasped in horror, fear evident in their eyes. They had been slain by a ferocious beast. Shui Yong furrowed his brow, a hint of solemnity flickering in his gaze. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaya knelt down, meticulously examining the wounds on the bodies and the signs of struggle in the vicinity. After a brief moment, she slowly rose to her feet, a peculiar glimmer flashing through her tranquil eyes. Something is amiss. Junior sister Ning Xiaya, what do you mean by that? Shui Yong inquired, puzzled as he looked at her. Look here, Ning Xiaya said, pointing to the wrist of one of the corpses. The wound was smooth, indicating it had been severed by a sharp blade in an instant, not the result of a beast bite. She then gestured towards another corpse's knee, and here. The kneecap has been pierced, the technique clean and precise, clearly the work of an experienced cultivator. Moreover, as Ning Xiaoya scanned the ground around her, she continued. See these sword marks? Though faint, with careful discernment, one can ascertain they were made by the techniques of the Lingshu sword sect. What? It was done by someone from the Lingshu sword sect? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Shui Yong's expression darkened. Junior sister Xiaoya, are you suggesting that senior brother Wang and senior brother Li were grievously injured by someone before being attacked by the beasts? Ning Xiaoya nodded affirmatively. Not only that, but their storage rings are also missing. Can you reconstruct the events based on the traces at the scene? Shui Yong asked solemnly. Ning Xiaoya smiled with confidence. Of course. She surveyed the area once more, then closed her eyes, her mind racing to simulate the scenario. From a young age, she had displayed an astonishing talent for strategy and deduction, her analytical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. After a brief interval, Ning Xiaoya opened her eyes, a spark of intelligence illuminating her gaze. Senior brothers Wang and Li likely attempted to ambush a disciple of the Lingshu sword sect. However, they underestimated their opponent's strength and were promptly subdued, their tendons severed. Subsequently, the disciple from the Lingshu sword sect took their storage rings and departed. Not long after, the fierce beast, attracted by the scent of blood, arrived and devoured the defenseless senior brothers Wang and Li as a snack. It seems that after slaying them, the beast pursued the disciple from the Lingshu sword sect. Ning Xiaoya's deduction was coherent, logically sound, and entirely consistent with the facts. After hearing her conclusion, a cold glint flickered in Shui Yong's eyes. What a ruthless disciple of the Lingshu sword sect. Do you know who it was? Ning Xiaoya carefully scanned her surroundings, and after a moment, a look of understanding crossed her calm eyes. The deaths of senior brothers Wang and Li are likely connected to that Chu Mo from the Lingshu sword sect. Chu Mo? Shui Yong raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Ning Xiaoya's tone turned grave. Do you remember? The higher-ups of our sect issued a secret order for us to eliminate this individual at all costs within the secret realm. It seems that senior brothers Wang and Li must have received this order and attempted to confront him, but unfortunately, their skills were inadequate, leading to their demise. However, according to intelligence, Chu Mo should only be at the initial stage of foundation building. It appears now that his strength far exceeds that. Our intelligence is flawed. Chu Mo is much more dangerous than we anticipated. Brother Shui, what do you think we should do? Upon hearing the words, Shui Yong's expression darkened. After all, this was a sect mission, and given that Chu Mo had slain 2 of their disciples, he must be eliminated. Sister Ning Xiaoya, is it possible for you to track down Chu Mo? Ning Xiaoya pondered for a moment and replied, since the fiendish beast has pursued Chu Mo, we can surely follow its trail to locate him. However, that beast possesses considerable strength, and should we encounter it, we may find ourselves in peril. Utmost caution is required. Shui Yong nodded. Very well, let us follow this trail. A group of disciples from Xinyan sect, under the guidance of Ning Xiaoya and Shui Yong, carefully pursued the traces left by the demonic beast. Meanwhile, after evading the fiend, Chu Mo did not hasten to seek any rare treasures, but instead cautiously explored the unfamiliar and treacherous forest of death. Just then, he heard the sounds of a struggle not far ahead, accompanied by several familiar shouts. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Mo swiftly glided soundlessly toward the source of the commotion. Soon, he beheld the scene before him. 5 or 6 disciples clad in Lingshu sword sect attire were besieged by a horde of grotesque, foul-smelling insect monsters, facing dire peril. Among those disciples, Chu Mo recognized a familiar face, Zhao Qing. At that moment, Zhao Qing and several others were back to back, forming a rudimentary defensive formation as they desperately warded off the onslaught of the monstrous insects. These insects, known as corrupted corpse flies, were of low rank, possessing merely the strength of early-stage second tier, but their sheer numbers and fearless nature, combined with the highly corrosive venom they spewed, made them formidable foes. Although Zhao Qing and the others were all at the foundation establishment stage, the relentless assault of the endless swarm was draining their spiritual energy significantly, leaving them in a precarious situation. "Brother Zhao, we can barely hold on," one disciple cried out anxiously. His arm had been splashed by the venom, and a small portion had already rotted away, revealing ghastly white bone. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth, wielding his spiritual sword with a flurry of motions, barely managing to slay a few of the approaching corrupted corpse flies. But more insects surged forth like a tide. "Just hold on a little longer. This is the last wave," Zhao Qing shouted solemnly, attempting to bolster morale. However, at that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure leisurely perched atop a nearby treetop, observing them with apparent ease. "Chuemo, please, come help us," Zhao Qing called out urgently. The other disciples, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward the direction Zhao Qing was looking. The figure that came into view was indeed Chuemo. Among these disciples, aside from Zhao Qing, the rest belonged to Lin Zhang's faction. Prior to entering the secret realm, they had received Lin Zhang's instructions. Upon discovering Chuemo, they were to notify Lin Wujie and encircle him. One disciple from Lin Zhang's faction turned and discreetly exchanged glances with the others, signaling them to seek an opportunity to contact Lin Wujie. The others nodded silently, and Chuemo observed their subtle movements with keen interest. He utilized the intelligence system to investigate these disciples and discovered that they were all affiliated with Lin Zhang. It was evident they would soon inform Lin Wujie of his whereabouts, intending to have him lead an ambush against him. A cold smile crept across Chumo's mind as he resolved to turn the tables on them. He leapt down from the treetops, wielding his steel sword with nonchalance, unleashing a series of fierce sword energies that swiftly dispatched several corpse flies attempting to ambush Zhao Qing and the others. With Chumo's intervention, the battle became significantly easier, and ultimately, all the corpse flies were vanquished. "Thank you for your timely assistance, Junior Brother Chu." Zhao Qing exhaled in relief, clasping his hands in gratitude. Chuemo maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "It was merely a small effort. No need for thanks." He waved his hand dismissively, a profound and enigmatic smile gracing his face. As disciples of the Lingshu sword sect, they should support one another. The few disciples from Lin Zhang's faction also expressed their thanks to Chuemo, yet they harbored secretive laughter within. They believed Chuemo was unaware of their affiliations and planned to contact Lin Wujie at the opportune moment, hoping to claim credit when Chuemo fell into Lin Wujie's hands. With their shared objective of escaping the sea of death trees, Chuemo continued to travel with the group. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a serene pond, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. The water shimmered with a deep blue hue, sparkling under the light. In the center of the pond stood an extraordinary plant, its body crystal clear, as if sculpted from glass, crowned with a resplendent flower radiating an unusual fragrance. "What is this spiritual plant?" Zhao Qing and the others exclaimed, their faces alight with greed. Just by its appearance, they could tell it was anything but ordinary. Chumo's gaze also fell upon the peculiar plant, his thoughts stirring. Target: Lulaman Luawa, Earth Grade. Medium quality, information. Grows in extremely lean locations, blooms in 7 colors, contains potent toxins. Can be used to concoct the destruction of infants and erosion of bones powder, posing a lethal threat to cultivators at the nascent soul stage and below. Note: Lulaman Luawa is the companion herb for the 3rd-tier demon beast, the poisonous water flood dragon. Destruction of infants and erosion of bones powder. Chumo's eyes glimmered with intrigue. This substance would be a formidable weapon against that old rascal Lin Zhang. He resolved to harvest the Lulaman Luawa. "Junior Brother Chu, what do you think of this spiritual plant?" Zhao Qing inquired, clearly seeking his opinion. Given Chumo's deep entanglement with Jiang Shiguang and the leverage Zhao Qing held over him, he recognized that, in every sense, Chumo's standing surpassed his own. Thus, he hesitated to make an independent decision. Chuemo met Zhao Qing's gaze, responding calmly, "Brother Zhao, let us not be hasty." Afterward, he gestured invitingly towards the disciples from Lin Zhang's faction. The disciples exchanged glances, each reflecting the greed and urgency nestled within their eyes. Without further hesitation, 2 of them darted towards the central Lioli Gate flower in the pond. Yet, the moment one of them stepped into the water, a massive black shadow erupted from the tranquil surface with a thunderous splash. The creature opened its gaping maw and devoured the disciple whole, leaving no time for a scream to escape his lips. Witnessing this, the other disciple was paralyzed with terror and fled desperately towards the shore. The shadow, having satiated its appetite with one disciple, seemed far from satisfied. Its enormous serpentine head pivoted sharply, fixating on the fleeing disciple with its crimson eyes, emitting an enraged roar before pursuing him like a bolt of black lightning. The onlookers at the shore were left aghast by this sudden turn of events. The shadow revealed itself to be a gigantic serpent, its body adorned with black scales and crowned with several venomous tendrils, an abominable creature known as the venomous tendril serpent. As the fleeing disciple realized the serpent was closing in, despair and terror flooded his features. Soon, he found himself before Chu-Mo Jr. Brother Chu, save me, he cried out, clinging to what he believed was a final hope. However, to his shock, a smile crept upon Chu-Mo's face as he raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to the disciple's chest. With a thud, the disciple let out a wail as he was propelled into the serpent's gaping maw, akin to a kite severed from its string. The venomous tendril serpent swallowed its second victim without hesitation, emitting a satisfied hiss. Zhao Qing and the remaining disciples stood frozen in disbelief at Chu-Mo's sudden cruelty, their minds blank. Yet, Chu-Mo paid no heed to their shock. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent was preoccupied, he gracefully leapt onto its broad back. In a series of swift movements, he traversed over the serpent and reached the center of the pond, plucking the extraordinary lily gate flower, which emitted an enchanting fragrance, and stowing it away in his storage ring. Having completed this feat, Chu-Mo leaped back to the shore, his actions fluid and seamless. The venomous tendril serpent, enraged at the theft of its cherished plant, fixed its blood-red gaze upon Chu-Mo and roared thunderously, its massive form churning the waters and summoning towering waves as it lunged at him. Chu-Mo evaded its vicious bite, returning to the shore and sprinting towards his companions. At this moment, only 3 disciples remained from Lin Zheng's faction. Zhao Qing and the remaining disciples, witnessing Chu-Mo lead the serpent towards them, turned pale and began to retreat in fear. Run! Quickly! Zhao Qing regained his senses and instinctively shouted. The 4 turned around and fled with all their might, cursing Chu-Mo vehemently in their hearts. This scoundrel, sacrificing his comrades merely to seize treasure, had now drawn the venomous water serpent upon them. Truly despicable. One disciple from Lin Zheng's faction, slightly less formidable in cultivation, gradually fell behind. As the serpent's gruesome maw loomed ever closer, he was gripped by terror, tears streaming down his face as he cried out for help. At that moment, Chu-Mo's figure appeared beside him like a specter, extending a hand. The disciple felt a flicker of hope, believing Chu-Mo had come to rescue him, thinking he had misjudged him. However, in the next instant, a cold, mocking smile appeared on Chu-Mo's face as he seized the disciple by the collar and exerted a powerful force with his arm. Chu-Mo, how dare you? The disciple barely managed to scream in a mix of anger and despair before being violently hurled backward by Chu-Mo, like a discarded sack, perfectly directed into the serpent's gaping maw. Crack! The venomous water serpent unceremoniously swallowed him whole, the gruesome sound of crunching bones echoing clearly. The creature, momentarily halted by this unexpected offering, provided Chu-Mo a fleeting opportunity. Seizing the moment, he quickened his pace and soon caught up with Zhao Qing and the other 2 disciples. Moments later, Chu-Mo and the trio escaped the serpent's pursuit, finding refuge in a relatively safe thicket. Gasping for breath, the 3, aside from Chu-Mo, were still shaken. Chu-Mo, you despicable scoundrel, inflicting harm upon your fellow disciples. I will report this to the sect's law enforcement hall. I will ensure you meet a fate without a grave. One of the remaining disciples from Lin Zheng's faction, after regaining some composure, pointed an accusing finger at Chu-Mo and bellowed, assuming Chu-Mo would be intimidated. Yet, Chu-Mo merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction. In the next moment, Chu-Mo's figure vanished from sight. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as a crisp slap resounded. The disciple let out a cry of pain. Spinning like a top, half of his face swelling visibly, several teeth mingled with blood flying from his mouth. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Chu-Mo kicked him down to the ground, delivering several more blows. The sound of cracking bones was incessant. In the blink of an eye, the disciple lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his body broken in multiple places, gasping for breath, on the verge of death. The other 2 stood in stunned silence. Chu-Mo's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. This was no mere early-stage Foundation establishment. His displayed combat strength was evidently late-stage Foundation establishment. Perhaps even stronger. They, who were supposed to be his seniors, stood no chance against him. It could be said that for Chu Mo to eliminate them would be as effortless as drinking water. Chu Mo turned to face them. The last disciple of the Lin Zheng faction was already so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body. He staggered back weakly, exclaiming, "Junior brother Chu Chu. I saw nothing. I know nothing." Zhao Qing, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Chu Mo approached the disciple, a gentle smile gracing his face as he patted the man's shoulder, saying, "Brother, there's no need to be anxious. I am not a demon." Upon hearing this, the disciple trembled like a leaf, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Not a demon? Then was what you just did a matter of humanity? Chu Mo pointed to the Lin Zheng disciple, who lay gasping on the ground, and smiled at him. "Now, go and kill him. And I shall agree that you saw nothing." What? The disciple stared at Chu Mo in disbelief, his eyes brimming with fear and resistance. "Brother Chu, this cannot be. Killing a fellow disciple is a grave taboo within our sect." "Oh, is that so?" The smile remained on Chu Mo's face, yet his tone grew 3 degrees colder. "Then do you believe that if I were to kill you now, it would also be a taboo?" An icy murderous intent enveloped the disciple in an instant. He had no doubt that should he utter a single word of dissent, Chu Mo would not hesitate to snap his neck. The expressions on the disciple's face shifted erratically. But ultimately, the primal instinct for survival overpowered all else. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he retrieved a dagger from his storage ring. Advancing step by step toward the injured fellow disciple. "Brother Zhang, forgive me. I am left with no choice." His voice was hoarse, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Yet his hand moved without hesitation. With a sharp thrust, the dagger plunged into the heart of his counterpart. The injured disciple's eyes widened in shock, fixing a gaze filled with resentment and unwillingness upon him, before his head slumped to the side, silence claiming him at last. Blood stained the ground crimson. The disciple who had acted fell to the ground, seemingly drained of all strength, the dagger slipping from his grasp with a metallic clang. His face turned ashen, his gaze hollow, as though his very soul had departed. Chu Mo stepped forward, patted his shoulder once more, and bestowed upon him a warm smile. "Excellent. Now we are accomplices. Those brothers just now were all slain by that beast. Do you understand?" At this, the disciple's body trembled violently, and he finally nodded. Quaking with fear, Zhao Qing, observing from the sidelines, was filled with trepidation, his scalp prickling, scarcely daring to breathe. In that moment, he felt fortunate that he possessed leverage over Chu Mo. This man was too sinister, too ruthless. "Very well," Chu Mo declared, kicking the last Lin Zheng disciple's leg. "Get up, there is still a task for you to complete." The disciple rose, stammering, "What task, junior brother Chu?" Chu Mo rummaged through the deceased Lin Zheng disciple's storage ring and produced a specially crafted communication jade talisman, tossing it to him. "Use this to contact Lin Wujie. Tell him that you have discovered my presence and are accompanying me. You found a great treasure in the Sea of Death." But the other brothers met their demise at the hands of demonic beasts. "The treasure is now in my possession, and we are about to head towards the ancient ruins near the exit of the Sea of Death. Remember to speak earnestly. Do not raise his suspicions." The disciple received the jade talisman, his spirit trembling with intensity. He had not anticipated that Chu Mo was already aware of their identities in the matter of the communication jade slip. No wonder he had acted so decisively against them earlier. A sense of sorrow welled up within him, yet he dared not defy Chu Mo's orders and nodded in compliance. Soon, he conveyed the message as instructed by Chu Mo Chapter 47, the encirclement elsewhere in the secret realm. Lin Wujie was cautiously exploring under the protection of several disciples from the Lin Zheng faction. The Suanjai in secret realm was abundant with opportunities and the potential to inherit the legacies of ancient powers, which is why, even though Lin Wujie had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, Lin Zheng still sent him in. Of course, to ensure Lin Wujie's utmost safety. All disciples from the Lin Zheng faction were to obey his commands and safeguard his well-being. Suddenly, a communication jade talisman at Lin Wujie's waist trembled slightly. He raised an eyebrow and took it out to examine. Upon reading the message conveyed by the jade talisman, a fierce and exhilarated smile instantly spread across his proud face. "Chu Mo, you chose the path to heaven but ignored it. Now you dare trespass into hell. Ancient ruins? That shall be your burial ground." A venomous glimmer flickered in Lin Wujie's eyes as he could almost envision Chu Mo, beneath his feet, pleading pitifully for mercy. "Senior brother Lin, what about the news regarding Chu Mo?" A subordinate inquired, approaching him with a sycophantic demeanor. "Indeed," Lin Wujie declared triumphantly, waving the jade talisman in his hand, "that Chu Mo intends to visit the entrance of the ancient ruins at the edge of the Sea of Death. Then let us proceed at once and tear that brat to shreds." Another subordinate chuckled maliciously. Not so fast. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Wujie's eyes. That cunning Chu Mo, we must also involve the members of the Xianxiao sect to be safe. He immediately retrieved another communication jade talisman to contact the Xianxiao sect. This jade talisman had been entrusted to him by his father, Lin Zheng, on the eve of the secret realm trial. Intended for coordinating with the Xianxiao sect, that scoundrel Chu Mo is currently heading to the entrance of the ancient ruins at the edge of the Sea of Death. According to our alliance, to ensure absolute safety, I implore all members of the Xianxiao sect to mobilize every capable warrior and proceed together, leaving this rascal with no escape. A swift reply came from the Xianxiao sect. Received. With the response from the Xianxiao sect, Lin Wujie's smile grew increasingly sinister. Chu Mo, this time, I shall see how you escape. When hundreds of disciples from both sects converge to encircle you, even if you possess 3 heads and 6 arms, you shall not survive this day. He seemed to envision the scene of Chu Mo kneeling before him, pleading for mercy, subjected to his relentless torment, ultimately succumbing to endless pain and despair. At this thought, Lin Wujie could not restrain a hearty, raucous laughter that echoed through the forest, filled with cruelty and triumph. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Everyone, follow me. Our destination is the entrance to the ancient ruins. Today marks the demise of Chu Mo." Meanwhile, on the other side, within the ranks of the Xianxiao sect, Ning Xiaoye inquired, "What news, Brother Shui?" Shui Yong replied, "The people from the Lingshu sword sect have relayed information that Chu Mo is headed to the ancient ruins at the edge of the Sea of Death trees. Junior sister, we need not trace his steps any longer. Inform everyone to proceed directly to the entrance of the ancient ruins, where we shall converge and set a trap to capture Chu Mo." Ning Xiaoye furrowed her brow, her keen intuition sensing something amiss. Yet, lacking sufficient information to pinpoint the source of her unease, she could only nod in agreement. "Then we shall do as you say." At the edge of the Sea of Death trees, beneath a fractured cliff, stood an ancient and magnificent stone door, silently towering in place. The surface of the door was adorned with the moss of ages and enigmatic runes, exuding an aura of profound antiquity that stirred the heart. Chu Mo appeared before the stone door. Zhao Qing and a disciple from Lin Zheng's faction followed him, trembling with trepidation. Chu Mo's gaze fell upon the stone door, and with a thought, he discerned. Objective: the ancient ruins door of Xianzong. Information: this door, forged by the ancient power Xianzong himself, requires an immense infusion of spiritual energy to unlock. A faint smile graced Chu Mo's lips. An infusion of spiritual energy? How fortuitous. He approached the colossal stone door, inhaling deeply. In the next moment, a thunderous eruption of spiritual energy, far exceeding that of an early Foundation establishment cultivator, even surpassing that of a typical late Foundation establishment practitioner, surged forth from within Chu Mo, akin to a volcanic eruption. He pressed a palm against the cold stone door, the Hongmeng Yutianju within him operating at a frenzied pace, continuously channeling a vast torrent of spiritual energy into the door. The entire stone door trembled violently, its runes illuminating one after another, radiating a brilliant light. Zhao Qing and the disciple stood dumbfounded, their minds blank in astonishment. What terrifying spiritual power was this? Could such strength truly belong to a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? As they gazed at Chu Mo, an indescribable awe surged within them once more. Time passed. Second by second, the brilliance upon the stone door intensified, and the tremors grew more violent. Finally, with a resounding boom, amidst a deafening cacophony, the ancient stone door, sealed for countless ages, slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. A breath of desolation and antiquity wafted through the crevice of the stone door. Chu Mo withdrew his hand, poised to step through the threshold of the open portal. At that moment, a boisterous and triumphant laughter echoed from the nearby woods. "Ha! Chu Mo, thank you for opening this ancient gate for us." Lin Wujie emerged, flanked by dozens of disciples from the Lin Zheng faction, their presence a formidable barrier that completely severed Chu Mo's escape route. Beside Chu Mo, Zhao Qing's complexion turned ashen, retreating in trepidation. He was akin to a comrade of Chu Mo, and the current predicament instilled in him an overwhelming fear. He could only place his hopes in Chu Mo's cunning and contingency plans, as this scenario appeared to have been orchestrated by Chu Mo himself. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Shui Yong and Ning Xiaoyu appeared from another direction, accompanied by numerous disciples of the Xianxiao sect. They formed a tight encirclement around Chu Mo, sealing off all avenues of retreat. At that instant, the oppressive aura of over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators converged, creating a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire area. Zhao Qing's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Surrounded by such a multitude, including formidable experts at the late stages of Foundation establishment, his psyche was on the brink of unraveling. Lin Wujie's gaze, sharp as a poison blade, fixated on Shu Mo, his face a mask of unrestrained malice and delight. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Now kneel. Bow 3 times and bark like a dog thrice, then surrender the precious treasure you obtained in the sea of death. Perhaps, in a moment of benevolence, I may consider sparing your life. His voice dripped with cruel mockery, as if he could already envision Chu Mo begging for mercy before him. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xian Xiao sect unleashed their overwhelming presence, cold intent coalescing around Chu Mo like a tangible force, surrounded by enemies on all sides. This should have spelled certain doom. Yet, within the ranks of the Xian Xiao sect, Ning Xiao Yu observed Chu Mo's unflinching demeanor, a wave of unease unfurling within her. Chapter 48. The Contingency. Lin Wujie falls into the trap. She turned to Shui Yong, urging, "Senior brother, remain vigilant. I sense that Chu Mo has a hidden plan." Shui Yong, who had always placed his trust in Ning Xiaoyu's astute insights, nodded in acknowledgement while keeping his gaze fixed on Chu Mo. At that moment, Chu Mo suddenly smiled, a serene, yet playful smile. "It is nearly time," he remarked cryptically. "Time for what?" Lin Wujie was taken aback, then scoffed. "I see you have been petrified with fear. Is it time for your demise?" The others echoed his skepticism, bewildered that this youth, on the brink of death, still engaged in such enigmatic antics. Amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, a thunderous and terrifying roar erupted from the depths of the deathly forest, echoing like a cataclysmic event. The sound was infused with an insatiable ferocity and hunger, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the universe asunder. Almost immediately, the ground began to tremble violently. Countless ancient trees, as if toppled by an invisible hand, collapsed in droves. A chilling aura, capable of instilling dread in the hearts of all present, surged forth like a cataclysmic tide. Lin Wujie turned to look, the triumphant smile on his face instantly frozen. Shui Yong and Ning Xiaoya did likewise, their expressions shifting dramatically. In the next moment, before the horrified gazes of all, a colossal beast, resembling a monstrous wolf with a gaping maw and fearsome fangs, burst forth from the dust-laden death forest. The devourer, its crimson eyes fixated on this region, drawn by the potent essence of spiritual energy that had just been unleashed by Chu Mo to activate the stone door. With over 100 cultivators gathered here, it appeared to the creature as a sumptuous feast of flesh and blood. It is a third-tier demon beast. Run! Flee! A piercing scream cut through the air. Yet, it was far too late. The beast, akin to a cannonball, charged into the freshly formed encirclement around Chu Mo with a velocity that belied its massive size. Splatter! Ah, no. Blood erupted like a fountain into the air. Limbs and severed body parts flew in all directions. The echoes of agonized screams were soon drowned out by the horrific sounds of chewing. The once formidable encirclement crumbled before the beast, as fragile as paper, instantly disintegrating into chaos. Both the disciples of Lingshu's sword sect and Xianyao sect became akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, frantically fleeing beneath the maw of the devourer. "No! Help me! Save me!" A female disciple from Xianyao sect was struck by the beast's massive claw, her body reduced to a gruesome pulp, her desperate cries abruptly silenced. "Beast, I shall fight you to the death." A disciple from Lingshu's sword sect, driven to madness, summoned his life-bound sword and thrust it fiercely toward the beast's eye. However, the sword merely sparked against the beast's eyelid, leaving no mark whatsoever. Crack! The devourer opened its cavernous mouth and devoured the disciple, sword and all, reducing him to mere fragments. Prepared for the imminent disaster, Shui Yong and Ning Xiaoya made a swift decision to flee with the remaining disciples from Xianyao sect, abandoning any alliance with Lin Wujie. Meanwhile, Lin Wujie was left paralyzed with terror, his soul seemingly detached from his body. Had he ever witnessed such a scene of bloodshed and terror? "Protect me! Quickly, protect me!" The majority of the disciples had already scattered in panic. Lin Wujie, hiding behind a few trusted disciples at the late Foundation establishment stage, trembled violently, his voice quaking with fear. At that moment, a figure caught his peripheral vision. Amidst the chaotic and bloody massacre, that figure stood out like a sore thumb. It was Chu Mo. He did not flee. He did not even glance at the rampaging beast of slaughter. His calm eyes pierced through the tumultuous crowd, transcending the splattering blood and flesh, locking onto Lin Wujie with unwavering intensity. That gaze was cold, indifferent, and tinged with amusement, as though observing a corpse. Lin Wujie's heart contracted sharply. A chilling sensation instantaneously engulfed his entire being. Suddenly, he comprehended. This was all part of Chu Mo's scheme. He had deliberately lured this powerful beast, creating the present chaos. Go. Take me away. Lin Wuji urgently beckoned his trusted disciples, disregarding everything else, and turned to flee. In the next moment, Chu Mo's figure indeed chased after him. Stop him. Block him. Panic surged within Lin Wuji as he screamed hoarsely at his trusted disciples. 4 of them exchanged glances and charged towards Chu Mo. You brat. Come meet your end. One of the disciples bellowed, wielding a massive axe engulfed in roaring flames, striking downwards. The other 3 also attacked simultaneously, their blades and spells converging to engulf Chu Mo's figure. However, as their strikes neared, Chu Mo's form suddenly turned ephemeral, dissipating like a bubble in water. Afterimage. Not good. Behind you. The disciple wielding the axe turned pale, just as he attempted to pivot. A chill blade had already silently sliced through his throat. Ugh. The vitality in his eyes swiftly waned as he clutched his bleeding neck, incredulously collapsing. The remaining 3 disciples were struck with horror. In one move. Merely one move had annihilated a companion at the late Foundation establishment stage. How could this brat possess such terrifying strength? They barely had time to contemplate further when Chu Mo's sword lunged at them once more. The sword light flowed like water, seemingly unremarkable, yet it moved with unparalleled speed, exuding an overwhelming, domineering force. Uft, uft. 2 more heads soared into the air, blood spraying like a fountain, staining the sky crimson. The last remaining disciple was utterly paralyzed with fear. He discarded his magical artifact, his legs buckling, collapsing to the ground, prostrating before Chu Mo with fervent pleas. Please. I surrender. I will give you anything. Chu Mo's sword halted just before his brow. Is that so? Thank you ever so much. Then I shall take your life. Chu Mo replied with a polite smile. This was the last utterance left by the confidant in this world. The flash of a sword illuminated the scene. A crimson line appeared, and a head fell to the ground. Within less than 10 breaths, for late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators met their demise as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. In the distance, Lin Wuji, fleeing for his life, glanced back at the spectacle and nearly fainted from terror. What monstrous strength is this? Is Chu Mo truly still at the early stage of Foundation establishment? Come at me. Whoever can stop him, I, Lin Wuji, will ensure their cultivation resources are secure. Lin Wuji once again offered a handsome reward, attempting to buy time for his escape with the last few remaining confidants. However, this time, those confidants hesitated in fear. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wuji felt a chill run through him. Chapter 49. The Inheritance Stone Chamber. Lin Wuji, filled with both shock and rage, extracted a handful of spirit stones from his storage ring and hurled them at them. Go. Quickly. Under the lure of substantial rewards, some greedy disciples exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged towards Chu Mo. The outcome was all too predictable. Their lives failed to buy even 3 breaths of time for Lin Wuji. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Lin Wuji cursed vehemently, his feet not daring to pause for a moment as he fled into the entrance of the ancient ruins. On the other side lay the perilous death tree sea. Being alone meant certain death. Chu Mo pursued him inside, casually slaying another of Lin Wuji's confidants. The last remaining confidants behind Lin Wuji were now like startled birds, their faces pale with terror. The fear in their eyes as they gazed at Chu Mo was indescribable. Meanwhile, Lin Wuji suddenly spotted a stone door deep within the ancient ruins slowly opening, seemingly leading to another realm. In a moment of desperation, he dashed towards the stone door without a second thought. Block him. Stop him. Lin Wuji bellowed at his remaining confidants. One of them, gritting his teeth, realized that even if he turned to plead for mercy from Chu Mo, it would be futile, and thus he chose to ignite his fighting spirit. He exchanged resolute glances with his fellow confidants, each seeing determination reflected in the other's eyes. With a roar, they ignited their blood essence, channeling all their spiritual power towards Chu Mo, their auras reaching the peak of Foundation establishment. It was not merely to kill Chu Mo. Even forcing him to retreat would suffice. Yet, as they charged at Chu Mo, he exhibited no sign of concern. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of nearly imperceptible silver threads shot forth from his fingertips like the tentacles of death itself. Heavenly silk. Chu Mo crossed his arms, pulling back his fingers with force. The bodies of the charging confidants suddenly froze midair. In the next instant, splat, splat, splat. Blood erupted like brilliant fireworks in the sky. Their bodies were instantly sliced into countless pieces by the razor-sharp heavenly silk, raining fragments down from the air. Not a single whole corpse remained. At this moment, Lin Wuji had already escaped to the stone door. Turning back, he was horrified by the gruesome scene. His heart raced with fear, as if his very soul was about to flee his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged headfirst into the stone door. Seeing this, Chu Mo pointed his finger like a sword, unleashing a finely honed stream of sword energy that erupted from his fingertips, reaching Lin Wujia's back with unerring precision. Thud. Lin Wujia felt an agonizing pain rip through his back, as if struck by a heavy blow, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Stumbling and rolling, he fell into an expansive chamber beyond the stone door. It was precisely because of this fall that he inadvertently triggered a protruding mechanism within the space. Boom. The entire area began to tremble violently. The ancient stone door, which had previously opened a crack, now began to close slowly. Noticing this, Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, intent on pursuing him. Bang! But in an instant, the stone door had completely shut, sealing tightly without a trace of a gap. Chu Mo approached the massive stone door and pushed against it. The door remained immovable, as if it had melded into the very mountain itself. Objective: inner door of ancient ruins, closed. Information: this door has been locked from the inside by a mechanism and cannot be opened from the outside. It requires the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator to forcibly breach. Tisk. Chu Mo clicked his tongue in frustration. So close. However, it mattered little. Lin Wujia was gravely injured and trapped within this ruin. The secret realm would close in a month. He could not remain hidden forever and would eventually have to emerge. At that time, he would seize the opportunity to capture him. Chu Mo desired Lin Wujia alive, for only by controlling him could he orchestrate the demise of Lin Zhong as well. A family must be whole. As for now, he would explore the ancient ruins to discover any treasures within. He couldn't leave empty-handed. With this thought, Chu Mo ceased his turmoil, turning to meticulously search the interior of the ancient ruins. Meanwhile, within that vast space beyond the stone door, Lin Wujia struggled to rise from the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his face as pale as parchment. He could distinctly feel that the meridians in his back had nearly ruptured from Chu Mo's sword energy. Had it not been for the protective armor he wore, he would likely be dead by now. Chu Mo, I will kill you. I will make you pay in pieces. Lin Wujia clutched his chest, his voice a venomous roar, eyes filled with boundless hatred and a flicker of relief at having survived. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered himself within an extraordinarily spacious stone chamber, imbued with an ancient aura. At the center of the chamber stood a colossal stone tablet, behind which lay a skeleton seated in a meditative pose. In front of the skeleton rested an archaic manual, crafted from an unknown material. A wave of unrestrained joy gradually replaced Lin Wujia's initial astonishment. The place of inheritance. This was undoubtedly the sanctuary of a formidable ancient being. Ha! Heaven has not forsaken me, Lin Wujia. I am the destined child of fate. That scoundrel Chu Mo is merely a fleeting obstacle in my path. Now that the trial has passed, what awaits me is an extraordinary opportunity. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Lin Wujia staggered towards the skeleton, trembling hands reaching for the ancient manual. The cover bore the elegantly inscribed words, Xian Song's hand record. Lin Wujia eagerly flipped open the manual. I am Xian Song, a cultivator of the transformation stage, traversing the realm of immortality for millennia, seldom encountering worthy opponents. Yet, the heavens are unpredictable. In a battle with my nemesis, though I vanquished him, I suffered grievous injuries from the Tao, my vitality waning, my time running short. Unwilling to let my profound abilities fade into the annals of time, I have established this legacy here, awaiting a fated individual to arrive. A cultivator of the transformation stage. Upon reading these words, Lin Wujia's breath quickened, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his face radiated uncontrollable ecstasy. I have struck gold. This time, I will truly prosper. As long as I can inherit the legacy of this transformation stage master, not just that insignificant Chu Mo, but the entire Lingshu sword sect shall eventually be beneath my feet. He continued to read. Chapter 50, Lin Wujia faces possession. Ancestor Xian Song. O fated one. Should you wish to obtain my legacy, you must first comprehend the technique inscribed upon this inheritance tablet, Xian Song 9 Transformations. This technique is the culmination of my life's work. Intricately profound. A fated individual need only meditate for half a day to grasp the introductory method. Once you have entered the initial stage of this technique, you may press your hand into the recess of the wall at the deepest part of this chamber, using the unique aura of Xian Song 9 Transformations to unlock the hidden door. Within that concealed chamber lies my storage ring, containing my lifetime collection of rare treasures, divine weapons, and the complete technique of Xian Song 9 Transformations. the one who inherits my legacy. If diligent in practice, shall surely surpass me and achieve unparalleled greatness. Lin Wujie was overwhelmed with fervor and enthusiasm. He envisioned himself receiving the legacy, mastering the divine skill, stepping over Chu Mo, and surveying the entire realm of immortality with grandeur. Haha, I, Lin Wujie, am indeed that fated individual. He could no longer contain the excitement surging within him and promptly sat cross-legged before the inheritance tablet, beginning to meditate and comprehend. This Xian Song 9 transformations was indeed profoundly enigmatic. Yet, at this moment, Lin Wujie was undistracted, and with the manual's guidance, his understanding soared to extraordinary heights. Only half a day had passed when Lin Wujie suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He had succeeded. The foundational technique of the Xian Song 9 transformations was now fully comprehended. He could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within him had become more refined and formidable following the practice of this art. Chu Mo, await your reckoning. Lin Wujie leapt from the ground, a triumphant yet fierce expression etched upon his face. Without further delay, he proceeded directly to the wall at the innermost recess of the stone chamber. Indeed, upon the wall, there lay an inconspicuous recess. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wujie carefully pressed his slightly trembling hand, stirred by excitement, into the indentation. He activated the Xian Song 9 transformations technique he had just mastered. A unique and profound aura of power gradually emanated from his palm, infusing the wall. In the next moment, with a soft click, the seemingly unremarkable wall began to part slowly, revealing a dark passage barely wide enough for a single person to enter. Within this shadowy entrance, upon a central stone pedestal, lay a quaint storage ring, quietly resting. A surge of greed welled up in Lin Wujie's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened towards it, reaching out to seize the ring. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the storage device, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A formidable and terrifying consciousness, exuding an overwhelming pressure, erupted from the remains, transforming into a streak of light that pierced directly into Lin Wujie's forehead. Ah! Lin Wujie let out a piercing scream, feeling as if his head were on the verge of being torn apart. A massive consciousness that did not belong to him was violently assaulting his sea of consciousness. This was the act of seizing a body. He yearned to resist, to expel the lingering soul. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that the Xian Song 9 transformations, which he had just cultivated, had become an invisible shackle, firmly binding his spirit, rendering him utterly incapable of summoning any strength to fight back. Lin Wujie realized the truth. This technique was deliberately designed to prevent him from resisting the takeover. It turned out that this entire scheme was a conspiracy. The Xian Song ancestor had never intended to select a successor from the very beginning. What he desired was a fresh vessel to relive his life. An overwhelming tide of regret and despair engulfed Lin Wujie. The vitality in his eyes was rapidly fading. No, I am unwilling. In the depths of endless despair, Lin Wujie's soul was utterly extinguished. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes once more. No longer did those eyes reflect the previous arrogance and frivolity. Instead, they were now filled with profound melancholy and indifference. He moved this entirely new body, sensing the youthful vitality coursing through its veins. Yet a slight furrow formed upon his brow. Alas, the realm of this corporeal form is unsatisfactory, and its innate talent can be deemed merely mediocre. Nonetheless, the advantage of a distinguished identity facilitates the transition to mastering my true self's techniques, which is a silver lining of sorts. The venerable ancestor Xian Song, or rather, the current Lin Wujie, swiftly acquiesced to this reality. He began to sift through the memories of the original owner of this body. Before long, a name crystallized vividly in his mind, Chu Mo. In the nascent stage of foundation establishment, merely through half a stick of incense, he could compel a multitude of late-stage foundation cultivators into a dire predicament. A glimmer of avarice and covetousness flickered in the eyes of ancestor Xian Song. Such a physique was the exquisite vessel he yearned for the most. Regrettably, he had recently completed his soul's transference, depleting a significant amount of spiritual power, rendering him incapable of another possession in the near future. At the very least, he would have to wait until he cultivated this body to the nascent soul stage for such an endeavor to be feasible. Ah well. A glint of malevolence sparkled in ancestor Xian Song's eyes. Since this body could not be utilized directly, he would devise an alternative method for his own benefit. Transforming this youth into an external incarnation of himself, as an additional combat force, was indeed a commendable choice. Should misfortune befall his current corporeal form, he could seamlessly transfer his primordial spirit for continued use. Chu Mo, you shall be mine. Within the ruins, Chu Mo meticulously scoured the surroundings. It appeared that these ruins had been previously visited since the inception of the secret realm, as the majority of valuable items had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, utilizing the universal intelligence system, he discovered a remarkable treasure. In his possession now lay an ancient, yellowed map, unearthed from a hidden chamber. Objective: map of the Heavenly Heart Hall in the Xinjiang secret realm. Information: it meticulously delineates the internal structure of the Central Inheritance Hall, the Heavenly Heart Hall, and the locations of several highly valuable opportunities for inheritance. A faint smile graced Chu Mo's lips. His next destination was the Heavenly Heart Hall, and this artifact would prove invaluable at that juncture. Upon exiting the ruins, he was met with a pungent stench of blood. The sight before him was one of utter devastation. Limbs lay scattered, rivers of blood flowed freely, and the bodies numbered around 70 or 80. It seemed that the rampage of the gluttonous beast had attracted even more ferocious monsters, which proceeded to unleash further carnage upon the remaining survivors. With a heart full of compassion, Chu Mo paid his respects to those he had inadvertently harmed. He then began to scavenge the belongings left behind. Among those who were not yet deceased but immobilized, he extracted healing elixirs from their persons. In plain sight of them, he gleefully stashed the treasures into his storage bag, before delivering a final blow to ensure their demise. The wretched souls gasped curses through blood as they faded away, leaving one to wonder whether they perished from rage or grievous wounds. Chapter 51. A hero saves the fair maiden. Yet romance is a burden 30 miles beyond the Death Tree Sea. A group of 7 or 8 disciples from the Xianxiao sect gathered at this spot, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Shui Yong was nearly lifeless, his body smeared with blood, shredded flesh, and internal organs, all staining his Taoist robe. He lay in Ning Xiaoya's embrace, his breath faint, with more air escaping than entering. The earlier rampage of the fierce beast had triggered a chain reaction. In their desperate bid for survival, everyone had unleashed their spiritual power, which, in turn, attracted more lurking beasts from the sea of death trees. Thus commenced a one-sided massacre. Disciples from both the Lingshu Sword sect and Xianxiao sect suffered devastating blows. Despite Shui Yong and Ning Xiaoya's prior preparations, the Xianxiao sect was heavily damaged. To shield Ning Xiaoya, Shui Yong had bravely endured a fatal strike from a fierce beast, and now he was on the brink of death. "Senior brother Shui, hold on. You must endure," Ning Xiaoya cried, her tears flowing uncontrollably as she held him close. Her heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, causing her pain that rendered her breathless. They had grown up together, were sworn siblings, and had even pledged themselves to one another. Though they treated each other with utmost respect, the deep-seated emotions had long since become entwined in their very beings. Now, in his quest to protect her, he was perilously close to death. "Ning Xiaoya, I can still wipe away your tears." Shui Yong struggled to lift his hand, but he lacked the strength even for that. "Don't cry, I am fine." "Fine? How could you say that?" Ning Xiaoya sobbed, her teeth clenched. "Your injuries will claim your life within 20 days, do you understand?" Shui Yong gazed at her, his eyes brimming with tenderness and reluctance. "As long as I can protect you, that is enough." If Ning Xiaoya could remember him for a lifetime because of this, he would consider his life well spent. "No, I cannot allow you to die." Ning Xiaoya bit her lip fiercely, her nails digging into her palm, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, she recalled something. The Tianqin Hall. The Tianqin Hall at the center of the secret realm. She had once read about it in ancient texts of their sect, where countless opportunities awaited, including a top-tier elixir known as the Rebirth Pill. This elixir could harness the essence of heaven and earth and possess miraculous effects, even allowing for the rebirth of severed limbs. If they could obtain that pill, Shui Yong would be saved. With renewed clarity in her eyes, Ning Xiaoya shared this information with Shui Yong. Upon hearing it, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. The two briefly deliberated and immediately resolved to venture to the Tianqin Hall. After all, if there was a chance to live, Shui Yong would never resign himself to death. The Tianqin Hall was majestic and grand. The entire hall, forged from an unknown material, radiated a faint golden aura. Even from a distance, one could feel its overwhelming presence and dignity. Luo Jin stood on a nearby hillside, quietly waiting. She had already contacted Chu Mo through their soul bond and learned that he would soon arrive. However, she did not wait for Chu Mo, but instead encountered her sworn adversary. "Oh, isn't this Luo Jin?" A sharp and caustic voice echoed from behind. Luo Jin turned around to find Mou approaching with 7 or 8 male disciples, a mocking smile plastered across her face. The gazes of those male disciples brazenly roamed over Luo Jin's exquisite curves, brimming with unabashed greed and lust. Seeing Luo Jin alone, Moyu's heart swelled with delight. What a fortuitous opportunity. If she could eliminate Luo Jin here, the position of direct disciple would be uncontested. How fortunate I am. Within the secret realm, there are no sect laws. As long as I dispose of you here, that coveted position will rightfully belong to me. With a twisted sense of pleasure, Moyu's face was a mask of delight. In contrast, a flicker of derision passed through Luo Jin's cool phoenix eyes. She appraised Moyu from head to toe and spoke, her red lips parting slightly. What do you intend to use to eliminate me? Your meager cultivation certainly won't suffice. It must be those men at your side, right? Have you ensnared them with your body? I wonder how many men have had their way with your despicable form? At her words, Moyu's complexion flushed a deep shade of crimson. Luo Jin's words struck with surgical precision, hitting her most vulnerable spot. You seek death. Moyu trembled with rage. Luo Jin let out a cold laugh. Although she was currently under someone's control, becoming the plaything of that devil Chu Mo. She had always maintained her virtue before this. Unlike Moyu, who had undoubtedly sold her body countless times. Luo Jin still retained her purity and felt an intense sense of superiority, having only been with Chu Mo sees her. Moyu pointed at Luo Jin, her voice turning sharp and piercing with fury. Whoever captures her can do as they please with her wretched body. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the male disciples instantly lit up with a glint of crimson. They breathed heavily, their faces adorned with lewd grins, akin to starving wolves as they lunged toward Luo Jin. Senior Sister Luo, forgive us. They jeered. We've longed to taste Senior Sister Luo's flavor. With a chilling aura enveloping her, Luo Jin's phoenix eyes glinted with menace. Drawing her long sword, the icy blue blade flashed like lightning, and she instantly engaged in combat with the first few male disciples who charged at her. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated continuously. The male disciples, all at the late foundation stage, combined their strength, making them formidable opponents. However, Luo Jin's swordsmanship proved far more ferocious than they had anticipated. In just a few exchanges, two of them were sent flying by her blade, blood gushing from their chests as they fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Moyu's expression shifted upon witnessing this. How could Luo Jin's strength surpass that of their last encounter by such a margin? Confusion and suspicion swirled within her, yet she was unwilling to concede defeat. She bellowed furiously, and in an instant, a long whip engulfed in black flames materialized in her hand, striking towards Luo Jin with the ferocity of a venomous serpent. Luo Jin deftly sidestepped, her sword thrusting toward Moyu's throat with unyielding force. Moyu, taken aback, hurriedly raised her whip to parry. The clash resonated with a tremendous impact, sending a jolt through Moyu's hands, nearly causing her to lose her grip on the whip. She staggered back several paces, her face etched with disbelief. How could this be? When had Luo Jin's spiritual power become so profound? She was utterly outmatched. This cannot stand. Today, she must be eliminated. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Moyu's eyes as she roared at the others. Stop dawdling. Everyone, attack together. Kill her. The remaining male disciples exchanged glances and rushed forward once more. Though Luo Jin had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment and refined part of the ancient ice crystal, her combat prowess far surpassed that of her peers. Yet she found herself overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The opponents, all formidable late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, launched a relentless onslaught, undeterred by the threat of death. Despite Luo Jin's exquisite swordsmanship inflicting severe injuries on several adversaries, her own spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and she bore numerous wounds of varying severity. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, lending her an exquisite yet tragic beauty. Ha ha ha. Luo Jin, you're finished. Moyu exclaimed triumphantly, her laughter echoing with delight. The black fire whip in her hand danced more frantically, each strike aimed at Luo Jin's vital points. Gritting her teeth, Luo Jin struggled to maintain her composure, the icy blue sword light becoming increasingly erratic. Just then, a male disciple seized an opening, a vicious glint in his eyes, as he swung his large blade down toward her shoulder with the force to split mountains. If this blow connected, it would spell her doom. Luo Jin's pupils narrowed in alarm. She sought to evade, but found it too late. In that moment of imminent peril, a figure appeared before Luo Jin as if propelled by teleportation. With a casual lift of his hand, he effortlessly caught the descending blade with a mere flick. Then, with a gentle twist, the blade forged from fine iron shattered with a resounding crack. Following this, the figure delivered a swift backhand strike to the disciple's chest. The disciple let out a wretched scream, hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, His chest caved in, clearly beyond saving. The newcomer was none other than Chu Mo. He swiftly wrapped his arm around Luo Jin's delicate waist, drawing her into his embrace. Leaning against the solid warmth of Chu Mo's chest, inhaling his familiar scent, Luo Jin felt a tremor in her heart, momentarily forgetting to react. "Who are you?" Mou and the others were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Upon sensing the aura of a novice in Foundation establishment emanating from Chu Mo, their expressions shifted to one of incredulity. How could this be? In the early stages of Foundation establishment, could one truly defeat an opponent in the later stages in an instant? It seemed impossible. He must have employed some extraordinary artifact. After the initial shock, the crowd unanimously reached this conclusion. Typically, such formidable artifacts capable of swiftly overcoming adversaries possess limitations on their usage or require extensive charging time. A disciple, fueled by disbelief, roared defiantly and charged once more at Chu Mo. With one arm wrapped around Luo Jin, he casually flicked his other hand, fingers poised like a sword. A sword aura, refined to perfection, erupted from his fingertips in an instant. The charging disciple barely had time to comprehend the situation before feeling a chill at his neck. In the next moment, his severed head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the atmosphere crimson. The headless corpse collapsed thunderously to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was rendered speechless by Chu Mo's decisive, brutal strike. He withdrew his finger. Had he not intended to spare Lin Wujia's life, that attack would have pierced through the latter's chest instantly. After all, he now possessed the combat prowess of the early Golden Core stage. Mou and the remaining male disciples felt their legs weaken, terror seeping into their very souls. What had they just witnessed? One strike. Another strike. A late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner had been decapitated as easily as one would slay a chicken. Finally, Mou emerged from her shock, disregarding her position as a personal disciple, and turned to flee with the remaining male disciples. She dared not take the risk. What if Chu Mo's artifact had no limitations on its usage? Or perhaps it had enough power to annihilate everyone present? Once all had fled, Luo Jin stared in disbelief at the man beside her. He continued to hold her with one arm, his expression serene, his deep-set eyes betraying not a hint of turmoil. It was as if he had merely crushed a few bothersome flies with casual ease. This man, who had once humiliated her, toyed with her life, and manipulated her existence through secret arts, had just now saved her in such an overwhelming, commanding manner, displaying unparalleled prowess. Such occurrences were not isolated. Luo Jin gently bit her rosy lips, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. She found herself at a loss regarding her emotions, complex and tumultuous, just as her mind spiraled into chaos. Chu Mo suddenly leaned down, his striking visage, both alluring and enigmatic, magnifying in her view. Then, before her astonished gaze, he kissed her, domineering and impossible to refuse. Luo Jin's mind went blank in an instant. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Chu Mo gazed upon the enchanting woman in his embrace, her cheeks aflame and her phoenix-like eyes filled with bewilderment and infatuation, a playful smirk gracing his lips. After a few days apart, I find myself yearning for you dearly. I have a favor to ask. What is it? He pressed her head down. In an instant, Luo Jin was yanked back from her tumultuous emotions to reality. Her delicate face flushed crimson, her pearly teeth biting her lower lip tightly, and in her beautiful phoenix-like eyes, the flames of indignation reignited. Shameless. Lecher. This scoundrel. It was always like this. Just as she began to harbor a slight change of heart towards him, he immediately resorted to such tactics, reverting everything to its original state. Tianqin Hall. The grand hall was magnificent, constructed entirely from an unknown golden crystal, exuding a sacred and imposing aura. Chu Mo and Luo Jin entered the hall, one after the other. Luo Jin's cheeks were slightly flushed as she glared at Chu Mo's back with indignation. At times, he truly behaved like a primitive male beast, unable to control himself. This detestable immaturity was infectious, leaving her feeling rather childish herself. Chu Mo, indifferent to Luo Jin's feelings, surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. Inside Tianqin Hall, there was an otherworldly scene. Countless fist-sized luminous pearls adorned the lofty dome, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. The surrounding walls, also made of golden crystal, were intricately carved with profound and complex runes that flowed gently, emanating a heart-pounding wave of spiritual energy. However, what captivated attention the most was the spatial structure of the place. The golden stone walls seemed to move in a slow and eerie manner, constantly shifting and transforming. One moment a broad passageway, the next it could become a cold, dead end. This place was nothing short of a living maze. How on earth do we navigate this? Luo Jin furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with gravity. In such a maze where the terrain changed at any moment, a single misstep could lead to being trapped here forever. Chu Emo retrieved an ancient, yellowed map from his storage ring. "Just follow me," he said. And with a casual demeanor, he began to stroll deeper into the maze, consulting the map. Luo Jin, witnessing this, was once again struck with astonishment. He actually possessed a map of this place. How many secrets does this man hold? Suppressing her curiosity, she hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 52, Tianxin Hall. The two traversed the maze for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. A resplendent side hall appeared before them. The plaque above the side hall bore the grand inscription Treasure Pavilion. Inside, a shimmering array of treasures emanated a rich spiritual aura. Various elixirs, magical artifacts, and jade slips of cultivation techniques were meticulously arranged on rows of jade shelves, dazzling to the eyes. At the very center of the treasure pavilion stood a stone tablet, upon which a striking inscription read, "Within Tianxin Hall, opportunities must be seized, yet greed is to be avoided. All who enter this Tianxin Hall may take only one item. After taking an item, one will be teleported out of the hall and may not re-enter." As they ventured deeper, treasures of great value became increasingly apparent. "Are we only allowed to take one item?" Luo Jin inquired, glancing at Chu Emo. His gaze swept over the alluring treasures that emanated a captivating glow. Yet he shook his head. Although the items here were commendable, they were merely appetizers. The true fortune lay at the very depths of the Heavenly Heart Palace. He waved the map in his hand, assuring her that with it, they could acquire the most valuable treasures. Luo Jin nodded in agreement, and the two continued their journey towards the innermost sanctum of the palace. Along the way, they traversed a deadly maze filled with mechanical puppets. Each puppet possessed strength comparable to that of a cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, moving with swiftness and decisiveness in their attacks. However, guided by Chu Mo's map, they effortlessly discovered the exit of the deadly formation, passing through unscathed. During their passage, they encountered several disciples from other sects who, having inadvertently triggered the mechanisms, were besieged by dozens of puppets, ultimately meeting a grisly end amidst the chaos, their remains scattered across the ground. Subsequently, they entered an icy realm engulfed in extreme cold. The biting winds were potent enough to freeze one's spiritual energy. Beneath the icy surface lurked a creature known as the Ice Soul Demon, formless and intangible, preying upon the vitality of cultivators. Many who inadvertently wandered into this domain fell victim, dragged beneath the ice and drained of their very essence. Yet, Chu Emo and Luo Jin, following the singular safe path marked on the map, emerged from this perilous expanse unscathed. Next, they found themselves in a lava-ridden inferno. The searing magma bubbled like boiling blood, teeming with formidable lava beasts born from the molten rock. It was said that all lava beasts shared a singular consciousness, acting as one entity. Should one become ensnared by a lava beast, countless others would surge forth from the magma to attack. However, in the presence of Chu Mo's map, all these dangers became trivial. The two navigated the traps and hazards with the ease of a leisurely stroll in their own backyard. Meanwhile, in another passage of the Heavenly Heart Palace, Ning Xiaoya, pale-faced, was exerting her spiritual energy to levitate a makeshift stretcher fashioned from a door plank. Upon it lay Shui Yong, his breath faint, complexion ashen, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Behind them, the last disciple of the Xianyun sect was bloodied and exhausted, appearing on the verge of collapse. Although the treasure pavilion housed numerous elixirs, it lacked the coveted transformation elixir. In pursuit of this elixir, they had forsaken the opportunities within the pavilion, resolutely plunging into the depths of the Heavenly Heart Palace. Yet, without the guidance of a map, each step was fraught with difficulty and trepidation. Just moments ago, they had unwittingly entered an illusionary formation, leading to the demise of another disciple who had exhausted himself in the effort to break the formation. Shui Xixiao, hold on just a little longer. We will find it very soon. Ning Xiaoya gazed at Shui Yong, her voice tinged with fatigue, yet filled with warmth and unwavering determination. She would never surrender. Even if it meant risking her own life, she was resolute in her mission to save him. Within the frigid realm of the Heavenly Heart Palace, Mou and several male disciples struggled against the biting cold winds. They too sought to delve deeper into the palace in search of precious treasures. Achoo! Damn it! What kind of wretched place is this? Exclaimed one male disciple, his lips turning purple and teeth chattering from the cold. Mou's delicate face was flushed crimson. Her teeth clenched in resolve. She trembled, feeling as if her supplies had turned hard with the chill. At that moment, the ice beneath one disciple's feet suddenly cracked without warning. A translucent, icy hand materialized from the fissure, seizing his ankle with a vice-like grip. "Ah, help me. Save me." He screamed in terror as an immense force yanked him downward. The other's expression shifted dramatically as they rushed to assist him. However, the grip of that ghastly hand was astonishingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, it dragged the disciple entirely beneath the ice. The surface quickly sealed shut, leaving only a pool of crimson blood and the echoes of his final, desperate screams reverberating through the icy expanse. Mou and the others, stricken with fear, fled for their lives. In their frantic escape, 2 more male disciples were ensnared by the icy hand and pulled down into the depths. At the entrance of the Heavenly Heart Palace, Lin Wudre and the venerable Xian Song stood with hands clasped behind their backs, stepping inside. He held ancient intelligence in his grasp. Deep within the palace, there existed a concealed chamber, home to a legendary weapon capable of inciting madness throughout the realm of cultivation. His original lifebound treasure had been shattered by a nemesis during the ancient conflict. Now, having taken on a new life, he was in dire need of a formidable weapon. This supreme artifact was undoubtedly the finest choice. Greed flickered in Xian Song's eyes. Although he was unaware of who had taken the map to the Heavenly Heart Palace hidden within the ruins, he still remembered its contents and harbored no concerns about others arriving first. The method to unlock that concealed chamber was inscribed on a stele located in the depths of the Ninefold Thunder Mountain in the northern part of the Xian Jin secret realm. The lightning strikes of the Ninefold Thunder Mountain were fierce enough to deter even those at the Golden Core stage. He doubted that these Foundation establishment disciples could penetrate to its innermost sanctum, unless, like him, they possessed the profound foundation, hidden cards, and myriad means of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Thus, that weapon was certainly still within reach and destined to be his. At the deepest point of the Heavenly Heart Palace, in the Hall of Heritage, Chu Mo and Luo Jin finally arrived at the destination marked on the map. As they stepped into the hall, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The hall was vast and seemingly endless, divided into numerous independent zones. At the center of each region, there hovered a weapon imbued with astonishing waves of spiritual energy. Chapter 53. The Hidden Chamber in the Depths of the Heavenly Heart Palace. Swords, spears, blades, halberds, axes, polearms, hooks, and forks, 18 varieties of weaponry were all present. Each one was at least of inferior grade. Beneath these weaponry treasures stood ancient stone tablets of inheritance. The tablets were inscribed with enigmatic runes, evidently corresponding to the respective cultivation techniques. Generally speaking, to acquire a weapon, one must first comprehend and cultivate the corresponding technique through the stone tablet. Only by mastering the relevant technique would the weapon acknowledge its wielder as its rightful master. Naturally, the technique must align with the nature of the practitioner, otherwise, mastery would be unattainable. Could it be that so many inferior grade treasures exist here? Luo Jin was utterly astounded. In her cold, phoenix-like eyes, disbelief and shock were vividly etched. It was known that within the Lingshu sword sect, even inner disciples predominantly possessed treasures of yellow or profound grades. To own even one inferior grade treasure was sufficient to command respect among peers. Yet here, inferior grade treasures appeared as plentiful as cabbages. The two moved slowly through the hall, akin to wandering through a weapon museum. Soon, Luo Jin's steps halted before a particular area. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to a long sword floating at the center. It was a sword of pure ice blue hue, its blade enveloped in wisps of frigid air, as if the surrounding atmosphere were on the verge of freezing. An inexplicable allure emanated from the sword, resonating strongly with the void sky eye soul technique within her. With a thought, Chu Mo gathered his focus. Target, Cold Abyss Sword, superior grade. Information, forged over millennia from the essence of eternal cold iron and the spirit of the deep sea abyss. When drawn, it can freeze 100 miles. Its intent is sharp, unmatched in lethality. It has an exceptionally high affinity with practitioners of ice-based techniques. Superior grade. Go ahead. Chu Mo leaned closer to Luo Jin and whispered, "This sword is a perfect match for you." At his words, Luo Jin's delicate figure quivered imperceptibly. She turned her head, her complex phoenix-like eyes fixating intently on Chu Mo. "And you?" she asked, almost as if compelled. In most instances, Luo Jin's address towards Chu Mo and her own self-reference bore little constraint, not strictly adhering to a master-servant dynamic. After all, there were times she called him father, and at other moments, she was referred to as mother. Indeed, in his past life, Chu Mo was adept in the art of pottery. "I will take a closer look," he replied, his demeanor calm and straightforward. Luo Jin ceased further words, casting a deep glance at Chu Mo before stepping into that area. She sat cross-legged before the corresponding stone tablet of inheritance, beginning her serene contemplation. A translucent blue protective shield slowly ascended around the area, enveloping Luo Jin's figure within. This was to prevent any disturbances to the perceptive individual. Chu Mo gazed at Luo Jin within the shield, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. The quota for soul contracts was finite. Given his current cultivation level, he could only control 5 or 6 individuals at most. Thus, each available slot was immensely valuable. He needed to maximize the potential of these women under his command, providing them with the finest resources to enhance their strength, ensuring that they could serve him more effectively in the future. Withdrawing his gaze, Chu Mo retrieved the ancient, yellowed map once more. He discerned that the map's indications did not seem to conclude at the Hall of Inheritance. At the terminus of the area representing the hall, there was no boundary frame as seen in other locations. Instead, a slender passage extended forth. Yet, the map abruptly ceased at the entrance of this passage, leaving the remainder blank. Chu Mo lifted his gaze towards the expansive avenue leading to the Hall of Inheritance, where no passage could be found, only a towering, cold black wall loomed before him. The wall was riddled with hundreds of palm-sized recesses, their purpose unknown. Chu Mo approached the black wall slowly, meticulously comparing it with the map in his hand. He confirmed that the entrance to the passage marked on the map was indeed here. He extended his hand and gently tapped on the icy surface of the wall, producing a dull thud. Chu Mo employed a probing technique on the wall. Target: mechanism wall. Information: this wall is a concealed door to a secret chamber, featuring 365 recesses, corresponding to the number of days in a year. They must be pressed in a specific sequence to unlock. Note: clues for the unlocking sequence are hidden on a stone tablet deep within the Ninefold Thunder Mountain, located at the northernmost part of the Xianjin secret realm. Ninefold Thunder Mountain? Chu Mo raised an eyebrow. It was said that this place was even more perilous than the Sea of Deathly Trees. In the Sea of Deathly Trees, one might encounter demonic beasts at worst. However, within Ninefold Thunder Mountain, one was guaranteed to be struck by lightning. The divine thunder from the heavens could severely injure even those at the Golden Core stage. And for those at the Foundation Establishment stage, entering was akin to courting death. Fortunately, he possessed an advantage that allowed him to bypass challenges, rendering a journey to Ninefold Thunder Mountain unnecessary. He sought to investigate the correct sequence to open the mechanism door. To probe this information, a payment of 100 mid-grade spirit stones is required. To inquire about a piece of information regarding a Golden Core individual cost 1 mid-grade spirit stone. 100 mid-grade spirit stones equated to the cost of probing for an information on a transformation stage expert. In the past, Chu Mo might have felt a pang of regret or even found such a payment unattainable. Yet now, with his ample resources, this sum of spirit stones was merely a fraction of his monthly income. As Chu Mo expended the spirit stones to complete the probe, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The correct sequence for pressing the 365 grooves, along with the intricate variations it concealed, was instantaneously grasped by Chu Mo. His hands transformed into fleeting shadows, executing a mesmerizing flow of movements across the grooves with a bewildering speed. Snap, snap, snap. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of mechanisms, the long-dormant black wall began to tremble violently. Finally, with a thunderous roar, the black wall slowly parted to reveal a deep and mysterious hidden chamber. Stepping inside, Chu Mo found the vast chamber empty, save for 2 items resting quietly upon a central stone pedestal: a colossal sword and a ring. The sword manifested a bizarre black-red hue, broad and weighty, adorned with dark red patterns resembling arcane runes, as if molten magma coursed within. Merely gazing upon it evoked an overwhelming sense of destructive power and ferocity. The ring, in contrast, was unadorned and simple, crafted from an unknown bronze material, inconspicuous in design. Chu Mo's gaze swept over these 2 artifacts, and with a thought, he focused first on the colossal sword. Target: dominating fiend sword, mid-level celestial. Information: forged from the bones of an ancient demon dragon, infused with the fire of the 9 nether, shaped over millennia. This sword is the most fearsome weapon in existence, embodying both offense and defense. The greater the wielder's fighting spirit, the more terrifying the sword's power becomes, even capable of triggering a state of dominance, granting immunity to all harm and control for a brief period. Moreover, this sword can absorb incoming damage and unleash it instantaneously, causing cataclysmic devastation. Chapter 54. All must be acquired. Gasp. Mid-level celestial. Chu Mo inhaled sharply. This item, not only within the Lingshu sword sect, but throughout the entire realm of cultivation, could incite a bloodbath. Even ancestors of the transformation god stage would envy it. He suppressed his excitement and shifted his gaze to the unremarkable ring. Target: Void Escape Ring, Special Grade, Information. Refined by an ancient spatial adept using their own principles, it harbors the power of space. In addition to its storage capabilities, it can open a portal within 100 miles, serving as an unparalleled tool for ambush or escape, ideal for both domestic travel and nefarious deeds. Note: this ring also conceals a wealth of ancient elixirs and talismans, such as the Rebirth Pill that can restore lost limbs and the Chi Transformation Pill that temporarily boosts cultivation. Beyond its storage function, it could also open portals. Chu Mo felt his heart race. His gaze oscillated slowly between the two treasures. One was a supreme weapon that combined offense and defense, while the other was a top-tier spatial artifact. Ultimately, he arrived at a decision. Children are the ones who make choices. He desires them all. Although the rules of the secret realm dictate that each individual may only claim one item, are not rules meant to be defied? In a moment of contemplation, Chu Mo devised a plan. He first approached the dominant splendor sword, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to comprehend the corresponding stone tablet of inheritance. It must be said that the esoteric teachings of this celestial grade weapon are indeed intricate and difficult to grasp. However, endowed with extraordinary talent and the foundational principles of the primordial sovereign technique, Chu Mo's comprehension far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Within merely 2 hours, he had essentially mastered the formidable techniques. The dominant splendor sword seemed to sense a familiar essence, emitting a faint hum, as if to convey its welcome and approval. Turning his gaze, Chu Mo noticed that, unbeknownst to him, Luo Jin had already retrieved the frost of his sword and had been teleported out of the Heavenly Heart Palace. Evidently, she resonated deeply with the teachings of the Frost Abyss sword. Otherwise, she would not have acted so swiftly. Now, within the Great Hall of Inheritance, he stood alone. Rising to his feet, Chu Mo approached the two treasures, his expression calm, yet his eyes shimmered with an indomitable determination. With a swift motion, a silver thread surged silently from his fingertips, as if imbued with life, accurately entwining itself around the void escape ring. Almost simultaneously, Chu Mo inhaled deeply, extending his hand to grasp the dominant splendor sword, which radiated a fearsome aura. Buzz! The moment his palm clasped the hilt, a dazzling golden light enveloped his form in an instant. An irresistible force of teleportation surged forth, attempting to forcibly expel him from the Heavenly Heart Palace. Concurrently, the entire palace began to tremble violently, akin to an enraged deity unleashing a furious roar. The dominant splendor sword and the void escape ring, which had been quietly resting upon the stone platform, seemed to be held fast by an unseen force, rendering Chu Mo incapable of lifting them, no matter how hard he strained. Realizing that the palace's laws had detected his transgression, seeking to retain the treasures and expel him as punishment, he thought. You wish to drive me away? Not a chance. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Mo's eyes as he activated the primordial sovereign technique with fervor. His left hand gripped the dominant splendor sword tightly, while his right yanked at the celestial silk entwining the void escape ring. His muscles tensed and bulged as he fiercely resisted the overwhelming force of expulsion. Ordinary cultivators at the initial stage of foundation establishment would likely be torn to shreds before such a terrifying repulsion. Yet, possessing the yin-yang harmonization technique, Chu Mo had attained the strength of the initial golden core stage, allowing him to endure against such immense force. Gritting his teeth, he stood firm, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, unaffected by the onslaught of power. Give me strength. Chu Mo let out a low roar, his arms surging with renewed vigor. The two treasures, bound by the might of the rules, were astonishingly shaken from their pedestal by his sheer will. Yet, the price paid was tremendous. An excruciating pain surged through his limbs, as if every bone in his body were on the brink of being crushed. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Chu Mo's mouth, yet he resolutely clung to his grip. At that moment, a figure hurriedly appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Inheritance. Lin Wujia, also known as the ancestor of Zhongshuan, was astonished to see that the hidden door had been opened. However, what astonished him even more was the unfolding events within. Observing Chu Mo's audacity in attempting to seize both treasures simultaneously, the ancestor of Zhongshuan grew frantic, fully aware of the dire consequences of such an act. Damn it, stop! Quickly stop! He shouted through gritted teeth. It was one thing for Chu Mo to seize the treasure he deemed rightfully his. But it was a different matter entirely for him to dare violate the sacred tenets of the Hall of Tianqin by attempting to lay claim to two treasures at once. This was no longer mere greed, it was madness. The rules of the Hall of Tianqin, established by ancient powers, were sacrosanct and inviolable. In comparison to the ancient era, the present day was akin to a time of decline. During the ancient times, those who had transcended the realm of transformation were not uncommon. And there were more than a handful of formidable beings beyond that stage. Upon reaching the realm of transformation, one could impose their tenets upon a region and establish penalties for transgressors. The Hall of Tianqin was no exception. Should one forcefully contravene its tenets, a universal rejection would be triggered. As the repulsion intensified, all within the secret realm would ultimately be expelled. In such a scenario, none would be able to claim any treasures from the Hall of Tianqin. Meanwhile, the ancestor of Zhangshuan was equally astounded and incredulous. The fact that Chu Mo knew how to open the hidden chamber indicated that he had successfully traversed the ninefold Thunder Mountain. With his knowledge and foundation at the transformation stage, he lacked confidence in overcoming the thunder domain of the ninefold Thunder Mountain even at the initial stage of foundation establishment. How had Chu Mo achieved this? Boom. Just as the ancestor's thoughts raced, the entire Hall of Tianqin erupted in an unprecedented, violent tremor. An indescribably terrifying force of rejection surged forth, akin to an ancient dragon awakening from a millennia-long slumber. This power, formless yet omnipresent, was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Not good. Outside the Hall of Inheritance, the faces of Ning Xiaoya and her companions changed drastically as they struggled to withstand the onslaught. This force seems intent on expelling us from the Hall of Tianqin. Simultaneously, Mo Yu and her remaining companions, on the verge of being besieged by the ice spirit fiends in the cold domain, were suddenly enveloped by that irresistible force, which forcibly teleported them beyond the confines of the Hall of Tianqin, narrowly escaping with their lives. Chapter 55. Wrath of the People Within the Heavenly Heart Palace. All surviving cultivators, regardless of their location or activity, found themselves forcibly enveloped by an overwhelming and tyrannical force, as if grasped by an invisible hand and violently hurled outward. It felt akin to a mortal being caught in the eye of a Category 12 hurricane, utterly helpless and disoriented. No, my treasure. Why is this happening? I haven't even claimed anything yet. Countless anguished roars and sorrowful cries echoed throughout the corners of the Heavenly Heart Palace. Yet they were swiftly drowned out by the raging force of teleportation. Only Chu Mo remained steadfast, firmly anchored in place. The terrifying repulsion felt as if countless mountains bore down upon him, causing his bones to creak under the immense strain. Yet he did not let go. In his deep-set eyes burned the fervor of desperation, a relentless determination to succeed or perish. Bring it to me. Chu Mo let out a commanding roar, channeling every ounce of strength in his arms to the utmost limit. Bang! A resounding crash. Outside the Heavenly Heart Palace, hundreds of figures plummeted from the sky like dumplings, crashing onto the hard ground and emitting cries of pain. Chu Mo's figure emerged amidst the chaos. He knelt on one knee, his body trembling violently from exhaustion, drenched in sweat as if he had just been pulled from the water. With a sudden cough, a mouthful of blood burst forth, splattering onto the ground before him. A shocking sight. He slowly lifted his head, wiping the blood from his lips, and a faint, sardonic smile gradually formed on his pale face. In his left hand, he clutched the formidable and malevolent Ba Huang demon sword, while in his right, he held the unadorned but ancient void escape ring. It's done. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Mo immediately stowed the massive Ba Huang demon sword into the void escape ring. Then, amid the pain, confusion, and bewilderment of those around him, he leisurely slipped the void escape ring onto his finger. The entire process flowed seamlessly, unnoticed by others, as they remained in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoya sat despondently on the ground, gazing at the now completely shut door of the Heavenly Heart Palace, devoid of any trace of spiritual light, feeling as though her soul had been drained. She stared blankly at Shui Yong, whose breath had faded to the brink of extinction, tears silently streaming from her beautiful eyes. If only, just a moment more, she had caught a glimpse of the life-giving creation-shaping pill. If only she had been granted 10 more breaths, no, even 5 more breaths of time, she could have obtained that pill and saved Shui Yong. But now, everything was over. That cold door had not only sealed her passage into the Heavenly Heart Palace, but had also extinguished the last flicker of hope within her heart. Endless despair and overwhelming disparity engulfed her like frigid tides, submerging her completely. Why? Why did this happen? The rules of the Heavenly Heart Palace dictate that one should be teleported out upon acquiring a single item. Why were we forcibly expelled? My treasured artifact. The heart technique I had just successfully comprehended. All of it, gone. At this moment, disciples from various sects emerged from their stupor, gazing at their empty hands and the firmly shut door, unleashing furious and unwilling roars. They were bewildered and unable to comprehend. This sudden turn of events shattered all their opportunities and hopes. Chu Mo listened to the clamor around him, fully aware that he was the instigator of this turmoil. Apologies. I have already expressed my remorse in my heart, so you will forgive me, won't you? He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his garments. Not far away, the figure of Luo Jin appeared. She hastily approached Chu Mo, noticing his disheveled state, her chilly phoenix eyes betraying a hint of concern. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Are you all right?" "A mere scratch, nothing to worry about." Chu Mo waved his hand. "We should not linger here. Let's depart swiftly." Luo Jin nodded in agreement. The two prepared to slip away amidst the chaos. However, just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared like a specter atop a nearby boulder. It was the venerable Xiansong, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze, which should have been haughty and frivolous, now bore an incongruous weariness and indifference for one of his age. His calm eyes scanned the crowd, ultimately resting upon Chu Mo, who was about to depart. Slowly, the venerable Xiansong curled the corners of his lips. "Esteemed guests, allow me a moment to speak." His voice, though not loud, seemed imbued with an extraordinary power, instantly quelling the surrounding tumult and chaos. Everyone's attention was irresistibly drawn to him. "Do you wish to know why you were abruptly expelled from the Heavenly Heart Palace? Do you desire to uncover who has obliterated all your fortunes?" The tone of Xiansong resonated with a serene omniscience as he began to elucidate. He raised his hand, and with his slender fingers, pointed with pinpoint accuracy towards Chu Mo, despite the considerable distance. "It is he." In an instant, the gazes of all the cultivators present converged upon Chu Mo and Luo Jin. Confusion, disbelief, resentment, and fury intertwined, forming a suffocating pressure. "Esteemed friend, on what grounds do you accuse him? Could you elucidate your reasoning for us?" A disciple from the alchemy sect stepped forward and inquired respectfully. A cold smile graced Xiansong's lips as his voice reverberated throughout the assembly. "The rules of the Heavenly Heart Palace are unyielding. Those who enter may claim but a single item. This is an ironclad decree, unchanging through the ages." However, this individual, pointing at Chu Mo, exhibited a gaze that flickered with an indifference akin to that reserved for the deceased. He disregarded the rules and, with singular audacity, forcibly seized two treasures. It is precisely his avarice that has provoked the wrath of the Heavenly Heart Palace, inciting a retribution that has expelled us all. All your opportunities, all your hopes, have been rendered naught because of him. The moment these words were uttered, silence enveloped the crowd, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In the next instant, an unimaginable tempest, forged from pure greed and unbridled fury, erupted among the throng. "What? Treasures? 2 of them? So it was you, you wretched scoundrel, who has caused our expulsion. Eliminate him. Seize his treasures." The eyes of the multitude turned crimson in an instant, their gazes, akin to the most famished of beasts, fixated on Chu Mo, brimming with unabashed malice and avarice. Chapter 56. Incitement. The crowd surged, a tidal wave of oppressive fervor. Luo Jin summoned the cold abyss sword, bracing herself for battle. Her once calm phoenix eyes now bore an unprecedented gravity, surrounded by hundreds of cultivators, including formidable experts at the late Foundation establishment stage, and even those who had achieved perfection. She found herself in dire straits. Standing atop a boulder, Ancestor Xiansong surveyed the scene with a satisfied smile. He raised his voice, cutting through the cacophony. "Ladies and gentlemen, remain calm. This man is cunning and possesses formidable strength. We must not allow him to pick us off one by one. I propose we join forces and slay him. As for the 2 treasures, we shall negotiate their distribution once this villain is dealt with. What say you?" His voice resonated with a unique wave of spiritual power, imbued with a captivating force that swiftly garnered unanimous response from the crowd. This was one of Ancestor Xiansong's techniques, the Gu Heart spell. In lower realms, it could incite a certain level of mob mentality, subtly swaying hearts. At higher levels, it underwent a transformation, allowing the user to command obedience or even compel self-destruction. "Agreed. Let us first eliminate him." The crowd clamored. "We cannot allow him to escape." Among the throng, Imoyu's venomous eyes fixated on Luo Jin, standing beside Chu Mo, a cruel smile curving her lips. Truly, heaven has favored me. Not only can I seize the treasures, but I can also rid myself of that despicable woman. In an instant, over 100 cultivators advanced like a pack of sharks sensing blood, slowly, step by step, closing in on Chu Mo and Luo Jin at the center. The encirclement tightened, weaving a web of unmasked murderous intent that descended upon Chu Mo from all directions. Yet, amidst the eye of the storm, Chu Mo remained unperturbed, his expression devoid of panic, though his gaze was heavy, traversing the twisted faces contorted by greed and rage. Ultimately, Lin Wuji fell upon that massive stone. Something felt amiss, deeply amiss. The foolish Lin Wuji had never exhibited such cunning or depth of character. His usual arrogant demeanor could not possibly articulate such stirring words. Moreover, the way he regarded himself had transformed entirely. It was unnaturally tranquil. There resided a gaze akin to that of a superior surveying its prey, indifferent, frigid, and imbued with absolute confidence. Chu Mo sought to once again examine Lin Wuji's information. Yet, in the next instant, a message panel materialized before his eyes. Fundamental changes have occurred in the target. Original intelligence cannot be directly accessed. Reinvestigation required. What? Chu Mo's pupils constricted slightly. He had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, once he had probed a target, he could freely access their information thereafter. But now, reinvestigation cost 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This was a price typically associated with probing a nascent soul cultivator. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out upon Chu Mo's back. Without hesitation, he paid the spirit stones. In the next moment, a torrent of vast information flooded into his mind. Name, Lin Wuji, physical body, soul, Xiansong old ancestor, soul possession, identity, ancient transformation stage powerhouse, perished in battle against a nemesis, body destroyed, soul damaged. Set a legacy trap in the Xianjian secret realm, waiting for an opportunity to reincarnate through possession. Cultivation level, late Qi refinement, physique, Yang Yao body, rare, technique, Xiansong 9 transformations, critical intelligence. Xiansong old ancestor possesses profound scheming abilities, cunning and shrewd. Has gleaned part of your secrets through Lin Wuji's memories. He covets your extraordinary talent for cultivating Qi, intending to refine you into his external incarnation for his own use. He had been possessed. After the initial shock, Chu Mo felt his heart sink gradually. This was troublesome. He was no longer facing the simple-minded Lin Wuji, but rather a formidable ancient being who had lived for countless millennia, with cunning methods that could only be described as terrifying. More importantly, the adversary harbored malicious intent towards his physical body. A sense of crisis coiled around Chu Mo's heart like a cold serpent. Just then, atop the stone, the voice of Xiansong old ancestor resonated once more. This time, his tone bore a hint of mockery and amusement. Ladies and gentlemen, I must remind you of one more thing. He gazed at Chu Mo, the curve of his lips becoming ever more pronounced. During their time in the ruins, he had witnessed Chu Mo wielding silver-threaded weapons. This young man was indeed clever, understanding how to fashion the threads of the hell spider into a weapon. Caught off guard, even those of the same level, or even those in the golden core stage, could find themselves at risk of being slain. After all, given the hardness and sharpness of the hell spider's threads, only those in the nascent soul stage could remain unperturbed. The young man possesses an extraordinarily peculiar silver thread artifact. Remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere clay. Once ensnared by it, one would be instantaneously shredded into fragments. Thus spoke the venerable Xiansong. Upon hearing these words, the once eager crowd halted in their tracks, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation. However, there was no need for alarm. The voice of Xiansong resonated with a soothing authority. Although the silver thread is indeed lethal, it is not insurmountable. As long as we channel our collective spiritual power and establish a protective barrier around ourselves, we can effectively ward off the approach of that silver thread, rendering it incapable of causing harm. If we charge together, his demise is assured. This declaration swiftly dispelled the doubts and fears of the assembly. Kill! Came a furious roar. The source unknown. In the next moment, over 100 cultivators surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, activating their respective artifacts. Their murderous intent palpable as they charged toward Chu Mo. Luo Jin's delicate face turned pale, instinctively tightening her grip on the Han Yuan sword. A shadow of darkness flashed deep within Chu Mo's eyes. The Tian Luo silk, one of his trump cards, had been so casually exposed by this old monster possessing another's body. The advantage of surprise was utterly obliterated. Fortunately, He possessed more than just the Tian Luo silk in his arsenal. As the devastating wave of attacks threatened to engulf them, Chu Mo stepped back and wrapped his arm around Luo Jin's slender waist. In the next moment, a pitch-black rift in space, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, silently tore open behind him. Embracing Luo Jin, he fell backward, directly plunging into the profound darkness. The spatial door abruptly closed the instant he entered, vanishing without a trace. Boom! Hundreds of attacks struck fiercely at the location where the two had just stood. The earth cracked, dust billowed, and a colossal pit emerged. However, within the pit, there was naught but emptiness. Chapter 57. The Most Wanted. In the secret realm several dozen miles from the Tianxin Hall, beneath a cliff, the space twisted, and the figures of Chu Mo and Luo Jin reappeared. Hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators gathered, most of whom were in the late stages of Foundation establishment. Even though Chu Mo possessed the combat prowess of the Golden Course stage, he did not dare to be complacent and chose to avoid confrontation. Especially now that one of his trump cards, the Tian Luo silk, had already been revealed. Chu Mo raised his hand to examine the ancient Void Escape ring on his finger. Its radiance had considerably dimmed. The Void Escape ring is indeed powerful, yet it consumes a great deal of energy. This escape had drained a third of his internal spiritual power. Even for him, such a feat was taxing. A typical Foundation establishment cultivator would likely reach their limit after a single use and would be unable to teleport such a distance. What shall we do now? Luo Jin was still trembling with fear as she gazed at Chu Mo, her voice tinged with a hint of dependency that she herself was unaware of. They had likely become the foremost enemies of all the cultivators within the secret realm. Chu Mo retrieved a restorative elixir from his spatial ring, consumed it. Yet his gaze was chillingly frigid. The exit of the secret realm remained unopened, and until then, none could escape. The exit would activate in 3 days. He had ample time. However, for the first time, Chu Mo truly sensed the looming threat. Xian Song, an ancient being who had existed for countless millennia, was an unparalleled threat. If given sufficient time, the consequences of his resurgence were unfathomable, especially considering that the other party coveted his physical form. With this thought, murderous intent flickered in Chu Mo's eyes. Lin Wujie, Xian Song must die. Outside the Hall of Heavenly Hearts, upon witnessing Chu Mo's sudden disappearance, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their earlier greed and anger gradually morphing into shock. They had not anticipated that Chu Mo possessed such instantaneous teleportation abilities. Following the astonishment came dismay and resentment. Damn it! He has escaped. What kind of treasure was that? How could it facilitate such an immediate departure? What now? He has fled, and the treasure is lost. Have we come for naught? A chorus of grievances erupted. Xian Song's expression was equally grim. Clearly, that instantaneous teleportation was one of the hidden treasures Chu Mo had acquired from the concealed chamber. Now, his desire for it intensified. Taking a deep breath, Xian Song addressed the assembly. Fear not, my friends. His voice resonated with a calming authority, restoring order to the chaotic scene. He will not escape. A knowing smile graced Xian Song's face. Within this Xian Jin's secret realm, as long as he remained, they would inevitably locate him. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and hundreds of jade tokens, shimmering with a soft spiritual light, materialized and hovered before him. These are the tracking tokens. An artifact I forged in my earlier years, Xian Song explained. Each token possesses the ability to share positional information. Everyone shall receive one. Should you catch sight of Chu Mo, immediately shatter your token. At that moment, all who possess the token will sense its location simultaneously and converge to encircle him. Xian Song surveyed the crowd, confident that Chu Mo's teleportation treasure must have a significant consumption cost. He could not possibly utilize it multiple times. Once they located him and shattered their tokens, they would surely encircle him effectively. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope ignited anew in the eyes of the crowd. Excellent. Let it be so. Thank you, fellow cultivator. They eagerly approached Xian Song to receive the tracking tokens, and for many, a glimmer of unusual intent flashed in their eyes as they grasped the tokens. What a jest to join forces with others for the hunt. If one were to locate Chu Mo first and eliminate him, the two treasures would rightfully belong to oneself, would they not? Such thoughts are harbored by many, who, in small clusters, disperse while outwardly proclaiming unity in action, yet inwardly plotting their own schemes. Xian Song, the elder, observed the retreating figures of the crowd, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. A congregation of fools blinded by greed. He accurately surmised their intentions. The tracking talisman he possessed would automatically bind to the essence of its holder upon contact. Should the one with the jade token encounter Chu Mo and entertain the delusion of monopolizing the treasures, should they be slain by him? The token would shatter and emit a location signal to all. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding their ulterior motives. On the contrary, their demise at the hands of Chu Mo would serve his purpose splendidly. Soon, the throng scattered in small groups, each harboring their own nefarious intentions, setting forth in various directions to seek their fortunes. Junior brother Lin, what shall we do next? Several disciples from Lin Zheng's faction gathered beside Xianzong. He withdrew his gaze, replying nonchalantly, "Wait." He felt no urgency. The net he had cast was already in place. Now, it was simply a matter of patiently awaiting the reveal of his quarry. At that moment, Xianzong's attention was drawn to a figure not far off, Ning Xiaoyu. She remained, not departing, but rather kneeling despondently on the ground, cradling the unconscious Shui Yong in her arms. Her usually composed and serene visage was now etched with helplessness and despair. Xianzong's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this woman. She was one of the disciples leading the expedition from the Xianshao sect, capable of commanding the others. If he could enlist her aid, the efficiency of locating Chu Mo would undoubtedly increase significantly. With this thought in mind, Xianzong leapt down from the boulder, accompanied by a few trusted aides, and approached Ning Xiaoyu with deliberate steps. "Dear sister, why do you sit here in solitude, lost in sorrow?" His voice was gentle, imbued with just the right amount of concern, masking any hint of ulterior motives. Ning Xiaoyu slowly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes swollen from weeping. Upon recognizing Xianzong, she numbly shook her head in silence. His gaze fell upon the barely breathing Shui Yong in her embrace, feigning surprise with a soft exclamation. "It appears this brother is gravely injured." He continued, "In my estimation, his internal organs are shattered, his meridians severed, and his soul's flame flickers like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Unless he obtains a restorative elixir, he shall surely perish within 10 days. Xianzong's words struck Ning Xiaoyu like the sharpest blade, piercing deep into her heart. She trembled violently, biting her lip to suppress her emotions. Yet tears surged forth anew, breaking their dam. She spoke as if to herself, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for my rescue, he wouldn't have suffered like this. I intended to seek the creation-shaping pill from the Tianxin Hall for him. With that elixir, he would be saved. But now, it's all over." Ning Xiaoyu's voice quivered with a sob, filled with boundless guilt and despair. She had placed all her hopes in the Tianxin Hall. Yet that hope was mercilessly shattered. The creation-shaping pill? The Grand Ancestor Xianzong chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. Back during his nascent soul stage, the creation-shaping pill was akin to mere candy for him. Now, he still possessed a number of them within his storage ring. Chapter 58. The transaction. Is this what my senior sister spoke of? The Grand Ancestor Xianzong flipped his palm, revealing a round golden pill exuding a rich aura of life, adorned with profound runes that danced upon its surface. Buzz. The moment the pill appeared, an invigorating fragrance enveloped the air, instantly permeating the surroundings. The flora nearby seemed infused with vitality, growing ever more verdant. Ning Xiaoyu's once dull eyes ignited with disbelief upon sighting the pill. She abruptly lifted her head, fixated on the creation-shaping pill in the Grand Ancestor's hand, her voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. The creation-shaping pill. It truly is the creation-shaping pill. She could scarcely believe that this coveted life-saving elixir would appear in the hands of the Grand Ancestor Xianzong. In an instant, a wild thought surged through Ning Xiaoyu's mind. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The other party must have presented the creation-shaping pill with the intent of compelling her to accomplish some task. Yet, if she could just eliminate him and seize the pill, Brother Shui would be saved immediately. A chilling intent flickered briefly in her eyes. However, as her gaze swept past the several late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators standing behind the Grand Ancestor, each exuding a calm demeanor and watchful eyes, the flame that had ignited within her heart was doused by a bucket of ice water. No, it was impossible. She was severely depleted of spiritual energy, accompanied only by a gravely injured companion and Brother Shui, who had long succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, her adversaries were numerous and in peak condition. If she were to act, not only would she fail to seize the pill, but she might also lose her own life in the process. Ning Xiaoyu's heart sank gradually. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, the feeling of helplessness driving her to the brink of madness. The Grand Ancestor Xianzong observed the changes in Ning Xiaoyu's expression, a cold smirk forming in his mind. "Little girl, Though your temperament surpasses that of your peers, you are still too inexperienced to play tricks before me. Yet, his face remained adorned with a gentle smile as he leaned forward slightly, seemingly enticing her with the creation-shaping pill. Senior sister, I can give you this pill. However, I have a condition. What condition? Ning Xiaoya questioned through clenched teeth. It is simple yet complex, easy yet difficult. The gaze of Elder Xianzong grew profound and piercing. I require you to leverage all your connections within the Xianshao sect to assemble every disciple you can gather. Then, assist me in locating Chu Mo. As long as the person who first discovers Chu Mo is one of your own, and ultimately I succeed in capturing Chu Mo along with the life-altering Dan, it shall be yours. Elder Xianzong's intention behind this was to maximize the motivation of the Xianshao sect, thereby significantly enhancing the efficiency of the search. For they are even more anxious than he is. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaoya fell into silence. This condition indeed appeared not difficult. Yet, what if they fail to find Chu Mo? Or if the one who finds Chu Mo is not affiliated with the Xianshao sect? In such a case, she would be unable to obtain the Dan. Elder Xianzong discerned her hesitation and silently mocked her, adding fuel to the fire. Sister, you must think this through. The brother you hold in your arms cannot endure much longer. With every moment of your indecision, his vitality ebbs away. Will you watch him perish before your eyes? Or will you seize even the slightest chance and refuse to surrender? Elder Xianzong's words struck Ning Xiaoya's heart like a heavy hammer. She glanced at the familiar face in her embrace, pale as paper, then turned her gaze to the Dan in Elder Xianzong's hand, radiating a life force. Ultimately, the hesitation in her eyes was replaced by a resolute determination. She slowly raised her head, her swollen eyes now devoid of any weakness, leaving only cold rationality. Very well. I agree to your terms. The words escaped her lips through gritted teeth. Elder Xianzong nodded in satisfaction. He withdrew the Dan and said lightly, excellent. Once the task is accomplished, the Dan will be yours. Now, go gather your people. Ning Xiaoya refrained from further words, carefully lifting Shui Yong, and, with the support of the last remaining comrade, turned to leave. As she lowered her head to gaze at the familiar face in her arms, the rationality and coldness in her eyes were once again replaced by a touch of tenderness. Brother Shui, I have a way to save you. You must hold on. Within the cave beneath the cliff, an unusual and enchanting aura permeated the air. Luo Jin lay languidly in Chu Mo's embrace, her exquisite, snow-white form marred by red marks and fingerprints. Her once cold phoenix eyes now appeared vacant, half hidden beneath her eyelids, veiled with a layer of moisture, both enchanting and bewitching, resembling a being thoroughly ravaged. After a considerable time, her consciousness gradually returned, and she gazed at Chu Mo's face with complexity. Over the past days, Chu Mo had employed a myriad of unheard and unseen techniques on her, inciting feelings of shame and indignation. Yet, ensnared by the binding of their spiritual contract and the instinctual responses of her body, she found herself sinking deeper into a quagmire from which escape seemed impossible. However, one cannot deny that this intense dual cultivation bestowed upon her immense benefits. She could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within her had surged to an unprecedented pinnacle. The barrier leading to the golden core was as delicate as a cicada's wing, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. The grades of the golden core ranged from 1 to 9, with higher grades signifying greater depth of foundation. Once she exited the secret realm and entered seclusion, she was entirely confident that she could condense her golden core in one fell swoop. Moreover, with the assistance of the celestial ice soul technique and the ancient ice crystal, she was assured that the golden core she would form would not be of low grade. At the very least, it would be above the 3rd grade. There was even a possibility of reaching the legendary 1st grade golden core. All of this was thanks to Chu Mo contemplating this. Luo Jin's emotions became incredibly conflicted. Did she hate him? Yes, she did. She loathed how he used despicable means to control her, treating her as a mere plaything to torment at will. Yet without him, she would likely still be entangled in a web of deceit, vying for high-level cultivation resources against individuals like Mou. Under normal circumstances, the golden core she would eventually form would probably not exceed 4th grade. Achieving 3rd grade would require extraordinary luck, a probability less than 1 in 10,000. Now, with this man's assistance, she possessed the Cold Abyss sword, a top-tier weapon that resonated perfectly with her. Her combat prowess had surpassed her previous self, even to the extent of overwhelmingly overpowering her peers. After a while, Chu Mo sensed Luo Jin's gaze upon him. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 59. The Transformation Pill? I have one too. Luo Jin gently bit her rosy lips, averting her eyes as if she dared not meet his gaze. After this secret realm trial concludes, I will be able to form my golden core. Once that is accomplished, her voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible tremor and shyness. As per our agreement, I will give you my maidenhood. At her words, a playful smirk graced Chumo's lips. He lowered his head and planted a fervent kiss on her beautifully blushed face, an act imbued with an irresistible dominance. He grasped her chin firmly. That has settled then, no backing out. Days passed, and Chumo calculated that only 3 days remained until the exit of the secret realm would open, which would last for another 3 days. It was time to set forth. Let us go. We must head to the exit. Chumo patted Luo Jin's shapely figure beside him. Luo Jin shot him a playful glare, taking her time to don her clothing, concealing her enchanting form. Her mindset had undergone subtle yet profound changes. The pair prepared themselves and departed from the cave that had concealed them for several days. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, they needed to arrive at the exit vicinity ahead of time, allowing ample time for their journey. As they traversed the path, both of them suppressed their auras, cautiously maneuvering through the dense forest. As they ascended a broad hill, Chumo's steps abruptly halted. Luo Jin felt a chill in her heart and instinctively grasped the cold abyss sword at her waist. Something was amiss. A subtle yet palpable aura of hostility pervaded the surrounding air. In the next instant, swish, 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 dozens of figures emerged like phantoms from the woods, encircling the two with an ominous intent. The newcomers were all disciples clad in the garments of the Xianxiao sect. At the forefront stood Ning Xiaoya, her delicate visage frosty, her calm and steady gaze ablaze with unmasked animosity. Chumo's eyes swept over Ning Xiaoya, and a thought flickered in his mind. Name, Ning Xiaoya, identity, inner disciple of the Xianxiao sect. Personally groomed, cultivation, peak foundation establishment, technique, Xianyu Tian Xinju, physique, Linglong heart, rare. Important information, Ning Xiaoya and her senior brother Shui Yong are fated partners, having grown up as childhood friends, and she harbors profound feelings for him. Currently, her senior brother is gravely injured and in urgent need of healing, or he will perish before the exit of the secret realm opens, with time running perilously short. Ning Xiaoya has struck a deal with the ancestor Xinsong. If she can locate you and assist in capturing you, she may exchange you for a creation body refining pill to save her senior brother Shui Yong. Having comprehended the intricacies of the situation, Chumo's thoughts began to formulate a strategy. Simultaneously, he noticed that Ning Xiaoya was tightly clutching a jade token, the very token distributed by the ancestor Xinsong. The veins on her hand were slightly protruding, indicating her readiness to crush it. Should she do so, the ancient being and all those with ulterior motives within the secret realm would arrive in short order. She must not be allowed to shatter it, nor could he afford to kill her, for that would have the same consequence. The optimal course of action was to persuade her to reconsider before she could break the token. Stop, or you will regret it. Chumo's calm voice resonated just as Ning Xiaoya was about to exert her strength. Her movements faltered, her icy gaze locking onto Chumo with fierce intensity. Chumo smiled. Your senior brother is on the brink of death, isn't? At his words, Ning Xiaoya's body trembled violently. How could he possibly know this? Chumo continued. Let me share a truth. Even if you crush the jade token and summon everyone, you cannot kill me. I can transport myself away at will, though it would require a greater expenditure of spiritual energy. In such a case, you would fail to capture me, and your senior brother would be doomed. However, I bring you good news. The only thing capable of saving your senior brother is the creation body refining pill, a top-tier healing elixir. But such a pill is not solely in Lin Wujia's possession. I possess it as well. With that, Chumo flicked his palm. A perfectly round, golden elixir, radiating a potent life force and adorned with intricate, mystical patterns, materialized in his palm. The elixir of transformation. Upon beholding this miraculous potion, Ning Xiaoya's pupils constricted sharply, and her breathing quickened with urgency. She could scarcely fathom that this life-saving elixir, which she yearned for at any cost, was in the hands of Chumo. Do you wish to save him? Chumo toyed with the elixir in his grasp, a playful smile gracing his lips. If you wish to rescue him, let us strike a bargain. As long as you comply and refrain from causing me trouble during the remainder of our time in this secret realm, I shall grant you this elixir to save your senior brother. Of course, you also have the option to shatter the jade token right now. Chumo's demeanor was nonchalant, his expression indifferent. At worst, I can use my spatial treasures to escape and find a place to hide. This secret realm is vast, And by the time you locate me again, your esteemed Shui senior brother might very well be buried beneath 3 feet of grass. Each word from Chu Mo struck Ning Xiaoya's heart with a resounding impact. She bit her lip tightly, her calm eyes flickering with a moment of struggle. Though she did not comprehend how Chu Mo came by this knowledge, he spoke the truth. Over the past days, her senior brother Shui's condition had indeed worsened. If she did not procure the elixir of transformation within a day's time, her brother might truly be lost, though Chu Mo might be bluffing. Perhaps unable to initiate a second teleportation, she dared not take the risk. Who knew when she might find him again? She could not gamble with her brother's life. Ultimately, her internal struggle crystallized into a chilling clarity. Gradually, she loosened her grip on the jade token. Very well. Ning Xiaoya lowered her gaze, suppressing her agitation, and took a deep breath. I accept your terms. Yet, within the depths of her lowered lashes, a subtle glint of calculation flickered in her beautiful eyes. Once Chu Mo bestowed the elixir of transformation upon her brother, reviving him, she would seek an opportunity to deal with Chu Mo in due course. After all, the sect required their cooperation with Lin Wujia to apprehend Chu Mo. Moreover, her senior brother's injuries had arisen due to Chu Mo's actions. Even without the layer of trade with Lin Wujia, morally and emotionally, she could not let Chu Mo go unpunished. Chu Mo regarded the enchanting Ning Xiaoya. Her beauty captivating and her figure graceful. A faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 60. You wouldn't want your brother to come to harm. Would you? But I do not trust you. Ning Xiaoya's tone shifted, her icy gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chu Mo. You must come with me. Ning Xiaoya's voice was devoid of any emotion, chillingly calm. I must witness this elixir revive Brother Shui with my own eyes. Otherwise, how can I ascertain the authenticity of the pill you provide? The disciples of the Xianyun sect around her pointed their weapons menacingly at Chu Mo, their hostility palpable. Luo Jin instinctively took a step closer to Chu Mo, but he merely smiled. He turned to Ning Xiaoya and replied, very well. His agreement was so abrupt that it unsettled Ning Xiaoya. Yet, she had no alternative. Accompanied by dozens of Xianyun sect disciples, Chu Mo and Luo Jin followed Ning Xiaoya towards their temporary stronghold. It was an ancient, dilapidated temple long abandoned. Outside the temple, several more Xianyun sect disciples stood guard. Upon seeing Ning Xiaoya return with her entourage, their expressions hardened. When they beheld Chu Mo and Luo Jin, bound in the midst of the group, unmasked enmity and murderous intent flickered in their eyes. Chu Mo paid them no mind as he followed Ning Xiaoya into the crumbling grand hall. In the center of the hall, upon a makeshift bed constructed from door panels, lay a youth with a pallid complexion and faint breath, Shui Yong. His eyes were tightly shut, and his chest barely rose and fell. Were it not for the faint glimmer of life that lingered, he would have appeared as nothing more than a corpse. Chu Mo took a brief examination. Indeed, Shui Yong was on the brink of extinguishing life. If this continued for another day, even a supreme being could not save him. Give me the elixir, Ning Xiaoya demanded, her gaze locked onto Chu Mo. The surrounding Xianyun sect disciples tightened their grips on their weapons, encircling Chu Mo with palpable tension. Any sign of movement from him would provoke them to strike without hesitation. With a serene smile, Chu Mo once again retrieved the creation-shaping pill. A rich aura of life and the fragrance of the elixir enveloped the hall in an instant. All eyes were drawn to the golden pill. Ning Xiaoya's breath quickened as she gazed at it. Hope was within reach. Chu Mo raised his hand, offering the elixir. It floated towards Ning Xiaoya as she reached out, ready to grasp it, while also remaining vigilant against any potential attack from Chu Mo. However, just as all attention focused on the exchange between Chu Mo and Ning Xiaoya, his hand moved with lightning speed. His fingers came together, unleashing a gust of energy that struck Shui Yong's fragile neck. A sharp crack echoed throughout the hall. Shui Yong's body convulsed violently, an incoherent gurgle escaping his throat as a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. This strike was executed with precision. It did not directly end Shui Yong's life, but shattered his trachea. He could have held on for another day. Now, Shui Yong is undoubtedly doomed within 10 minutes. The atmosphere is suffocatingly silent. Everyone is left in a state of shock, their minds blank from Chu Mo's sudden and frenzied action. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Mo retrieves the elixir once more. Ning Xiaoya stands frozen, as if struck by lightning. She gazes incredulously at Chu Mo, then at Shui Yong, who lies on the cold mat, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his breath rapidly fading. A torrent of anger and despair engulfs her beautiful eyes. Chu Mo. Her voice, hoarse and laden with profound hatred, exclaims, "We will kill him." The disciples of the Xianzhao sect, finally regaining their composure, are consumed with rage. Their eyes bloodshot as they summon their magical artifacts, intent on pouncing upon Chu Mo with overwhelming murderous intent. Haha, there's no need to rush, Chu Mo laughs heartily, pulling Luo Jin close. Behind him, a pitch-black portal tears open swiftly. With a mere step back, he could escape, leaving no time for anyone to detain him. Your senior brother has less than 10 minutes to live. As you can see, I can leave at any moment. However, if I do, he is surely doomed. Stop, Ning Xiaoya commands. The rushing Xianzhao disciples come to an abrupt halt, their faces flushed with conflicting emotions, caught in a dilemma. Their eyes fixed on Chu Mo with a fierce intensity. Ning Xiaoya trembles violently, consumed by overwhelming anger. She bites her lip fiercely, crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, oblivious to her own pain. Her beautiful eyes brim with an ocean of hatred. That despicable Chu Mo. Yet, Ning Xiaoya fails to consider that she, too, harbored thoughts of betrayal. Time passes agonizingly slowly. Shuiyang's breaths grow weaker by the second. For Ning Xiaoya, each moment feels like a torturous delay. Ultimately, reason triumphs over rage. She looks at Chu Mo and coldly states, "Speak your demands." Chu Mo laughs heartily, acknowledging her understanding. "I would first request you to have the other Xianzhao disciples withdraw from the temple." At his words, Ning Xiaoya takes a deep breath. "Everyone leave." She manages to force out through gritted teeth, her voice hoarse. "Senior Sister Ning." The crowd hesitates for a moment, but ultimately, with a sigh of resignation, they exit the grand hall. Soon, only 4 individuals remain within the dilapidated hall: Chu Mo, Luo Jin, and Ning Xiaoya with the barely conscious Shui Yong. "Now we may speak." Ning Xiaoya's frosty visage faces Chu Mo. "What is it that you desire?" Chu Mo steps forward slowly, his voice calm yet sinister. "My request is quite simple." He pauses, a devious smile creeping across his lips. "I wish for you to open your heart and allow me to implant a secret technique as a safeguard. Thus, I can ensure that you will not go back on your word. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." Ning Xiaoya's pupils abruptly contracted at these words, forcing her to open her mind and implant a secret method. If Chu Mo intended to take this opportunity to kill her, it would be exceedingly simple. Even if Chu Mo did not end her life, who could tell what other hidden dangers that secret method might harbor? You wish for that to happen. She furrowed her brow, her voice brimming with resistance. "And what about your senior brother?" Chu Mo gestured toward Shui Yong, a frigid smile gracing his face. "He cannot wait much longer. Surely, you do not wish for anything to befall your senior brother, do you?" Ning Xiaoya's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. "Why should I trust you?" She bid out, "If I obey you. What if you go back on your word? Do you have a choice?" Chu Mo retorted. A simple question, yet it sliced through Ning Xiaoya's struggles and hopes like the sharpest of blades. Indeed, did she have a choice? She did not. From the moment Chu Mo made his move, she had been cornered into a dead end. Either she would witness her beloved senior brother suffer and perish before her eyes, or she would gamble for a fleeting chance at survival. Time continued its relentless march. Shui Yong's raspy breaths grew weaker and weaker. Ning Xiaoya's heart engaged in a fierce internal battle. She gazed upon Shui Yong's familiar face, memories flooding her mind of their shared moments from childhood. He had taught her the sword, shielded her from bullying, and grown up by her side. Ultimately, all memories crystallized at the moment he was grievously injured while protecting her. Tears once more blurred her vision. Slowly, she closed her eyes. 2 streams of clear tears silently traced down her pristine cheeks. "I promise you." Chapter 61. Much like a sleeping husband. "I promise you." This response nearly drained Ning Xiaoya of all her strength. "Very well, now kneel before me." "You." "I shall not repeat myself." With her eyes closed, Ning Xiaoya allowed the tears to fall, her entire being resembling a boneless figure, slowly and humiliatingly kneeling before Chu Mo. An inorganic smile spread across Chu Mo's face as he retrieved a pitch-black dagger, exuding an ominous aura, from his storage ring. He approached Ning Xiaoya, disregarding her trembling form steeped in fear, and gently pierced the black dagger, stained with his own blood, into her smooth brow. Ugh! Ning Xiaoya stifled a groan as a cold and eerie power surged into her consciousness like a parasite, branding her soul with an indelible mark of humiliation. Soul contract, established. She lifted her head, a hint of uncontrollable anxiety lurking within her calm gaze. Quickly give him the pill. She feared Chu Mo might renege. Do not rush. The short blade in Chu Mo's hand shattered, and he chuckled softly as he gently flicked the creation body refining pill into Shui Yong's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a powerful surge of life-giving warmth that swiftly coursed through Shui Yong's limbs and bones. His nearly shattered organs and ruptured meridians began to mend at a visibly remarkable pace. The pallor of his face, once akin to that of a corpse, gradually regained a hint of color. Although he remained unconscious, the faint breath of life had stabilized. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoya's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled. She exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained as she collapsed onto the ground. Chu Mo observed this scene with a sly smile. In truth, he could have chosen not to save Shui Yong, allowing him to perish after achieving his goals. However, if Shui Yong were to die, Ning Xiaoya would find herself single, and that would diminish the pleasure he derived from the situation. Ning Xiaoya slowly rose from the ground, her voice hoarse. You may leave. I will honor our agreement. The people of Xianxiao sect shall not trouble you again. She merely wished for this cunning scoundrel to vanish from her sight. Yet, Chu Mo showed no intention of departing. Instead, he gazed at her with growing amusement, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Lie down, he casually commanded. Ning Xiaoya involuntarily fell back, stunned as if struck by lightning. She stared at Chu Mo, her eyes, having just regained a glimmer of vitality, now filled with terror and indignation. What have you done to me? Lie beside him. Chu Mo gestured toward the cool mat, where Shui Yong still lay unconscious. Ning Xiaoya's body continued to move of its own accord. Boom. Her mind went blank. She finally comprehended the true nature of the so-called secret technique. This treacherous rogue was not seeking any form of assurance. He desired something else entirely. Beside them, Luo Jin clenched her silver teeth, feeling a surge of anger. Once again, she turned away in frustration, unwilling to witness the impending scene that unsettled her so deeply. Chu Mo, you despicable, shameless villain. How dare you? You are no different from a demonic cultivator. Ning Xiaoya could no longer maintain her composure. Her voice sharp and piercing with profound anger and humiliation. She yearned to resist, to summon her spiritual power and perish alongside Chu Mo. However, the force of the soul contract bound her like an invisible shackle, rendering her unable to move even a finger. She could only watch helplessly as she was drawn uncontrollably toward the mat, eventually lying beside her beloved senior brother. Tears of humiliation cascaded down her cheeks. Chu Mo stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation, bowing with a smile. Senior sister, please remove your garments. How remarkably polite he was utterly shattered. Shaking her head frantically, her voice tinged with tears. Chu, I beg you, do not do this. I cannot betray Shui Xiao, I cannot. Yet her pleas fell on deaf ears. Under the influence of the soul contract, her delicate, snow-white skin was soon exposed to the air. Chu displayed no mercy. He was astute in understanding human nature, particularly that of women. I'm so sorry, Shui Xiao. I'm so sorry, lamented. Tears cascading down as she glanced at Shui Yong beside her. Her consciousness began to blur amidst an overwhelming tide of shame, guilt, and anguish. She felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss, consumed entirely by darkness and despair. Eventually, she found herself draped over Shui Yong, his face stained with her sorrowful tears, resembling a husband lost in slumber. Time became an ambiguous concept. When it all reached its conclusion, gazed vacantly at the dilapidated temple's dome, her beautiful eyes devoid of any spark, replaced instead by an endless void of numbness and silence. Her heart felt as if it had turned to ash, utterly desolate. Chu, with a demeanor of nonchalance, donned his attire. Turning his back to her as he spoke, from this day forth, you shall serve as my eyes within the Xianxiao sect. I need you to monitor every movement in the sect, particularly concerning the collusion of your higher-ups with the spies of my Lingshu sword sect. Without revealing your identity, gather the pertinent evidence. In critical moments, you may prove to be an invaluable weapon against Lin Zhang's body trembled ever so slightly, realizing this was his true intention. When Chu and Luo Jin departed, they faced no obstruction due to S prior instructions. The two walked side by side along the mountain path back to their hideout. Enveloped in silence, Chu sensed Luo Jin's simmering anger beside him. Her exquisite face bore an almost imperceptible hint of discomfort and irritation, a sourness that could be sensed from afar. He abruptly halted, turning to her with a teasing smile. What is the matter? Are you jealous? No, not at all. Luo Jin immediately retorted, though she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Though she no longer referred to herself as a servant, she lacked the courage to defy Chu. At most, she might deny his claims. Even the most unruly of cats can be trained to respond to a simple command. Chu's grin deepened. I provided you with heavenly-grade techniques, gifted you with the eternal ice crystal, and even secured the superior-grade Han Yuan sword for you. To him, she was merely a tool. He pulled her closer. Luo Jin stiffened momentarily but offered no resistance, soon softening in his embrace. Humph, she murmured, casting her eyes away. Her cheeks slightly puffed. Yuval demon, both she and I have merely fallen victim to your treacherous schemes. What comparison can be made? Such thoughts crossed her mind. Yet inexplicably, Luo Jin's mood brightened considerably. Chapter 62. Waiting for the rabbit within the dilapidated temple hall, silence reigned. Ning Xiaoya had just donned her garments. The elaborate skirts had yet to settle. Behind her, Shui Yong let out a faint groan from the cool mat. His eyelids fluttered, gradually revealing his eyes. Junior sister Xiaoya. Shui Yong's voice was weak and hoarse. The effects of the creation body refining pill were remarkably potent. Such injuries would typically require at least 10 days to 2 weeks to recover with ordinary elixirs. Yet, it could only be said that the pill's efficacy was still insufficient. Otherwise, Shui Yong would have been able to witness wondrous sights. Senior brother, you are awake. Ning Xiaoya's delicate form trembled, and she swiftly turned around. Her face instantly alight with uncontrollable joy. This elation was genuine, emanating from the depths of her heart. However, beneath this joy lay a hidden shame and guilt, akin to a festering wound. Am I alive? I didn't die? Shui Yong struggled to sit up, only to find his body still languid and weak. He could distinctly sense that the once fragile spark of life within him was now enveloped by a surge of vitality, rapidly mending itself. Junior sister Xiaoya, did you save me? Ning Xiaoya's nails dug deep into her palm as she forced a smile, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Yes, senior brother, she replied. I knew it. Shui Yong gazed at her, his eyes brimming with unbreakable affection. I knew you would never abandon me. Subsequently, Shui Yong inquired about the details of his rescue. Ning Xiaoya merely stated that it was the creation body refining pill that had revived him, a gift from Chu Mo. To save him, she had compromised, refraining from taking action against Chu Mo while concealing the fact that she had been enslaved and humiliated by him. Upon hearing this, Shui Yong felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. He struggled to extend his arms, yearning to embrace Ning Xiaoya. Junior sister, thank you. If the sect were to lay blame upon me, I would bear it alone. Wait, no? Ning Xiaoya suddenly stepped back. Shui Yong's movement froze, a look of confusion crossing his face. Ning Xiaoya, realizing her overreaction, quickly masked it with a feigned calm. Your injuries have just healed. It is unwise to move about recklessly. She dared not be embraced, fearing that too tight a hold or sudden movements might lead to unpleasant consequences. That perverse man had even denied her the opportunity to cleanse herself. She could only return with a burden. Oh, all right. Shui Yong assumed Ning Xiaoya was merely concerned for his well-being, his heart warming further, trusting her completely. However, amidst the warmth of his gratitude, he caught a whiff of an odd scent. This aroma mingled with the temple's sandalwood and the metallic tang of blood, faint yet discernible. Junior sister, what is that smell? It seems to emanate from you, Shui Yong inquired with a hint of confusion. Boom. Ning Xiaoya's mind momentarily went blank. Ah. Her gaze flickered with a hint of panic before she quickly composed herself, donning a facade of rationality as she conjured an excuse even she found hard to believe. Earlier, in her haste, she had stumbled and gotten a bit muddy, hadn't she? Shui Yong did not dwell on it. He had never experienced such a situation before and lacked the wisdom that came with it. Besides, he was currently basking in the relief of having survived, placing complete trust in the one who had saved him, Ning Xiaoya. Yet, as he observed her somewhat disheveled appearance with a few errant strands of hair, a pang of sympathy stirred within him. His junior sister must have endured much for his sake, suffering countless hardships along the way. That taste truly was bitter. Luo Jin had ample authority to speak on this matter. Ning Xiaoya bit her lip. She was reluctant to deceive her senior brother. Yet she feared even more the revelation of the truth. Just this once, she would deceive him. Little did she know, women are remarkably gifted beings. Once the first lie is told, the second and third are sure to follow, with practice honing their skill, until the snowball of deceit grows larger and larger, ultimately burying everything beneath it. 2 days later, within the forest near the exit of the secret realm, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. With the absence of the formidable force of the Xianxiao sect to restrain them, Chu Mo and Luo Jin found their journey considerably smoother. However, upon reaching the forest near the exit, they discovered it completely teeming with people. They concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, observing from the shadows. Nearly half of the disciples from various sects who had been teleported out earlier were gathered here, forming small groups and occupying advantageous positions, their eyes akin to lurking wolves. Intensely fixated on the inevitable path leading to the exit, they lay in wait, anticipating his arrival, Chuemo. Among the crowd, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. Strikingly conspicuous, it was the venerable ancestor Xuanzang. He seemed to have anticipated Chu Mo's arrival, calmly surveying the surroundings. Witnessing this, Luo Jin's delicate features darkened. With so many guards present, even her resilient spirit felt an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, in the distance behind the throng, there was a violent surge of energy. The space rippled like the surface of water. Following that, a colossal vortex, radiating an ethereal blue glow, slowly materialized, standing in midair. The exit of the secret realm had been unveiled. The center of the vortex was profound and enigmatic, as if connecting to another world. By passing through it, one could escape this secret realm. The exit was open. Chuemo would undoubtedly pass through here to leave the secret realm. They steeled their resolve, determined not to let him slip away unnoticed. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, their nerves taut with anticipation as their gazes flickered anxiously among the surrounding mountains and forests. Luo Jin turned her eyes toward Chuemo, having grown accustomed to relying on him for decisions. Chuemo appeared contemplative. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was diverted in search of them, he could have activated the void escape rings, whisking Luo Jin through the throng and directly into the azure vortex. Yet, he remained rooted in place, utterly still. He merely squinted, gazing intently at the alluring blue whirlpool and the greedy cultivators surrounding it, eagerly rubbing their fists together. He felt no urgency, for he was skeptical. He doubted that the ancient being, Xinsong Laozu, who had existed for countless millennia, would overlook such a possibility. With his profound cunning, knowledge, and abilities, it was inconceivable that he would leave any countermeasures unaddressed. The seemingly accessible exit appeared to Chuemo as the gaping maw of a colossal beast, lined with sharp teeth, quietly awaiting its prey to unwittingly step into its trap. With a flicker of thought, he focused his gaze on the seemingly tranquil area of the secret realm's exit. System: investigate the vicinity of the secret realm's exit within 100 zhang. Investigation complete. Within 100 zhang of the secret realm's exit, a void restriction array is established. This formation, an enhancement of an ancient remnant array, can instantaneously seal off space, isolating all spatial fluctuations. Any attempt to utilize spatial teleportation treasures or abilities within the confines of this formation will be forcefully interrupted by its power, resulting in backlash that causes chaotic spiritual energy, rendering the individual immobile for a brief period, vulnerable to slaughter. The formation's core lies 30 zhang beneath the right side of the exit whirlpool. A large-scale energy impact on the core can breach this array. The void restriction array. A chill flickered in Chumo's eyes. Should he truly use the void escape ring at the exit, he would likely be subdued by the formation's power the moment he appeared, reduced to mere prey on a butcher's block. What's wrong? Luo Jin inquired softly. Noticing the unusual expression on Chumo's face, he turned to her, taking in her exquisite features tinged with concern, and smiled lightly. It's nothing, just discovered something intriguing. He paused for a moment before speaking in a calm tone. We cannot teleport over. Luo Jin was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her phoenix-like eyes. Cannot teleport over? How then shall we exit? Break through, Chuemo uttered with a nonchalant detachment, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? Luo Jin questioned in disbelief. Breakthrough? There are over 100 cultivators outside, many of whom are peak foundation establishment experts. Just the two of us? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? Are you mad? Chuemo, however, simply regarded her with a tranquil and profound gaze. Undeterred by her alarm, Luo Jin felt a shiver under his gaze, her eyes momentarily reflecting a sense of humility, while the restlessness and anxiety in her heart began to subside. Suddenly, she recalled that this man, though erratic in his actions, despicable and shameless, even bordering on madness, had made every decision thus far that, while seemingly insane, had always managed to turn peril into safety, skillfully manipulating his enemies. Are you confident? Luo Jin asked hesitantly. Chuemo did not respond directly. Instead, he reached out and gently pinched her smooth cheek. I have confidence in you. With the Hanyu sword in hand, combined with the virtual sky ice soul technique and the enhancement of the eternal ice crystal, even those at the early stages of the golden core realm would likely struggle against you, wouldn't they? It's time for you to step into action. Surely, you don't think your role is merely to spread your legs and open your mouth? Luo Jin's cheeks instantly flushed with heat. She shot a resentful glare at Chuemo, longing to say something, yet dared not. Ultimately, she could only emit a soft huff tinged with embarrassment and irritation. Understood. Fine. After all, my life has long been his to command. He can toy with it as he pleases. At least, thus far, every action he has taken, although morally questionable, has yielded favorable outcomes. Are you ready? Chumo's voice pulled her back from her reverie. Taking a deep breath, Luo Jin summoned the Hanyu sword, her cold phoenix eyes brimming with battle intent. Yes. In the next moment, the figures of Chu Mo and Luo Jin surged forth like two arrows released from their bow, suddenly emerging from behind the massive boulder. Without a hint of concealment, they brazenly appeared before everyone's eyes. It's Chu Mo. He has emerged. They are attempting to flee. Quickly. Stop them. The crowd, initially on high alert, froze for a moment at the sight of Chu Mo and Luo Jin, their faces quickly morphing to reveal unabashed greed and ferocity. Like sharks catching the scent of blood, they lunged at the two with unrestrained fervor. On top of the boulder, the elder Xian Song observed with a cold smile of triumph. Here it comes. This is the moment he has awaited. If Chu Mo dares to employ that spatial treasure, the absolute silence array, he will learn what true despair feels like. However, what puzzled Xian Song and some others was that Chu Mo showed no intention of utilizing spatial teleportation at all. Facing the incoming tide of hundreds of cultivators, he calmly drew forth a seemingly unremarkable steel longsword from his waist. The blade pointed askew, his hair swayed without wind, and his gaze was as indifferent as ice. Beside him, Luo Jin, clad in white as pure as snow, with the Hanyu sword radiating an icy blue luminescence, her cold phoenix eyes brimming with murderous intent. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, seemingly prepared to confront the onslaught of hundreds of cultivators head-on. Seeking death, they are utterly deluded. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd was initially taken aback, only to swiftly reveal cruel smiles upon their faces. Yet, the expression of the venerable Xian Song darkened. Something was amiss. This young man was not adhering to the expected norms. Why was he not employing that spatial artifact? Had he sensed something? Impossible. The void restriction array was an ancient and enigmatic formation, baffling even to those at the nascent soul stage, who might struggle to comprehend it at a glance. How could a mere foundation establishment novice possibly unravel its secrets? For the first time, a flicker of unease surged within Xian Song's heart. However, he quickly suppressed this disquiet. It mattered not. Even if he refrained from using the spatial artifact, even if he possessed numerous hidden cards and his combat prowess could indeed overshadow those at the late foundation establishment stage, what could it change? A multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Under the siege of several hundred cultivators, even if he were made of iron, how many nails could he truly drive? With this thought, the expression on Xian Song's face once again returned to tranquility and indifference. Kill. The nearest cultivators, fueled by overwhelming murderous intent, charged towards Chu Mo and Luo Jin. Blades flashed, spells erupted, and a torrent of lethal energy descended upon the two like a tempest. Chu Mo's gaze remained unperturbed. At the very moment when the cataclysmic wave of attacks was about to engulf him, he moved. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor were there extravagant displays of technique. He simply took a single, unadorned step forward. Then, he swung his sword. A beam of seemingly unremarkable sword light flickered from the polished steel blade in his hand. It was swift, so extraordinarily swift that no one could discern its motion. With a series of muffled thuds, the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh arose almost simultaneously. The expressions of the few cultivators who had charged ahead, filled with ferocity and greed, froze in an instant. In the next moment, a dozen heads soared into the air. Crimson blood sprayed forth like a fountain, staining the sky. Headless corpses crashed to the ground. One sword stroke. Merely one stroke. The several cultivators at the mid to late foundation establishment stage were entirely vanquished. It was akin to slicing through vegetables. Simultaneously, Luo Jin also sprang into action. The sword in her hand, the cold abyss sword, resonated with a clear, melodic chime. The ice-blue sword light, reminiscent of celestial frost, surged forth, carrying with it an unbearable chill. Wherever it passed, the air solidified, and all things were encased in ice. Crack, crack. Several cultivators, caught unawares, were directly frozen into ice statues by the terrifying sword energy before shattering into a cascade of crystalline shards. The two of them, in mere blinks of an eye, had slain nearly 10 individuals. The bloody and brutal scene left everyone watching with their scalps tingling and their hearts quaking. The once torrential wave of attacks that had surged forth like a tide abruptly halted. Chapter 64, The Emergence of the Dominant Magic Sword. Everyone instinctively halted in their tracks, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. What manner of monstrous power is this? Is that Chu Mo truly at the foundation establishment stage? And what of this stunningly beautiful, icy-cold female cultivator beside him? Her combat prowess is equally terrifying. Together, they appear as a pair of reapers. Mou, blending into the crowd, gritted her teeth at the sight. She could no longer deny that Luo Jin had acquired an extraordinary opportunity. This only intensified the jealousy she harbored towards Luo Jin, deepening her resolve to eliminate her. Elder Xian Tsang narrowed his eyes, yet maintained his composure. Everyone, there is no need for alarm. His voice resonated like the evening drum and morning bell, forcibly calming the minds of the crowd. They may be powerful, but they are merely two. If we unite our strength, we can defend ourselves. No matter how formidable they shall gain no advantage. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly formed a battle formation. Soon, a rudimentary killing array, composed of dozens of cultivators, took shape. As the formation activated, spiritual light flickered, and a heavy, oppressive aura filled the air. The crowd, emboldened once more, launched their assault towards Chu Mo and Luo Jin. This time, their attacks were no longer chaotic. Dozens of strikes converged into a formidable torrent, their power magnified several-fold. Chu Mo's gaze sharpened as he cast aside his sword and extended his hands, unleashing a flurry of nearly invisible silver threads. Swish, swish, swish. The silver strands shot forth from his fingertips like the tendrils of death, entangling themselves towards the assembled cultivators. Heavenly threads. Be cautious. It's the silver threads mentioned by Junior Brother Lin. Activate your spiritual shields. The crowd, forewarned, summoned their full spiritual energy, enveloping themselves in thick protective barriers. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The heavenly threads sliced against the spiritual shields, producing a cacophony of grating sounds. Though still razor-sharp, they could not easily rend through as before. Just then, the torrent of energy, fueled by the strength of dozens of cultivators, surged perilously close to Chu Mo and Luo Jin. Luo Jin's delicate countenance paled. Chu Mo swiftly pulled her behind him. In the next moment, he raised his right hand with vigor. Buzz! A colossal sword, imbued with an eerie black-red hue. Its broad and weighty blade adorned with dark red patterns reminiscent of demonic runes materialized in his grasp. The dominant magic sword, a terrifying and fierce aura, potent enough to incinerate heaven and earth, swept across the scene in an instant. Every cultivator who sensed this presence felt their very souls tremble uncontrollably. What kind of sword is this? Such a dreadful aura, such overwhelming might. This is undoubtedly a weapon of unparalleled might, rivaling the mid-tier of earthly artifacts. The venerable Xian Song fixed his gaze intently upon the exaggeratedly crafted, black-red colossal sword wielded by Chu Mo, emanating an aura of unrelenting ferocity, while others may lack discernment. He was acutely aware that this was no mere earthly weapon. It belonged to the celestial tier. This treasure, concealed within the hidden chambers of the Heavenly Heart Palace, was rightfully his. Boom! In the next instant, the torrent of assault, powered by the collective strength of dozens of cultivators, crashed violently against Chu Mo. However, the anticipated scene of carnage did not materialize. Chu Mo, with a single hand, held the sword horizontally before him. The dominant devil sword appeared as an insatiable black hole, devouring the onslaught capable of shattering mountains and severing peaks. The dark red demonic patterns upon the sword's blade flared to life, resembling molten lava coursing forth, exuding an even more terrifying pressure. What? He has completely withstood our attack. The crowd gaped in astonishment, their minds rendered blank. It is my turn now. Chu Mo grinned, a smile that sent chills down the spines of all who beheld it. He moved. Without evasion or diversion, he charged directly towards the assemblage of cultivators. Bind him! A disciple of the Dan sect bellowed, fingers weaving intricate seals. From the earth, numerous robust vines erupted, akin to agile serpents, coiling towards Chu Mo's legs. Yet, as those vines approached within a mere 3 feet of Chu Mo's form, they were deterred by an invisible, domineering aura, refusing to advance another inch. Earth Wall Technique. Another cultivator invoked a spell, raising a formidable earthen barrier in an attempt to impede Chu Mo's advance. Bang! Without even glancing, Chu Mo collided headlong into it. The wall, capable of withstanding the strikes of ordinary artifacts, crumbled like a mere fa-ade, creating a gaping hole. Surrounding him, a faint, blood mist-like crimson aura enveloped his form. Dominance. One of the unique effects of the dominant devil sword, granting temporary immunity to damage and control effects, as long as the attacks do not exceed the user's energy threshold. This effect remains unbroken. A fortunate coincidence, for Chu Mo's current energy intensity was akin to that of the Golden Core stage. What manner of creature is this Chu Mo? The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. This was no mere foundation-building cultivator, He was, in truth, a beast cloaked in human guise. Many present had experienced the harrowing chase by beasts in the Death Tree Sea. Those monstrous entities towered several stories high, impervious to blades and unable to be controlled. Apart from their size, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the current Chu-mo. Chu-mo's figure surged forward like an out-of-control heavy truck, rudely crashing into the so-called killing formation. In his grasp, the dominant flame sword unleashed a terrifying force with every swing, capable of incinerating the heavens and obliterating the earth. Wherever the blade passed, be it a spiritual shield or a defensive artifact, they crumbled as if made of mere paper, effortlessly torn apart. In an instant, a cultivator did not even have the time to react before Chu-mo severed him in half with a single strike. The upper half of his body remained suspended in the air while the lower half fell to the ground, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. The chilling cries of agony echoed, rising and falling like a haunting melody. Chu-mo surged through the fray like a tiger among sheep, initiating a one-sided and brutal massacre. Mou, amidst the crowd at the rear, watched in horror as Chu-mo wreaked havoc. A flicker of shock and dread crossed her eyes. It became evident that Chu-mo's strength was not derived from any artifact. Rather, it stemmed from his own formidable capabilities. Thankfully, she had not recklessly engaged him in battle. Otherwise, the meager forces she had brought would have been utterly insufficient against Chu-mo, even if she had 5 or 6 times their number. Chapter 65. The terror of the ancestor Xiansong. At that moment, several cultivators flanked Chu-mo from behind, their artifacts glowing with spiritual light as they prepared to launch a sneak attack aimed at his vital points. However, they were outpaced by a figure even swifter than themselves. A spectral, ice-blue sword light appeared silently behind them. In a flash, their movements froze. The next instant, a thin line of blood emerged on their necks, followed by the severed heads rolling to the ground. Luo Jin wielded the Koldebus sword, clearing away all lurking threats from behind Chu-mo. Ancestor Xiansong's countenance darkened to the point of dripping water. He fixated on Chu-mo, who was slaughtering mercilessly amidst the crowd. Powerful, terribly powerful. The combat prowess displayed by Chu-mo had completely surpassed the realm of Foundation establishment. That overwhelming offensive capability, that indomitable defense, that surging spiritual energy, such strength was beyond what one would expect from an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Even a typical mid-stage Golden Core practitioner would likely pale in comparison. Furthermore, even some weaker late-stage Golden Core cultivators would struggle to suppress this monster. This lad indeed harbored a monumental secret. Within the depths of Ancestor Xiansong's gaze, a growing greed simmered. He was certain that Chu-mo was cultivating an extraordinarily defiant and top-tier technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone at the Foundation establishment stage to possess such terrifying combat strength. If he could obtain this technique, combined with his insights and experience from the God transformation stage, reclaiming his former pinnacle would be merely a matter of time. Moreover, surpassing that pinnacle and reaching even higher realms, ascending to the upper realms, was not out of the question. And then there was that celestial-grade magic sword. Celestial-grade weapons and artifacts. During his prime, he had possessed only one. Such a treasure rightfully belonged to Ancestor Xiansong. He gazed at Chu-mo with the intensity of one who beheld the most alluring prey, long since claimed. On the battlefield, Chu-mo fought with fervor, his battle spirit soaring. The Bawang demon sword in his grasp seemed to resonate with his excitement, its crimson glow becoming increasingly enchanting. Yet, he remained but a singular entity, his true realm not reaching the Golden Core stage, lacking the endurance and myriad techniques of one at that level. After dispatching 50 or 60 foes, nearly half of his spiritual energy had been expended. Surrounding cultivators, though stricken with fear, were still drawn in by the temptations of the Xiansong ancestor and the allure of the treasured artifacts, advancing relentlessly. He was nearing his limits. It appeared his spiritual energy was almost depleted. Everyone, rally together. If we slay him, the treasures shall be ours. The onslaught intensified, their attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. Various spells rained down upon Chu-mo like extravagant fireworks, overwhelming him from all directions. His breathing grew heavy, the strain of such intense combat taking its toll, leaving no time even for medicine. The crowd, witnessing his apparent struggle, grew more invigorated, as if victory was within their grasp. However, only Xiansong ancestor remained unperturbed. Sensing something amiss, there was an unsettling feeling. Although Chu-mo appeared to be on the defensive, his gaze betrayed no hint of panic. Instead, it reflected a serene mastery over the situation. He must have a hidden card yet to play. The Xiansong ancestor became increasingly vigilant, preparing for any unforeseen developments. At that moment, a peculiar smile crept across Chu Mo's lips. With a sudden motion, he plunged the Bawang demon sword fiercely into the ground. Buzz! An indescribable wave of terrifying energy erupted from the sword. Indeed, Xiansong ancestor lowered his stance, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Chu Mo's remaining spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent, wildly feeding into the Bawang demon's sword. The sword, akin to a voracious beast, began to absorb all the attacks aimed at him, along with the spiritual energy he infused. The blade trembled violently, its red glow reaching an extraordinary brilliance, resembling a sun poised to explode. With a mighty pull, Chu Mo withdrew the magic sword, expending all his strength to hurl it forward. Boom! A colossal crescent-shaped black-red energy shockwave erupted from the blade. The wave expanded swiftly, stretching dozens of yards wide. Wherever it passed, the earth shattered, and the fabric of space contorted, as if it sought to rend the very heavens asunder. No, the first to bear the brunt, dozens of cultivators, did not even have time to scream before being obliterated by the devastating shockwave, leaving no trace behind. The wave continued unabated, carving a path of annihilation through the crowd. A deathly corridor stretching 100 yards long. The cultivators above the passage lay either dead or injured, their anguished cries echoing across the desolate landscape. A scene of utter devastation. The dark red shockwave was not directed towards the venerable Xiansong, prepared to evade. Xiansong breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this spectacle. Even with his profound understanding as a nascent soul stage adept, he could not help but feel a sense of dread at such a cataclysmic strike. This blow was one that even a late-stage golden elixir cultivator would hesitate to confront head-on. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly realized that although the shockwave was not aimed at him, its trajectory was far from arbitrary. Its ultimate destination was, astonishingly, the core of the Forbidden Void Array. Boom! As the shockwave struck the core of the Forbidden Void Array, a thunderous explosion reverberated. Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Xiansong could distinctly sense that the formation he had meticulously laid out was utterly obliterated in that instant. How could this be possible? How could he possibly know the location of the core? Xiansong gazed at Chu Mo in disbelief. For the first time, the face that had always exuded confidence and strategy, after seizing control, displayed sheer horror. At that moment, he felt Chu Mo's cold, bone-chilling aura firmly locked onto him. The hair on Xiansong's body stood on end. Without a moment to ponder, this once mighty nascent soul cultivator could no longer maintain any semblance of composure. He turned and fled desperately towards the exit, channeling all his spiritual energy in a frantic escape. One thought consumed him. Run. Run quickly. If he did not flee, he would perish. He had no doubt that Chu Mo's next target was none other than himself. Indeed, after unleashing that earth-shattering strike, Chu Mo seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle to swiftly retrieve a pill from his spatial ring and swallow it whole. Then, with bare hands, he tore open a pitch-black rift in space. As Xiansong fled for his life, he glanced back and caught sight of the slowly opening portal, within which was Chu Mo's face adorned with a mocking and icy smile. At that moment, Xiansong's soul quivered in terror. Chapter 66. This mountain is mine to conquer. Crack. Chu Mo's hand grasped Xiansong's left arm, his grip as unyielding as a vice, intent on dragging him back. Attempting to escape? A sadistic glint flickered in Chu Mo's eyes, his voice resonating like an echo from the depths of the abyss, devoid of any emotion. Xiansong's countenance paled. If Chu Mo were to pull him back, there would be no chance of survival for him. A flash of ruthless determination crossed Xiansong's eyes. Without hesitation, he transformed his right hand into a blade and struck towards his own left arm. With a sickening thud, the sharp edge pierced flesh. Crimson blood splattered through the air. The ancient ancestor Xiansong had nearly severed his left arm at the shoulder in a desperate bid for survival. Chu Mo had not anticipated that this old monster would be so resolute and ruthless. In that fleeting moment, Xiansong's figure had already plunged into the deep blue vortex, disappearing without a trace. Chu Mo stood frozen, clutching the bloody severed arm. With a click of his tongue, he casually discarded the limb onto the ground, a shadow of darkness flickering in his gaze. The Xiansong ancestor proved to be more formidable than he had imagined. Such determination and decisiveness were befitting of a creature that had lived for countless millennia. It was now too late to pursue him. Outside the secret realm, an elder of the nascent soul awaited. Once they exited, there would be no further opportunity to strike in the glaring light of so many eyes. Today, It seemed impossible to eliminate him. In his heart, Chu Mo elevated the threat level posed by Xinsong. This individual, if left alive, would undoubtedly become a significant problem. Slowly, he turned around. Behind him lay an eerie silence. All the surviving cultivators, whether from the Lingshu sword sect, the dance sect, or the Xianshao sect, were now like ducks caught by the throat, trembling with fear. Despite their collective efforts, they had been unable to inflict even a scratch on Chu Mo, while their own ranks had suffered nearly half in losses. Fear spread throughout the crowd. No one dared to step forward. Moreover, Chu Mo had already positioned himself at the exit. They could only watch helplessly as he departed. Luo Jin floated down beside Chu Mo, a strange glimmer in her eyes. Her red lips pursed. She had never imagined that one day she would witness a single individual, through sheer strength, challenge hundreds of cultivators of the same realm and reverse the tide of battle. And Chu Mo had accomplished this in such a dazzling manner. Less than a year ago, he had been nothing more than an ant in her eyes. Next, Luo Jin sought Chu Mo's counsel. There was no rush. Chu Mo chose not to leave the secret realm, but instead stood resolutely at the exit. He carelessly plunged the dominating demon's sword into the ground. Boom. The massive sword embedded deeply into the earth. A fierce, domineering aura of black and red emanated from the blade as if it were a tangible force. Chu Mo raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping across the assembly. A warm smile gradually crept across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, the tables have turned. Those wishing to leave must pay a toll. Allow me to inspect your storage rings. Otherwise, you shall remain in this secret realm, awaiting its reopening a century hence. Given the suppression of cultivation within this realm, I wonder if your foundational cultivators can endure until that time. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Inspecting the storage rings? What distinguishes this from outright robbery? Are you dreaming? A disciple of the dance sect, summoning his courage, pointed an accusing finger at Chu Mo and shouted, "We will let your actions slide. But do you intend to plunder our storage rings one by one? I assure you, that is out of the question." The previously subdued crowd stirred once more. The allure of the priceless treasures, the dignity of their sect, and the humiliation they felt at Chu Mo's hands reignited their courage. Yet, Chu Mo merely regarded them, his smile unwavering. He did not even draw the demonic sword lying at his feet. Instead, he casually raised his hand and, pointing it like a sword, made a swift motion towards the leading disciple of the dance sect, effortlessly releasing a razor-sharp sword chi that sliced through the air. It was so swift that none could react in time. With a soft thud, the furious expression on the dance sect disciple's face had yet to fade when his head soared into the sky. Blood splattered, staining the robes of his fellow disciples behind him. The headless body collapsed with a resounding thud. The entire venue was once again enveloped in a deathly silence. Chu Mo retracted his finger, casting his gaze over the crowd, his smile still intact. I have little patience for insubordination, particularly from men. You all should consider this carefully. When the secret realm closes its doors, I can still make my escape. But you, alas, cannot. Silence fell upon them, no one daring to meet his gaze. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense and stagnant. Time ticked away, minute by minute. An hour passed, 2 hours, half a day. The deep blue vortex at the exit had visibly shrunk, continuing to contract. Anxiety gripped the hearts of the crowd, yet they refrained from making any rash moves. Finally, amidst the stifling silence, a small-statured cultivator, unable to withstand the pressure, stepped forward first. Trembling, he approached Chu Mo and presented his storage ring with both hands. His voice quaking, "Brother Chu, I beseech you to show mercy." Quite perceptive, Chu Mo accepted the storage ring, probing within with his divine consciousness, unceremoniously transferring the spirit stones, elixirs, and any materials he deemed valuable into his own spatial ring. He then tossed back the nearly emptied storage ring. "Begone." The cultivator, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled toward the exit without looking back. With one willing to comply, others soon followed suit, stepping forward one after another to surrender their toll. However, at that moment, a discordant voice broke through the tension. "A man may be slain, but he must not be humiliated." A resolute young man emerged, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. "We are all disciples of reputable sects. How can we endure such a profound disgrace? No matter how powerful he is, he stands alone. As long as we unite as one, even if we cannot emerge victorious, can we not still break free? You cowards, have you forgotten the dignity of our practitioners?" His impassioned words reignited the fighting spirit in many of the wavering cultivators. Chu Mo gazed at him, a smile gracing his lips. Well said. He applauded, though the smile upon his face grew increasingly frigid. Unfortunately, you do not represent us all. Chu Mo's gaze traversed the resolute youth, sweeping over the crowd behind him. Whoever partook in his demise shall be granted passage without the need for any payment. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere behind the stalwart youth shifted dramatically. Those who had just been stirred by his fervor now regarded him with the eyes of ravenous wolves spotting the most delectable lamb. You all. The resolute youth looked incredulously at those behind him, his lips trembling. Brother, I am sorry. Do not blame us. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon Chu Mo. In the next moment, dozens of magical artifacts ignited simultaneously. No. The resolute youth unleashed a desperate and indignant roar, only to be utterly engulfed by the torrent of frenzied assaults. Flesh and blood flew, bones shattered. In the blink of an eye, he was torn to shreds by his own comrades. Chu Mo observed this scene with an air of leisure. These individuals were once akin to class brethren, united against him, the class enemy. Yet, his promise to merely lessen the degree of their exploitation incited a betrayal among class compatriots. From this perspective, one cannot help but acknowledge the simplicity of human nature throughout the ages. Among the crowd, some lamented their inability to act in time, while others found their fear of Chu Mo deepening. This man was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also wielded a manipulation of human hearts that reached an appalling level. Following this encounter, no one dared to entertain thoughts of resistance. All lined up like docile sheep, obediently presenting their storage rings for Chu Mo to inspect. Those who had participated in the encirclement of the resolute youth were directly allowed to leave. Simultaneously, those who had arrived later and had not been present in the heavenly heart hall during the ambush were also permitted to depart without difficulty. His actions, though ruthless, were targeted. Grievances had their origins and debts their debtors. This approach instilled fear rather than animosity, preventing him from becoming universally despised and isolated. However, should he grow powerful enough to disregard all opposition, swatting away dissenters with ease, that would be a different matter altogether. After some time, it was Mo's turn to approach the exit. Her expression was initially ashen, her demeanor one of struggle. As she approached Chu Mo to surrender her storage ring, her expression shifted, adopting a pitiful and delicate demeanor, exuding an air of vulnerability. I apologize, junior brother Chu, she cooed, previously. I failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. It is my fault, and I hope you can forgive me. Chu Mo remained noncommittal, his consciousness sweeping through the storage ring, absconding with its contents. Just as he was about to toss the empty ring back to her, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Luo Jin's cold profile beside him. Within her phoenix-like eyes flickered an unmistakable hostility and intent to kill directed at Mo. Yet, constrained by his silence, she refrained from acting. Chu Mo smiled, storing Mo's ring away, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. I'm sorry, senior sister, but I cannot return your storage ring just yet. Mo was taken aback. Why not? The smile on Chu Mo's face grew increasingly mischievous. If the senior sister wished to depart, there would be additional conditions, and thus, additional rewards. He gestured toward Luo Jin beside him. You shall engage in a one-on-one duel with my senior sister Luo. If you win, not only may you leave, but I will return everything from your storage ring in full. Returning everything from the storage ring? Why is that considered an additional reward? After all, anything that entered his possession was rightfully his. To generously return what belonged to him was not a reward. It was a matter of gratitude toward the heavens. Luo Jin's frosty phoenix eyes held a glimmer of complex emotions as they turned toward Chu Mo. Meanwhile, Mo's expression darkened, becoming blacker than the bottom of a pot. She glared fiercely at Chu Mo, then glanced at the cold-faced Luo Jin wielding the Hanyuan sword, trembling with rage. Junior brother Chu, do you not think you are being somewhat overbearing? Indeed, I confess to being overbearing, Chu Mo admitted candidly. Mo was rendered speechless, yet ultimately helpless. Her fury flared, but she understood that she was no match for Chu Mo very well. Very well, very well. Mo, consumed by rage, suddenly smiled, a flicker of extreme resentment and madness flashing in her eyes. Luo Jin, this is all you're doing. She redirected all her animosity toward Luo Jin, believing that without her, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. In the next moment, Mo roared, her black fire whip striking forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, laden with overwhelming resentment and murderous intent aimed at Luo Jin. However, in the face of this fierce onslaught, Luo Jin merely raised her gaze coldly. She did not move. Instead, An aura of frigid energy enveloped her. Crack! The whip, ablaze with black flames, froze solid as it approached within 3 feet of her body. What? Mou stared in astonishment. She finally grasped the profound disparity in strength between them. Before she could react, a beam of icy blue sword light appeared before her, as if it had teleported. The blade halted just before her brow. An overwhelming chill coursed through her veins, making her feel as if her very blood was freezing. Mou stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The once twisted expression of anger on her face was now replaced with sheer terror and disbelief. If Luo Jin had harbored intentions to kill her moments ago, she would now be dead. How could she have failed to withstand even a single move from Luo Jin? With a thud, Mou's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, her face, once contorted with resentment and madness, now transformed into a visage of abject supplication. Luo Jin, I was wrong. I truly was wrong, she cried, tears streaming down her face as she bowed repeatedly in desperation. Please, for the sake of our shared sect, spare my life. I will never dare to oppose you again. The position of direct disciple is yours, all yours. Luo Jin gazed down at her from a height, her fair face devoid of any emotion. Observing this, Mou hastily turned to Chu Mo and bowed once more. Chu Shitty, I was blind to not recognize your greatness. I beseech you, have mercy and let me go. I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. Chu Mo merely flicked his ear, gazing into the distance, pretending not to hear her pleas. Luo Jin's gaze swept over Mou's tear-streaked face, initially filled with sympathy, but ultimately transformed into a cold indifference. She recalled the countless times Mou had targeted and schemed against her over the years. Had her own nature and methods not been sufficiently ruthless, she had no doubt that she would have perished at Mou's hands many times over. In the secret realm, had it not been for Chu Mo's presence during her encounter with Mou, she was certain that her fate would have been far worse than death. Slowly, she raised the Hanyuan sword in her hand. No, Mou let out a desperate scream. The sword light flashed. A head fell to the ground. Luo Jin sheathed her sword and stood, taking a deep breath as she gazed at the lifeless body below. Now, there was no one left to compete with her for the position of direct disciple. She understood that her ability to effortlessly eliminate this persistent threat without incurring any cost was entirely due to Chu Mo. A glimmer flickered in Luo Jin's eyes, and she felt that perhaps she should resign herself to her fate. Though remnants of resentment toward Chu Mo lingered, they were now limited to that. Chapter 68. Dividing the spoils with the elders. Having collected the passage fees from everyone, Chu Mo, feeling quite satisfied, led Luo Jin into the ethereal blue vortex. After a dizzying spin, the two emerged outside the secret realm. As soon as they regained their footing, Chu Mo sensed numerous gazes fixated upon him, 2 of which were particularly pronounced. One was filled with malice and murderous intent, while the other bore a hint of intrigue and admiration. Chu Mo lifted his gaze to find Elder Jiang Shiguang smiling broadly at him, while not far from Jiang Shiguang. The expression on Xiansong's face was dark enough to seem as though it might drip with water. The vacant left sleeve appeared exceptionally conspicuous. The venerable Xuanzang fixed his gaze upon Chu Mo, his desire to confront him palpable. Yet, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment, for Jiang Shiguang was present. Jiang Shiguang, in opposition to Lin Wujia's father, Lin Zheng, would not extend his support and might even take the opportunity to undermine him. He had to endure. Upon returning to the sect, he would exploit Lin Zheng, this advantageous father figure, to launch a counterattack against Chu Mo. Chu Mo disregarded the predatory glare of Xuanzang, wearing a serene smile as he approached Jiang Shiguang, performing a respectful bow. Elder Jiang, your disciple has returned safely, fulfilling my mission. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a pre-prepared storage ring into Jiang Shiguang's hand. I have obtained a modest token from the secret realm. I hope Elder will graciously accept it. Jiang Shiguang's consciousness penetrated the ring. What a clever lad. The warmth in his gaze towards Chu Mo intensified. He accepted it with a hearty chuckle. Casting a glance at the distant Lin Wujia, whose darkened expression was fixated on Chu Mo, Jiang Shiguang surmised Chu Mo's intentions. He had evidently taken action against Lin Wujia in the secret realm and sought his assistance to absolve himself of blame. Given Jiang Shiguang's existing grievances with Lin Zheng, coupled with his possession of Chu Mo's share of the spoils, he was naturally inclined to assist him. However, Chu Mo's execution had not been flawless. If he had indeed taken action, it would have been far better to silently leave Lin Wujia behind in the secret realm, thus eliminating any potential witnesses. Even if Lin Zheng harbored suspicions, there would be no grounds to lay blame. Ultimately, this was merely a junior who had recently entered the realm of cultivation. He still had much to learn about the nuances of life. Yet, before Jiang Shiguang could savor his pleasure, a flurry of radiant figures swiftly approached from a distance. The elders leading the Dan sect and the Beast Control sect, accompanied by several pale-faced disciples, landed before the crowd with an imposing demeanor. "Where's Chuemo? Which one of you is Chuemo? Step forward. Return all the treasures stolen from our sect's disciples." The two elders, seething with fury, arrived demanding retribution. Jiang Shiguang's smile instantly froze. He instinctively glanced at Chuemo before lowering his gaze to the hefty storage ring in his hand. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Jiang Shiguang transmitted a thought to Chuemo. What is the situation with these people? Returning elder, the events unfolded as follows. Chuemo recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiguang's expression darkened. It was evident that Chuemo had not merely presented a gift, he had entangled him in this predicament. Reflecting on it now, Jiang Shiguang realized that the storage ring was distinctly not of the Lingshu sword sect standard. The treasures within were far beyond what a single disciple could gather in the secret realm. Undoubtedly, they were ill-gotten gains acquired through Chuemo's highway robbery. He now found himself with no choice. He has already accepted a portion of the ill-gotten gains. If Chuemo were to return the items, would he not also have to relinquish the benefits he has acquired? A cooked duck cannot simply take flight again. Ahem. Jiang Shiguang cleared his throat. Positioning himself before Chuemo, a forced smile plastered across his face. "Dear fellow cultivators, why such anger? It is only natural for junior disciples to have some friction in a secret realm. What are your sects, the Pill sect and Beastmaster sect, incapable of accepting defeat? Jiang Shiguang, do not attempt to muddy the waters here." The elder of the Pill sect bellowed. "That is not friction, that is outright robbery." "Oh, robbery?" Jiang Shiguang narrowed his eyes, a terrifying aura of nascent soul pressure instantly enveloping the area. "Do not presume I am unaware of the circumstances. Are you suggesting that the disciples of the Lingshu sword sect should stand idly by and allow your sect's disciples to besiege them without retaliating?" He merely returned the favor in kind. The elder of the Pill sect was rendered speechless. Jiang Shiguang let out a cold laugh, his imposing demeanor growing more domineering. "If your skills are lacking, you must accept it. This matter ends here today. If I recall correctly, both of you were once unable to raise your heads in my presence, were you not? Unable to defeat me, you resort to bullying the juniors of my sect?" The expressions of the two elders from the Pill sect and Beastmaster sect shifted from green to pale. Ultimately, they could only grit their teeth and depart in frustration and indignation, unable to do anything since their sect lacked a god transformation ancestor to back them. On the way back to the sect, Chuemo took the opportunity to visit Elder Su Hui again. With Mu Qingli's cooperation, a substantial gift was successfully presented to Elder Su Hui, initially reluctant to accept. She was swayed by her beloved disciple's unexpected support for Chuemo and had no choice but to accept it, considering it a favor owed to Chuemo. On the very day everyone returned to the Lingshu sword sect, the venerable Xuanzang immediately sought out his adoptive father, Lin Zheng, and tearfully recounted his tragic experiences in the secret realm. He exaggerated how Chuemo had severed his arm and depicted the heinous acts of murder and extortion against his fellow disciples in vivid detail. "Father, I swear I will not rest until I avenge this grievance." Xuanzang knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Lin Zheng, witnessing the pitiful state of his son and listening to his lamentations, trembled with rage, his face turning a shade akin to liver. "Chuemo, I will not rest until I see your end." Xuanzang lowered his gaze, a barely perceptible glimmer of cold calculation flashing in his eyes. Let them fight. The fiercer the conflict, the better. He certainly did not think of Lin Zheng as a worthy father figure, who could still rely on his sect's power to suppress Chuemo. However, the more Lin Zheng lost his composure and resorted to unscrupulous measures against Chuemo, the greater Xuanzang's opportunity to take down Chuemo would become. Xuanzang did not disclose to Lin Zheng the two treasures that Chuemo had retrieved from the hidden chamber of the Tianxin Hall. Once exposed, while it may incite greed in others to confront Chuemo, it also risks the two treasures falling into the hands of another. These two treasures, along with Chuemo himself, are rightfully his. Simultaneously, Chuemo was taking action. He divided the spoils acquired from the secret realm into numerous portions and visited the elders of the sect with whom he had maintained relations. Each elder expressed great satisfaction. thereby deepening their camaraderie, at least on the surface. Early the next morning, Chu Mo emerged from his cave dwelling, preparing to seek out Luo Jin to see if she had made her breakthrough. Should she have succeeded, he would remind her to fulfill their agreement. At that moment, a hurried disciple approached him. Junior brother Chu. The disciple clasped his hands respectfully. The elders wish to summon you for questioning. Chapter 69, The Elder Council. Questioning in the assembly hall of the Lingshu Sword Sect, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Chu Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the myriad gazes directed at him. Chu Mo, do you know your crimes? Lin Zheng suddenly slammed his hand on the armrest, rising abruptly, and pointed an accusing finger at Chu Mo with a voice that was both stern and furious. His eyes were bloodshot, and his usually gentle and scholarly countenance was contorted with extreme rage. Beside him, the venerable Xian Tsang, now known as Lin Wujie, sat weakly, his face pale. The emptiness of his left sleeve silently bore witness to the violence inflicted upon him. My son Wujie had his arm severed by you. This little beast, within the secret realm, dozens of fellow disciples were ensnared by your schemes, meeting a tragic end at the jaws of demonic beasts. You even had the audacity to rob at the exit of the secret realm, plundering the storage rings of disciples from various sects. This is a disgrace to our righteous path. Such heinous crimes are beyond enumeration. Sectmaster, esteemed elders, if we do not execute this villain on the spot and confiscate his ill-gotten gains, what face will our Lingshu Sword Sect have left? Lin Zheng's voice reverberated like thunder within the main hall, filled with sorrow and indignation. Lin Wujie dutifully bowed his head, trembling slightly, appearing as a pitiable figure who had suffered immense injustice, yet dared not speak out. Several elders, who were friendly with Lin Zheng but held little actual power, began to chime in. Elder Lin speaks the truth. This child's actions are no different from those of the demonic sect. He must be severely punished to serve as a warning. At that moment, Jiang Shiguang leisurely stood up, leisurely twirling a string of beads, a playful smile gracing his face. Elder Lin, are you so afraid that others might not know your son is a waste? Upon hearing this, Lin Zheng's eyes widened in fury. Jiang Shiguang, you what of it? Jiang Shiguang replied nonchalantly, a smile lingering on his lips. As far as I know, it was your precious son who incited the disciples of various sects to encircle Chu Mo, was it not? How is it that only the officials are permitted to set fires while the commoners are forbidden from lighting lamps? His lack of skill led to his own demise. And now he returns weeping, seeking his father's aid, adopting a posture of grievance akin to that of a woman. How could you bear a son who lacks fortitude? Jiang Shiguang's words pierced straight to the heart, rendering Lin Zheng's face a tumult of colors. Indeed, another elder chimed in, having just received a millennium-old spirit herb from Chu Mo. The youth, in his impetuousness, feeling wronged, seeking revenge, is only natural. In my view, Lin Wujie, instigating fellow cultivators to besiege his own sect, bears the greater responsibility. Severing his arm is, in fact, a fitting punishment. Precisely. Moreover, the delivery of spiritual food has become a crucial enterprise for our sect, and as its founder, Chu Mo's contributions are indispensable. Should he be penalized too severely, the recipe and materials may not be produced, jeopardizing the operation of spiritual stone deliveries. Who shall bear this loss? Elder Lin, you must not allow your personal interests to compromise the collective welfare of us all. A group of elders, beneficiaries of Chu Mo's generosity, exchanged words. Turning the black into white, they had barely warmed the spoils bestowed by Chu Mo. How could they possibly relinquish them? Furthermore, they all received dividends from the spiritual food delivery industry. Due to mutual constraints, none could compel Chu Mo to surrender the seasoning recipes. They could only treat him as a cash cow, receiving a share without any effort. Even these old foxes felt a twinge of guilt over time. Perhaps now is the time to lend some support to Chu Mo. You. Lin Zheng trembled with rage, pointing at the assembly, speechless. Enough. At that moment, the sect leader, who had remained silent, finally spoke. His authoritative voice instantly silenced the main hall. He cast a calm gaze over Chu Mo, then glanced at the venerable Xian Tsang. Both parties share responsibility in this matter. Lin Wujie instigated his peers and initiated the conflict, and the injury to his arm is a consequence of his own actions. Chu Mo acted impulsively and with ruthless methods, thus he too has erred. Punishment. The sect leader's voice bore no trace of emotion. Chu Mo is to be fined 100 medium-grade spirit stones and undergo a month of reflection. during which he must not leave the sect or access resources designated for inner disciples. Upon the pronouncement of this sentence, Lin Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. A fine of 100 medium-grade spirit stones and a month of reflection. For an ordinary inner disciple, this might be a severe blow. Yet for Chuemo, who possesses the spiritual food delivery enterprise and has plundered from over 100 inner disciples of various sects, this is but a mere drizzle. What difference does this make from no punishment at all? Sect leader. Lin Zheng attempted to protest. However, the sect leader merely cast him a fleeting glance. That gaze, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, signified that the matter was settled. Lin Zheng opened his mouth, ultimately swallowing his pent-up resentment and bitterness. Dismissed. The sect leader swept away, his sleeves trailing behind him. Elder Jiang Shiguang and others, who had accepted favors from Chuemo, left with smiles on their faces, some patting Chuemo on the shoulder, others nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Zheng observed this scene, his eyes blazing with fury. He understood that within the sect, through conventional means, he could no longer contend with this young scoundrel. The grudge of Wu Jia's severed arm must not go unavenged, and Chuemo's growth could not be permitted to continue unchecked. Thus, he resolved to employ extraordinary measures, regardless of the cost. Otherwise, the entire Lin family would suffer dire consequences. Supporting the venerable Xin Tsang, he cast a venomous glare at Chu Mo before turning to leave. In the sacred back mountain of the Lingshu sword sect, shrouded in mist and resonating with the calls of celestial cranes, the sect master stood respectfully before an ancient cave dwelling. Within resided the current ancestral figure of the Lingshu sword sect, a being whose singular prowess elevated the sect above all others. The faint pressure emanating from the cave was suffocating. Only someone of the sect master's late nascent soul cultivation could withstand it. Elder, the situation is as follows. The sect master reported to the figure within the cave regarding all matters discussed in the elder meeting. After relaying the details, he inquired, "Is this handling of Chuemo appropriate?" Silence enveloped the cave for a considerable time before an ancient, profound voice reverberated. "A symbolic punishment for this child will suffice. Allow him to grow in peace. You may leave now." The sect master bowed deeply, yes, and promptly departed. Inside the cave, an old man with snow-white hair sat upon a stone platform. This was Su Qingping, the revered ancestor of the Lingshu sword sect. Slowly, he opened his aged eyes, which held no trace of murkiness but sparkled with cunning insight. Chapter 70. Luo Jin's breakthrough to Golden Core. Chu Mo's ability to grow unhindered stemmed from both his exceptional talent and Su Qingping's tacit approval. Individuals like Chu Mo, whose rise could threaten one's status, would typically be suppressed by others. Yet Su Qingping had different considerations. Although he was currently at the transformation stage, the spiritual environment was no longer as favorable as in ancient times, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, as his lifespan waned, approaching its limit, he required special means to extend his life. Su Qingping yearned to alter his circumstances. He aspired to reach a higher realm, to ascend to the upper realms. Having encountered visitors from the upper realms, he understood that those from the lower realms were akin to mere ants in their presence. Despite his outward glory as a sect elder, commanding fear and respect with his transformation stage prowess, he had to bow in deference even to those of lesser cultivation from the upper realms. This was due to the formidable families and royal lineages that stood behind them. In an era dominated by a figure as decisive as he, one might find that even such a transcendent being is merely a pawn in the hands of noble science. Yet, he is unwilling to remain content with this fate. Chu Mo embodies Su Qingping's aspirations, for by seizing Chu Mo's essence, he could attain a body endowed with superior innate talents. With just a whiff of spiritual energy, even in the current spiritual environment, this extraordinary constitution could undoubtedly propel him beyond the divine transformation realm. Thus, he must preserve Chu Mo, ensuring not only his foundational integrity, but also his well-being, allowing him to progress smoothly. When Chu Mo reaches the Golden Core stage, that will be the opportune moment for action. After all, a lower realm would render possession perilous, while a higher realm would be challenging to control. It is vital to note that Chu Mo possesses the ability to combat beyond his level. A failed possession would result in utter ruin. Unquestionably, Chu Mo's allure within the realm of cultivation is captivating. In a brief span, he has already garnered the attention of two venerable men who covet his enticing physique. Within the inner sanctum, in the abode of Luo Jin, An overwhelming influx of natural spiritual energy surged in, as if guided by an unseen force, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual essence. At the center of this maelstrom sat Luo Jin in meditation. Her delicate visage bore a pallor, her long, flowing hair danced around her, and her thin garments were thoroughly drenched with sweat, clinging to her alluring form and accentuating her graceful curves. The spiritual force within her had been compressed to its utmost limits. The invisible barrier leading to the golden core, under her relentless assaults, was gradually adorned with a web of cracks. Just one final push was needed. Break for me, Luo Jin exclaimed internally, channeling all her strength into a singular force that collided fiercely against the barrier. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated as if it stemmed from the depths of her soul. The barrier shattered. A purer, more potent force surged forth like a roaring river, flowing freely through her greatly expanded meridians. A translucent golden elixir, radiating a faint ice-blue luminescence, began to coalesce within her dantian, taking shape with exquisite perfection. Not a trace of impurity or flaw marred its surface, rendering it a masterpiece of divine artistry. Success. It is a first-grade golden core. Luo Jin slowly opened her eyes, a smile gracing her lips, her cold phoenix eyes now brimming with uncontainable joy and exhilaration. She had triumphed. Not only had she successfully formed her core, but she had also materialized the legendary first-grade golden core, a rarity among thousands. As she reveled in the unprecedented strength coursing through her, Luo Jin's elation gradually gave way to a complex array of emotions. She understood that none of this would have been possible through her former self. Rising gracefully, she approached the copper mirror within her abode. The reflection revealed a woman of ethereal beauty, with skin as flawless as jade, a visage that could captivate the heavens, and an aura that exuded an otherworldly elegance, transcending the mundane. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror for a long, protracted moment. Finally, drawing in a deep breath, a flicker of resolve glimmered within her intricate phoenix eyes. It was time for her to fulfill her promise to him. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Chu Mo discovered his somewhat frivolous master, Nangong Chushi, seated cross-legged upon the large azure stone at the entrance, her delicate hand propping up her alabaster chin, exuding an air of eager anticipation. The moment she spotted Chu Mo, her half-lidded, beautiful eyes instantly sparkled to life. In a swift motion, she appeared before him, her speed leaving behind a fleeting shadow, her silvery hair cascading gracefully like drifting snowflakes. My dear disciple, I have heard you are the clandestine master behind the Jingtuan. Nangong Chushi casually rested her slender hand on Chu Mo's shoulder, getting straight to the point. Though her expression remained nearly impassive, her eyes shimmered with a celestial light. Chu Mo was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in affirmation. This matter was no longer a secret among the inner sect elders. Only his capricious master, devoid of any real authority and absent from elder meetings, remained oblivious to such crucial information. I wish to savor the dishes you prepare, Nangong Chushi declared with an imperious tone. Immediately, her hands, in stark contrast to her commanding demeanor, were clasped together in an almost pleading manner, resembling a child eagerly awaiting nourishment. Observing this scene, Chu Mo could only shake his head inwardly. Alas! While his master possessed an inherently carefree disposition and a penchant for indulgence, she was not entirely ignorant of worldly matters. Otherwise, he could have easily played the role of Injiping without a care. As it was a request from his master, the disciple had no reason to refuse. Chu Mo nodded in agreement, bowing respectfully. He led Nangong Chushi back to his cave, retrieving various ingredients and seasonings from his spatial ring, and began to kindle a fire for cooking. Soon, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the cave. Honey-glazed roasted pork belly, spicy chicken wings, and garlic oyster meat. Nangong Chushi wasted no time, taking a seat at the stone table, her hands resting eagerly on the edge. Her eyes fixed on Chu Mo as he presented dish after dish. She swallowed repeatedly, her pupils dilating in anticipation. Just as Chu Mo handed her a pair of chopsticks, she began to feast with reckless abandon. Before long, her cheeks were puffed out, her exquisite features marred only slightly by the grease of the meal, which did nothing to detract from her beauty. Rather, it added a touch of earthly charm. Delicious, she mumbled through a mouthful. Watching her, Chu Mo felt a stirring within him and casually inquired, "Might I ask if Master is aware of the massacre involving our Lingshu sword sect or any similar events?" He recalled the vendetta surrounding Su Ro's family, a promise he had made to assist when time permitted. though his master's information was often delayed. She was not entirely uninformed. Perhaps by asking, he could glean some answers, or at the very least, a lead. Nangong Chushi, munching on a chicken wing like a hamster, tilted her head in contemplation. The Lingshu sword sect's involvement in a massacre? I don't seem to recall, she replied vaguely. However, throughout the past century, there have indeed been numerous instances of massacre, allegedly at the hands of demonic cultivators. The sect has dispatched core disciples of the Golden Core stage to investigate these matters and eradicate the demonic forces. The core disciple, Chuemo, has taken note of this lead. It appears that to uncover the truth behind these events, one must engage with the more seasoned Golden Core disciples of the sect, who undoubtedly possess greater insights due to their first-hand experiences. Chapter 71. Luo Jin honors her promise in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The dishes on the table were swiftly consumed by Nangong Chushi. Reluctantly, Chuemo had to prepare a substantial amount more. In the end, Nangong Chushi devoured an amount equivalent to that of 7 or 8 people. She rubbed her stomach, narrowed her beautiful eyes, and contentedly let out a burp, completely disregarding her image. With that, she stood up and made her way directly to Chumo's bed. I'm going to take a nap, she declared, lying down without a hint of decorum, her eyes closing in an instant. Hey, master, that's my bed, Chumo reminded her. My apologies, being full makes me drowsy. It's one of my few shortcomings, she replied, extending a finger to express her thoughts, her voice growing softer until she finally fell asleep. Her hand dropping with a soft thud onto the bed. Observing the bed now occupied, Chuemo shook his head. Well then, I suppose I'll just consider it nurturing a Pokemon. It will undoubtedly prove useful in critical moments. He turned and exited the cave dwelling, intending to seek out Luo Jin to ascertain whether she had made a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. If she had indeed advanced, it would be time for her to fulfill her promise. Outside Luo Jin's cave, as Chuemo approached, he sensed a unique pressure emanating from her presence, distinctly that of a Golden Core cultivator, unlike anything he had encountered before. Without announcing his arrival, he pushed open the door. There, he found Luo Jin seated in meditation on a mat, her eyes closed, surrounded by a swirling aura of icy blue light, her breath deep and resonant. The exquisite beauty of her face was further enhanced by an ethereal quality, captivating and otherworldly. She had broken through. Congratulations, Inu. The path ahead looks promising, Chuemo said with a smile as he closed the door behind him. What grade of Golden Core have you attained? Luo Jin opened her eyes, a hint of complexity in her expression, and softly replied, reporting to you, Master, it is a 1st grade. Excellent. Your progress validates my efforts in your cultivation. With the most compatible heavenly level cultivation technique and the beneficial 1 year's mysterious ice crystals for ice element cultivators, achieving a 1st grade Golden Core was indeed to be expected. Yet, Chuemo sensed that this 1st grade Golden Core might not be her ultimate limit, as his own foundation was far more robust than hers. He pondered whether there existed further distinctions beyond the 1st grade within the Golden Core rank itself. Chuemo approached Luo Jin's bed and comfortably seated himself. Master, is there a particular reason for your visit? She inquired, fully aware of his intentions. Yet women often exhibit a certain reserve and sometimes enjoy feigning ignorance. Especially for someone like Luo Jin, whose demeanor is rather cold and slightly proud. What do you think? Chuemo chuckled, a smile gracing his lips that bore hints of playful intrigue and a touch of aggression. Our agreement. I trust you haven't forgotten it. Despite it being less than half a month since we made it, Luo Jin's expression shifted. Her cheeks flushed. She hadn't forgotten. But Chuemo observed her with keen interest, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable command. Then fulfill your promise. Let us commence with a sense of ceremony. At this juncture, I assume I need not instruct you further? Ceremony. This person remains unchanged, delighting in my humiliation. I have been so obedient. Could I not alter it just a little? Luo Jin felt a blend of shame and indignation as she slowly rose and approached Chuemo, then, with a sense of humiliation, knelt before him. She lowered her proud head, raised her backside, placed her hands flat beside her forehead, her voice trembling yet possessing an oddly alluring charm. Please enjoy your servant. Which man would not be satisfied upon witnessing such a scene? Chumo's demeanor shifted, a serious intent rising within him. He beckoned Luo Jin with a curl of his finger. Come here. He awaited her response. Luo Jin bit her lip, swaying her hips as she slowly crawled toward the bed. The sun set, The slanting rays painted in crimson by the evening glow filtered through the window. Cascading into the cave, Chu Mo felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. Foundation Establishment Stage 2. An overwhelming sense of euphoria enveloped him. The effects of the first-grade golden elixir, particularly the primal yin of the Taiyin Xianmai, exceeded all expectations. The yin-yang harmonization technique operated furiously, expanding and refining his meridians and qi, rendering them increasingly resilient and expansive. The spiritual energy within him had risen in both quality and quantity. In his current state, he could remain undefeated against mid-stage golden elixir practitioners. At this rate, within half a year, I shall break through to mid-foundation establishment, Chu Mo mused. He had already exchanged for the foundation establishment chapter of the Hongmeng Yutian technique. All that remained was to practice diligently. Transitioning from qi refinement to foundation establishment within a year, he anticipated lingering in the foundation establishment for at most 7 to 8 years before reaching golden elixir. Upon entering the golden elixir stage, he would unlock the second level of the Yutian technique, distinct from the yin-yang harmonization technique. If the yin-yang harmonization technique is so formidable, what might the second level of the Yutian technique entail? He felt a sense of anticipation. Gathering his thoughts, Chu Mo turned to the side. Luo Jin's cool physique was adorned with the rosy hues of the sunset, her fair and translucent skin marked with traces of ravishment, utterly mesmerizing. Her eyes glistened with tears, unfocused, soft and pliable like clay, leaning dreamily against Chu Mo's arm. The sharpness she once possessed had vanished entirely. Now, your position as my direct disciple should be secure, I presume. Chu Mo reached out, toying with a strand of her hair. Luo Jin's consciousness stirred slightly. She instinctively rubbed her cheek against Chu Mo's chest. Her voice delicate and laced with a hint of languid hoarseness. She continued. MOU is dead, and I have now condensed a first-grade golden elixir. That position rightfully belongs to me. All of this is due to my efforts. Should you not express your gratitude? The corners of Chu Mo's mouth curled into a teasing smile. Luo Jin shifted slightly, whispering, "Thank you, master." Mere words would not suffice. Chu Mo's fingers gently traced her smooth spine. It was time to take some tangible action. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Jin finally lifted her head. Her exquisite face tinged with a rosy hue, slowly leaning in, her soft, pink lips moving towards Chu Mo for a kiss. However, just as their lips were about to meet, Chu Mo pressed his finger against her lips. Luo Jin froze. Chu Mo's voice drifted softly as he said, "Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Rinse your mouth before we proceed." Luo Jin felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. This rogue, how dare he express disdain? It was all his doing. Chapter 72. Conspiracy. The reflection stone outside the Lingshu sword sect, 1,000 miles away, within a desolate valley seldom trodden by human feet. Elder Lin Zheng stood with a grim expression, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Recently, due to Chu Mo, his cultivation had been disrupted, making him more irritable than ever before. Since that wretched child entered the sect, nothing had gone smoothly for him. He had initially thought the boy was merely an ant to be easily crushed, but in the span of just a year, that little beast had grown to a point beyond his control. The talent and strength of this disciple were formidable, but more importantly, it was the boy's temperament and cunning that posed a challenge. In all his years traversing the world of cultivation, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent, particularly given the vast difference in their realms. Before long, several streaks of light swiftly approached from the horizon, landing steadily not far from him. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in the attire of the Xianxiao sect, his face stern and hawk-like. He was Li Kaijin, a powerful elder within the inner circle of the Xianxiao sect. Behind him followed several disciples with steady auras, including Ning Xiaoya and Shui Yong, who had just recovered from injuries. "Elder Lin, it is good to see you well," Li Kaijin greeted with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Humph. Good to see me well?" Lin Zheng suddenly turned, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Li Kaijin, his voice sharp as an ice-forged blade. "That Chu Mo is unscathed, while my son Wu Jie has lost an arm. This is what you assured me was foolproof." Confronted by Lin Zheng's accusations, Li Kaijin's expression darkened. "Elder Lin, this cannot be entirely blamed on us, can it? Who could have anticipated that Chu Mo would be such a monster, with foundational cultivation rivaling that of a golden elixir? In cooperation with you, nearly half of the disciples we sent into the secret realm from the Xianxiao sect have also suffered significant losses." The two individuals faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. After a prolonged silence, Lin Zheng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger that simmered within him. It was certainly not the moment to assign blame. He needed the other party's assistance. With a dismissive wave of his hand, his voice turned hoarse and chilling. I summoned you today to propose another transaction. Oh? Li Kaijin raised an eyebrow. In Lin Zheng's eyes flickered a wild, murderous intent. In due time, a grand demon-slaying ceremony hosted by several sects will take place. At that event, that wretched Chu Mo will undoubtedly participate. I require you to cooperate with me at all costs during the ceremony to ensure his complete annihilation. Elder Lin, have you lost your mind? Li Kaijin frowned. Chu Mo is currently a favored figure in the Lingshu Swords sect, protected by the old Kutjiang Shiguang, and has even become a disciple of your sect's formidable white-haired dragon maiden. To attempt to kill him under the watchful eyes of many is akin to climbing the heavens. I have my methods. Lin Zheng's voice was low. You have all witnessed the threat posed by that wretch. Should he be allowed to grow unchecked, not only will your Xianxiao sect suffer, but so will other sects, who will have no hope of resurgence. I will create an opportunity for Chu Mo to be isolated. As long as you are willing to cooperate, upon the successful completion of this task, I shall offer you a small spirit mine that I control outside the sect. A small spirit mine. Li Kaijin's pupils constricted suddenly. Such wealth would undoubtedly entice any elder of a sect. Very well. Li Kaijin no longer hesitated. I will engage in this transaction. It is a deal. The two once again reached an agreement. After parting ways with Lin Zheng, Li Kaijin, accompanied by the disciples, boarded the spiritual vessel to return to the sect. Initially, Li Kaijin had taken the disciples out under the pretense of a sect mission, to conceal the clandestine meeting with Lin Zheng. The task involved establishing the Xianxiao sect as a revered faith within the feudal human dynasty, gathering resources, and managing mundane affairs. Simultaneously, the sect would protect the feudal dynasty and intervene should any threats arise. To ensure the feudal dynasty's complete allegiance, a grand display was essential. Thus, Li Kaijin personally selected a group of handsome young men and beautiful young women from the inner sect to accompany him on the spiritual vessel. Now that the mission was accomplished, to deepen the ties of interest, Li Kaijin had taken the feudal dynasty's eldest prince as a named disciple. At this moment, on the deck of the spiritual vessel, Shui Yong gazed at the exquisite figure beside him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ning Xiaoya was lost in thought, staring blankly at the distant sea of clouds, unaware of her own musings. Her typically calm and composed face bore a trace of lingering sorrow. Junior sister Xiaoya, what occupies your thoughts? Shui Yong gently inquired. Nothing. Ning Xiaoya snapped back to reality, shaking her head to conceal the complexity in her eyes. Shui Yong looked at her, feeling that after this life and death trial, their emotions should have naturally deepened. He stepped forward, extending his hand, wishing to embrace her and offer comfort. However, just as his hand was about to touch Ning Xiaoya retreated suddenly, akin to a startled rabbit, evading his reach. Shui Yong's motion froze midair. Are you serious about taking a step back? The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. I am somewhat fatigued, so I shall return to the cabin to rest. Ning Xiaoya dared not meet Shui Yong's wounded gaze. She hastily uttered these words before turning away. Shui Yong gazed at her somewhat flustered silhouette, a wave of confusion washing over him. Why is my junior sister avoiding me? Within the cabin, Ning Xiaoya leaned against the cold ship's wall, gradually sliding to the floor. She buried her face deep in her knees, her delicate shoulders quivering slightly, muffled sobs echoing in the stillness of the cabin, resonating with poignant clarity. I am sorry, senior brother Shui. I am so sorry. She felt tainted, unworthy of him any longer. Most importantly, Chu Mo forbade her from engaging in any intimate gestures with her senior brother. Otherwise, the backlash of their soul bond would render her life a living hell. Her body had become a vessel of that malevolent being. After a long while, Ning Xiaoya finally ceased her weeping. She wiped her tears, her eyes swollen and red. Ensuring that no one else was present in the cabin, she turned her palm over, revealing a shimmering recording stone nestled in her hand. The stone vividly captured the entirety of the transaction that had just transpired between Lin Zheng and Li Kaijin in the valley. She had to find an opportunity to deliver this to Chu Mo Chapter 73, the return of Master Lu Xia and Liang Zhong's sense of participation the following morning. At Lingshu Sword Sect's Lu Xia Peak, a stone door that had remained sealed for several years thunderously swung open. A cascade of radiant light poured forth from the cave, enveloping the entire mountain in a dreamlike glow. A middle-aged woman clad in a dress of colorful flowing clouds stepped gracefully from the light. Her hair was elegantly styled, her brows held a commanding presence, and she exuded an air of dignity befitting one long accustomed to authority. Lu Xia, the revered master of Luo Jin, was one of the few peak elders of the Lingshu sword sect at the nascent soul stage. She sensed that Luo Jin had ascended to the golden core stage, which was the primary reason for her emergence. It was time to formally establish the status of her direct disciple and proceed with the next phase of their plan. Come forth. What are your commands, master? A disciple who had been waiting outside the cave quickly approached and bowed respectfully. Convey my decree. Lu Xia demands all registered disciples to gather at the Grand Hall of Lu Xia Peak. Understood. The disciple accepted the command, not daring to delay, and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the area where the inner disciples resided. The messenger first notified each of the other registered disciples before ultimately arriving at the mountain where Luo Jin was located. He was about to ascend the mountain to visit Luo Jin's dwelling and inform her, when he spotted a tall young man clad in the attire of a core disciple. The messenger recognized him as Liang Zhongwei. For a long time, Liang Zhongwei had held admiration for Luo Jin, frequently presenting her with gifts and expressing his concern. Yet he had never received a formal response from her. Brother Liang, the messenger disciple promptly approached to pay his respects. Core disciples of the inner sect were all at the golden core stage, holding a status far above that of this foundation establishment stage messenger. Are you here to seek Sister Luo? Liang Zhongwei cast a faint glance in his direction. The messenger, hesitant to conceal the truth, quickly relayed the news of Master Lu Xia's emergence from seclusion and the gathering of the named disciples. Liang Zhongwei nodded and waved his hand dismissively at the messenger. I am already aware of this matter. You may withdraw. I intend to seek Sister Luo myself and will convey the message on your behalf. He preferred not to have anyone else present when he approached Sister Luo. The messenger hesitated momentarily. Liang Zhongwei raised an eyebrow. Thank you, Brother Liang. I appreciate your assistance. The messenger disciple dared not say more and quickly bowed in gratitude, slipping away as if his feet were greased. Meanwhile, within the confines of Luo Jin's cave dwelling, an enchanting springtime ambience enveloped the space. Chu Mo had been diligently attending to Luo Jin day and night, now striving to seize the dawn. The two shared an earnest connection, with Chu Mo reveling in his privileged position. Just as their moment reached a crescendo, a somewhat clear male voice suddenly resonated from outside the cave. Sister Luo, are you within? Luo Jin's delicate form stiffened abruptly. She recognized Liang Zhongwei's voice. The once dreamy allure in her phoenix eyes swiftly regained clarity, only to be replaced by a flicker of panic and embarrassment. Why had he come again? Chu Mo paused slightly, a mischievous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Sister Luo, can you hear me? Liang Zhongwei, sensing the presence of someone within the cave but receiving no response, inquired once more. At this juncture, Chu Mo decided to play a trick. Luo Jin hastily reached out to cover her mouth, but Chu Mo seized her wrist and pressed it above her head, silently conveying his command through action. Luo Jin, filled with indignation yet too timid to defy him, could only bite her lip tightly to stifle any sound. Frustrated by the lack of response from within the cave, Liang Zhongwei, resigned, declared aloud, Sister, Master Lu Xia has emerged from seclusion. I relay the message from the messenger disciple. Master Lu Xia requests you to come to the Grand Hall at Lu Xia Peak. He paused, softening his tone slightly. Moreover, on this outing, I fortuitously obtained a recovery pill. This pill is remarkably effective for cultivators who experience significant depletion of spiritual and physical energy. It not only swiftly replenishes vitality and spiritual power, but also temporarily enhances endurance, strength, and stamina. I have come to bestow it upon you, to assist in fortifying your practice. Inside the cave, upon hearing the effects of the pill, Chu Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a good brother! He leaned closer to Luo Jin's ear, commanding in a low, mocking voice, accept it. Luo Jin's body trembled uncontrollably. She lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing weakly at Chu Mo. Her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with humiliation and desperation. Yet, Chu Mo merely regarded her with an amused expression. Ultimately, Luo Jin succumbed. Taking a deep breath, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs, she called out to the outside, Thank you, Senior Brother Liang, for your kindness. Hearing her response, Liang Zhongwei felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Why did Junior Sister's voice carry a weeping tone? Junior Sister, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Liang Zhongwei asked with concern. Luo Jian's face flushed crimson. She wished she could vanish into thin air. What could she say? Junior sister is simply overwhelmed with emotion. The kindness of senior brother Liang is beyond repayment. With all her strength, she concocted a pretext that even she found distasteful. Yet, Liang Zhongwei believed her. He was deeply moved. It turned out that junior sister's heart was so tender. Her seemingly cold exterior was merely a facade. I, Liang Zhongwei, have finally touched her heart with my sincerity. It was all worth it. Junior sister, this is what a senior brother should do. Liang Zhongwei forcefully suppressed his elation, striving to make his voice sound steady and reliable. As for the elixir, please just place it on the windowsill. I shall retrieve it myself. All right, all right. Liang Zhongwei cautiously used his spiritual power to levitate the elixir, gently placing it on the stone slab of the windowsill. Immediately, a delicate jade-like hand reached through the gap of the window, swiftly snatching the elixir before retreating and closing the window. Liang Zhongwei gazed at that hand, his heart racing. It belonged to junior sister. So pale, so tender. But why was it bare without sleeves? Meanwhile, within the cave, Chu Mo took the elixir and consumed it directly, accepting the involvement from senior brother Liang. Instantly, his spirit soared. The energy he had previously expended surged back within him, granting him the vigor to feel as though he could conquer 10 foes. Chu Mo suddenly thought that senior brother Liang was truly a good person. In return, he would strive with the same fervor as Liang Zhongwei. Outside the cave, Liang Zhongwei's momentary confusion was overshadowed by the elation he felt moments ago. Just then, a muffled sound emanated from within the cave, tinged with pain and an inexplicable allure. Liang Zhongwei was taken aback, his face etched with bewilderment. Junior sister? What was that sound? I was startled by a mouse. Luo Jian's voice trembled uncontrollably. A mouse? Liang Zhongwei let out a sigh of relief, only to quickly realize that this was a splendid opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. He hastily declared, Junior sister, do not fear. Such a trivial mouse is hardly worth your concern. Allow me to rid you of this pest. And no need. Luo Jian quickly declined. I can handle it myself. Very well. Liang Zhongwei replied, somewhat disappointed yet reluctant to press further. There would be plenty of time ahead. He believed that he would eventually win Luo Jian's heart completely. After all, had he not already moved her to tears today? With this thought, Liang Zhongwei's spirits lifted once more, and he hummed a cheerful tune as he departed. Blissfully unaware that while he had yet to unlock Luo Jian's heart, Chu Mo had already managed to do so. Chapter 74. Luo Jian receives the title of direct disciple. Shocking Master Lu Xia after Liang Zhongwei left in high spirits. Luo Jian rose from beside Chu Mo, dressed herself properly, and prepared to head to Lu Xia Peak. She, too, was overflowing with joy. Chu Mo leisurely donned his attire, the potency of the recovery pills surging through his body, invigorating him with an abundance of energy. Feeling excessively energetic, he decided he needed a place to continue his cultivation. For one who had mastered the yin-yang harmonization technique, cultivating was essential. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking audibly. You may go to your master. I shall take a stroll around the outer sect. All right. The two departed the cave dwelling, one after the other. Luo Jian made her way to Lu Xia Peak, her spirits high. She had now attained the rank of a golden core disciple, along with the title of direct disciple. Upon entering the grand hall of Lu Xia Peak, she found that the other registered disciples had already arrived. They were kneeling on cushions along the sides of the hall, all sitting upright and composed. As Luo Jian entered, their gazes converged upon her in unison, filled with envy, jealousy, and awe. An array of emotions was palpable. Luo Jian could distinctly sense that the way they looked at her had changed completely. Now, she stood at the golden core stage, with a serene demeanor. She raised her head slightly and gazed ahead, ignoring the onlookers as she walked directly to the cushion at the rear and sat down slowly. At the main seat of the hall, Master Lu Xia closed her phoenix-like eyes, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect without a word. A disciple tasked with delivering messages hurried to her side, bowing in report. Esteemed Master, all registered disciples under your tutelage have arrived. Master Lu Xia slowly opened her eyes, scanning the hall, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. Where is MOU? The messenger disciple paused at her words, instinctively glancing at the last position, where Luo Jian sat. The fact that Luo Jian had killed MOU and many of the other disciples during the trial was not a complete secret. It was merely known to very few. Coincidentally, the messenger disciple was well informed about the matter. The reason why Luo Jin escaped accountability lies in Lin Zhang's singular focus on implicating Chu Mo, thereby placing the entire burden of guilt upon him. Consequently, Luo Jin evaded any repercussions. The two operated in tandem within the secret realm, and it was she who initially introduced Chu Mo into the sect. The disciples speculated that, even if they were not formally partners, their connection was nearly equivalent. Suddenly, he recalled senior brother Liang Zhong, who frequently visited Luo Jin bearing gifts, and felt an uncomfortable tension. Regaining his composure, the disciple whispered in response, "Respected master, senior sister Mo Yu has tragically fallen in the recent Xinjian secret realm." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other disciples in the hall became increasingly strained. They were somewhat aware of the enmity between Mo Yu and Luo Jin. Now, with Mo Yu deceased and Luo Jin returning unscathed, having even advanced to the Golden Core stage, the implications were unmistakable. However, upon receiving this news, Master Lu Xia displayed no signs of disturbance. As if it were merely an inconsequential matter. Understood, she replied with a calm demeanor. The path of cultivation is inherently ruthless. Life and death are dictated by fate, and thus inevitable. With Mo's demise, all her worth dissipated. From the beginning, the most valuable asset for her had always been Luo Jin. Otherwise, she would not have promised her the position of personal disciple. Clearing her throat, Master Lu Xia's authoritative voice resonated throughout the grand hall. "I have summoned you all today for a specific purpose. After careful consideration, I have determined the selection for the personal disciple's position, which I will now announce." As her words echoed, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Breaths quickened, and the majority of gazes instinctively fell upon Luo Jin. At that moment, she radiated the unique aura of a golden core cultivator, rich and pure. For years, Luo Jin and Mo Yu had vied against each other, making them the most formidable contenders for the coveted position. With Mo Yu now deceased, and Luo Jin having attained the golden core, who else could possibly claim the title? As anticipated, Master Lu Xia's gaze ultimately settled on Luo Jin. "Luo Jin, disciple is present," she replied, rising and bowing deeply. "You possess exceptional talent, a resilient spirit, and surpass your peers. Having now condensed your golden core, you are qualified to become my personal disciple. Henceforth, you shall be the sole, true disciple under Lu Xia's sect." Master Lu Xia's voice, devoid of any emotion yet imbued with undeniable authority, echoed throughout the hall. "Disciple expresses gratitude to Master." Luo Jin knelt, respectfully bowing her head. The other named disciples, witnessing this, could not mask their feelings of disappointment, envy, regret, and anxiety. Yet, they understood that their lack of skill was not to be blamed on anyone but themselves. Once, when Luo Jin had yet to mature, many present had been adversaries, launching both overt and covert attacks against her. It could be said that the majority in attendance were once her enemies. However, now that Luo Jin had become a direct disciple, their only recourse was to salvage their standing and curry her favor. Otherwise, should she choose to retaliate against them, their fates would be sealed. "Very well, everyone else may leave." Master Lu Xia waved her hand. Luo Jin remained. Yes, the crowd, as if granted a reprieve, quickly rose and exited. Soon, the grand hall was left with only the master and her disciple. Master Lu Xia descended from her elevated position and slowly approached Luo Jin, her imposing eyes surveying her from head to toe. "Indeed, your foundation is solid, and your aura is pure. It seems you have encountered significant fortune within the secret realm." In response to Master, the disciple merely stumbled upon it by chance. "Do not be overly modest." Master Lu Xia shifted her tone. "Now that you are my direct disciple, I must assess your foundational cultivation to ensure there are no hidden dangers. Extend your hand." Upon hearing this, Luo Jin felt no doubt. She extended her delicate hand, as white as jade, and even felt a tinge of anticipation. With her current cultivation at the first grade of Golden Core, her master would surely be astonished after the inspection. Perhaps she would receive even greater support in her training. Master Lu Xia extended 2 fingers and lightly placed them upon Luo Jin's wrist. A gentle stream of spiritual energy entered her body. Initially, Master Lu Xia's expression bore hints of satisfaction. The purity of this spiritual energy and the resilience of the meridians indeed surpassed that of an ordinary initial Golden Core cultivator. However, as her consciousness traversed Luo Jin's meridians and delved into her dantian, encountering the flawless first-grade Golden Core emanating a faint ice-blue glow, her satisfaction froze instantaneously. replaced by an overwhelming shock of disbelief. A first-grade golden core. How could this be possible, given Luo Jin's innate talent? Achieving a third-grade golden core would have been the utmost limit. Yet now, as Master Lu Xia wrestled with her astonishment, her consciousness suddenly detected something amiss deep within Luo Jin's meridians. In mere moments, Master Lu Xia's expression darkened gradually. The incredulity in her regal eyes dissipated, replaced by an icy frost capable of freezing one's very soul. Chapter 75. Lu Xia's Calculations. A reunion with Su Rou. Master Lu Xia discovered that Luo Jin had not continued her cultivation of the Lingshu Ice Heart method, but had instead shifted to the Shu Tian Ice Soul technique. This had completely disrupted her plans. However, what truly terrified her lay ahead. As she cautiously probed the source of Luo Jin's primordial yin energy through her meridians, there was none. What should have been as vast and pure as the boundless sea of stars, the essence of the lunar yin, now lay completely depleted. It was pristine and utterly devoid of any remnants. What does this signify? It indicates that Luo Jin's maidenhood has been taken by some male cultivator from an unknown origin. Moreover, judging by her pulse, it appears that she had indulged with that male cultivator not long ago, still harboring a significant amount of unrefined yang energy within her body. Boom! An uncontrollable surge of wrath erupted from the depths of Master Lu Xia's heart. She nearly struck down this wicked disciple on the spot. Yet, she restrained herself. She could not afford to exhibit even the slightest hint of anger. If Luo Jin became suspicious, it would further jeopardize her plans. Master? Luo Jin sensed something amiss in her master's expression and, filled with confusion, looked up, her clear and cold phoenix eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Master, is there something wrong within my body? Lu Xia slowly withdrew her hand, her face regaining its calm and dignified demeanor. Though a tempest of fury raged within her, it did not manifest upon her countenance. Wrong? A faint smile graced Lu Xia's lips. A first-grade golden core is a rarity among thousands. To have such a prodigious disciple under my guidance is truly a blessing. Luo Jin felt a flicker of joy at her master's praise. Yet her exquisite and ethereal visage remained poised and aloof. However, as Lu Xia shifted her tone, her authoritative gaze bore down on Luo Jin, teasingly inquiring, "Given your harmonious aura, it seems you have found a suitor who captures your heart?" Luo Jin's face flushed a deep crimson, and she hastily lowered her head, her heart racing like a startled deer as she stammered, "Master, Ideally, she should have maintained her composure and deftly navigated the situation. Yet, under Lu Xia's piercing gaze, she felt her heart truly become disordered. "Cursed be you, Chu Mo. This is all your fault." Luo Jin redirected her embarrassment and indignation towards Chu Mo, daring only to harbor her grievances within her heart. "Enough." Lu Xia waved her hand, interrupting her words. "As you are now my direct disciple, such mundane courtesies are unnecessary." With a flick of her wrist, a storage ring materialized in her hand. "Your foundation is solid, and no issues have arisen. Within this ring are your monthly allowances as my disciple, along with several customized offensive sword techniques I have crafted for you. Furthermore, this azure rainbow sword, of the inferior earth grade, is also bestowed upon you. Take it and cultivate diligently." Lu Xia handed the storage ring and a long sword radiating with vibrant hues to Luo Jin. In gratitude, Luo Jin promptly knelt and said, "Thank you, Master." As the esteemed Master Liu Xia nodded, she instructed, "You may withdraw for now and diligently consolidate your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your practice, feel free to seek my guidance." "Yes, Master, I take my leave," replied Luo Jin with utmost respect as she gracefully exited the grand hall, gently closing the door behind her. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Master Liu Xia, yet she dared not inquire further. Once Luo Jin's figure had completely vanished, a sudden crash echoed through the hall. Master Liu Xia could no longer contain the fury that surged within her. She struck out with a palm, instantly reducing the table crafted from millennium-old cold jade to mere dust. "Wretched disciple," she exclaimed, pacing back and forth within the hall, her well-maintained, alluring visage marred by shadows of anger and resentment. After painstakingly orchestrating her plans for decades, she was on the brink of success, only to have her scheme disrupted by this wayward apprentice. After a considerable time had passed, Master Liu Xia's pacing slowed, her emotions gradually returning to a semblance of calm. She murmured to herself, "Very well, I have alternative strategies. I shall make slight modifications to my plans, given the circumstances." It seems I must resort to the methods once employed by my ancestors. Meanwhile, Chumo's figure appeared at the outer gate of the Lingshu sword sect. The outer gate, once characterized by desolation, had transformed remarkably. The business of delivering spiritual food had ushered in a newfound prosperity, significantly enriching the entire outer gate. Disciples no longer toiled through perilous and time-consuming menial tasks for mere scraps of inferior spirit stones. They were blessed with ample resources for cultivation and more time for practice. The atmosphere within the outer gate had undergone a profound change. As Chuemo walked along the mountain path, every outer gate disciple he encountered paused, bowing respectfully in greeting. "Greetings, Steward Chu. It is an honor to meet you, Steward Chu." Their unwavering respect for him stemmed from an enduring acknowledgement of his authority over the outer gate. Chuemo merely nodded lightly, maintaining a serene demeanor as he proceeded to the residence of Su Ro, now nestled in a tranquil and secluded courtyard. At last, "You have returned to visit Rower." A fragrant breeze enveloped him as he stepped through the courtyard gate. Su Ro, with her delicate and graceful figure, immediately clung to him, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmering with allure. Her voice dripped with sweetness, as if it could melt away the chill of winter. Chuemo wrapped his arms around her slender waist, reveling in her astonishing softness and elasticity, while his consciousness brushed over her being. Su Ro had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage with her Lingshu sword sect's Qi drawing technique, her aura robust, and only a step away from foundation establishment. Meanwhile, her cultivation in the enchanting demon technique of the main sect had already surpassed into the foundation establishment phase. "Indeed. It appears you have not grown complacent during my absence." Of course, Su Ro nestled closer to him, playfully pouting. "Roa has thought of you day and night, eager to serve you in the inner gate. How could I afford to slacken? If my cultivation were to falter, what would become of me if you no longer wished for me?" Observing this scene, Chuemo couldn't help but silently marvel at the return of the captivating courtesan, whose initiative and emotional value exceeded that of Luo Jin significantly, even though Luo Jin's devotion to him now surpasses that of Su Ro in this regard. She cannot compete with Su Ro. Regarding Su Ro, he remarked that she is truly captivating, a rare gem. At this moment, Su Ro raised her enchanting face, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Young master, I have prepared a surprise for you." "Oh? What kind of surprise?" Chuemo, who had initially intended to engage in a different matter, paused, raising an eyebrow. Su Ro took 2 steps back from his embrace, her face adorned with a hint of mystery. She lifted her hands and gently clapped. In the next moment, the doors of the adjoining rooms on either side of the courtyard swung open. A dozen young female disciples, clad in light, translucent silk, their figures graceful and faces charming, entered in a procession. Some carried wooden basins, while others held fruit platters, their steps akin to the movement of lotus flowers, filling the air with fragrant breezes. The foremost among them approached Chuemo, performing a graceful bow, their voices sweet and alluring. "Welcome, Manager Chu." They then deftly knelt beside him, one removing his boots and socks, placing his feet into a steaming wooden basin, beginning a gentle massage. Another knelt behind him, delicate hands skillfully kneading his shoulders through his garments. Yet another brought forth a platter of glistening fruits, peeled and pitted, poised on a silver skewer, offering it to his lips. This service rivaled the finest establishments of his past life. "How is it, master?" "This is the result of Rower's recent training." Su Ro chimed in, sidling closer to Chuemo, her eyes shimmering with allure. "These sisters are all carefully selected by me." Pausing for effect, a clever glint sparkled in her eyes. "I plan to expand this business to the inner sect as you suggested. The disciples there, especially the male ones, often endure rigorous training and lead rather mundane lives. Once they experience such indulgence, it will be impossible for them not to spend. When the time comes, it will yield a considerable profit, all for you, master." "Well done." Chuemo nodded in approval. Su Ro indeed possessed remarkable acumen in her endeavors. No wonder she was able to win over so many outer sect disciples during her time, even while still retaining her virginity. In the mortal realm, Su Ro had relied on her wits to disguise her identity as a demon cultivator, captivating the inner sect disciples of the Lingshu sword sect and securing her own introduction into the sect. As Chuemo reveled in this royal treatment after a while, he casually produced a handful of mid-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, distributing them among the female disciples. "A reward for you all." "Thank you, Manager Chu, for your generosity." The female disciples received the spirit stones with radiant smiles. Previously, Even after exhausting work in the outer sect, they could hardly earn a single mid-grade spirit stone in a month. Yet, under Manager Chu's guidance, they received such bountiful rewards in a short time. Their admiration and reverence for Chu Mo grew even more profound in their hearts. After a stick of incense had burned out, the female disciples tidily gathered their belongings and gracefully took their leave. Within the small courtyard, only Chu Mo and Su Ro remained. Master, having indulged in the services of others, it is now time for you to enjoy Rower, Su Ro said, once more entwining herself around him. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, listening with allure, gazed up at him with an irresistible charm. Chu Mo lifted her effortlessly and carried her directly into the bedroom. At present, Su Ro's cultivation was nearly on par with his own. The yin-yang harmonization technique could no longer yield substantial benefits from her. Thus, this was purely a reward for Su Ro. He resolved to invest over 10 billion into her enterprises. As for the means of payment, Chu Mo employed the essence of a treasured elixir. In the afternoon, Chu Mo sensed that the lingering potency of the medicinal pill had finally dissipated. Holding in his arms her soft, delicate form, akin to a pool of spring water, he spoke, I have uncovered some leads regarding the massacre of your family. Su Ro, upon hearing this, abruptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with excitement and hope. Master, have you found the true culprit? Not yet, Chu Mo replied, shaking his head. However, some seasoned core disciples within the inner sect may possess insider knowledge. They might have been assigned to investigate this matter in the past. If the opportunity arises, I will continue the investigation based on these leads. Tears welled in Su Ro's eyes. For so many years, she had joined the demonic sect, infiltrated the Lingshu sword sect, and endured countless grievances in her quest for vengeance, yet had found not a single clue. Yet, Chu Mo had managed to uncover this step in less than a year. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Su Ro exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Rower will soon break through to the foundation establishment stage, and when that time comes, I shall serve you better within the inner sect. Afterward, filled with boundless appreciation, Su Ro expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chu Mo in the most primal of ways. In return for her devotion, Chu Mo indulged in a luxurious bath, enhancing both his appearance and essence. Days passed. News of Chu Mo's exploits in the secret realm, where he had battled fiercely against hundreds of cultivators, gradually spread throughout the inner sect, creating quite a stir. Some revered him, others feared him, and some even harbored resentment. Nevertheless, he had undeniably become a legendary figure among the new generation of inner disciples. Simultaneously, with Su Ro's assistance, Chu Mo successfully introduced entertainment and foot massage services to the inner sect. These novel offerings quickly garnered immense popularity among the male disciples. He arranged exclusive complimentary services for the influential elders as a trial and promised to share the profits from this enterprise with them. They were exceedingly pleased with this generous gesture, strengthening the bond between them. During this time, another piece of news circulated within the inner sect. Recently, within the jurisdiction of the Lingshu sword sect, numerous maidens born on the auspicious days of Yin and Yin from several mortal dynasties had mysteriously gone missing. This incident has stirred the Lingshu sword sect, causing a wave of unease among the mortal kingdoms, as many believe it to be the work of demonic cultivators. The Lingshu sword sect has dispatched personnel to investigate, and in a moment, both within the sect and among the mortals, there is a palpable indignation, with many expressing their resolve to oppose the demonic path. In the inner sanctum, the execution hall, set in a dim, damp prison, was permeated with a faint scent of blood and decay. Due to the generous gift presented by Chu Mo the previous day, Jiang Ping Tian, under the orders of Jiang Shiguang, guided Chu Mo through the execution hall, introducing him to its various aspects and ensuring he became familiar with the surroundings for future convenience. Jiang Ping Tian imparted an impression of being earnest and efficient. However, what left a lasting impression on Chu Mo was the fact that he had been greenlit by Zhao Qing. Junior brother Chu, this is our sect's execution hall prison, Jiang Ping Tian remarked. The enforcement hall and the execution hall are both managed by my master, with the enforcement hall having full authority over operations. My master has stated that should you encounter any trouble within the sect, the enforcement hall and execution hall will jointly support you, and they will likely resolve your issues. Chu Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the cells that housed errant disciples. Within the Lingshu sword sect, there existed only the enforcement hall and the execution hall, devoid of any supervisory body. Ordinary disciples had no avenue for redress, while those with substantial backgrounds could suppress their transgressions, provided they were not brought before the elder council. The law serves the interests of power, and ideally, such injustices should be abolished for the advancement of the sect. Yet, as a current beneficiary of this system, Chumo's sole desire was for personal advancement. Thus, such an arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous to him. I pledge my loyalty to the system. Chapter 77. The framing tactics. As he walked past rows of cells, Chumo's footsteps abruptly halted before a solitary prison. Inside, a man with disheveled hair and his entire body bound by runic iron chains was imprisoned. His attire did not conform to the sect's standard garb. Target: Lu Wenxiu. Required for insight: 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Shall I proceed with the insight? Who is he? Chu Mo inquired. As it seemed unlikely he would expend resources to glean information on someone of little importance. Oh, a demonic cultivator at the Golden Core stage, Jiangping Tian replied coldly. Observing Lu Wenxiu, he has committed grievous acts, killing and refining blood to enhance his power, engaging in countless heinous deeds. Now, his cultivation is sealed, and he will soon face judgment. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenxiu suddenly raised his head, a manic and derisive smile spreading across his blood-stained face. Ha ha ha, he rasped, his voice akin to 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. You so-called righteous cultivators have committed fewer vile acts than I. How many sordid dealings have ultimately been pinned on us demonic cultivators? His eyes brimmed with resentment and mockery. Like recently, the numerous missing maidens during the dark months. Do you dare claim that was truly our doing? If we demonic cultivators possessed such stealth, would we ever be caught? I must inform you that it is highly likely that a prominent figure from your righteous path has orchestrated this nefarious scheme to cultivate some forbidden sorcery. Ha ha. The maniacal laughter of Lu Wenxiu echoed within the dark confines of the prison. Chu Mo's eyes glimmered with intensity. Such nonsense. Jiangping Tian's expression shifted abruptly. Without uttering another word, he forcefully kicked open the prison door, storming inside to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon the demonic cultivator, Lu Wenxiu. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thud of blows reverberated through the dimly lit cell. Having been stripped of his cultivation, Lu Wenxiu was ill-equipped to withstand such a brutal assault. Soon curling up on the ground like a lifeless dog, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spilling from his mouth. Yet, despite his battered visage, a manic and triumphant grin lingered upon his bloodied face. Ha 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 ha. You are agitated, I see. Cough, cough. Have you ever heard of a parable? A wealthy merchant, in the throes of passion with his concubines, would lash out with insults towards courtesans and harlots. The wives and concubines, unperturbed, regarded it as mere jest. However, one particular concubine would become exceedingly flustered at the insults, for she was indeed a reformed prostitute. Ha ha. Jiangping Tian intensified his assault, delivering merciless kicks. Finally, panting slightly, he ceased, straightened his disheveled attire, and turned to leave the cell, locking the heavy door behind him. Inside, Lu Wenxiu lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. His bones likely broken in numerous places, yet he continued to gaze at Jiangping Tian with mocking eyes, as if viewing a flustered clown who had been struck at a sore spot, embodying the essence of a victor. Chushiti, I apologize for the spectacle, Jiangping Tian said, cupping his hands in respect, his tone laced with barely contained fury. Such demonic cultivators deserve a good reckoning. Chu Mo nodded in understanding, sensing the burdens weighing on Jiang Shixiang's heart. It seemed he was indeed grappling with his own troubles. Jiangping Tian took a deep breath, ultimately unable to suppress his frustrations any longer. To be candid, it is true. The case of the missing maidens you mentioned earlier is one I am tasked with investigating. This incident occurred right beneath the nose of our Lingshu sword sect, casting a profoundly detrimental shadow. As the leading sect of the righteous path, how can we maintain our dignity if we cannot resolve matters within our own territory? The mortal kingdoms allied with our sect are now in a state of panic, with a deluge of urgent missives arriving, over a dozen already. My master, responsible for such affairs, is under considerable pressure. If I fail to uncover the truth, I risk incurring his wrath and blame. Jiangping Tian did not elaborate further, but the implication was evident. This case loomed over him like a colossal mountain. Chu Mo's gaze fell upon the barely conscious Lu Wenxiu in the cell, seemingly casually inquiring, "Thus far, how many maidens have been taken?" 81, came the reply. Jiangping Tian responded, uncertain of the intent behind Chu Mo's inquiry. 81, Chu Mo echoed, pondering with his hand on his chin. 81 is a number of considerable significance within the realm of cultivation, whether it pertains to alchemy, array formations, or certain nefarious blood sacrificial rites. I happen to have a suggestion that Brother Jiang might find intriguing, Chu Mo remarked with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Ping Tian, taken aback, listened intently. Chu Mo directed his gaze towards the imprisoned Lu Wenxiu. We can use this demon cultivator to take the blame. Hearing this, Jiang Ping Tian furrowed his brow, sighing as he confessed, "To be frank with you, Brother Chu, under the tutelage of our master, I have encountered similar cases, and I have indeed employed such framing tactics. After all, it is generally the work of demon cultivators if we cannot apprehend the true culprit. We can simply pin the crime on another demon cultivator to close the case. However, the issue lies in the fact that this time, the actual perpetrator has already abducted 81 maidens, and we are unaware if this individual will strike again. If we hastily close the case and the true culprit continues their heinous acts, it would undoubtedly expose our incompetence in handling the investigation," Chu Mo asserted. "I believe the murderer has likely ceased their activities." "What?" Jiang Pingtian queried, perplexed. "Why would you say that, brother? 81 is the ultimate number of the celestial cycle," Chu Mo elucidated. "Utilizing this number in array formations or sacrifices maximizes the efficacy of such practices. I suspect that those abducted maidens were merely resources for the perpetrator to cultivate a certain technique or conduct a specific ritual. Now that the resources have been gathered, there is no longer any necessity for the murderer to act." Jiang Pingtian pondered Chu Mo's reasoning and found it somewhat compelling. Yet, he remained uneasy. But what if that is not the case? What if the murderer continues their spree? Would that not complicate matters? "That can be easily managed," Chu Mo replied with a faint smile. "Are you familiar with the concept of a copycat offender, Brother Jiang?" "A copycat offender? I have not encountered that term before," Jiang Pingtian said, eager to learn more. Chapter 78. New clues. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Mo cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wenxiu. "We can announce to the public that we have apprehended the true culprit, this demon cultivator in prison, thereby closing the case. Should further incidents of abduction occur, we can fabricate a non-existent demon cultivator. This fictitious demon would attempt to distort the narrative through clumsy imitation, attempting to shift blame onto the original perpetrator, thereby sowing confusion and tarnishing our sect's credibility, allowing the demon forces in the mortal realm to grow ever more rampant. As for any subtle discrepancies at the crime scene compared to the original perpetrator's methods, or any differences noted by witnesses, it can all be easily managed with but a word from our Lingshu sword sect. We can instruct those witnesses to cooperate, either by silencing them or by having them support our claims. In this manner, we will not only solve the case with great swiftness, thus assuaging the concerns of the mortal kingdoms, but should any copycat incidents arise, it will further highlight the ongoing menace of demon cultivators, underscoring the critical importance of our Lingshu sword sect's existence to them. Their reliance on us will only deepen, leading to increased cooperation and offerings in the future. When the true culprit either vanishes without a trace or falls into our grasp, we shall proclaim that under the thunderous wrath of our sect, the imitators have met their fate, and no such malevolent practitioners shall dare to act wantonly within our domain. In doing so, we not only showcase the might of our sect, but also deepen the faith of those mortal dynasties, achieving a dual triumph. How splendid is that? After Chu Mo concluded his discourse, Jiang Pingtian was left utterly dumbfounded. He gazed at Chu Mo with a look akin to that of a person beholding a monster. Is it truly possible to engage in such a manner? This transcends mere framing. It is akin to manipulating everyone with effortless grace. Public opinion, the hearts of the people, and interests have all been meticulously calculated by him. In that instant, Jiang Pingtian felt as though he had been enlightened, as if a door to a new world had slowly opened before him. Such immense talent in my junior disciple. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Pingtian finally emerged from his profound shock and, with genuine respect, cupped his hands towards Chu Mo. At this moment, he was completely convinced of Chu Mo's capabilities. Turning his gaze towards the imprisoned Lu Wenxiu, he observed that the man had shed his previous madness and mockery. His bloodied visage now bore the marks of unending fury and despair. He had overheard Chu Mo's entire scheme. "No, you cannot, you hypocritical scoundrels. Deceitful villains. You are 100 times more malicious than we practitioners of dark arts." Lu Wenxiu bellowed hoarsely, straining to rise but was hindered by his injuries, reduced to futile writhing on the ground. "Enough," Jiang Pingtian gestured dismissively. Bring this dark practitioner away. Commence with the sentencing immediately. Yes. Several disciples from the punishment hall stepped forth, and, much like dragging a lifeless dog, pulled the still cursing Lu Wenxiu from the cell. Junior brother Chu, I am immensely grateful to you this time. Jiang Pingtian once again cupped his hands towards Chu Mo, his demeanor far more respectful than before. Had it not been for your guidance, I fear I would have remained ensnared in this case for a considerable time. Whereas previously his respect for Chu Mo stemmed from the orders of Jiang Shiguang, now it emanated from the depths of his heart. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Pingtian summoned the core disciples responsible for various affairs within the punishment hall and the law enforcement hall. This is Junior Brother Chu. You must recognize him well. From now on, should Junior Brother Chu encounter any difficulties, you shall heed his directives first before reporting to me and Elder Jiang. Do you understand? Jiang Pingtian believed that Chu Mo possessed a far superior ability to resolve complications. Even in the abuse of power, he would not leave behind any incriminating evidence and could consider the multifaceted situations at play. This course of action not only allowed him to fulfill the task assigned by their master, but also fostered a personal rapport with Chu Mo, all without leaving any future troubles. The core disciples uniformly cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Yes, Brother Jiang. Subsequently, they inquired after Chu Mo's well-being. Observing the core disciples, who wielded authority over the inner sect's regulations, humbling themselves before him, a sense of exhilarating control surged within Chu Mo. Since the time he had departed from the outer sect of Ling Su Sword Sect, the inner sect's law enforcement hall, and the criminal hall of the Lingshu Sword Sect, being the most power-concentrated and violent institutions within the sect, have largely fallen under his dominion. Moreover, numerous influential elders have established cordial relations with him. Even if he were to commit a transgression that reached the Elder Council, they would shield him from repercussions. Throughout the Lingshu Sword Sect, unless he encounters other direct disciples or elders, he is virtually free to act with impunity. Remarkably, his cultivation level is still merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As Jiang Pingtian escorted Chu Mo out of the criminal hall, Chu Mo suddenly spoke. Senior Brother Jiang, I believe you embody the characteristics of a core disciple within the inner sect. You must be privy to many secrets. Please, speak. Junior Brother, Jiang Pingtian replied. With a tone as casual as if engaged in light banter, Chu Mo continued, I find myself curious. Among the crimes committed by demonic cultivators, have there been any instances of city massacres? A gold core staged demonic cultivator can only slay dozens before we apprehend them. While such a massacre would likely require a nascent soul stage cultivator, correct? How are such cases handled? Jiang Pingtian paused briefly, instinctively glancing around to ensure they were alone before lowering his voice. Junior Brother, you are now considered a core member of our sect, so it is permissible for me to share certain matters with you. Indeed, there have been instances where gold core, or even nascent soul stage demonic cultivators have orchestrated city massacres and were subsequently captured. Yet most of these heinous acts remain unsolved. With the true culprits elusive, he continued in an even quieter tone, in many of these cases, blame has been hastily assigned to a group of foundation establishment and gold core demonic cultivators, leading to a superficial resolution. What is that one thing? Chu Mo inquired. The initial order to frame this matter on the demonic cultivators and to close the case in secrecy came from the sect leader, Jiang Pingtian revealed. Upon hearing the title of sect leader, Chu Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Pingtian elaborated. My master was tasked with executing the orders back in the day and subsequently entrusted similar matters to my handling. Junior Brother Chu, I advise you. Curiosity is commendable, but do not delve too deeply into this. Though Chu Mo maintained a composed exterior, he nodded in understanding, yet internally, he experienced considerable turmoil. It appeared that the so-called demonic cultivator massacres were either orchestrated by the sect leader himself, perhaps for the sake of practicing some nefarious art or achieving some hidden agenda, or that the sect leader was aware of the true perpetrator and was deliberately concealing the truth. Intrigued, Chu Mo regretted not having seized the opportunity to investigate the sect leader's information during the last Elder Council meeting. He had indeed missed a valuable chance. To further inquire, he would need to find a way to draw closer to him, such as during the next Elder Council meeting. However, he required a valid reason to attend. After a brief contemplation, an idea swiftly formed in his mind. Chapter 79, The Package from Ning Xiaoye upon returning to his own sect's mountain gate, by Long Peak. When Chu Mo found Nangong Chushi, she was lounging on the stone platform at the entrance of her cave, basking in the sun while tossing a spiritual fruit into the air, flipping over, and catching it with her mouth. Her expression was devoid of emotion, yet she seemed to revel in the playful activity. Master, Nangong Chushi lazily responded, savoring the fruit. Chu Mo approached her, bowing respectfully. Recently, there has been a meeting of the elders in the sect. Do you have any plans to attend? I won't be going, Nangong Chushi replied succinctly. It's a hassle. Disliking meetings is one of my few shortcomings. I find it far too easy to doze off, and then there's the need to participate in votes and speeches. That simply won't do. Chu Mo exclaimed with a look of deep concern. Master, as an elder of the inner sect, how can you neglect the affairs of the sect? If the other elders were to find out, they would surely accuse you of dereliction of duty. Nangong Chushi finally opened her beautiful eyes and cast a sidelong glance at the faux-concerned figure. And what of it? Master, I am thinking of your best interests. Chu Mo gently persuaded. If you do not wish to attend, I have a way that could satisfy both parties. You could bring me along as your representative, allowing me to speak in your stead at the meeting. This way, you would not have to exert yourself, nor would you give others cause to gossip. Nangong Chushi sat up and tilted her head in contemplation. That seems somewhat reasonable. Yet, she still lacked enthusiasm. Isn't it easier to simply lie down? It saves the trouble of going. I am indifferent to what others think. Seeing her reluctance, Chu Mo revealed his trump card. Once the matter is settled, I will personally cook for you, preparing an extravagant feast of 18 meat dishes and 9 vegetarian delicacies. In addition, I will create a new sashimi dish using deep-sea dragon fish, accompanied by a secret sauce that is absolutely exquisite. I find your reasoning compelling. As an elder of the inner sect, I should not be so indolent. Nangong Chushi agreed without a moment's hesitation, her expression serious. With that settled, Chu Mo returned to his own cave. He retrieved the Liuli Minluo flower he had obtained from the secret realm, from his spatial ring. He also produced a pill formula that he had fortuitously discovered while organizing the storage rings of the hundreds of cultivators after exiting the secret realm. By sheer coincidence, it was the formula for the bone-corroding poison pill. Among his spoils was also a pill furnace, prompting Chu Mo to enter seclusion and begin concocting this nefarious poison pill. Half a month later, a pitch-black pill, exuding an ominous aura, was extracted from the furnace by Chu Mo. It was complete. Once crushed, it would release a colorless, odorless toxin capable of poisoning a nascent soul cultivator who was caught unawares. In such a case, the afflicted individual would be unable to exert even 10% of their power. If they did not immediately channel their energy to suppress the spread of the poison, they would perish. This was a well-crafted scheme prepared for Linzheng. Chu Mo also concocted an antidote for himself to prevent any collateral damage to allies. Having completed all of this, he emerged from his seclusion with a sense of satisfaction. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, a hurried messenger disciple rushed towards him. Brother Chu, there is someone outside the sect looking for you. Someone is looking for me. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow. Who is it? It is a commoner. Not long after, Chu Mo arrived at the mountain gate and indeed saw a tattered, emaciated commoner anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Chu Mo, the commoner hurried forward. Esteemed immortal, a masked individual has given me some silver and instructed me to wait for you here. He asked me to convey a message, requesting you to meet him at a dilapidated temple 30 miles to the east. Chu Mo assessed the situation and confirmed that the commoner was not lying. Who could this masked individual be? Intrigued, he refrained from setting off immediately. Instead, he returned to Bailong Peak to organize his life-saving measures and hidden cards. After treating Nangong Chushi to a sumptuous meal as a reward, he persuaded her to accompany him. The two arrived at the dilapidated temple, where they found a masked figure dozing within. Chu Mo focused his thoughts and employed a probing technique on the masked individual, only to discover that he was merely a commoner. However, it was noteworthy that a soul-locking curse had been implanted within him. Should he attempt to divulge information about the caster or be forcefully soul-searched, the curse would instantly erupt, leading to his soul's obliteration. The one who had cast the soul-locking curse was none other than Ning Xiaoye. She had promised this commoner that upon completion of the task, she would not only lift the curse, but also bestow upon him a longevity elixir. Such a method was indeed meticulous and flawless. The masked man stirred awake, and, upon noticing Chu Mo's approach, immediately knelt and clasped his hands. Immortal, I mean no offense. I was merely instructed to deliver a package to you. Where's the package? Please follow me, esteemed immortal. Without further ado, The masked man led Chu Mo 10 miles beyond the temple to a secluded grove, beneath an unassuming gnarled tree. The masked man began to dig fervently. Soon, a package securely wrapped in oilcloth was unearthed. The masked man dusted off the package and handed it to Chu Mo. Chu Mo weighed the package in his hand. Curiosity piqued about what valuable item warranted such elaborate measures from Ning Xiaoye to deliver it to him in this manner. Turning to the masked man, Chu Mo said, "You may leave now." "Thank you, esteemed immortal." "Thank you." The masked man, as if granted a reprieve, bowed several times and scurried away, while Nangong Chushi languidly leaned against a nearby tree. Yawning, Chu Mo cautiously unwrapped the package. Inside, a stone of deep azure hue lay silently. Upon probing it, he discovered it to be the fabled Shadow Stone. Reports indicated that it contained evidence of Lin Zhang colluding with elderly Kaijin of the Xianxiao sect, plotting to harm him at the expense of the sect's interests. What a remarkable find! It was indeed wise of Ning Xiaoye to employ this as a covert means. Chu Mo tucked the Shadow Stone away, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This artifact serves as irrefutable evidence against the aged Lin Zhang. With it, the charges of collusion with external sects and the harm inflicted upon fellow disciples are irrevocably sealed. However, Chu Mo does not intend to confront the sect leader with this evidence just yet. The timing is not ripe. Lin Zhang, being an elder at the nascent soul stage, possesses deep-rooted connections within the sect and has numerous followers. This shard of memory stone may inflict considerable damage, but it is insufficient to completely obliterate him in one fell swoop. The sect leader, in a bid to maintain stability, is likely to adopt a lenient approach rather than execute a nascent soul elder for the sake of a single disciple. He has never engaged in ventures without certainty. If he strikes, it must be with the intent to ensure his enemies can never rise again. This memory stone must be preserved for the pivotal moment, serving as the final straw that breaks the camel's back, thus maximizing its value. Chapter 80. Intelligence on the Demon Extermination Ceremony and Luo Jin's concerns upon returning to his cave dwelling on White Dragon Peak. Chu Mo once again retrieved the memory stone for a meticulous inspection. Although he had grasped the general situation, he yearned to uncover the finer details of Lin Zhang and Li Kaijin's schemes against him. After perusing the contents of the memory stone, a flicker of insight illuminated his eyes. The Demon Extermination Ceremony was when Lin Zhang intended to take action against him. Moreover, it appeared his esteemed master was also ensnared in the plot, aiming to render him as ineffective as a novice unable to wield Pokemon. Intriguing. Though the future appeared fraught with peril, there was no need for him to rush. Regardless of the adversary's machinations, he would only need to conduct a thorough investigation to unveil their entire plan. Subsequently, he could devise a counter-strategy to ensnare them in a lethal trap, eradicating their threat once and for all, particularly that cunning old fox, the Xianzong ancestor, who coveted his body as he sought to reincarnate. Yet, before all this, he needed to ascertain the specifics and itinerary of the Demon Extermination Ceremony. Chu Mo resolved to inquire with Luo Jin that evening. As twilight descended, the expansive bathing pool within his cave exuded a warm mist. Chu Mo summoned Luo Jin, who gracefully knelt by the pool's edge, her form elegantly draped in a towel that accentuated her curves. With delicate fingers, she moistened a silk cloth and tenderly wiped Chu Mo's back. The rising steam caressed her exquisite face, lending it a captivating blush. Sipping a small measure of spirit wine, Chu Mo reclined his head upon Luo Jin's soft, rosy knees. "Do you know about the Demon Extermination Ceremony?" he inquired. Luo Jin paused momentarily in her ministrations. "I do," she replied, continuing to massage his shoulders as she elucidated. The Demon Extermination Ceremony is a grand event jointly organized by our Lingshu Sword sect and several righteous sects in the vicinity, held once every decade. The next occurrence is set for 1 year and 8 months from now. At that time, each sect would dispatch numerous elders and elite disciples to showcase their celestial abilities before countless mortals, proclaiming how, over the past decade, we have vanquished numerous malevolent cultivators and saved countless innocent lives. Ultimately, a selection of outstanding disciples would publicly execute a group of captured demons as a warning to others. Luo Jin's tone, cool and composed, concealed a hint of derision. In essence, it is merely a hypocritical spectacle. It serves to solidify their dominion, reinforce faith, and subtly display their might. The mortals would be stirred with fervor, expressing their gratitude towards our celestial sects and offering even greater tributes. Luo Jin elaborated on the details of this grand extermination ceremony to Chu Mo. After listening, he nodded, with the various sects selecting elite disciples for participation. It was certain that his name would be on the list. On the journey there, during the ceremony, and on the return trip, Lin Zheng might attempt an attack. He leaned towards the possibility of an ambush on the road, as it would be exceedingly challenging to find an opportunity amidst the public scrutiny of the ceremony. The specifics would become clearer once he had the chance to catch a glimpse of Lin Zheng or the venerable Xinsong, allowing him to update his intel. By the way, Chu Mo shifted the topic, inquiring about her experience since becoming a personal disciple. Luo Jin's expression grew somewhat complex upon hearing this. It was an entirely different scenario now. Previously, she had made enemies on all sides, treading on thin ice, but now, everything flowed smoothly. She paused, her voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Those sisters who once opposed me now seem eager to ingratiate themselves, their offerings nearly filling half of my cave abode. The extent of their past hostility now mirrors their current trepidation and humility. Chu Mo chuckled lightly. Such matters are simply a matter of acclimatization. When one ascends, they see only disdain above and smiles below. Luo Jin pondered over Chu Mo's words, her gaze flickering. After a moment, she suddenly added, "Speaking of recent developments, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose." "Go ahead," he urged. Luo Jin slightly furrowed her elegant brows. "My master seems to have been acting rather strangely of late." "Strangely?" Chu Mo closed his eyes, allowing the warm silk handkerchief to glide over his broad back, his voice lazy and muffled. "Yes," Luo Jin replied softly, uncertainty lacing her tone. "My master has been elusive recently. I inquired with the disciples guarding the mountain gate, and they confirmed that she is not in closed-door meditation. Yet she spends a considerable portion of the day unaccounted for. Such a situation has never occurred before." Luo Jin hesitated, seemingly gathering her thoughts. With her exquisite brows knitted together, she continued, "On the day I broke through to the golden core stage, although she expressed surprise at my progress and praised me, I couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze was not entirely genuine in its joy. Conversely, in recent days, her concern for me has been somewhat excessive. Inquiring about my well-being, he often summons me to discuss my progress and cultivation, a stark contrast to his previous aloof demeanor, rendering him almost unrecognizable." Luo Jin spoke, a hint of anxiety lacing her voice. "I cannot shake off this unsettling feeling." After enduring much to secure her position as a direct disciple, she had hoped to exhale in relief, anticipating a smooth path ahead. However, her master's unusual behavior weighed heavily upon her heart, denying her peace. Chu Mo slowly opened his eyes. Hearing Luo Jin's words reminded him of the many incongruities that had surfaced previously. For instance, Master Lu Xia had distinctly appointed Luo Jin as a direct disciple, yet his attention seemed lacking. Instead, he had bestowed upon her a flawed copy of the Lingshu Bingxin Ju, which would lead to her losing all her cultivation at the time of her first full moon. Now, this peculiar incident added to his concerns. It appeared that Master Lu Xia might harbor ulterior motives regarding Luo Jin. Though Chu Mo had merely intended to guide Luo Jin casually, he had nonetheless invested considerable resources and effort into her development. Whether it was the heavenly tier techniques, the 10,000-year-old profound ice crystal, or the superior-grade cold abyss sword, objectively speaking, no other intersect elder had provided their disciples with resources as formidable as those he had offered Luo Jin. His approach emphasized quality over quantity. Therefore, he was reluctant to see his investment squandered or become a mere stepping stone for someone else. Contemplating this, Chu Mo retrieved a vial of Mia-ing Gu San and an antidote from his void ring. "Here, take this, just in case," he said, handing the pill to Luo Jin. She accepted it, gazing at the ominous poison pill that exuded a sinister aura, a flicker of confusion passing through her clear eyes. "This item is known as the Mia-ing Gu San," Chu Mo explained, his voice steady and unperturbed. "When crushed, its toxic gas can bypass the defenses of a nascent soul practitioner. Once it infiltrates the body, not even a tenth of their strength can be utilized. If sufficient energy is not promptly allocated to suppress the toxicity, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would face annihilation." Upon hearing this, Luo Jin's delicate frame trembled, nearly causing her to fumble the pill. A poison pill capable of posing a lethal threat to nascent soul practitioners. How could he so casually offer such a treasure to her? A tumult of emotions surged within her. "Thank you, Master," she stammered, her voice involuntarily quivering. Words alone would not suffice. A playful smirk danced upon the corners of Chu Mo's lips as he turned to face her, his deep-set eyes glimmering with interest. "Demonstrate some tangible action," he urged. In that instant, Luo Jin's cheeks flushed crimson. This scoundrel. She shot him a resentful glare, yet the fierceness in her gaze had dissipated, replaced by a hint of playful defiance. Luo Jin bit her luscious, rosy lips, unfastened her bath towel, and gracefully descended into the warm waters of the pool. She slowly leaned against the smooth, inviting edge of the bathtub, unabashedly showcasing her alluring back curves before Chu Mo. Her hair was gathered into a neat bundle. This time, Luo Jin did not wait for Chu Mo's command. She turned her head slowly, intentionally, her eyes, misty and enchanting, gazing at him with a dazed expression. Then, she leaned in for a kiss. Luo Jin realized that she had seemingly resigned herself completely to her fate. Although she still hesitated to admit it, deep within her heart, she understood. The self who once wished for Chu Mo's demise now found herself unwilling to see him perish, no matter the circumstances. She did not harbor affection for him, yet her feelings were a tumultuous mix of love and hate. As time passed, one day, an outer disciple from the Jing Tuan hurriedly arrived at Chu Mo's dwelling. "Chu Guanshi," the disciple exclaimed upon seeing Chu Mo, his face alight with barely contained joy. "Senior Sister Su Ro has successfully established her foundation." "Oh?" Chu Mo raised an eyebrow. "Senior Sister Su Ro asked me to convey her good news. She mentioned that she will soon enter the inner sect to serve you better." The disciple continued, then hesitated, cautiously glancing at Chu Mo additionally. "Senior Sister Su Ro also requested your assistance in arranging for a master." Upon hearing this, Chu Mo contemplated briefly and grasped Su Ro's intentions. Given that she harbored demonic abilities, if this matter were to be revealed, it would lead to irreversible consequences. Ordinary inner sect elders, with their keen insights and numerous methods, could potentially expose her if she were to become their disciple over time. Therefore, she required a special master, someone akin to Nangong Chushi, an elder indifferent to his disciples, preoccupied only with eating and sleeping. This task indeed fell upon his shoulders to arrange. Understood, Chu Mo waved his hand, instructing the disciple to await his news. Yes. The disciple complied and respectfully retreated. For Chu Mo, arranging a master for Su Ro was merely a trifling matter. He first visited several elders responsible for personnel within the sect. Those elders, already well acquainted with Chu Mo and having received numerous benefits from him, were eager to assist. They immediately assured him that everything would be taken care of. Once all the necessary procedures were finalized, Chu Mo returned to Bailong Peak to inform Nangong Chushi. "Master, I have found a new junior sister for you, named Su Ro. Although she will be your disciple, all matters of cultivation will be handled by me, and she will also assist you with mundane affairs. In other words, you will have nothing to do." Nangong Chushi lay languidly on a blue stone, idly eating spirit fruits while teasing a passing spirit butterfly with a blade of grass. Upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes, typically devoid of emotion, sparkled with interest. "Nothing to do? I could use an extra hand," she replied. "Approved." She revealed her bright eyes, raised her hand towards the heavens, and responded without a hint of hesitation. The formalities were swiftly completed. Su Ro successfully ascended to the inner sect as a disciple, taking her vows under the tutelage of Nangong Chushi at the White Dragon Peak. That very day, Chu Mo personally went to the outer sect to greet her. Before departing, he entrusted the management of the outer sect's spiritual provisions and entertainment facilities to his loyal confidant, Su Meng, whom he had promoted. Su Meng, now at the 5th level of Qi refinement, was considered quite talented among the outer disciples, yet had only progressed 2 minor realms in a year. In contrast, Chu Mo had risen dramatically. A year ago, he was at the 1st level of Qi refinement, and now he had reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment. "Do well," Chu Mo encouraged, giving Su Meng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Rest assured, senior brother Chu, I will not disappoint your trust," Su Meng exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, nearly swearing an oath. Having arranged everything, Chu Mo took Su Ro by the arm and set off toward White Dragon Peak. Su Ro, shedding her previously shrewd demeanor in front of others, became soft and pliable, almost boneless, affectionately linking her arm through Chu Mo's. "From now on, senior brother, you must take good care of your junior sister, Ro, she said sweetly. "Fear not, junior sister, I shall look after you diligently," Chu Mo replied with utmost seriousness. Just as their bond deepened, A group of cultivators clad in the attire of inner sect disciples approached them. The leader paused abruptly upon seeing Su Ro and Chu Mo, his face turning a deep crimson hue, not quite matching the standards of handsome. Su Ro, he shouted, striding aggressively forward, his eyes blazing with fury. You wretched woman. We agreed that upon entering the inner sect, you would become my Dao partner. Who is he? Su Ro, frightened and pale, quickly hid behind Chu Mo, appearing utterly vulnerable. Chu Mo maintained a calm demeanor, his thoughts shifting to probe the assailant. Name, LV Mao. Identity, inner sect disciple of the Lingshu sword sect. Cultivation, mid-foundation establishment, sword cultivator. Technique, burning mountain sword technique. Physique, none. Important information, one smitten with Su Ro. He expended substantial resources to recommend her into the Lingshu sword sect, believing he could win her heart, yet she remained elusive, never allowing him to succeed. It turns out, this was the unfortunate soul. Ironically, his name was quite fitting. Chapter 82. Fishing for women. This esteemed brother, why such anger? Why don't we have a proper discussion? Chu Mo spoke calmly, his demeanor unshaken. Get out of my way. After I deal with this wretched woman, I will settle the score with you. LV Mao, infuriated, could hardly consider anything else, pointing a finger at Chu Mo and unleashing a torrent of insults. Brother, woo-woo. He is insulting me. Su Ro tugged at Chu Mo's sleeve, her voice tinged with tears. Chu Mo glanced at her, recognizing the performance for what it was. She is nothing short of a ruthless woman, a quintessential gold digger even in her past life. Yet, as long as she proves beneficial and kind to me, that suffices. Chu Mo sighed, adopting a posture of resignation. This senior brother, you have frightened my junior sister to tears. However, witnessing your intense anger, it appears that this matter is not fabricated. Here, he said, retrieving a handful of high-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, no less than 10 in number. Consider this a compensation from me to you on her behalf. What do you think, senior brother? If not, we can negotiate further. Upon seeing the glimmering high-grade spirit stones, several companions of El Mao behind him were entranced. Yet, El Mao appeared even more insulted. Compensation? He laughed in fury, his eyes wild with madness. Do you take me for a beggar? He violently waved his hand, sending all the spirit stones from Chu Mo's grasp flying. With a clatter, dozens of high-grade spirit stones scattered across the ground. Today, I shall ensure this promiscuous wretch is utterly disgraced. El Mao's face contorted in rage as he attempted to bypass Chu Mo to see Su Ro, who stood behind him. Chu Mo's gaze gradually turned colder. Alas, I offered you the chance for a civil discourse. In the next moment, smack. A crisp and resounding slap echoed. El Mao was sent spinning twice in place. Half of his face swelling visibly as a few of his teeth, mingled with blood, flew out. Grasping his face, he looked at Chu Mo in disbelief. You dare strike me? You dare strike me? Everyone, attack together and kill this scoundrel. El Mao pointed at Chu Mo, completely unhinged. His companions exchanged glances and immediately activated their treasures, rushing forward. Just then, Chu Mo spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant in every ear present. There is no need to rush. May I introduce myself as Chu Mo? A seemingly simple name struck like thunder across the assembly, reverberating in their ears. The disciples, poised to charge, suddenly froze, their expressions of menace swiftly replaced by sheer terror. Chu Mo? Which Chu Mo? It seemed there was only one. The disciple of the White Dragon Peak who, with mere foundational cultivation, had battled against hundreds of prodigies from various sects, slaying dozens and forcing Elder Lin Zheng's son, Lin Wujia, to flee with a severed arm. The very same individual who, during the elders' meeting, faced accusations yet emerged with a trivial penalty of spirit stones, unscathed. It was said that this man had nearly 10 influential elders backing him. His actual power and influence within the sect rivaled that of an inner sect elder. In an instant, cold sweat cascaded down their foreheads like a waterfall. Thud, thud. The group's legs buckled, and they fell to their knees, their treasures clattering to the ground. Senior Brother Chu, we have been blind to your greatness. Please spare us. We are all under his influence. Under the command of El Mao. Had we known beforehand that it was Brother Chu, we would never have entertained the slightest thought of offense. They apologized and pleaded for mercy, unhesitatingly directing their ire towards the already terrified El Mao. His mind was a blank slate, utterly incapable of feeling anger for being betrayed by his fellow disciples. He could never have imagined that the seemingly unremarkable individual before him whose cultivation was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, was indeed the legendary inner sect killing god. How could he have just moments ago pointed a finger at him in accusation? The mere thought of the bloody and brutal rumors surrounding Chu Mo sent a chill racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, freezing his very blood. Brother Chu, I was wrong. El Mao, lacking any notable background, had managed to infiltrate the inner sect by possessing a certain level of insight. He fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling violently from sheer terror, his attitude having undergone a complete transformation. I did not know that Su Ro was under your command. I relinquish her to you. I no longer desire her. I implore you, show mercy. Treat me as insignificant, and let me go. Chu Mo looked down at El Mao with an expressionless smile upon his face, which, while appearing warm, was in truth chilling to the bone. Do you believe that this suffices? He leisurely picked up a high-grade spirit stone that had fallen to the ground and tossed it gently in his hand. Just now, I had intended to resolve this matter amicably, yet you dismissed my spirit stone and trampled upon my goodwill. His gaze swept over El Mao, and besides, Su Ro was originally mine. How could you even suggest that you would grant her to me? You wretch, even in such dire straits, you remain so arrogant. Speak for yourself. What do you propose to do? Humiliation. Endless humiliation. As an inner sect disciple, El Mao had never endured such disgrace. However, when his eyes met Chu Mo's, which were calm, yet as cold as ancient ice, all his struggles and unwillingness were consumed by an overwhelming fear in that instant. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of his forehead colliding with the hard stone floor echoed throughout the space. Ultimately, El Mao chose to submit. In the face of absolute power and strength, so-called dignity held no value whatsoever. He fervently bowed his head, then slapped his own face. I apologize. I bow to you. I am sorry. Brother Chu, it was my error. I should not have dismissed your spirit stone. Su Ro, Sister Su, has always been yours. I should not have harbored foolish fantasies. I am guilty. After a while, El Mao had battered himself into a state resembling that of a pig's head, dizzy, bloodied, and on the verge of unconsciousness, before finally ceasing his self-punishment. Su Ro stood behind Chu Mo, observing this scene with her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with intrigue. She found today's Chu Mo particularly captivating. Chu Mo felt no inclination to cast another glance at the prostrate figure of Lu Mao, who resembled a lifeless dog. He extended his hand, gently encircling Su Ruo's delicate waist, and turned to depart. You are truly impressive, senior brother, Su Ruo murmured, her entire being pressed against Chu Mo, her enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and infatuation. She tilted her head, gazing up at the calm and indifferent profile of Chu Mo. Though her words bore an element of flattery, her heart was undeniably stirred. Chapter 83. Su Ruo enters the sect, rooting out the weeds before long. The road was left with only Lu Mao and his terrified companions, who knelt in place. With great difficulty, Lu Mao raised his head, his face swollen beyond recognition, contorted with excruciating pain and malice. He fixated on the retreating figures of Chu Mo and Su Ruo, his gaze filled with a desire to consume them whole. Su Ruo, you fickle, shameless harlot. And Chu Mo, the humiliation I, Lu Mao, have suffered today will surely be repaid 100-fold. He vowed that once an opportunity arose, he would make them pay dearly. Upon returning to the White Dragon Peak, Chu Mo first took Su Ruo to pay respects to Nangong Chushi. She lay on the bluestone, soundly asleep, a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. Only when she sensed someone approaching did she lazily open her eyes. My dear disciple, what delightful treats have you brought me today? Chu Mo brought Su Ruo forward. Nangong Chushi tilted her head, a flicker of confusion in her beautiful eyes. I do not consume humans. Master, this is the new junior sister I have taken in. Su Ruo, Chu Mo reminded her. Oh, a new disciple. Very well. I entrust you to take care of her. Nangong Chushi nodded, turning over to continue her slumber. Having exchanged greetings with his rather lax master, Chu Mo led Su Ruo to another location on White Dragon Peak abundant in spiritual energy, where he established a new cave dwelling for her. After completing these arrangements, Chu Mo retrieved the advanced cultivation jade slips he had amassed from the siege by those cultivators within the Xianyan secret realm and laid them out before Su Ruo. Peruse these, and select one that resonates with you for cultivation. Su Ruo stared at the pile, resembling a small mountain, each slip emanating an astonishing wave of spiritual power. Utterly astonished, she casually picked one up. Blazing Fire Heaven Technique, Earth Rank, Low Grade. She seized another. Azure Wave Water Manipulation, Earth Rank, Low Grade. She continued to examine several more, and without exception, they were all Earth Rank techniques. It is important to note that within the Lingshu Sword sect, ordinary inner disciples could only cultivate to the profound rank. Earth Rank techniques were the realm of direct disciples or core disciples, accessible only to the privileged. Yet now, Chu Mo had casually presented her with over a dozen. And master these. Su Rua's voice trembled slightly with excitement. These items hold no value for me. You may choose at your discretion. Chu Mo's tone was as unremarkable as discussing a trivial matter. Su Ru gazed at him, her peach blossom eyes reflecting a deeper sense of heartfelt submission and fervor. Taking a deep breath, she cast aside her affectation and offered a graceful bow to Chu Mo. Thank you for your generous gift, my master. Immediately, she began to meticulously study each technique, treating them as treasures. Observing her earnest demeanor, Chu Mo turned and departed from the cave dwelling. There was another matter that required his attention. Once he had offended someone, he would either make a slight effort to resolve it on the spot, or, if the conflict persisted and the individual harbored resentment, he would either eliminate them immediately or eradicate any future threats with decisive action. In the inner sect, at the Hall of Punishment, Chu Mo navigated with ease to find the core disciple he had met previously through Jiangping Tian. Upon seeing Chu Mo, the core disciple greeted him with a beaming smile. Junior brother Chu, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to instruct me? Despite being a senior, he addressed Chu Mo with utmost respect, indicative of his eagerness to advance. I need you to apprehend someone, Chu Mo stated bluntly. Who shall I apprehend? The core disciple did not show any sign of hesitation. A common inner sect disciple, Lu Mao. Upon hearing this, the core disciple's expression turned contemplative. After a brief moment, he replied, Junior brother Chu, to be frank, capturing a fellow disciple without just cause, especially one from the inner sect, might pose some difficulties without a suitable charge. Chu Mo regarded him and leisurely inquired. I recall that the Hall of Punishment has yet to resolve a case involving a demonic cultivator who has been murdering mortals. Am I correct? The core disciple momentarily froze, then, as if struck by a revelation, widened his eyes in realization. He recalled how Chu Mo had recently directed Jiangping Tian to frame the abduction case on the demonic cultivator, Lu Wenxiu. The original crime of Lu Wenxiu was the murder of mortals. Since the abduction occurred elsewhere, it was impossible for him to be present at both events simultaneously. Thus, by pinning the abduction on Lu Wenxiu, the perpetrator of the mortal murders was left unaccounted for. Given that this case was not urgent, they had initially planned to apprehend a new demonic cultivator to take the blame. The implications of Junior Brother Chu's suggestion dawned on the core disciple, and his voice instinctively lowered. Indeed, Chu Mo feigned a sorrowful expression, lamenting dramatically, Lu Mao has colluded with demonic cultivators, practicing forbidden arts, and committing heinous acts against mortals. His crimes are egregious. I implore you, senior brother, to uphold righteousness. Confirming Chu Mo's intent, the core disciple mirrored his demeanor, his expression turning serious. Of course, as cultivators, it is our duty to eradicate evil and defend the righteous, in testimony to heaven. Rest assured, Junior Brother Chu, I shall immediately dispatch someone to apprehend that Lu Mao. He added proactively, once he is brought to the Hall of Justice, we shall detect the demonic energy within him, and within a day, I will ensure he signs a confession. By then, with both witnesses and physical evidence, we will swiftly convict him and execute him without delay. Junior Brother Chu, how does this sound? After speaking, the core disciple confirmed once more, apprehensive that Chu Mo did not intend to merely eliminate the adversary, but rather to torment him. If that were the case, a revision of plans would need to be considered. Chu Mo regarded the individual before him, who had fully grasped the situation, and nodded in satisfaction. Very well then. He patted the other's shoulder and, from his spatial ring, retrieved a bag filled with spirit stones. Placing it into the other's hand. Thank you, senior brother, for your dedication to eradicating evil. I am deeply impressed. I must trouble you with this task, and I hope you will accept this token of respect as a fellow practitioner of the righteous path. How could this be? It is merely my duty, and I cannot allow Junior Brother Chu to bear such expenses. The core disciple, taken aback, humbly declined, yet his hands quickly accepted the heavy bag. Chapter 84. Su Ru's Determination and Diplomatic Alliances. Days later, the news of inner sect disciple Lu Mao colluding with demon cultivators to harm mortals spread like wildfire within the sect. Initially, many found it hard to believe. After all, although Lu Mao was not a paragon of virtue in the inner sect, he had no prior misdeeds. However, as the Hall of Justice and the Hall of Punishment jointly announced the evidence of his crimes, including the remnants of demonic texts found in his cave and his own signed confession, the truth became irrefutable. Lu Mao was publicly stripped of his cultivation and executed upon the punishment stage. Some lamented, others were incredulous, yet the majority applauded the outcome. After all, the eradication of evil and the protection of the righteous is the solemn duty of cultivators. Yet, none could have anticipated that this so-called ironclad case was, from beginning to end, a meticulously woven performance. On that day, those inner sect disciples who had accompanied Lu Mao were filled with trepidation, shaken, and anxious, grateful for their hasty disassociation from him. They knew all too well what sort of person Lu Mao was. This incident made them acutely aware of Chu Mo's formidable influence, and their fear of him reached unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, they felt fortunate for their quick retreat, for had they remained tied to Lu Mao, they too would likely have faced execution as demon cultivators. Within the cave of Su Ro on White Dragon Peak, she knelt before Chu Mo, lifting her gaze to reveal a face of enchanting beauty, filled with genuine admiration. She had naturally heard of Lu Mao's demise. She understood, while that had it not been for Chu